This guy is our main. Because this month I've been living on wind and bones, so I went live asking for donations. I'd do anything as long as there's money. Who knew I'd poke the wrong god? That god immediately donated $5 million to me and sent me through time and space. I was transported to a world overrun by demons. My mission now was to save the world. After 10 exhausting years of fighting, I could finally return to Earth. But ironically, Earth had also been invaded by otherworldly creatures. There that god appeared again and gave me a task. Recruit 10,000 followers. In return, I would keep my invincible powers from the other world. Without hesitation, I agreed and became the leader of a fanatical cult. Anyway, enough talk, let's begin. Welcome to Meet 2's livestream. Siwoo wondered, what kind of dick touching is this? Someone else chimed in, I'm just talking. I've been feeling really stressed lately. You too. Siwoo replied, yeah, life is hard, even though my siblings probably see me as a role model. I really don't know how to manage, especially with the current unemployment situation. As the eldest, I have to be responsible for the family and take care of the younger ones. My parents are gone, I live with my grandma, I have 2 little siblings, rent's due tomorrow and I'm too embarrassed to ask my grandma for money. You tell me I should use this time to work instead of playing with my dick. I was discharged from the military 2 months ago and I'm job hunting. I desperately need money, but that's the reality. If you don't want to listen, just leave. I'm only doing the dick stuff because I'm bored. Hearing Siwoo, the woman fell silent. At that moment, Jen transferred 5 million gun to Siwoo. Siwoo was stunned, couldn't believe his eyes, and blurted, "What, Jen, 5 million gun, are you crazy?" Maybe she mistyped the amount. No way, this must be some stunt to get views for a bigger channel. Like giving a nobody streamer a pile of money and filming his reaction. Wait. I don't have the money, I can't return this. I still need to buy school supplies for my sibling and pay next month's rent. Seeing this, everyone in the livestream went crazy. Holy shit, is this guy a tycoon? Give me $20. Siwoo still couldn't believe it, sweat pouring, his face growing tense. After thinking a moment, he said, then make your demand, just don't touch my family. I'll do whatever you want. Jen replied, so you'll save Eden for me. Siwoo wondered, Eden, is this a game ad? Yeah, I'll do it, no problem. She smiled and a light shone from her hand. Then we have a pact. Siwoo confused, you just agreed to save Eden. And then the scene shifted, a blood-stained hand appearing. Siwoo had become a different person, colder. No longer as innocent as before. He struck to kill the demon Lucifer, ripped out its heart. Goodbye, Lucifer. Lucifer was defeated, eyes dazed, then fell. Siwoo wiped the blood from his face, thinking, damn it, my life has been turned upside down just because of one wrong donation. It turned out that huge donation was Jen's scam, and I, summoned to Eden, had to fight for my life with only an umbrella in hand. Jen suddenly said she'd give me power, all I had to do was defeat the enemy in front of me. She touched his shoulder from behind and said, the system will help you grow, Siwoo. He muttered to himself, this is all crazy. Hey, do you think I picked the wrong person? Shouldn't you choose someone fit for the job? Jen replied casually, you are the only person who can save Eden. If you save Eden, I'll send you back to Earth. Siwoo kept repeating those words to himself and threw himself into the mission. Damn, is that it? Make sure my family lives well, find a job for myself when I return. If she keeps her word, I'll save Eden without hesitation. So I made a pact with the goddess from another world named Jen. She said they were the enemies, so what else could I do? A promise must be kept, that way she would keep her promise too. Then I was summoned into an organization serving Jen, becoming a pontiff in the other world. But things didn't stop there. Eden was flooded with fiends and enemies. I had to kill each of the 7 great demon lords. That was the only way to save Eden. 10 years passed, a long time. I wondered how my siblings were faring. When I return, will I be able to live a normal life? Jen suddenly asked, Siwoo, are you okay? Siwoo replied, yeah, what's up? It's nothing. Jen appeared beside him and said, I'm sorry, thank you. This is the end of our covenant. Siwoo smiled. Jen, you said I'd have a job when I return, so I'll trust you and move on. I'm tired. This damned world isn't worth living in. Jen said, Siwoo, this is the world you saved. Siwoo looked around for a moment and answered, yeah, I think I'll miss it a little. Then Jen vanished and Siwoo fell silent, waiting to go home. Hey Jen. Next time you trick someone, grow a thicker skin instead of apologizing all the time. Goodbye. Jen replied, thanks, I'm truly sorry. I'm really returning to peaceful Earth. The Earth is green and fresh, I miss Korea. Peaceful SEO. But the sky when Siwoo returned was chaotic, Avon touched. Captain, reinforcements are almost here. Just hold on a little longer. Are they going to tell us to hold positions in those damned Avon bellies? Tell the reinforcements to hurry. Damn it. Siwoo looked at the scene in confusion, thinking how much he missed the Korean language and that the first thing he heard was swearing. I've returned after 10 years. Is this my peaceful Earth? Earth is finished. Maybe I'm still dreaming in Eden, or I miss Korea so much the Nightmare Queen is playing a trick on me. But it couldn't be. Because I had personally chopped off her head, my proud pontiff. You looked really seductive doing that. Siwoo turned to look at her. Jen. Jen wondered. You don't seem happy was bringing you back pointless, Siwoo asked. Didn't our covenant end when I returned to Earth? She said sadly, I'm still the goddess you served. The least you could give me is some affection, some respect. Without me, you wouldn't have returned to Earth safely and intact. Siwoo replied, if you hadn't dragged me into that damned world, I wouldn't be struggling like this. Hearing that, Jin fell silent. After a moment she said, however, if you stay on Earth you will certainly die. Siwoo panicked, how do you know that? Jen raised her hand, emitting light, and answered, Siwoo, no matter how you view me, I am still a goddess. The system appeared, warning, a deity from another spatial dimension is interfering with the principles of Earth's dimension. A powerful principle is being forced to comply. Due to a temporal paradox error, your time will stop for 5 minutes. Siwoo watched the surroundings begin to fade, utterly bewildered. Jen, what are you doing? She replied. These 5 minutes are likely because this is the spatial dimension where the main event occurs. It seems to be the limit of causality, even though I'm intervening as a goddess of the dimension. I'll be direct, Siwoo. Do you want to make another pact with me? Siwoo angry, are you talking about another exploitative slave contract? Jen calmly explained, no, this time if you don't agree, I won't force you. You must truly want this pact. If you make the pact, you'll be able to use divine power like in the other world. But I have no followers here, so there will be conditions. Siwoo interrupted, wait, isn't that holy power something I could still use? Jen smiled, gently touched his nose and said, no, moving between dimensions isn't that simple. It interferes with causality, so losing power is inevitable. Siwoo frowned, thinking, this woman really drives me crazy. Siwoo thought, I knew it. Asking for another pact is a bit much. I've endured too much in Eden already. Seeing Jen deep in thought, Siwoo asked, what are you doing? Jen blinked and replied, huh. Siwoo urged her, sign the pact quickly. Siwoo inwardly couldn't accept her idea, make me start over with divine power on this ruined Earth. Jen still couldn't believe it, reality was far from what she imagined. What? Siwoo was unconvinced, thinking he didn't want to be an out-of-date protagonist. The system appeared, announcing, San Kasizer, pact complete. Goddess Jen of the Eden dimension will support human Kim Siwoo, as this is a pact for intervention from another dimension. Earth's dimension and the principle of causality will investigate the legitimate reason for this. Please wait for the investigation result, no issues detected. In 1 minute, the timeline will resume. Jin spoke, Siwoo. Unfortunately, I have no infrastructure in this world, so I cannot stay by your side long. I'm sure you have many questions, but first there's one thing you must do. Divine power is built on belief in an entity. Without faith, that power will dissipate. So to maintain power, you must convert people on Earth to believe in me. Simple, right? You used to be the pontiff of the J-Men faith, didn't you? Siwoo broke into an awkward sweat. J-Men faith. Jen continued, exactly, we'll meet again soon. Don't cry missing me, my pontiff. Siwoo worried, not ready. Wait, Jen. But Jen said nothing more and vanished immediately. The timeline resumed. A new mission was issued. Establish a church, main type. Description, there are currently no followers of the deity you serve in this world. To maintain your power, you must establish and expand a church. There are no limits on methods. The system will connect to the dimension's main event to automatically tally the number of followers. Time limit, 90 days. If you fail to complete the mission within the time limit, everything you own will be reset. J-Men faith in Korea. You mean you want me to become the leader of some kind of cult? At that moment, suddenly a large set of jaws appeared, rushing forward so fast it made Siwoo startle. A dragon was flying in like lightning. He glanced at it coldly, and his expression changed instantly. He stared hard at it. Lightning crackled from his hands, and he touched it just as the dragon flew in to attack Siwoo. The dragon screamed and fled from him. Outside, the soldiers were utterly shocked. Did he tear apart that one? After defeating the dragon, Siwoo turned back with a cold gaze and blood on his face. He stood silently watching without saying a word, only letting out a single breath. That left the onlookers puzzled. Siwoo, Saint Hyen smiled and inquired, "Do you want to hear about the goddess Jen?" They looked bewildered. Siwoo still stood there with a mechanical smile. When the system reported progress, followers 110000, I'm ruined. Oh my god, I asked to complete 1 out of 10,000 followers. I'm really done for. Siwoo grabbed Convene's wing and tore it apart. He acted decisively with an extremely cold, unwavering stare. Siwoo fixed his steely eyes on the Convene. Immediately, it was struck by lightning from all sides, restrained and utterly defeated. Dongzich and his team were stunned at the scene and began whispering among themselves. Do you see that, boss? That Convene is terrified. It's falling from the sky, frozen in fear. Another soldier checked the data on his device and blurted out, "We detected no magical energy on the scanner. A returning person at normal rank that strong." Usually, a returnee's rank is determined by the amount of magical energy the detector picks up. But Dongzich frowned in confusion and said, "No way, someone who could take down an Avon like that would be only normal rank." He looked toward Shu fighting the W group and continued, "That alone is enough to consider him on par with a disaster rank." His face went ashen as he grabbed the radio and announced, "Per the Special Investigation Bureau's emergency response protocol, I request immediate mobilization of all personnel." Someone on the other end of the radio responded, "Is the situation at the gate that bad?" He shouted back, "It's not just a gate issue. We've confirmed the presence of an extremely powerful returnee undetected by the magic sensors." Seeing Siwoo fighting with overwhelming power without mercy, Dongzich added, "He's definitely an abnormal phenomenon, beyond any of our standards." Dongzich quickly advanced, still sending one last message over the radio. "I'll talk to him first, send support immediately. Pleasure to work with you." The radio on the other end went silent in shock. "Hey Dongzich, what are you doing?" Siwoo stood in place, deep in thought. "Is that all? This Fleischwater is nothing special," he wondered, turning his head to look back as he thought, where did those people from earlier go? Just as he turned his head, he caught sight of Dongzich walking toward him. He spoke up. Seeing Dongzich's very serious expression, Siwoo worried, "Am I not allowed to take that Avon?" Meanwhile, Dongzich was bewildered, thinking, is that guy really the boss? This is awkward. Suddenly, Dongzich's expression changed instantly. He smiled gently, clasped his hands together, and greeted Siwoo. "Nice to meet you." He was very enthusiastic and continued, "Let me help you get acquainted with the situation." But at that moment, the scene was extremely awkward for Siwoo. Siwoo's gaze was so blank that he could only utter one word, "Ha." Cut to the apartment complex in Daeong Province, Wanong City. Siwoo stood dazed, motionless in front of a door. He silently recalled the conversation with Dongzich. He had asked, "What about my family?" Sitting in a room, Dongzich answered him, "We've investigated. Both of your younger brothers are safe. They're living in Daeong Province, and your grandmother is traveling in the US. We, the Ability Management Bureau, will support you, Kim Siwoo, in every way to stabilize your life at home. Trust us. We also have rehabilitation programs for returnees, though I doubt how effective they'll be for your abilities. If you have any other questions, contact me anytime during the day." Siwoo smiled awkwardly, secretly relieved. "Good, they seem very welcoming. Everything seems fine. I guess my brother can manage." No matter how the world changed, Grandma was always kind of eccentric. He looked at his hands and did the math. 10 years, I'm probably 27 now. Dongzich, excited, continued, you might be surprised, but here it's only been 5 years. You said you spent 10 years in Eden, right? Then that's fine. Your age here isn't 32, it's 27. Siwoo thought confusedly, this guy's weird. I don't know how Earth changed over the past years, but it seems people treat returnees well. Siwoo wore a relieved expression, thinking it's great they're all okay. Did Jen have a hand in this? He recalled images of his family and wondered if they missed him even in Eden. He truly wanted to see them because he didn't even have a single photo of them. Standing at his door, he couldn't help but feel nervous, wondering why he was so tense. This was the most anxious he'd felt since returning. Siwoo calmly reached out and pressed his doorbell. In response, there was an unusual silence. A while passed and nothing changed after he rang. Growing irritated, Siwoo hammered the doorbell until it buzzed loudly. Finally, someone answered from inside. Who is it? Siwoo, embarrassed, cleared his throat and said, long time no see, it's me, Wang Gok. Immediately, joy appeared plainly on his face. Siwoo added, how have you been? The reply from inside was a voice full of annoyance, his older brother. Those words shattered Siwoo's current emotions. His face froze. Wang Gok from inside shouted back, we don't follow any religion. Why are you going door to door proselytizing in the 21st century? Siwoo tried to explain, wait, I'm not here too. Before he could finish, Wang Gok cut in and said, you should change your clothes before you deny it. If you don't leave, I'll call the police, understand? He sighed in irritation and added, I was sleeping peacefully. The remark hit Siwoo like a thunderclap. He widened his eyes in surprise, a flash of anger on his face. Then Siwoo's anger peaked. He shouted at the top of his lungs through the building, opened the door and yelled, you bastards. Wang Gok rushed out swinging a baseball bat, shouting, you crazy fanatic. He froze, eyes wide and mouth agape at the person standing before him. Siwoo looked at him gently and said, what, you planning to hit me with that? Wang Gok was still stunned. He stood frozen, stammering, you. It wasn't exactly an emotional reunion. Siwoo kept saying, make 3 more bowls, Wang Gok, but don't make them too watery. You know how I like them, right? Wang Gok kept busy cooking for his brother. He sighed, come on. Siwoo ate the noodles along with the kimchi his brother had made, relishing them. But the food truly moved him. Looking at the full table, ramen, kimchi, pickled radish, he said, my first bowl of noodles in 10 years, Korean food. Kimchi, I missed this addictive taste so much. Wang Gok couldn't believe it. He rubbed his head in disbelief and said, unbelievable. Siwoo calmly replied, what? Wang Gok continued helplessly, you, the one we thought was dead, come back after years and you eat 10 packs of instant noodles in a row and dress like some preacher. Siwoo stayed silent, chewing away, glancing at his still bewildered younger brother. He watched Wang Gok sit beside him and said, don't use that term for my brother, you're just jealous he ate without inviting you, right? Eat with us, okay? Wang Gok replied, no, I'm not. He handed his brother a glass of water and asked. So you've been in some place called Eden for 10 years, Siwoo answered. As long as I returned safely, that's enough. Why are you so curious? Wang Gok looked at his brother in silence. He finally said, everything. He remembered Siwoo's room and computer setup and asked, what did you do in that other world all this time and how did you come back? That's the most important thing. Why won't you say anything about it? Siwoo smiled and replied, Eden, you know my brother. Saying that made him recall the brutal, bloody battles he had fought before. He fell silent, lowering his eyes, unable to speak another word. Siwoo took a sip of water, steadied himself, then tried to brush it off. Forget it, which irritated Wang Gok greatly. He said, just know there are 2 things people hate most. One is when someone won't finish what they say, and the second is. Siwoo cut him off, saying that wasn't a pleasant topic. Images of defeating huge demons and holding their hearts in his hand flashed through his mind. Most stories like that aren't pleasant. A world overrun by demons is terrifying. The amount of blood I had to spill to save that world was horrifying. Siwoo propped his chin on his hand, his face full of weariness. He thought, damn it, I gave up everything to fight for Eden and now I've finally returned to Earth. A mission board suddenly appeared beside him, demanding completion. Followers 11000. Siwoo rolled his eyes at Yngu Gok, still thinking. So I'll lose all my power if I don't complete this mission? Are you kidding me? Do you know how much I had to go through to develop my holy power? Yngu Gok spoke up. Aren't you going to say anything? I'm going to work. I'm already awake anyway. He moved over to his desk and sat down at his workstation. Siwoo asked curiously, "What's up, Yngu Gok?" He replied, "Oh, I do video editing for Met. Since you disappeared, I make money doing this. I'm busy. I'm editing for a fairly popular Muber." Siwoo was quite surprised to hear that. He thought it was impressive. This kid loved editing videos since he was young, and now he's found success. He said, "That video looks really vivid." Looking at the game character images he was designing, Yngu Gok said, "You probably haven't seen this. These people are popular content now. They're called players." Siwoo asked, "They handle gates, monsters, and even dungeons too?" He put a hand to his chin, marveling, and added, "Yeah, they use system windows and skills." Yngu Gok replied, "Oh, and since you used to read web novels, you'll probably pick it up fast, right?" Siwoo remained motionless as Yngu Gok's voice echoed in his ear. "Subscribers just keep increasing. I think I'll always have work." His eyes fixed on the Met screen. Realizing something brilliant, Siwoo slammed his hand on his brother's chair and shouted, "Exactly." Yngu Gok jumped and shouted back, "You scared me." A bold thought formed in Siwoo's mind. If I create content on Meetup, I could promote the Gen Church and attract followers. At that moment, a notification appeared activating the Gen Church trait. This left him stunned. He turned quickly to look behind him. Reading the notification, he wondered what this was. The panel displayed Genzite Church. First Goddess Gen Origin, Eden Trait, no association, no completion requirements. Your objective is to attract as many followers as possible. You will earn holy points by developing the church and completing hidden missions. Holy points can be used in the shop. Shop items diversify as you gain more followers. Currently available, Charity. All church members receive bonus experience from the Charity Goddess's blessing. Very small chance to awaken a non-player entity. Cost 10,000 holy points. Special role unlock not applicable at 10,000 followers. This appeared because I just thought about creating a Medub channel for the church. Everything's locked and useless. Suddenly he glanced at a line in the system notice. All church members receive an additional 19% experience from the Charity Goddess's blessing. Very small chance to awaken a non-player entity. He realized in an instant, wait, this trait could be useful. Yngu Gok called from behind Siwoo, "You planning to open a Mubi channel too, but you have to handle some stuff first." Siwoo heard his brother and gave a strange smile. Yngu Gok was full of confidence. He patted his chest proudly and said, "All right then, makes sense. You just returned and don't know anything, so let me support you. I'm making decent money." Siwoo cut him off. "Hey, little brother, I appreciate your generosity, but don't talk nonsense." His words made Yngu Gok blink, slightly bewildered. He continued, "You don't even know how I'd find everyone after being missing for 5 years." A few hours earlier at Siwoo's apartment, Dongzich said, "We've located your family's residence. Thanks for cooperating with the investigation last night." Siwoo replied, "No problem, anyway I had nowhere to sleep. Thanks for bringing me here." Dongzich smiled and asked, "So what do you plan to do here?" Siwoo answered calmly, "I intend to expand my church." Dongzich questioned the church. "Korea is a free country and religious freedom is a given. This belief doesn't contradict common rules, right?" Siwoo replied, "J-Man is a benevolent deity if people just listen to me." Dongzich cut him off before he finished. "Wait, are you the Pope?" Eden suddenly widened his eyes, pride on his face. "A Pope, that's great." Siwoo thought helplessly, just smile it off. Dongzich continued, "Just so you know, you're a VIP of the Ability Management Bureau now. If you need anything, contact us first. Team 2 is always ready to assist." Looking up at the clear sky, he said, "Welcome back to Earth." Korea's first anormality, Kim Siwoo. Back in the present, Yngu Gok panicked and shouted, "You're an anormality." Siwoo remained silent, smiling confidently. Yngu Gok screamed in astonishment, "You're the guy who ate 10 packs of noodles, the brother who came back from the dead." Siwoo shouted back, "I'll kill you." Yngu Gok wrung his hands and asked, "Why didn't you say earlier, you're an anormality?" Siwoo folded his arms and smiled. I couldn't tell you I'd lose my powers if I didn't gather 10,000 followers. Wyangu Gok calmed somewhat and asked, so you're the Pope and you need more followers. You're going to open a YouTube channel to get them, right? He kept talking until C was dumbfounded. Dressing like that won't be easy, and nobody on Earth knows about Jen. He slowly spoke, listen to me. Thinking of his image and inherent power, he said, what if I had an ability that could awaken ordinary people? Siwoo continued, an ability that turns them into players. If I had that ability, powerful nations would compete to recruit me. Wyangu Gok replied immediately, what are you saying? There's no way such an ability exists. You'd make a fortune. If there were a chance, I'd sign up first. A halo of light and the gentle presence of a pope radiated around Siwoo. He said Jen is the goddess of mercy and charity. A system panel appeared before him. Available item, charity. All church members receive an additional 10% experience from the charity goddess's blessing. Very small chance to awaken a non-player. Cost 1,000 points. Special role unlock not applicable at 10,000 followers. This left Wyangu Gok stunned. He stammered, players, I could become a player just by believing. Siwoo smiled indulgently and said, not now, but if I gain more followers, I think I can buy this trait. Then becoming a player won't be random, it'll be something anyone can achieve. Looking at the system panel, the follower completion requirement read 110000. He continued, why don't we promote based on this? What do you think? A moment later, the system panel changed to require followers 21000. Siwoo said, no one can refuse that. Wyangu Gok clasped his hands together, face full of excitement and confidence. He said, brother, I'm ready. His eyes sparkled as he added, I'm ready with the burning passion to spread goodwill. Siwoo was quite surprised by his brother's sudden change. He blurted, huh? Wyangu Gok's voice rang out across the building, Goddess Jen, I trust you. Wyangu Gok was delighted, eyes glittering as he looked at his brother and said, lead me. Siwoo, a bit puzzled, said, I remember you said earlier you were an atheist. He thought to himself that his brother becoming a follower was exactly what he'd hoped for. He propped his chin on his hand thinking and said, my current plan is to create an online service using Medu. I haven't worked out the details yet. Wyangu Gok cut in, face full of confidence. He said, Siwoo, I have a plan, don't worry, Siwoo answered. Suddenly, a sound started beeping repeatedly from somewhere. The beeping surprised Siwoo. He turned his head and looked back in confusion. Wyangu Gok slapped his brother's shoulder and said, finally it's time, you know it right? You have to take responsibility, Siwoo. Siwoo still didn't understand and asked, what is it? Siwoo called after his brother as he ran off, Wyangu Gok, wait, Wyangu Gok. At that moment, a little girl was already standing outside the door waiting. He glanced at the little girl, eyes full of surprise. He stammered, see. Sion widened her eyes in astonishment. She stammered too. He was deeply worried. He stepped forward and said softly, Sion, you've become so beautiful. You remember me, don't you? He was deeply anxious as he heard each trembling word from his sister. She thought he was dead. He knelt down, took hold of his sister's shoulders and comforted her gently. Sion, I was wrong. I'm sorry I left without saying anything, but today is a good day because we met again, isn't it? Immediately after, the girl burst into loud sobs, causing him to panic and say, Sion, that's enough. Sion's crying grew louder, echoing through the building. Siwoo called for Mr. Kim Wyangu Gok to come help him, but Wyangu Gok shrugged it off, saying, this is your karma. The next day at a certain school, Sion waved at Siwoo. The girl said, Siwoo, let's eat fish cake together today. He replied, okay, I promise. The girl turned and ran off, but not before looking back at her brother, waving goodbye and excitedly saying, great, I know a really good place, so you have to eat with me. I'll be right back. Siwoo was happy too. He smiled and waved goodbye to his sister. After a day as exhausting as a war, neighbors kept interrogating his family. Why did Sion cry? After making amends with the neighbors room by room, peace finally returned. The scene was truly peaceful now. At a government building, Siwoo said, I spoke with my brother, but for an awakened person to operate properly on Mu, they need state authorization. She was sitting in the office talking when a man replied to Siwoo, I understand. If that's the case, we'll support you as much as necessary. He put his hand to his chest and continued, sorry for coming to you late, Kim Siwoo, the returned. He is Minister du Conho of the Ability Management Department. Siwoo held the steaming cup deep in thought, an important figure, a mediator for the awakened. Though he wasn't awakened himself, he never expected to meet du Nho. Well, that's the power of protocol. I suppose so, since the Gen sect is the first religion from Eden, leaders of all races have gathered. Conho asked, is missionary activity the reason you'll be active? Siwoo stammered, yes, yes. Nho replied, ah, right, missionary work sounds good. He added, you can reveal that you're a returned on Metop, but please also disclose that you're an anormality at a press conference organized by the Ability Management Department. Siwoo answered, of course. A video of Siwoo fighting was shown. Conho asked, have you seen this video? Siwoo watched the video and said, so this video has been released. Conho replied, we imposed a ban but couldn't block it. Siwoo followed the footage, thinking the uploader must be good at Medu. Already viewed, Conho continued, you may feel upset about this, but we'll assign some agents around you for a while. I promise in my capacity no one will harm you. He went on, because an anormality has never appeared in Korea before, our management is still lacking. Please understand. After hearing that, Siwoo thought it made sense in retrospect. He smiled inwardly, thinking it was fine, no problem. Back home, Siwoo was talking to his grandmother on the phone. On the other end, she scolded, you rascal, you came back and didn't call me right away. Siwoo flustered, sorry, I'm sorry, yes. On the other end, his grandmother continued, it's fine as long as you're home safe, I'll end my trip, so take care of Seon and Inwook. Siwoo replied, yes, grandma, you come back safely. After that conversation, she hung up first. Siwoo was silent for a moment. He then spoke to Wyangu Gok. She talked as if she clearly knew you'd return. Wyangu Gok turned and replied that sometimes she dreamed of him. According to Wyangu Gok, in her dream she sometimes walked steadily across an endless horizon and at other times fought winged monsters. Is that why she was so sure you'd survive? Siwoo sat brooding, staring at his phone screen, murmuring that it was indeed interesting. Wyangu Gok focused on the computer screen at work and called back, I thought you were dead, it's hard to believe you're back, and an anormality at that. Hearing that, Siwoo fell silent and brooded for a while. He recalled some old memories. The three siblings had a close bond, especially in their final school year. After their parents died in a car accident without their grandmother's bright care, the three would have struggled greatly. Sitting with his arms folded, he brooded again. His brother had waited long and finally gave up, thinking he was dead. Then Wyangu Gok spoke up, all right, brother. He wore a very satisfied look and said, we held your funeral as a burial in the forest. There's a tree with your name on it. We were going to hold the funeral for 5 or 10 years, but in the end we decided. C made it look really beautiful. Siwoo replied helplessly, we should go get the money back right away. He glanced at Wyangu Gok, thinking the kid surely wasn't serious. Wyangu Gok was still focused on the computer screen at work. Siwoo spoke up anyway, tell me what you were asking for. Wyangu Gok turned, sighed and said, all right, I have a plan. He said, look at this first. On the monitor was a Player K account with 5,000 subscribers. The channel does beginner lessons on dungeon strategy. In the video, Mino, the host of Player K, said, monsters spawn, most monsters appear in dungeons, wave gates. Today I'll talk about O's weaknesses. Wyangu Gok explained, a set of armor and a sword is why he has so many subscribers. Siwoo stepped closer to the screen, stroked his chin and said, because he's handsome. Wyangu Gok replied, you think so too, right? And he has a good personality, never any controversies, he's really great, he even pays me regularly. Wyangu Gok switched to another channel and continued, right now we only have one channel set up, creating an account usually takes more than 2 weeks, very impressive. The screen showed the channel info, I believe Gen. Do you believe Gen, the official channel of the Gen Church on Metop? The official channel of the Gen Church on Metop. We believe in the goddess Gen. He turned to his brother and added, as you know, the easiest way for a new channel to get attention is with help from major corporations. Wyangu Gok continued, And there are segments you can join right now in the program he's doing. It's the Newbie Military Academy. Playlist Newbie Military Academy. The channel contains many different videos. Newbie, why did your eye open like that? Newbie Military Academy buys rapid growth for newbies. Newbie versus newbie, how to identify megabity. Newbie Military Academy buys rapid growth for newbies. A veteran who likes to save and a young wealthy newbie. Newbie Military Academy Season 1 buys rapid growth for newbies spending an O the perspective of a psychologist. Newbie Military Academy Season 1 buys rapid growth for newbies. Delicious food and the newbie enjoys it too. Newbie Military Academy buys rapid growth for newbies. They attract attention very well. The rise of NFP Newbie Military Academy Season 1 buys rapid growth for newbies. Wyangu Gok said individual streams don't change much, so they'll be easier to follow. Miso makes beginner teaching content. Siwoo pondered, thinking, lots of views. Watching the video on the screen, Wyangu Gok said, there's an opportunity because one of them got injured while hunting monsters. When I mentioned you, he said he'll interview you. Siwoo crossed his arms, smiled at his brother and said, Wyangu Gok, do you think I'm a newbie? In my view, he's the newbie. A thought flashed through his head and Wyangu Gok exclaimed, that's it Siwoo, the protagonist is hiding his power. This newbie subtitle is actually a powerful anormality. Plan, Kim Wyangu Gok, director Kim Wyangu Gok, scriptwriter. He leapt forward excitedly and said, Wyangu Gok leapt forward excitedly and said, we can join with this concept. The protagonist hiding his power, what do you think, Siwoo, my perfect channel plan? He finished and sat down, typing away feverishly at the keyboard, babbling nonstop. I haven't told Mino the details yet, but if I do this, I think he'll take it positively. Let's do the interview. Mino likes concepts like this. Siwoo froze, standing silently and watching his brother, observing Wyangu Gok's obvious enthusiasm. Siwoo thought to himself, have I unleashed a capitalist monster? Scene change, the two brothers moved to a prearranged location. Wyangu Gok said, the shooting location is far away, almost there, will arrive in 30 minutes. Magam Mountain. Wind gusts swept past the two brothers before them in the silent mountain forest. Siwoo glanced around and said, this is the perfect atmosphere for smoking. Wyangu Gok, are you sure this is the place? Wyangu Gok was calling someone and replied, yeah, this is it, but the vibe is a bit strange. Wyangu Gok's phone screen showed he was calling Gino but couldn't get through. He anxiously looked at his phone and said his phone is still off. Siwoo thought to himself, the signal's bad, are there places like this in Korea? He narrowed his eyes cautiously. Staring into the gloomy space around him, he felt that something was wrong. He spoke to Wyangu Gok, let's go back, pause, the protagonist hiding his power project for now. Wyangu Gok jumped and turned back, wait. Wyangu Gok tried to explain, he must have been filming for a long time so he can't answer. Let's go up and find him first. Siwoo closed his eyes to sense things, inwardly thinking, oh no. From the endless battles in Eden and the extremely heightened senses granted by Jen's blessing. This was the kind of monstrous energy only monsters and demons could emit. He spoke up, is this Gumino really a good person? Are there any bad rumors about him, like sacrificing people or breathing out a demon? Wyangu Gok immediately denied it, no way, impossible, that's nonsense, he's a famous Mayuo. Siwoo cut him off, he said seriously, if he were a normal returned we'd be dead long ago, understand? Wyangu Gok's face drained of color with worry, he stammered, no way, Minso is a good person. Siwoo pointed straight at his brother, exclaiming, good person, don't be ridiculous. You're way too trusting, if you keep this up you'll get stabbed in the back sooner or later, got it? Wyangu Gok replied, why are you so angry? You sound like a victim of a contract scam. Siwoo was hit to the core by that comment. He thought of Jen's image and said, no, there's no way something like that never happened. Wyangu Gok continued, 3 years ago when Grandma was in the hospital, Minso came and paid all the medical bills without saying a word. I had no money then because I had just paid rent. Hearing that, Siwoo replied, then he really is a very good person. Why didn't you say that from the start? He pondered, doubting that someone willing to help others in financial hardship would be so easy to find. If it was 3 years ago, it was probably when I wasn't around. Maybe he really is a good person. Siwoo stepped forward and said to his brother, "Okay, first you need to get home by taxi right now. This place is too dangerous." Gu Gok asked anxiously, "What about you?" He shrugged his shoulders and answered, "Since your plan isn't working, I need to find another way." Immediately, the papal attire appeared and equipped itself onto Siwoo. He turned to Gu Gok in an imposing state and said, "Since streaming didn't work, I'll have to try an offline approach." Seeing this, Gu Gok was astonished, eyes wide and mouth open. "Are you some kind of female mage?" Siwoo replied, "I'm enlisted. Do I look like a girl?" After his brother kicked him into the taxi, Gu Gok lamented, "Next time please film my shot of your transformation." Siwoo helplessly said, "It's dangerous here, go home quickly." Gu Gok persisted, "I need it for our MeTube intro, promise me." Watching the car carrying his brother drive away, Siwoo thought to himself that Gu Gok hadn't been like this before. What happened? The kid must have suffered too much since childhood. It's all my fault. He slowly took step after step into that gloomy forest. The system notification immediately appeared. "You have entered the Abyss area. A related quest has been created. Salvation. Subtype Abyssal Cave. Description: You have accidentally stepped into a land filled with demonic energy. Familiar with the sacred duty, you must purify this land of its defilement and reclaim it from evil forces. Reward: 50 divine points. Note, this is an optional quest. You may skip it if you wish." Heavy streams of demonic energy blanketed the area. Standing before that aura, Siwoo thought at a glance that this looked like an ordinary mountain, but with this level of malic energy, it was surely an abyssal dungeon inside. He calmly stepped deeper into the gloomy forest, thinking how quiet it was. The oppressive demonic mist grew thicker and thicker, enveloping the mountain and the woods where he stood. Suddenly, Siwoo realized something. He glanced around and said, "The weather's nice too." He then noticed a group of people standing there. Siwoo asked, "What are you doing here?" The group stepped forward toward him. One of them said, "Sorry, we didn't mean to startle you. We're just shooting a video for our MeTube channel." Sammy spoke up, "But why are you here? Being this close to a dangerous dungeon isn't a good idea." Siwoo replied, "I came to meet humans." He folded his arms and continued, "My brother should have contacted you. Didn't you get anything?" answered, "Oh, you're returned. I've heard about you from Minso. If you'd called ahead, we would have met you at the gate." Siwoo responded, "My phone doesn't work." Looked at his own phone and said, "What, again? I can't believe there's a place in Korea with no signal." In the bleak mountain air, she added, "Anyway, we're lucky to have met you here. We'll take you to see Minso." A while later, moving together, turned to Shu and said, "We've planned a big event. On Gino's MeTube channel, he gets a lot of viewers, so I'm helping out a bit with Gu Gok." He looked at Siwoo's outfit and asked, "Is the priest's robe part of your style?" Siwoo replied helplessly, "No." He kept jabbering about how it's unique and memorable, clever branding. Siwoo grew a little annoyed. The guy talked too much, but still cheerfully said, "This is the first time I've met a returned. Very interesting." Suddenly, Siwoo turned and looked at the people behind them and said, "But those three in the back have been silent." He asked, "The three standing at the back have been quiet, right?" The guy answered nonchalantly, "Oh, those people." Ng's gaze seemed vacant as he added, "I don't know what you mean. They've been talking this whole time." Siwoo sensed something was off and narrowed his brow in suspicion. Siwoo gently took his hand and asked, "By the way, what's your name?" The young man replied, I'm Su X Mi-ung." Hearing that, Siwoo said, "All right, Mi-ung, listen carefully to what I'm about to say." A pair of black gloves appeared on Siwoo's hands. He spoke to Mi-ung, telling him he's very lucky. Some people have a natural resistance to malic energy even before awakening. He stepped forward and patted Mi-ung on the shoulder, saying, "Remember to thank your parents for that." The boy, puzzled, said, Siwoo's index finger sparked with electricity. He continued to speak to Mi-ung, though the boy looked terrified. "If you make it back today, give your parents a hug, okay?" Mi-ung asked, still confused, "What are you talking about?" Before he could finish, the electric current from Siwoo's hand shot backward and severed the necks of the three men behind them. Mi-ung's eyes filled with horror as he glanced back. Those three men had been decapitated, and a grotesque black mist gushed out from their necks. He screamed in terror at the gruesome sight behind him. The bodies slowly collapsed to the ground. Zimi-ung stumbled backward to dodge and shouted, "What the hell?" Siwoo remained calm and said, "Already running into trouble upon arrival." He stepped forward and stomped on the hands of the corpses. Black vapors billowed out continuously. He said, "The others are probably deeper inside, so this spot should be safe. Rest here." Zimi-ung, holding a camera, spoke with a trembling voice and a stunned face. Who are you and why are you here? I don't know what's happening." Siwoo smiled faintly and said, "Me." He placed his hand on his chest, wore an expression of utter sincerity, and radiated a brilliant halo. He continued, "I only came to spread the word of our goddess." Witnessing what had just happened and hearing Siwoo's words left Zimi-ung frozen. He gaped in shock, unable to speak. A dungeon gate opened right in the middle of the forest. The system displayed a notification. "You have entered a dungeon. Inside the dungeon is a long passage. The system notifies that the current dungeon, Dark Mage's Laboratory, is undergoing abyssal transformation." Notifications kept popping up before Siwoo. The dungeon's name had been changed to Pride's Bridgehead. If you fail to defeat the dungeon's exposed boss, the entire area within a 5 km radius will be consumed by the abyss. Time remaining 2:07. He glanced around, thinking abyssal transformation. The demonic energy here has grown stronger. Siwoo imagined a labyrinth in his mind. He felt he could sense the spiritual power of the players. Surely some players were still trying to resist the malic energy here. Siwoo stepped forward step by step, thinking it's nearby. By chance, he saw a few people slumped over, which made him stop. Looking at those seated there, he thought they still seemed alive. But they had no faces. This clarified the identity of the creatures he had killed before entering the dungeon. They were Mimike, a strange monster that renders victims unconscious, then shapeshifts to impersonate them. Mimike knocks victims unconscious instead of killing them because they cannot shapeshift into the dead. Because Mimike are low-level monsters, they lack vocal cords and cannot speak, so they cannot exist independently. That means the imposters are certainly mimic warriors of pride. The system displayed, "You have confirmed the keyword mimic." The true nature of this abyssal dungeon was revealed to be a mimic. Siwoo looked at the notification and said as expected, "Monsters like Mimike that can turn into others are a nightmare to deal with. Even knowing beforehand if they become one of your teammates, it would truly be hell on earth." Suddenly someone shouted loudly from somewhere, making Siwoo start. He turned toward the sound, thinking it might be a survivor or another duplicate. Whatever it was didn't matter. With that thought, Siwoo sprinted straight toward the source of the shout. A light flashed ahead. Siwoo thought there was light over there, were monsters gathering around the square. He quickly shot forward. The spotlights around flashed into his face. Behind a camera in the distance, someone shouted, "Cut." The director stepped out, pointed at Siwoo, and scolded, "You can't just jump out like that." People around murmured, "What the hell, we were filming well." Siwoo, a little bewildered, blurted, He thought there might be a survivor, but there were so many people. Everyone around panicked. "Damn it, it's ruined, we have to shoot again from the start." The director walked straight up to Siwoo and asked, "Did your people let you in here? We rented this dungeon for filming, you can't just come in like that." Siwoo sighed, put his hands on his hips, and replied, "I heard a scream and reacted instinctively. I'm sorry." He tilted his head gently and continued, "They let me in when I said I was here to meet Jinso. I'm here to see him." He looked at the director and added, "Yes, I planned this. I want to speak with him directly." The director seemed a bit surprised. He said, You're the returned, right? I wonder why your clothes are so weird." Siwoo suppressed his anger. His voice trembled as he said, "Yes, that's me." The director perked up and replied, "You should have said so earlier," then turned to his assistant. "Hey, is the radio broken?" He pulled his assistant over and said, "Take him to Minso. He's Gu Gok's older brother." The assistant happily replied, "Oh, really? Nice to meet you. Mind if I chat with you casually this way, please?" Siwoo answered, "Thanks." As they walked, he scanned the surroundings, hearing people talking. Right, he thought, fortunately a few people hadn't been influenced by the malic energy. He glanced to one side at two people talking. "Yeah, that's right, you want to go home now?" Siwoo thought again. But as he narrowed his eyes, there were murmured voices. Even me, I want to go home too. An image of a sinewy hand with razor-sharp nails pulling strings from its fingers, puppeteering the people below, the mimic's collective hallucination. It seemed the play starring the mimic was unfolding. Even players not yet penetrated by the malic energy were being affected by it. If the mimic is using a collective hallucination, that means it's grown significantly stronger. That might explain why the malic energy is spilling out of the dungeon. The assistant leading him suddenly spoke up, startling him. Don't worry, since we're inside the dungeon, this place is completely under our control. Siwoo asked, under your control, he replied, we've captured the dungeon's exposed boss. Siwoo was horrified and asked again, you captured the dungeon's exposed boss? What the hell? The assistant laughed cheerfully and said, we usually film inside dungeons like this. Recalling the image of many people surrounding and dazzling the monster, he continued, the dungeon disappears if we kill the exposed boss, but we can't let it loose because it's dangerous. So we weaken the exposed boss and then dazzle it. That weakens the other monsters too, making it easy to film. Siwoo was astonished. So you push the dungeon's exposed boss to the brink of death and keep it alive? The assistant replied, exactly effective, right? Siwoo thought to himself that maybe even Satan should learn human methods. So this is how they film in dungeons? This time they just got unlucky and ran into a mimic. Maybe it's karma for Gu Gok. That Gino guy doesn't understand safety at all. This won't end well. The assistant led him to a gate and told Siwoo, we're here. This is the room holding the exposed boss. Mies is in there too. See you later, hope we can film together. Siwoo replied, yeah, see you, thanks for bringing me here. He fell silent and watched the assistant walk away. Inside the room people were meeting. Minso said, should we edit this part a bit differently? At that moment Siwoo knocked lightly on the door and quietly said, excuse me. Minso was still focused on his work. Yes, that opening needs to be on that side, good. Suddenly he noticed something and turned his head back. Seeing Siwoo, he spoke up, I didn't recognize you, why are you here? Siwoo replied, Gu Gok told me about this place, I'm the boy's older brother. Kim Siwoo and So, a player from Muber, he smiled brightly and cheerfully said, Siwoo, I've heard about you. I wondered when you'd arrive, you're more handsome than he described. Seeing Mino's glittering aura, Siwoo hesitated slightly. He wondered if it was an NFP aura, handsome and with a pleasant voice. Miso gestured for him and said, you must have had a hard time getting here. Sit down. Siwoo replied, thank you. Miso turned to his crew and said, hey everyone, can we edit this part as I requested? I'll talk with him for a bit, thanks. Everyone agreed. Siwoo watched him and thought he must be a Muber. They chatted. Miss chuckled and said, gosh, I should have something better to offer you after your long trip, but I only have instant coffee. Siwoo replied, I like instant coffee. Mino added, that's good then, was the trip here okay? Siwoo answered, a staff member guided me here, there were quite a lot of people. The filming crew's voice rang outside. Cut! Mino glanced toward the set and said, authenticity is important for this project, so we invited all the editors who could help. Siwoo asked, so those people are players. Miss winked and smiled, yes, they're awakened people but not skilled enough to be hunters. Not all players are the same, but I pay them generously. Siwoo lifted his cup and drank, thinking to himself that Gu Gok also wanted to become a player. He wondered if that was why. Minso asked curiously, by the way, I heard Gu Gok was supposed to come. Is he outside the dungeon? Siwoo gave a faint smile and replied, the kid's not feeling well today, so I came alone. Hearing that, Minzo said, is he always that weak? I'll send him something to help strengthen him. He used to get sick editing videos for me. Those words made Siwoo smile with relief. The most effective way to start a conversation with someone you don't know is to talk about something you both know. It was clear this guy was good at socializing. Mino smiled sincerely and said, I'm not saying this just because you're Gu Gok's brother, but he's really a good person. Siwoo wondered whether he was always like that or changed after becoming an influencer. He gave a light laugh and said, he's indeed an interesting young man. Mino was startled by the remark and immediately said, sorry. Siwoo smiled and explained, I was talking about Gu Gok. The kid's always been frail. Mins enthusiastically responded, I thought so too. Because you're very handsome and a player, may I ask you something? Siwoo calmly replied, sure, ask away. I'm a warrior. Is it really safe to film here? His question made Minso very pleased. He then led Siwoo to a large curtain, pointed inside, and said, I get it, this is your first time in a dungeon, right? Why don't you take a look at this? Siwoo answered, all right. The two parted the curtain and stepped inside. Siwoo's gaze stopped and his eyes widened in astonishment at the sight before him. Before them stood the dungeon's exposed boss, the mimic bound and dazzled with chains. Minso said, as you can see, I always prioritize safety first. With a serious expression, he continued, there are many dangers at meetups, but we always ensure safety before filming anything. They stood near the barred door and cast their shadows onto the floor. Siwoo asked, I heard someone had to leave the project for some reason. Mino replied, they weren't injured during filming, they already had illnesses and couldn't handle the strain. His look was full of affection as he added, if you're worried about safety, you can just observe a bit before deciding to join. You just returned recently, so I completely understand. Siwoo rolled his eyes at him with some skepticism. Then he gulped his drink and said, all right. Mino waved his hand and said, I have no intention of forcing you to participate. Siwoo reached out toward Mino and smiled, saying, okay, let's do this, let's shake hands since we're colleagues now, right? Miso stepped forward to shake hands. He smiled and replied, all right, welcome to the team, Mr. Siwoo. The moment their hands touched, a powerful surge of electricity suddenly appeared. Seeing that strange sight, Mino exclaimed in surprise, what is that? That electric surge immediately slammed into the mimic. It screamed in pain. Siwoo wore a very smug expression and smiled. The system displayed a notification that the passive skill, Sacred Flame, had been synchronized, and Siwoo looked satisfied. He taunted the mimic, though it was not pleased. If you lot are the ones deceiving us, then a performance should have some real sting. Siwoo's grip was so strong that the mimic's hand became distorted, and he used that strength to make it howl in agonized madness. Siwoo, excited, said, didn't you expect this? He released his hold, causing it to collapse to the ground. He stepped close to the mimic and whispered gently in its ear, well. Siwoo pushed the mimic down with his power and continued, how do you rate my acting skills? When he realized the dungeon's exposed boss was a mimic, Mino's eyes filled with tears. He thought this would be the team's final resting place. Mins felt a massive hand of the mimic clamp around his throat, causing unbearable pain. The mimic had taken Minso's form. Deep down, he believed that once the monster disabled him and stole his shape, everything was already decided. It swapped itself with Minso and trapped him inside the mimic's form. Shortly after, Mino's film crew captured the one that looked like him. They cheered happily, we caught the exposed boss. Minso's consciousness tried to shout, I'm not the mimic, please, but no one heard. Helpless, he looked at the fake Mino outside while his own consciousness kept screaming, oh my god, I can't do anything. The fake Mino looked at the real Mino trapped in the mimic form and said, well done, everyone, excellent work on the mission. It stepped out of the enclosure holding Minso with a triumphant expression. It had taken Minso's shape and then began taking on the appearances of everyone on the crew. The mimic used its consciousness to speak to the trapped Minso. How does it feel to have those you trusted look at you like a monster? Watching his crew members one by one be possessed by the mimic, Minso's consciousness screamed incessantly, why don't you kill me, end this suffering? No, don't, please, don't do that. Minso, trapped in the mimic's form, cried and wailed in despair. No, don't let them die, please, I'm sorry. He knelt helplessly and pleaded, someone please help me, please save them. Back in the present, the fake Mino was currently being dealt with by Siwoo in painful fashion. Siwoo's figure looked extremely majestic before the real Minso. It looked forward with the mimic's eyes and cried out for help. Immediately after that, Siwoo turned his face to look at him. Mi stared at the mimic thrashing on the platform and thought to himself, is this a dream? Seeing Siwoo approach, Minso spoke inwardly, this fire is so warm, this dream feels like a mother's embrace. Siwoo stepped forward, a halo seeming to glow around him. He called out, who, Minso? Minso answered, you can see me. Siwoo said, yes. Minso asked in puzzlement. What? Even my team didn't recognize me. Siwoo looked at him with gentle eyes. He said, I have very good eyes. He stood facing Minso and continued, I haven't introduced myself. I am Gu Gok's older brother. The consciousness of the real Minso inside the mimic replied, Gu Gok, I care for him very much. Siwoo listened silently as he spoke. He's really hardworking, so young, yet he did everything to support his sister and grandmother. I heard his older brother went missing 5 years ago. Siwoo rolled his eyes with some worry and fell silent for a moment. Then he glanced at the mimic gasping on the ground and continued, I'll give you a choice. You are the one who suffered the most in this dungeon. Siwoo grabbed the fake Minso's shirt and hauled him up. He said there were 2 options for him. The true Minso's consciousness inside the mimic responded solemnly, Yes, I realized it the moment that monster stole my identity. Please kill me. Hearing that, Siwoo was extremely shocked. Manhwa continued in anguish, I'd rather die by someone else's hand. Siwoo immediately denied it. No, no, no. He looked at Minso and said, You're imagining things, you have to hear me out first. He put on an extremely handsome, confident expression and said, Now, option 1 is to smash his head in, or option 2 is to burn him with this sacred flame. I advise you to choose the second, it's much more painful. Minso in the mimic's form fell silent in thought for a long while. After thinking it through, he mustered the courage to cry out, Make him suffer, make him endure until his last breath. Siwoo winked in agreement and said, Of course, nothing beats burning these demons, I'll roast him thoroughly. The sacred flame flared up and engulfed the mimic in disguise. It screamed wildly in agony. The chains around the real Minso's body began to vanish. He looked at them and whispered, The shackles are gone. Minso stared at the chains and said, The bindings that held me all this time have dissolved. The system displayed notifications. You have been saved by the sacred flame. You have received salvation from the sacred flame. You have completed the hidden objective, redemption. A deity from another world answered your prayer. Jen immediately appeared with great majesty before Minso. She looked at Minso with gentle, affectionate eyes. She gently placed her hand on his face and said, Do not blame yourself, this is not your fault. This surprised Minso considerably. Minso's expression gradually relaxed. He thought to himself that he had never believed in miracles. He closed his eyes to take in everything around him and wondered what else he could call this if not a miracle. System messages appeared one after another. You have cleared the abyssal dungeon. This dungeon will self-destruct in 1 hour. You have received 50 divine points for clearing this dungeon. You have completed the redemption mission. You have received 100 divine points. Siwoo folded his arms and looked at the notifications. He thought to himself that he didn't feel happy about this. Would things have been different if he'd arrived earlier? He turned his head to look back, thinking things could have been worse. No one seemed gravely injured and they'd wake up soon. Miss lay beneath, whispering to the goddess. Siwoo glanced toward the light and said, That's it, it's done. He looked at Jen, resplendent, and said, When we parted last time you seemed panicked, so I thought I wouldn't see you again for years or longer. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. Jen laced her fingers together and replied gently, That's because you worked hard. I told you we'd meet again soon. Siwoo replied, I didn't expect soon to be 3 days. Siwoo sighed and replied, All right, how long will you stay this time? Jen answered him, Only about 5 days. That's all I can do because this place is strange. There's a spatial gap here. I sensed your presence through it, so I came immediately. Siwoo sat down pensively and asked, This spatial gap is odd. Could it be related to this being an abyssal dungeon? I need to investigate that further. Jen looked at him with sparkling eyes and said, You act like you don't like meeting me, but you actually do, right? You're always like that. Siwoo. He immediately retorted, Don't talk nonsense. You don't like healing people directly. How could you heal Minso when you rarely appear before everyone? He was unconscious because he was directly affected by your divine power. Jen glanced at Minso and said, I think he's a good person. She moved to sit beside Minso and continued, Someone who blames himself for his teammates' injuries can't be a bad person. Besides, won't he help you stabilize in the new world? I've seen you work hard to find supporters for me in a strange land, so I must help those who have supported you. She continued, Siwoo, how do you feel about your homeland after all this time? Siwoo replied, everything about that place is strange. Jen looped her arm over his and rested on his arm. She said, I didn't have time to tell you something important, but do you remember when she recalled the moment? When C first returned to Earth, she said, we made a contract on Earth, didn't we? At that moment, a system warning popped up. A deity from another world has interfered with Earth's karma. Jen said, the karma that governs all dimensions also applies to all gods. The system notified again that a powerful force enforces the natural order of the world. Jen continued, because of karma, I, being from another world, cannot affect anything on Earth. Hearing this, Siwoo sprang up and asked, you can't affect anything on Earth. He looked at Jen and asked, what about me using power on Earth? Besides, you just healed Minso with your power. Jen replied, yes, that's why you have to be careful, Siwoo. An image of a large scale appeared. Jen continued, karma is like a balance. Earth allowed a pact between you and me, which means something heavy will surely be on the other side of the scale. Siwoo remained unsettled and said, and the heavy thing on the other side was Jen, who smiled at him but didn't respond. He added, she can't speak. This left Siwoo silent as well. He had nothing more to say. There was something beyond the rule of karma he didn't understand. Siwoo scratched his head, sighed, and continued, I can't even rest a bit. I suppose it's strange that monsters have started appearing on Earth. Fine. Jen looked sad and asked, aren't you angry? Siwoo turned to look at her and said, why would I be angry with you? Seeing Jen's confused expression, he explained, it's not your fault Earth became like this. I've no reason to be angry. I'm not that kind of person. Hearing Siwoo say that, Jen smiled aloud with genuine joy. Siwoo was startled and bashfully said, what are you laughing at? Jen turned away and said it was nothing. Siwoo asked, are you leaving? He fell silent, thinking that after 10 years he'd grown attached to her and didn't want her to leave. Siwoo watched Jen's back and said, next time let's take a photo. Maybe just seeing your picture will draw the faithful to you. Jen turned to look back and replied, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you, Siwoo. I want to meet you in a brighter place next time. You know what to do, right? Siwoo was surprised and exclaimed, wait, what do I have to do? Jen clasped her hands together and prepared to leave. She didn't forget to say her final words to Siwoo, you need to build a temple for me so I can manifest more easily and attract more followers, until we meet again. Siwoo, after a moment Minso jerked awake. Siwoo looked at him and said, you're awake, how do you feel? Minho turned to Siwoo and blurted, what about the goddess? Siwoo replied, she's fine. Having just left and hearing that, Minho blushed slightly and fell silent, staring at his hands. He asked Siwoo, do you think I can see her again? Siwoo smiled and answered, as for that, wouldn't you like to learn more and hear good things from our goddess? On a fine morning, traffic bustled along the streets. A system notification suddenly appeared for Siwoo. The system required progress toward the objective, followers for 10000. Siwoo pondered for a moment and thought to himself that the incident with the imposter at Gam Mountain Dungeon in Gudu 2 days ago had ended without fatalities, with only 12 people injured. None of them were physically wounded, but all suffered psychological damage from the imposters and mimics who brainwashed them. Yumino, who was healed by Jen after becoming a victim of a mimic, was hospitalized in the Gazu area. C was currently on his way to visit him with Y and Gu Gok. Then Y and Gu Gok suddenly spoke, breaking Siwoo's train of thought. He said, luckily Minso wasn't badly hurt, he'll be discharged in a few days. I wonder what would have happened if the mimic had succeeded. Hearing Y and Gu Gok ask this, Siwoo answered, well, if I had been a day late, it wouldn't have been just a few injured people. Y and Gu Gok panicked. What? Then Siwoo added, they would all have disappeared or died. It seems demon gates aren't common here yet. Y and Gu Gok asked, demon gate? He replied, it's a type of dungeon that summons demons ranked above abyssal gates. There's a reason mimics are called the vainglorious vanguard. When he was in Eden, a mimic sacrificed an entire village to summon a massive demon gate. The proud legion invaded Eden through that gate. The mimic that appeared in Korea probably intended to use people in the dungeon as sacrifices to summon a high-ranked demon. Luckily, we stopped it before that happened. Siwoo thought to himself, but one thing bothered him. Why did a demon gate appear in front of me? Was it just a coincidence, or related to the karma Jen mentioned? It was hard to believe something like this had suddenly happened. He needed to quickly gather enough followers. The plan to hide his and Gu Gok's powers had also been ruined by the mimic incident. Besides, he needed a high-impact debut. Then Gu Gok said, "By the way, how did you convince Minso and the others?" He hadn't finished reacting before asking, what do you mean? Gu Gok answered, "Minso is a complete atheist, you know that, but look at this." Gu Gok handed something to Siwoo. It read, "Minso Gu Gok, the Pope, this is proof that the goddess loves this world. Let's all strive to serve her properly, okay?" He continued, "Did you dazzle Mino and brainwash him or manipulate his psychology? You did it because he's a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers, right? That's a crime." Seeing Gu Gok suspect him like that, Siwoo was utterly alarmed. Gu Gok retorted, "What do you think I am?" Gu Gok then looked at him with a strange expression. He said, "A cult leader." Hearing that, Siwoo was furious. No, he also didn't think Minso would trust his faith in such a short time. Hearing that, Gu Gok asked mockingly, "Oh my god, he actually believed you." Siwoo then gave him a sharp knock on the head and he let out a groan. Siwoo snapped angrily, Gu Gok, Jen may be a goddess of mercy, but I'm not good at that stuff. As for you, quit shouting. Siwoo looked at him calmly and thought to himself, I understand Min's expression when he first woke. Anyone who meets Jen for the first time would be shocked. I was the same. She's so beautiful that just looking at her is overwhelming, and she radiates a sacred energy that clearly marks her as a goddess. Besides, Minso was directly healed by Jen. He experienced her power firsthand. How many people could deny her existence after witnessing such a divine miracle? Not long after, Gu Gok cheerfully exclaimed, "Minso is easy to convince. Thinking the goddess is both beautiful and merciful is great. It'd be amazing if she appeared on our MUB channel." Siwoo asked back, "Okay, suppose you think she's beautiful, but how can you be sure she's merciful? You told me Jen kidnapped you, remember?" He smiled and replied to Siwoo, "But she stayed responsible for you to the end. I want to meet her one day too." While they were talking, a notification popped up on his computer. Gu Gok said, Min's just posted a new video, what's it about?" Reading the lines on the screen, I'm sorry, player. 150,000 views right now. Gu Gok was stunned and asked, what's going on? The video showed Minso in a hospital gown saying, "Hello, I'm Player Ka. I'm here to talk about what happened 2 days ago. I want to thank the person who saved me and the film crew, people who nearly died before we started filming." Hearing this, Gu Gok and Siwoo gaped in amazement. Cut to the university hospital. In a hurry, Gu Gok threw open Minso's hospital room door with great force. He called out to Minso and rushed toward him. Minso smiled brightly and asked about Gu Gok. "How are you feeling?" He replied, "Minso, I'm fine." While the two of them chatted cheerfully inside, Siwoo stood outside, gazing quietly at the scene and thinking that despite his injuries, the man still cared for others. Such a noble character. Even in a hospital gown, he was handsome. Then suddenly Minso spoke, startling him for a moment. "I don't know what to do with you coming in person, Your Holiness." Siwoo asked awkwardly, "Hey, where did you learn that term?" He answered, "I looked it up online." Gu Gok, catching on, said, "I'll be going now." Then Si suggested, "Feel free to call me Siwoo. If you're uncomfortable, brother Siwoo is fine too." Minso protested, "Pope, how could I? Don't stop me from at least calling you Pope." In the end, Si shrugged helplessly, "Whatever you like." Soon after, the two sat down and talked. Siwoo asked, "But why did you suddenly post that video?" He replied, "Oh, that video." Siwoo confirmed that the video titled "I'm Sorry" had surpassed 1 million views. Siwoo recalled that the 2-minute video recounted stories about me and JN. Although he didn't mention my name, he called me his savior and said the goddess I serve personally healed him. Those unconditional praises filled the entire video. This was great but not entirely satisfying. I wanted a more dramatic production to introduce Jen's church to the public. Suddenly, Min's interrupted his thoughts and asked, "Do you want to see people's reactions to that video?" On the screen were people's comments like, I can't believe Mino posted an apology video for clicks. What a disappointment. Is this new content because of something called the Bimyang Church? Mins, this cult-like content doesn't suit you. So everything that Mubrick said was nonsense. Hey, I'm fine with any idea you have, so hurry up and post another video. Stop this nonsense and upload something new. Mins, don't forget Mubi cares about health. Something big is about to happen. What exactly is he staging? After reading those comments, Siwoo was quite surprised. He thought to himself, is this the life of a 1M Uber? They all think it's staged content when he's being completely sincere. Seeing that, he asked Minso, was that video scripted? Mins immediately denied it. No way, I'm completely sincere in that video. I just want the whole world to know about Jen's church, and I can't stand seeing those strange cults running wild. All glory belongs to the goddess. I'm ready to devote everything I have at any time. I could donate all my assets if it helps spread Jen's name. Hearing that, Siwoo was completely at a loss over his words. He looked at the young man Mins before him and wondered whether he had always been this crazy or if Jen and he had made him this way. A notification suddenly appeared stating that the third follower of Jen's church, Gu Minso, had expressed faith and unlocked a special fanatic follower achievement. You received 20 divine points as a reward for this achievement. Unlocking this achievement added the special profession investigator to the DLC shop. After reading it, Siwoo's face went pale. He thought to himself, an investigator in modern-day Korea, isn't that profession too outdated? The system continued with details. Investigator type, profession, DLC profession, condition, special fanatic follower achievement, ability, representative judgment. When facing enemies of the church or demon guardians, all stats increase by up to 10%. The increase rate depends on the faith's special stat and does not activate for regular players or commoners not belonging to any church. Cost, 500 divine points. Note, you can transfer this profession to church followers after purchase. Siwoo sighed, he couldn't even buy it now because he was broke. Seeing this, Minso excitedly said, don't worry too much, I have some experience as a MUber. I think this will just be a reaction, it'll be fine. Those who have witnessed your miracle won't doubt you. Do you remember the guy Su Zi Mi-ung? I prepared a video with him. Seeing him like that, Siwoo wondered why there were 4 followers. Then he seemed to realize something new. Siwoo slowly stood up and said, Minso, instead of doing that, try this. He replied, huh. Then Siwoo continued, come closer so I can tell you. Hearing what Siwoo said, Minso doubted, wondering if he was worthy of such an important role. He smiled and affirmed, of course you know Jen will be pleased. It's some cult. Countless hooded figures sat in a circle as if holding a ritual. They proclaimed they would take the will of the Great One. The leader stepped forward and placed his hand on another's head, then said, I appoint you as a warrior. You will use all your mind and soul to participate in my grand plan. For my great will. Salvation. Way. Cut to an amusement park on a beautiful afternoon. Siwoo asked his little sister, having fun? The polite little girl answered, yes, I like riding the boats best. He asked, this reminds me of the old days when we used to go together. The girl asked back, do you still remember those old days? Siwoo replied, of course. Suddenly his phone rang. Siwoo thought to himself, of course they're calling me on the weekend. The girl asked, what's wrong? He picked up. Then Siwoo resignedly answered, sorry, hello. A voice answered on the line, Siwoo, this is Kim Dang-So Hai, head of the ability management team. I have urgent matters to discuss with you and I'm on my way to your building. Are you home? In a high-rise in the city, a voice said, we have confirmed that C has returned home safely. It turned out Siwoo and Captain Dong Zich were sitting and talking. Dong Zich began, sorry to drop by, everyone. Siwoo politely brushed it off. It's fine, thanks to the free travel pass you gave me, Captain Kim, I could make time to see C. Captain Kim replied, we want to thank you for what you did in the Abyssal Dungeon. Too many incidents have occurred for the ability management team, prompting a red alert. Hearing that, Siwoo asked, so that's why you needed to speak with me? He confirmed, yes, since we don't have much time, I'll get straight to the point. This is a video that's been spreading on Metop. In the video, Dong Zich played, several people in white sat in a circle. They spoke strange words, accept the will of our great leader. You have been chosen to become a warrior. For our great faith, for our noble mission. Save us. Seeing him watch thoughtfully, Dong Zich asked, Siwoo, what do you make of this? Siwoo fell silent in thought. Then he answered. Dongzich followed up, well, this is clearly an example of a cult. I knew it. You think so too, right? Siwoo replied, I guess they're industry colleagues. Dongzich chuckled, I like your bluntness, Siwoo. But then Siwoo said, I was only joking. He then asked, and the purpose of showing me this is to make sure I don't turn into some crazy cult myself, right? Dongzich denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Of course not. The government and our country are not places that persecute religion. But that changes when we talk about the White Radiance Church. Siwoo asked. The White Radiance Church, Captain Kim answered. The group in the video calls themselves the White Radiance Church. They are the main perpetrators behind all the incidents the ability management team has dealt with. He handed Siwoo a map and continued, look at this map. The red areas indicate where outbreak gates appeared suddenly. I'm sure you know what the purple areas are. Those are abyssal dungeons like the one you experienced. Outbreak gates and dungeon outbreaks don't appear very often in Korea. They're actually quite rare, but this phenomenon has occurred 4 times in the past 2 days. In most cases, local guilds would help activate reserve forces we can coordinate with when needed, but the White Radiance Church handled them before we could act. That happened at every gate except the one you dealt with. Hearing this, Siwoo wondered, how could that happen? Dongzich said the White Radiance Church was only formed 6 months ago. They claim they can resolve gates thanks to powers bestowed by their god. Due to extreme secrecy, the ability management team couldn't investigate them further, but they've grown too strong for us to ignore. This video is their first step exposing themselves to the public. Siwoo wondered a cult could grow this much in just 6 months, then he added, strange, something's off. Siwoo continued, I understand why you came to me. You want me to deal with the White Radiance Church, right? It seemed he had guessed correctly. Dongzich awkwardly replied, no, not to take them down. We want your cooperation, Siwoo. They appear to have influence over both politics and the economy, making it difficult for the ability management team to investigate. Getting help from someone like you, Siwoo, is extremely important. Hearing him, Siwoo thought to himself that seeing the White Radiance Church using new media, it's likely they'll try to encroach on our territory. However, the government stands with me and I'll make sure that church regrets coming above ground. All right, I'll cooperate with you in investigating the White Radiance Church since it may be connected to the abyssal dungeons. I'll look into it myself. Master Siwoo agreed and Dongzich rejoiced. Really? If you can help us with the White Radiance Church and the sudden outbreaks, we'll fully support you. Although we haven't fully understood your abilities, your presence in Korea gives us hope once more. Thank you. Siwoo awkwardly replied, no need to thank me. Seeing Dongzich act that way, Siwoo wondered, is this really something to celebrate? I find it hard to sympathize what's happened in Korea over the past year while I've been gone. Cut to where Shu lives. He's probably reading something on his phone that suggests it wasn't a specific skill, but an anonymous player using a passive skill to tear apart the convene. Then someone responded, I believe that too, no signs of magic or skill latency. I think the flame in his hand is a sacred fire. Even the normal monsters next to the immortals seem to take devastating damage from it. Now I'm sure everyone is curious about who this person is. That's why we'll invite the mysterious person from the video on the next episode. We'll announce the broadcast date on our channel. Once everything is set, we hope you'll be patient. Siwoo's phone kept filling with messages. It was just noise. The players losing appeal. The ability management team can't identify them. How can they stay anonymous? They'll bring in a co-player to fake it. Aren't most MERS like that? He wouldn't do that. Then the system suddenly sent a notification. Thanks to Gu Minso's follower efforts, many people have begun to take interest in you. You have gained 10 divine points. Siwoo wondered, really? It seems a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers talked about this and truly stirred the community. He thought his plan was simple. After drawing attention to the anonymous player via Mino, he'd let the ability management team hold a press conference about an unmeasurable, unusual awaken and push Jen's church into the public spotlight. By leveraging the traffic that a 1M Uber with 5.4 million followers creates, he began expanding and attracting new followers. At some point, Gu Gok had appeared behind Siwoo and said, wouldn't that be easier than the plan where the protagonist hides his powers? Siwoo kept smiling with a sinister look. Guk protested strongly. Bro, do you really think this stupid plan will work? It's not perfect or clever at all. Then both their phones simultaneously sent an alert. It was an emergency notification. It read, an outbreak gate at Guzo. Emergency alert. Ability Management Team, Oct 17, 9:32 p.m. A medium-scale outbreak gate with a 1.5 km radius has appeared near Guzo University Hospital, Korea. All residents in the area please follow directions from nearby evacuation staff and move to the nearest shelter. The Ability Management Team is summoning players urgently. This notice has been sent to those meeting the necessary conditions. Only hunters C rank and above can receive the emergency summon. The monsters in the outbreak gate have been confirmed as immortals. After reading the notice, Guk rushed off. Wake X up, we need to evacuate. We have a message from the Seung-Hoa apartment management. Hearing that, Siwoo asked, Guzo Hospital, wait, isn't that where Minso is? Then his phone continued to alert reports of a chaotic gate appearing nearby. All residents should evacuate to designated shelters. Siwoo's face drained of color. He thought, damn it, isn't this coincidence just way too coincidental again? Soon after, Guk stepped out with Seon. He reassured his sister, Seon, are you surprised? It's okay, your brothers are here. The little girl replied to her eldest brother. Guk urged, hurry, go to the shelter with Seon. But Siwoo refused, saying he hadn't said he would go anywhere. Guk continued, you helped a neighboring country handle major outbreak gates. Shut up, even if I try to stop you, you'll go anyway. At that moment, suddenly forces from the Ability Management Team appeared outside. They said, Kim Siwoo, we're from the Ability Management Team. We'll take your family to the nearest Ability Management Team safe house, Kim Siwoo. Please meet Captain Kim when you're ready. Hearing that, he was silent for a moment. One of the Ability Management personnel surveyed the scene and said, the monsters are mostly immortals, the gate core hasn't been located, and we've restricted entry to hunters of at least C rank. It's been 3 years since the Busan tragedy when the last outbreak gate appeared in the city. Not long after they arrived at their destination, we're here, Siwoo. Siwoo looked around and saw nothing but wretched scenes, a mother clutching her child and crying. Sniff, mom, yes, doin', mom's here now, it'll be okay, we need treatment here. Then thousands of apologies echoed. Sorry, sorry, a loudspeaker then announced. Warriors participating in the gate suppression operation, please follow the others. Thank you for cooperating with the evacuation. Players were being assigned to rescue teams and scheduled to enter shortly. As soon as it was said, everyone erupted into chaos. Professor, help me find my father, where is he? Seeing this, Siwoo thought to himself that this was the embodiment of disorder. Then the system sent another alert. Dark energy has been detected near the gate. He then proceeded onward, heading toward an area where several groups had gathered. Here it was noticeably less chaotic. They saw each other and smiled. One said, you're here, long time no see, I had to cancel plans because of this gate outbreak. The other replied, oh, I hope this trip will be worth it. Siwoo thought to himself that this place was completely different from outside. People outside were crying the moment they stepped out of this area when suddenly a familiar voice rang out. It seemed they were players affiliated with guilds. By reflex, Siwoo turned and saw it was Dong Zich. He said, Captain Kim, Dong Zich explains you may not be used to this, but it's how things are done here. We won't start the operation until area assignments are complete. This is even more important in emergencies. Area assignments. Siwoo asked. Dong Zich answered, for ordinary people, a chaos gate is a disaster, but for players, it's their job. Currently, guild representatives should divide the suppression area into sectors. Siwoo replied, the world keeps getting more interesting. Hearing that, he denied it. No, honestly, this makes me nauseous. Siwoo then asked, remember our conversation yesterday about you supporting my decision if I helped with the White Radiance Church? He replied, yes, I remember. Siwoo continued, I'll handle this gate alone. Dong Zich was stunned and blurted, what? Siwoo added, let the others focus on rescuing victims. I'll handle all combat-related matters. But Siwoo gave Dong Zich no chance to stop him and immediately began to act. He put a hand on his shoulder and his clothes suddenly transformed into a neat black outfit. A radiance emanated from his entire body, causing those around him to exclaim, what the hell is that? A beam of light shot up from around Siwoo into the sky. Everyone who looked at that light had to remark, "Look, the sky is beautiful, Mom, look, what the hell is that?" Then the system continued to announce that the active skill, sanctification, had altered world conditions. When activated, sanctification's effects apply to the surrounding area. Monsters and immortals will be weakened. Weaker immortals will be erased instantly. Administrator of Tide and Space, fate is watching you. Then Siwu knelt and began to pray. "O Jen, please smite those who try to disrupt the peace of this land. For the duty of defeating those who stand equal to us, we offer this body in dedication." Terrifying roars echoed throughout the building. The immortals stormed in, howling aggressively to intimidate. Everyone in the building panicked and fled. Someone saw Minso still dazed and shouted a warning, "Minso, go now." Minso spun and struck the immortal hard to halt its advance. He turned anxiously and asked, "You still don't know where the exposed boss is?" The other replied, "The youngest went to look, but he hasn't returned." Understanding, Minso hurried after him. "We can't just sit here and wait, we have to find the exposed boss ourselves." Tension tightened in his chest as he thought, "This is hard enough already. If the gate's difficulty rises, we won't be able to do anything." The other ran alongside Minso, shouting anxiously, "Damn it, are there no stops? How long must we endure this? I bet guilds are squabbling over territory while the ability management team lacks the competence to handle this. Is no one going to save us from these immortals?" Out of breath and exhausted, Minso tried to reassure him, "Just a bit longer, hold on a little more, I'm sure they'll come to rescue us." "Who though?" the other asked. Minso affirmed, "I know someone," and the two ran quickly toward the nearby escape door. Minso swiftly opened the door to the adjacent room to take shelter. Before they could catch their breath, someone rushed over and shouted, "Player Ka, get to the roof now, hurry." Minso obeyed and quickly climbed to the rooftop. A horrifying scene unfolded before them, freezing them in place for a moment. On the rooftop, a large number of immortals waited, poised to attack them. Minso stood stunned for a long while at the sight. A nightmare was closing in on them. Liklakia, an apostle of arrogance, appeared. "You have found the core of the Chaos Gate." Lik stared at the newcomers with keen interest. Minso helplessly looked at the powerful immortal and thought, "It's a supreme immortal, its mere existence is a disaster. Even as an A-rank hunter, I can't do anything to it." Those with him wailed as they faced the unimaginable enemy. It was over, Minso couldn't fight back, there was nothing left but to await his fate. However, if a miracle occurred. He bowed his head and clasped his hands in prayer, "O strange goddess, please have mercy on those here." As if hearing his prayer, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, white smoke gradually dispersed. And a figure slowly stepped forward. "Good Minso. Let me take care of this." Siwu's arrival astonished the crowd. They were overjoyed that he had come to their aid. Siwu glanced at Minso approvingly. "You saved them." Then he frowned at the supreme immortal there. "Perfect. As Minso prayed, I reached the roof immediately. The Earth's spatial system is conducting a fate unification test. The Chaos Gate formed for unknown reasons and was disrupting the fate unification. The system requests you balance the fate of the Earth's spatial dimension. 3-2-1. The fate unification test results showed no issues. The system messages made Siwu involuntarily exclaim. Lik also showed a momentary hesitation facing Siwu. "You possess a troublesome power. I don't know where you borrowed this strength from, but at this level you cannot defeat me. This land will soon be a sacrifice to the great arrogance. No one can illuminate your darkness." Siwu heard this and felt deeply suspicious. "What are you talking about? Information on the Holy Unforgivable has been synchronized across Earth and Eden." Holy Unforgivable, the active skill entry describes purging all demonic energy within a designated radius. A blinding beam of light shot forth, causing the immortals to cry out in agonized screams. Even Lik briefly panicked at that powerful light. Who are you? How do you possess this power? What power can so easily wipe out my army? What, a slave of a god dares insult me like this?" It shouted in rage, "I will leave no one here alive. Narrabalizer is dangerous. This area has been infiltrated by Lik's curse." Cries of pain echoed everywhere from the weak. The area's fate unification had been shattered. Witnessing the tragic scene, Siwoo couldn't help but frown in tension. A high-level dark spell covered everything with a curse, creating a space meant only for death, a curse at Siwoo's core. A gloomy black aura surrounded Lick. It snarled, "Useless ones like Gu whom you serve cannot save you or everyone from death. This city will soon become a city of corpses." Those words angered Siwoo. He waved his hand and summoned a powerful light. "Useless, do you want to die? I spared you only because I was curious to hear what you'd say, but now I find that unnecessary." Siwoo lunged to attack Lick, who continued to sneer contemptuously at him. "You worthless slave of a Gu." Siwoo lunged to attack Lick, who continued to sneer contemptuously at him. "You worthless slave of a Gu." After a while, white smoke gradually dispersed following the shockwave. Lick struggled in pain and could not stand, crying out in bitter resentment, "What? This is not my fate." Siwoo ground his teeth and retorted, "Fate is for the living, not for corpses like you." Lick suddenly realized something and shouted in surprise, "I see, it was you. You are the one who killed the mimic and me, Mitch. You dare sabotage the Supreme's plan." Impatient with its babble, Siwoo kicked it hard. "You've talked enough." The powerful kick shattered Lick directly. But a dark white shadow slowly coalesced, echoing Lick's furious words. "Yes, even if you kill me, my curse will continue to rot this land. This place will soon become a city of death and spread despair among you humans." As it finished speaking, Siwoo punched the white shadow, making it vanish in pain. "You have defeated the Chaos Gate's Lick. You have met all conditions to resolve the Chaos Gate." At that moment, Siwoo reflected on what Lick had said. It was true, and that was what made him angry. A land polluted by Narabalizer will become a dead city where nothing can be born or created. In this state, the area will become hell on Earth, continuously spawning immortals. There's one skill I can use in this situation, but it's the only skill I never want to use. It's too conspicuous and honestly very tacky. The White Radiance Church, right? Considering that, Siwoo declared firmly, "Indeed, I warned you. Wait and watch the performance I'll show you." Information on the active skill Purifying Wings has been synchronized. In the night sky, a streak of crimson appeared at the system's command. The area's fate unification fell silent before your power, purifying the region tainted by Narabalizer. The wings on Siwoo's back expanded, enveloping the entire gloom-stricken city. People felt the light and reached out to catch the feathers slowly drifting down. Minso's group also stood stunned for a moment at his radiant wings. Siwoo closed his eyes, a halo of light wrapped around him. The sight left them wide-eyed and dazed, staring at him like a supreme god. Number of followers 13. Number of followers 167. Number of followers 674. Number of followers 1807. Siwoo's wings spread wide, radiating the aura of the supreme god. Those below looked up at him. Not long after, at a press conference attended by a crowd of reporters and the public, an emergency briefing will begin now at Roman 20:11 p.m. Standing prominently among the crowd, the announcer declared, "Good evening. I am the head of the second term of the Ability Management Department. I will now begin the report." The gate containment was carried out as follows. A gate was reported to have appeared at Guizhou University Hospital at 9:32 p.m., and indeed it did appear. At 9:47 p.m., a team from the Ability Management Department arrived on site. The surrounding area was secured and civilians evacuated. At 10:15 p.m., Kim Siwoo arrived and defeated Lick, the Chaos Gate's host. The emergency disaster situation has now been fully resolved. Below is the official statement from the government of South Korea. Mr. Kim SH recently returned to Earth through the Han VBC-4Z gate. He is the figure appearing in videos of the hidden player that are trending on social media. Because Kim Siwoo's ability hasn't been measured with magical measuring equipment, his full power level can't be determined. However, I believe that through the incident at the Hangi VB Hospital gate, soldiers, awakened individuals, and civilians directly witnessed his abilities. After investigation, the South Korean government concluded that Mr. Kim Siwoo is a returnee with at least disaster rank. His statements set the hall abuzz. If he's a returnee of disaster rank, could he be an anomalous being? An anomalous being appearing in South Korea? Quickly contact the director. Is he an abnormality whose power cannot be measured? Dong-sik continued, directing everyone's attention to Siwoo. From now on, the Republic of Korea declares that it possesses an anomalous returnee. Siwoo greeted the reporters. Good evening. I am the leader of the Gen Church, Kim Siwoo. Everyone was briefly surprised by his introduction. A church, he's religious. Siwoo went on to explain his church in detail. First, I'll explain what the Gen organization is. I'll start with what happened when I went to Eden and how I returned to Earth. This is how I spent 10 years pouring everything I had, my body and soul, into the Gen Church as its pope. Any questions? The reporters immediately clamored to ask him. A reporter from S Daily asked, now that you are Korea's first anomalous being, how do you feel? Do you plan to continue running the organization on Earth? Siwoo responded slowly and succinctly. Yes. One journalist raised his hand and voiced suspicion loudly. Should we understand that Korea's only anomalous being is forcing people to join a church? Was the attack on that gate just a performance for your missionary work? What's the difference between a religion from another world and your church? Do the South Korean government and the Ability Management Department plan to officially support the Gen Church? Hearing the question, Siwoo let out a breath, thinking to himself that he wondered why no one had asked these questions earlier. I may have lived in Eden for 10 years, but as a South Korean citizen, I also dislike cults. Reflecting on that, he answered the question aloud. Of course, I understand your skepticism. However, I will prove my faith through actions. Respecting and believing in our teachings is a personal decision. No one will be forced to join our church. Siwoo smiled brightly, thinking to himself that he was becoming a notable believer. But the brief silence and the skeptical look from Dong-sik stunned him for a moment. Immediately after, the reporters began raising their hands one after another to ask him questions. A reporter from New S wanted to know about details related to the Genter organization. Siwoo noticed a man in the crowd and thought he could recognize him as a potential believer just by looking. With that in mind, he pointed at the man. The man in the second row wearing a brown coat. What's your question? The man, pleased to be singled out, hurriedly spoke up. Yes, thank you very much for giving me the chance to ask. I'm Steve Ho from Jel and God Daily News. I'm very interested in the Gen Church. May I ask what the church's future activities will involve? Siwoo quickly answered his question. To maximize reach and attract the public, the Gen Church will begin posting on Metop. We don't have a channel name yet, but I think it would be good if people suggested names for us. T-Ho, satisfied with the answer, replied enthusiastically, thank you for the response, I'll definitely participate. Siwoo wiped a bead of sweat, silently grateful, thank you, future believer. Then Siwoo loudly concluded the press conference. Then we'll end this emergency press conference here. But questions from the crowd kept coming. How do you feel as Korea's first anomalous being? You have attracted more than 10,000 believers to the Gen Church. You have completed the main task of founding a church. A new item is now available for sale in the store. New features, baptism, special roles, missionaries, new main missions, church expansion have been introduced. The Jaemin Church, Primal Deity Gen, Original Eden space traits received from Charity Level 1 affiliated organizations do not apply divine points. Current DP 2,500 points. Your organization is currently rapidly increasing in popularity. However, you haven't converted that popularity into religious worship. To secure continuous devotion from believers and carry out effective missionary activities, you need to spread the gospel. The next morning was sunny, and the cheerful songs of birds heralded the new day. At a luxury apartment complex, Siwoo was lazily sprawled on the sofa scrolling through the news. 20 comments are definitely fake. They're scamming people. They sold a disaster and an S-rank returnee hunter to Japan, and now they're bringing some stupid church leader here. But if he closed the immortal gate, shouldn't he at least be S-rank? Clearly, government agents secretly aided him. It's hard to determine from just one event, but he doesn't look like a cult leader. Siwoo read the unfriendly comments and, offended, asked loudly, hey dummy, do I really look that evil? The dummy, brushing his teeth, reluctantly answered him, you just look devout. Siwoo kept prodding, but do you seem like a bad guy? The dummy stepped forward, stared at him, and assessed, you seem lacking in distance, like you're missing the sanctity of a believer. Honestly, aside from the wings that popped out that one time, I don't see you as saintly. If anything, you even kind of look like a heretical leader. Siwoo pondered the boy's words. Look at this kid, he still won't say I'm not like a bad guy. The dummy suddenly excitedly spread his arms in a teasing, bizarre pose. Yeah, if you just flap your wings a few more times, won't you get a ton more followers? Siwoo growled angrily. Shut up, but the dummy kept dancing wildly, adding a magical girl-style transformation. Siwoo gradually caught his meaning and reluctantly replied, it would actually be pretty effective, but it'd be hard to do that often. His words stunned the dummy, who shouted, why would it be hard? Siwoo hesitated before explaining his skill. The compatibility of cause and effect test. Something called the compatibility of cause and effect test has appeared. Cause and effect compatibility is like a scale. If I try to produce effects beyond a certain limit, I'll have to go through a test, and if I fail that test, I'll be punished by this system. That means I might not be able to use my ability as I please. At best, I should postpone using large-scale holy skills. The dummy suddenly cut into his thoughts. By the way, are you okay with the hate comments? You seem calmer than I thought. Aren't you upset that people don't believe you? Siwoo waved him off, pretending not to care. I was in a hurry, which is why I talked about the church so soon. I wouldn't want people to believe in a cult like that either. Through ordinary activities, my credibility will increase. One day the image of the Gen Church will improve enough that people will see it as just a normal organization. Slowly but surely, South Korea's prejudice against religions from other worlds will disappear. Siwoo gave a satisfied thumbs up. If that's all it takes, it's not a bad start. In fact, it's better than he expected. The dummy wiped sweat and exclaimed that after returning from the other world, he's become much more proactive. The store had been updated with new items. Siwoo glanced at the system board and exclaimed. The dummy, looking at his expression, quickly realized a status window might have appeared. Missionary DLC role requirement: own at least Bible reading level 10. Main feature: sermons permanently increase believers' faith status points. Listening to sermons yields faith status points to the missionary at a set ratio. Cost 1,500 divine points. Due to the translation, this information surprised Siwoo, who exclaimed, missionary. He happily clicked through the system to learn more. Finally, the special role he'd been waiting for. The missionary role is far more important than the inspector added previously. But what is this? Siwoo carefully checked the stats. The requirement is owning at least Bible reading level 10. Seeing that distant requirement, Siwoo slumped onto the sofa as if all hope left him. The dummy looked puzzled at his sudden oddness and curiously asked, does anyone in Korea know about the Gen Church doctrine besides you? Siwoo, dejected, slowly answered, I'm very bored right now, don't talk to me. Doctrine is the identity of a religion. A missionary who spreads that doctrine plays the most crucial role in expanding a sect. They are exactly the people I need now. The dummy excitedly spread his wings again. You've got wings, just flap them a few more times. Hearing that, Siwoo got even angrier and shouted at him to be quiet and go outside. While he was feeling discouraged, another notification window popped up. As the number of Gen Church believers increases, the scope of cause and effect for the divine will expand. Your God is delighted and grants you a prophecy. A bright object appeared and a voice echoed from somewhere. Ahem, can you hear me, Siwoo? Siwoo quickly recognized the voice and, startled, shouted. Jin paid no mind to his tone and answered casually, oh Siwoo, so you can hear me now. The dummy, who had also seen the shining transmitter, greeted Jen in amazement. Is that a god? Hello, thank you for looking after someone like my brother. Hearing that, Siwoo angrily demanded, what are you saying? Jen smiled and asked, is that your brother, Siwoo? Elsewhere, she laughed loudly, delighted by their sibling closeness. You really fit with your family, don't you? Siwoo sighed in reply. She only said that because she didn't see how wide his eyes got when she teased him. Anyway, what's happened? Jen explained in detail. The number of believers has increased and I can contact you. You've worked very hard. Now I can help you run the church on earth. My Siwoo, you're such a busy pope you don't even know my doctrines. That remark made Siwoo uneasy. He stared at the transmitter in alarm. He hesitated and asked, how did you know I was in trouble? Jen replied gently, I told you when you first came to Eden that I would always help you. I've come up with a measure to help you this time as well. Receiving her concern cheered Siwoo. He exclaimed, praising her, you're still cute. So tell me, what has your divinity prepared for me? Jen detailed her plan. I only just negotiated with the system and the space. I passed the cause and effect test, so the status window will soon appear before you. After purchasing the special role of missionary, you can spend an additional 1,000 points to bring a missionary back from Eden. The system notification left Siwoo astonished. I can bring a missionary back from Eden, he blurted, sweating helplessly. Do you want me to bring them to Korea the way you kidnapped me to Eden? Jen frowned in rebuttal. You called it kidnapping in your case, which is true, but this time it's different. Siwoo angrily accused her. Do you have a habit of kidnapping people? Jen hurriedly explained in detail. That's unfair. This time I chose them from a group of volunteers. Hearing that, Siwoo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, so the missionary coming to Earth has already been decided, Jen answered. Of course, they'll pass through the Chaos Gate tomorrow. Siwoo clicked the purchase command in the system and sighed, marveling how is same-day shipping so fast. For a missionary to cross space that quickly, well, it's a good deal, I guess. I'll buy it. You have spent 2,500 points to purchase the special role. The first missionary, has received the Pope's summons and will cross space. Please confirm the designated Chaos Gate coordinates. Siwoo exhaled. I didn't think the missionary issue would be resolved so quickly. Thank you, Jen. You've really helped me a lot. Jen replied, You're welcome. Siwoo, curiosity piqued, asked, So who will be coming? Someone I know, right? Jen smiled enigmatically. That's a secret. Aren't surprises the best kind of gift? Siwoo raised an eyebrow and wondered aloud, Now that I think about it, who will it be? Who will come to Earth? Well, whoever it is. It's really worrying. At that moment, in the large building in the city center, Dong-sik announced solemnly, Siwoo, a C-51 gate has appeared in Injiang. Siwoo acknowledged, understood. Dong-sik continued, a little awkwardly, It's been assigned already. I don't think we can intervene in this. The Ability Management Agency may face backlash from awakened alliances nationwide. Hearing this, Siwoo was deeply troubled, thinking, Wait, I thought things would go smoothly with Jen sending a missionary. He wiped sweat and forced a smile as he asked, You can't do anything about it? Dong-so-hitch cleared his throat a few times and answered hesitantly, I could have negotiated if it had been assigned to a smaller guild, but the C-51 gate was seized by the Gop-up Guild. They're a major force ranked 4th on South Korea's power list. Since they're sponsored by So-yi, it'd be very difficult to persuade them with gate loot or money. And because C-51 is only a C-rank gate, it seems the guild decided to use it as a training site. He couldn't help but ask curiously, May I ask why it's the C-51 gate? Siwoo turned away in irritation, biting his nails in frustration, thinking, Damn, this is getting complicated. Siwoo hesitated, trying to explain to Dong-so-hitch. Well, to carry out our missionary work, the goddess will send a missionary from Eden. Haha, they plan to come through that gate. Dong-so-hitch was stunned, leapt to his feet and exclaimed, A person, not a returnee but someone from the other side. Dong-so-hitch frowned, troubled. This is complicated. Siwoo, wouldn't it be a problem if outsiders meet the guild? His question made Siwoo suspicious. Dong-so-hitch pondered the monsters that had appeared in detail. So far, every humanoid monster that has appeared in Korea has been extremely powerful and overtly hostile toward humans, yielding huge rewards and experience. His ominous words confused Siwoo even more, who blurted out, What do you mean? Dong-so-hitch hesitated, continuing, I mean, even if that outsider isn't a monster. Siwoo gradually grasped what he was hinting at and helplessly repeated, You're saying that if my associate contacts the Goblin Guild, it could lead to war? Dong-so-hitch, sweating, admitted, Exactly. Understanding his point, Siwoo moved on to discuss a solution. It seems we have no other choice. Captain Kim, could you announce my intention to visit the Goblin Guild? Dong-so-hitch replied, I think I'll have to handle this myself. A high school in Injiang City, Gate C-51. A gloomy atmosphere hung everywhere amid the chaotic scene of the people around it. As Siwoo arrived, he heard the commander urgently announce there wasn't much time left. Prepare to go, make sure armor is worn properly, and keep medicine within reach. He sat casually in a corner, observing the situation. The sky was purple, the sign of a chaos gate. It gave off an apocalyptic vibe. Suddenly, someone approached and greeted him. Thanks for waiting. I have to run after giving a few orders to our newcomers. The man smiled broadly, reached out, and introduced himself. I'm Choi Sin, leader of the Goblin Guild. Siwoo carefully sized the man up. Astonishingly, he could feel the man's enormous mana. After a moment, he shook Choi Sin's hand and greeted, "Pleasure to meet you, I'm Kim Siwoo." Siwoo couldn't help but marvel at that incredible power. He was the strongest player he'd seen so far. "Is this the caliber of S-rank hunters?" he wondered, smiling politely. "Thank you for agreeing to this meeting on short notice." Sin laughed heartily in reply, "It's an honor to meet an anomaly like you. Very glad to meet you, Black Priest." Siwoo laughed out loud, genuinely delighted. "The pleasure is mine." Suddenly, a window popped up in front of him. The window read, "Your opponent's mana is pressuring you, but thanks to your high resistance, there's no effect." Siwoo said, "I think that greeting's a bit over the top for me." Choi Sin stepped closer to probe, "I'm quite interested in the Gen Church. Are you accepting new believers? I'm hoping to find someone to place my faith in." Siwoo kept a proper smile and replied, "We always welcome new believers, especially a famous new convert like Mr. Choi." Failing to get what he wanted, Sin relaxed his grip. He forced a smile and said, "Ha, you're pretty frank. I heard the story on the way here. It seems you're interested in this gate. Fine, all right, I'll do everything to meet the request of a commoner. After all, it's just a C-rank gate. However, this gate must be something truly special if someone like you came here personally. That's why I was a bit annoyed when I heard the news. Our guild may not look like much, but we're a third-tier guild. Do you really think we'd give it up just because you asked? Are you looking down on us? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're an anomaly?" Siwoo broke into a sweat, thinking to himself at his angry tone, "Oh, so that's what he meant." At that moment, he recalled Dong Hitch's earlier warning. "By the way, Choi Sin's leader is pretty hot-headed. Watch for sudden mood swings. I'll tell you a trick to deal with Choi Sin. You're the only one I'm telling. I've survived 5 years with him using this tactic." His eyes brightened proudly, and Siwoo helplessly thought this sounded like the tip of a seasoned official. After remembering that, Siwoo suddenly clapped his hands in a friendly way. His voice softened considerably as he stepped closer to win Sin over. His manner made Sin flinch back in alarm. "Not at all. I've heard all the stories about the Goblin Guild and their great combat skill. I've never experienced how Earth fighters fight. Please allow me to observe the great Goblin Guild's fighting so I can learn." I didn't expect this from a member of the church. At this spot not long before, a strange gate had appeared, surrounded by dark, gloomy air. 10 minutes before the Chaos Gate appeared, the black mana had begun to blanket the area. After being flattered to the skis, Choi Sin happily slapped Siwoo on the shoulder in a friendly way. "If I had a choice, I'd fight you right now. I like your attitude and you have talent. You seem ready to fight whoever you want." Siwoo forced a smile, inwardly thinking this guy really likes being flattered. "Thanks, Captain Kim. I don't care as long as I can get into the gates. Once we clear it, nothing ever goes exactly as planned." They prepared thoroughly for a C-rank gate. This really means I can take this opportunity to understand how Earth handles gates. Excellent, however, I can tell who has experience and who doesn't. Choi Sin was thrilled, proud of his subordinates. "My kids have proven their skills. I'm sure they'll get used to everything soon." Suddenly, Siwoo frowned and probed, "Choi Sin, don't you have any players assigned to heal others?" Sin didn't hide it and answered bluntly, "Apparently you don't know healers are rare. Most heal-capable hunters are ranked A, and even rogue medics are insanely expensive." Siwoo pondered this, thinking it seemed Earth lacked healers. Maybe this is a good chance for Gen Church to find its footing. Right then, the strange gate in the void began to widen, putting everyone on alert. It was opening. Get to your positions. The Chaos Gate appeared and a mission began. Welcome subtype. Description. Under the Earth Eden Agreement, a missionary from Eden has been sent to Gen Church. Meet and safely escort the missionary out of the Chaos Gate. Completion condition. The missionary's survival. Reward unknown. Gen's relic token. Everyone tensely turned toward the gate as ferocious monsters stepped out. "There they come, Chos." Siwoo quickly recognized them and murmured, "Those are Choso." Everyone snapped into combat stances, shouting at the front line, "Hey, focus on the fight. What are you thinking in the middle of battle? You're the best from the academy, right? Did the academy only teach you to stare at enemies during fights?" Siwoo glanced at Sejin and asked curiously, "Don't you think you should observe and help them?" Sejin remained calm. He had great confidence in his forces. "I'm sure my elites will get through this." Worrying about the newcomers. "They joined because they trusted us. We won't let them die by accident." Siwoo smiled inwardly at the man beside him. He seemed very loyal. He would make a perfect mercenary if born in Eden. I thought he was just a moneyed guild leader, but it seems I misjudged him by appearances. Tension rose on this side. The gate was widening, the chaos gate expanding, and all forces shifted to formation B, ready to fight. But as the Chos slowly stepped out, they were stunned to see strange dark red fluid streaked over them. Blood. Those nearby quickly sensed something was off and shouted a warning. The Tro looked like they were being chased by something. Something's wrong, they looked too frantic. The Tro rushed forward in agony, panicking as if trying to escape something. One person sensing the oddity stepped up to report to Selen. "Sir, there's something wrong with the Cho. I think they're being chased by something." Siwoo, as if recognizing something, looked toward the gate with suspicion. "Oh no, don't tell me Sane is furious right now," he shouted. "Kim Siwoo, is that what you were looking for?" Siwoo hesitated and admitted, I think so." Seo Jin sensed the fierce power approaching and grew so excited he unleashed all his mana, an overwhelming force. "It's been a while, unbelievable. Last time you planned to face this thing alone." "I apologize for this, these things are mine." Siwoo hurriedly stepped aside, wanting to explain in detail but unable to speak. "Wait, they're not enemies." He doesn't seem willing to listen. Suddenly he thought of something and froze for a moment. At that moment, one pitiful Tro was taken care of by someone. Then the rest met the same fate. Sane suddenly shouted, "Newcomers, fall back." A strange person stepped out of the gate, Leo Du-men. He was the head of Gen Church's doctrinal research team and had become Archbishop at 29. He was extremely blunt, but his most fitting title was the Church's Mad Dog. He enforced the rules he set. Mad Dog of the Church. Leo recognized Siwoo and politely bowed to greet him. Siwoo recognized him and suddenly felt like he might turn to stone. Why had it to be him? Seo Jin, thrilled at the prospect of a strong opponent, lunged forward as if to confront him. "You're perfect, you're mine. I won't let anyone else have you. Excite me." Right then, Leo and Seo Jin faced off directly in midair. Leo frowned slightly as he was suddenly attacked, and even Seo Jin's punching hands trembled briefly at the opponent's overwhelming strength. Suddenly Sane sensed something unusual and paused for an instant. Leo threw him aside with full force. Sane was countered unexpectedly and hurled down onto the hard stone floor. Siwoo forced a smile at the brewing storm and thought to himself, "This is bad." Moreover, the attack had unintentionally terrified those present, who now eyed him warily. After a while the crowd murmured again. He knocked down Sane, an S-rank hunter. This must be a dungeon boss. They also thought to themselves, "No way, damn." Leo heard someone shout orders. "The second team, go confirm the condition of that boss, block that boss, otherwise everything around will be ruined. Get a grip." He ignored them and walked up to Siwoo, then feigned embarrassment and said, "Brothers, stop this meaningless fighting." "I don't want to fight you, Jen would be sad." He put his hand to his forehead in a contrived display of embarrassment. "Oh my, Leo, you're shameless." He knocked down an S-rank just by appearing. "I feel so guilty toward Captain Kim. How can I face him now?" Having said that, Siwoo watched Leo's expression. He seemed to understand his meaning. Leo lightly placed a hand on his left chest and bowed apologetically. "Your Holiness, I am Leo, a loyal follower of Gen and head of doctrinal research, the Church's second bishop. Greetings to the Pope, the first apostle and sole representative of Gen." Siwoo was completely surprised. Since when did he learn Korean? He deftly replied, "This is a gift bestowed on me by the great J-men. They told me to use this wonderful language to spread the good teachings." At that moment he recalled what Jen had once told him, "Figure it out yourself." He inwardly chuckled. She was uselessly detailed. Shortly after, Jane suddenly scolded Leo. "What are you doing the moment you arrived? Do you see what you've done? This was a foolish accident. He's far too dangerous." "Sir, shouldn't you consider my situation living here? How am I supposed to face Captain Kim? Are you aware of the danger coming?" As he spoke suddenly in panic, Siwoo turned to look back. He saw Sane sit up and throw a very powerful punch. Archbishops of the Church are supposed to be faithful to doctrine, of noble character, self-sacrificing for others, a lofty position earned through this process and the respect of others. However, Leo was an exception among the two armed orders representing the church, the battle priests and the holy knights. Leo led the battle priests and was a hero who had secured victory in countless battles against demons. Knowing Sane would pose a threat to Leo, Siwu stepped in front of him to protect Leo. But he said, "Your Holiness, step aside, there's no need to waste energy on that sort of thing." Before Leo could finish, Siwu interrupted. "Leo, shut up, Sane, I'm truly sorry for not warning you about this." Sane refused to let Leo go. Siwu, move aside. "Things are about to get interesting, don't stop me." With that, he ignored everything and charged at them. Siwu said in panic, "Hey, this is Leo, a bishop in our church. I think there's been a misunderstanding." But he wouldn't listen to his explanation. "Siwu, I know that bastard-looking thing isn't an enemy. However, a man's dream is fulfilled by confronting the strong." Hearing this, he replied in astonishment, "What?" Sane spoke up, "Sometimes dreams are more precious than life itself." Siwu thought anxiously to himself, "Is he crazy?" Just then Leo chimed in, "Dreams, what a wonderful word. Seeing warriors like you excites me about this world called Earth. If your holiness permits, let me show an Earth warrior the power of the great Gen." Seeing a fight about to break out before him, he loudly tried to stop Leo. "Sir, are you insane too?" He only replied, "We're not children anymore, why ask permission to fight?" At that point, Siwu didn't bother to stop them. On the contrary, he felt excited. This was interesting. So Siwu stood aside and watched them fight. Unable to stand it any longer, he grabbed Seo Zin by the collar. Then unexpectedly seized Leo by the collar as well. While the two still didn't understand what was happening, Siwu didn't hesitate to twist their arms and slam both of them to the ground. He straightened up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and mocked them. "So how does your dream taste?" 1 second later, the system information board appeared. Then it announced, "The Chaos Gate has been completely destroyed, the greeting mission is completed, and you have received a reward from Leo." At that moment, Dong-sik came to find Siwu. "Didn't you say you'd talk to Sane?" Siwu replied nonchalantly. "I tried," but Dong-sik quickly regained his composure and said, "It's okay. Anyway, let's pretend what happened today never occurred and everything from this gate will belong to the Goblin Guild. Do we have an agreement?" Upon hearing this, Sane laughed loudly and replied, "Two men fighting a few times, what's the big deal?" Meanwhile, he appeared tense and warned, "With just 2 blows you could destroy an A-rank gate." Not stopping there, he made a proposal. "I, Sane, have something to propose to Kim Siwu." He suggested an alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Gen Church. Surprised, Siwu asked back, "An alliance? We're not a guild, we're a church." He quickly explained to him, "You are a church with 2 awakened. Together you could overwhelm an S-rank. Don't forget there are many eyes watching you, Siwu, and some of them have already started to act. It's been a long time since I felt such a flame of passion for 2 people like you. Take as long as you need to think about the alliance. I, Sane, request permission to withdraw." Dong-sik also voiced his thoughts to Siwu. "We'll start registering Leo as an awakened and verify his identity. Siwu, you can head home now." However, Siwu appeared apologetic. "I always cause trouble for you." He didn't dodge the remark and replied, "Thanks for noticing." Dong-sik inwardly thought that when he earned some money, he should buy Captain Kim some nutritious food. That night at Siwu's house, Siwu and Leo shared a meal with Yi and Gu-gok, and Si thanked them for the food. Sticky, glossy rice with a rustic soybean soup rich in fermented paste, beef, winter melon, and tofu. Mrs. Kai lightly fried some side dishes in a pan, soy sauce with thinly sliced chili alongside crisp, cool white kimchi. Leo couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive, thank you for the meal." Siwu replied excitedly, "You're welcome. Enjoy it." Then he leaned over and whispered to his brother, "If I knew this missionary family would come straight to our house, I'd have ordered chicken instead of foreign-style soup for the first meeting plus traditional Korean soybean soup." But Siwu ate calmly and said it was a wonderful feast, and this time it was white kimchi. Leo hurriedly added, "Yes, it smells great. I've heard a lot about you from His Holiness." Even that he was a good cook, suddenly praised by a stranger, Yi Gu-gok was flustered and replied, "Ah, thank you." Sion warmly said to him, "Leo, eat up. Yi Gu-gok cooks very well. I've heard a lot about you even though we've never met." He was also quite open in conversation with her. "Of course I've heard a lot about you." He often said he had a very cute little sister. Sion also complimented Leo. Leo, you're tall and look very cool. Hearing this, he politely said thanks for the compliment. I look forward to meeting you from now on. Sion, Siwoo's sister and brother being quite close to Leo, muttered inwardly. The reaction to Leo's physique exceeded expectations. Then he slowly put a spoonful into his mouth to savor it. As soon as he tasted its deliciousness, Leo's face showed surprise and he urgently said, "Oh man, this has flavor." Seeing his reaction, Yingu Gok panicked and replied, "What, is the food not to your taste? We'll order chicken." However, Leo explained, "Sorry, it's just so good. Yingu Gok, your food is number one. Can I learn to cook from you later?" He was completely surprised by the offer. Really? Great, eat up, I will teach you everything. I'm very good at Korean cooking. What do you like? Meat, fish, vegetables? Try the vegetables, I can make all kinds of soups. Leo smiled and said it sounded good. And so they had a meal filled with laughter. My family from Eden and Korea had met. It felt unreal. Because it was hard to find lodging in Korea, Leo decided to stay in Mrs. Kai's spare room. I contacted her for permission and she said she had friends in the US so she'd be staying there a while. I also wanted to introduce Leo to her. The next morning, the token of Jen, a necklace with a memorable seed-colored stone. This is one of the notable blessings personally granted by Jen. Siwoo murmured to himself with some puzzlement. This is the relic Leo brought to Earth. Jen's intent in giving it to me through Leo had become clear. The system fed Siwoo additional information about the main mission. Expand the church. Expand church, temple, main type, description. You have received a new relic holding the goddess's power through the missionary of His Holiness the Pope. Please build a temple for those who have become followers of the church. A temple is where the faithful gather to build treasured faith together. Completion of the temple construction is required. The reward is 500D and baptism trait level 1. Although a bit hesitant, he was very excited. Build the temple, finally the time has come. To solidify a society's standing, the temple is the key element. It is where people pray to the deity, where followers gather to connect and deepen their understanding of the gospel. That this is a main mission shows Jen Church is on the right track in taking root on Earth. While Siwoo pondered Jen's token, Leo was vacuuming. He asked, Your Holiness the Pope, could you please lift your foot? Startled, he raised his foot and answered awkwardly, oh, okay, thank you. As he passed by, Siwoo suddenly thought of something and muttered inwardly, wait, something's not right. A second later, he asked Leo, how do you know how to use a vacuum? He quickly produced a notebook and replied, C taught me before she left. She even gave me this notebook. Also, seeing the pile of freshly washed clothes, Siwoo gasped and asked Leo, you folded the laundry too? Yes, he answered very nonchalantly. That idiot C took the time to teach me. He taught me how to use those machines called the washer and dryer. Because I serve His Holiness the Pope, this is the least I can do. Please don't worry. Though he could probably kill a bear and had the combat ability to take down an S-rank hunter, he was unexpectedly serious about housekeeping. Now that's a perfect butler. Thinking that, Siwoo quietly called Leo. Then he suddenly remembered something and thought to himself, although I plan to let Leo live independently, maybe it's best to keep him close. Seeing the benefits of keeping Leo in his home, Siwoo ruffled his shoulder and gently asked, You were my right hand in Eden, remember? Because Leo suddenly acted familiar, he felt a little puzzled. I will take on the role of assisting you, Your Holiness. He then cheerfully ordered Leo, all right, finish cleaning and get ready to go. Yingu Gok should be back in about 30 minutes with some clothes for you. Leo asked, puzzled, may I ask why we're going out? Siwoo simply said, to counsel new followers. At an office building in Hongmapo, as soon as Shu arrived, Miso hurried out to meet him. I should have come to see you, I'm sorry about this. Not only did he not scold him, he cheerfully replied, you had no choice, you were busy. It's reasonable for whoever has more time to move, brother. Yetmine politely bowed to Siwoo and spoke respectfully. Still, I think bringing the Pope all the way here was inappropriate. He remained unblaming toward the other. It's fine, really. I'm glad to visit the guild's areas. While touring the building, Siwoo muttered with interest. A 5-story building near Hongdae. I'd forgotten he's an MUber with 5 million subscribers. He praised him. However, this building is truly impressive since we're regarded as a guild-recognized company and receive some financial support. Although it's our main revenue source, we also participate in dungeon conquest requests and gate captures. We actually earn more from guild consulting than from meetup. After that, Minso made a cup of coffee for him and Leo. Siwoo then turned to ask his impression of the coffee. "So, how do you find the coffee?" Leo replied calmly. "It broadens my palate. I want to learn more about Earth's cuisine." He felt pleased inwardly that Leo liked Earth's food. It seemed Leo was born to be here. Even the host Minso smiled with relief that his guests liked his drink. "I'm glad you like it. Tell me if you want more." Leo quickly thanked Minso. "Thank you." A second later, Siwoo introduced him to the others. "This is the person I mentioned earlier, the missionary from Eden sent to spread the goddess's word, Archbishop Leo." On hearing that, Minso leapt up from his seat in excitement and shouted, "Oh, this person." He bowed in greeting, "Meeting a brother on earth, thanks be to the goddess Jen. Very pleased to meet you. Brother Min, I'm Leo." The other quickly introduced himself, "I'm Minso." In an instant, he responded with a single word to show his agreement. "It seems you've met Jen. I can see signs of her around your heart." At this point, he simply went along with Leo. "Yes, although I haven't met the goddess Jen directly, she healed my illness and blessed me with warm light." Siwoo also noticed an aura around Minso, but he thought inwardly that the man was on the verge of developing divine power. It seemed Minso's faith was more serious than he'd assumed. But then Siwoo cut their conversation short. "All right, Minso, now that everyone's met, why don't we get to the main point?" As he said this, he reached inside his shirt to pull something out. Quickly, Siwoo displayed Jen's token for him to see. According to the information, Jen's token is a relic of the Jen Church originating from Eden, a necklace imbued with Jen's power capable of creating a sanctuary. It can only be used on land legally owned by the church on Earth. Its effect declares the surrounding land a sanctuary, and the church's temple must be built within that sanctuary. A causality rule warns that seizing land by force will not be accepted. Since this was the first time seeing it, Minso was extremely fascinated. "Minso, we plan to build a temple for the Jen Church." The proposal was so sudden that he couldn't believe it and shouted out. But Minso quickly composed himself and started planning. "Then I'll start fundraising through the management support team, everything for our first temple in the name of Her Grace Jen." Upon hearing this, he demurred, "I have matters more important than money," though finances were indeed urgent. "We still don't have a location. I have no idea how to make the Jen Church's first temple accessible to the public." "That's why I'm here," Minso asked him. "Do you have any suitable site?" Siwoo replied honestly, "No." Immediately, he fell silent to think of a solution. Then Minso said, "Your Holiness Leo, can you wait for me 10 minutes? Being business-minded, he was sharp and projected it on the wide screen for them to see, the Jen Church Temple construction project. To the astonishment of both, Minso said, "Allow me to start a short presentation on the temple project." Curious, Siwoo asked, "Brother Minso, did you prepare this in just 10 minutes? He honestly admitted, "Actually, this is something I've prepared beforehand. After you saved me in that dungeon, the day the goddess Jen redeemed me, I began to regard it as my duty to build a temple in the name of the goddess Jen." In disbelief, he thought to himself that the man had planned everything simply because they had happened to heal him. However, Leo overreacted, crying as he said, "This is a wonderful act. The goddess Jen will surely be pleased." He couldn't help but be moved to tears by his brother's faith. Minso, for his part, went overboard too. He rushed forward to hug Leo and said, "I'm just doing what I should do. I will always pray for you, my brother." Finally, helpless, he said, "Can we continue the presentation?" Before presenting, Minso cleared his throat a few times. "Please take a look at what our church will build. Community voting. Please vote for the first temple of the goddess Jen." Community voting is something users commonly use. It lets viewers stay connected with our content. Moreover, anyone can vote from anywhere. It's incredible what we can achieve. Allowing the public to decide the temple's location means we get ahead of other churches, and it's easier to build an image of a religion that works with the public. He began asking for his opinion. "What sites do you have in mind?" Minso clicked the controller and smiled with narrowed eyes as he answered, I agree the first temple for our goddess should be in a special place. Please see the next slide. It's the hotspot Gwanghwamun. Seeing the blue wall, Siwoo asked in surprise, What's that blue wall? Quickly he explained, Since you've been away 5 years it must look very strange to you. This is what most people call the hotspot. 5 years ago, this place became the site where space gates appeared, a phenomenon where a dimension opens and monsters emerge from within. Photographing inside was strictly banned, and these photos are from the past, although we were able to destroy them at great cost. In the process, those at the center of the gate couldn't escape the mana contamination it caused. After that, many gates began opening rapidly, and although we requested help from allied foreign nations, the current government still couldn't solve the problem, leaving the area to fend for itself. He hadn't expected this to happen here, so surprise showed on his face. Did something like that really occur? Not stopping there, Minso revealed another startling fact. The wall consists of 5 layers total, including a layer of Dieru shrine stones that can absorb mana. Only A-rank hunters or higher can withstand the contamination and enter the area inside the wall. The intense accumulation of mana ran counter to the laws of this world, causing contamination to destroy the status quo, the inevitable result being destruction. Land polluted by mana can no longer sustain life, like a devastated city. He also mentioned 2 other hotspots. There are hotspots in Daejeon and Busan. However, because this area is considered Korea's first hotspot, it remains a painful chapter in history. Everyone surely remembers the day it happened. You're a smart person. Hearing this, Siwoo quickly confirmed his meaning. So you mean we should build the temple here, right? Not keeping him waiting, Miso replied, Yes. If we can build the temple in the hotspot, the Gen Church will gain many benefits. For example, redemption, hope, consolation, those kinds of symbols. However, Siwoo still had a worry and asked bluntly whether a temple could be built on contaminated land. I thought they said we couldn't. Then Min eagerly proposed a solution. We'll need to purify it first. Like how you purified Lick's curse in Google. Please beseech the goddess Jen for help and I'll prove to you that it's possible. At that, Leo excitedly replied, Oh yes, I believe you, brother. Siwoo felt annoyed at him overstepping. Hey, why don't you just be the Pope then? Realizing he'd been wrong, Leo quickly bowed and apologized. I'm sorry. He agreed with the plan, but inwardly remained somewhat uneasy. Honestly, while I could do that, the curse and mana contamination are entirely different, and I agree there are many more important matters. Jen's symbol has far too many weighty considerations. Suppose we start building the temple at the hotspot, yet you just said we'd vote on potential locations. So we wouldn't even vote for the hotspot, wouldn't that be pointless? Since Minso had foreseen this, he cheerfully said, Don't worry. I have a way to handle everything. Then chatter rose through the building. Hey everyone, remember that scallion grain chocolate issue? As originally planned, Mino put it online to gauge public opinion. Please vote. The Player Ka channel is asking followers where the new JMN Church Temple should be located. Share your thoughts. 1. Is it really better to enjoy it all and then leave? Gangnam Station or Hongdae Station 3.6%. 2. This time I can't do anything else. The hotspot 96.4%. Very quickly, comments began appearing under the post. How much longer is this going to take? It seems their perceptions change after the other world. Gangnam Station, no way, that's the hotspot. Guys, I predict they'll change the result within a week. Even the US can't do anything about their hotspot. What are we going to do? Seriously, I'll donate all my savings if they build a temple at the hotspot. By the way, I own a 29-story building, just another scam. Minso, are you really joining a cult? I'm so disappointed I'm unsubscribing. How can I not believe he's a real anomaly? High-rank people could beat Lick too. I heard the ability department is fabricating these stories. After seeing these comments, Siwoo was startled. I really can't believe this country. The system issued him a mission. The clear condition for the main mission to expand the temple had been changed. Complete it by using Jen's sacred emblem and develop a sanctuary at the hotspot in Seoul. Warning: if the sanctuary is declared anywhere outside the designated area, you will be punished. Loss of trust. Siwoo said sadly, revoke half of the divinity points. It didn't stop there. A series of sad thoughts made him stare toward his parents and muse that the main mission seemed to have been updated. Our mother passed away, but my siblings want to find them. I hope the lockdown is lifted soon. We can't even retrieve the bodies from that area to bury them and thinking they might still be there. Finally anxious, Siwoo only softly said, I hope they can rest soon. The symbol of hope and redemption, this could be an issue. Then Siwoo went to see Dong-sik but received opposition from him. I don't want you going into the hotspot, Siwoo. He didn't answer immediately, but stood there observing Dong-sik's attitude for a moment. A few seconds later, Siwoo cheerfully asked, were you going to oppose it outright from the start? He was also thinking this was the first time he'd seen team leader Kim like this. Dong-sik replied nonchalantly, no, I wouldn't call it opposition. I'm not against it because your plan has flaws. Siwoo, surprised, asked Dong-sik, then what is it? He bowed his head and said sadly, there's a high-grade magic stone mine inside the hotspot. Hearing that, he startled and thought to himself, magic stones. Magic stones, they form from crystallized magical energy minerals containing pure magical power. They can be obtained from monsters, but high-grade magic stones are primarily found in magic stone mines. Siwoo didn't want to interrupt Dong-sik, so he let him finish. Magic stone mines were created along with high-density magical energy when the first dimension opened here. As a result, the surrounding area became contaminated. Siwoo knew this too, but instead of telling him, he muttered inwardly, yes, even in Eden, high-grade magic stones are found where high concentrations of magical energy accumulate. Dong-sik went on to tell Siwoo what had happened earlier. A year ago, after a magic stone mine was discovered in the hotspot, major guilds formed professional teams to mine the stones. Very few people knew the truth. Of course, the player Ka followers didn't know either. Recently, we realized that the major guilds have been fighting over the magic stone mine inside the hotspot. Of course, we identified them as at least rank hunters. Siwoo, concerned, said urgently, the government should have controlled this from the start, shouldn't they? He frankly described the current situation. Most people capable of resisting mana are allied with the major guilds. All we can do is record logs. Hearing this, Siwoo worried inwardly, so it's not that they won't act, it's that they can't. So when he learned Siwoo wanted to go inside, Dong-sik blocked him, saying we're powerless. The moment you enter the hotspot, we won't be able to support you. You could get caught in conflicts between large corporations and major guilds and be ostracized by awakened members of those guilds. Siwoo inwardly laughed at his foolishness. How stupid. Maybe he only opposed the plan because he worried about him. Well, the guy is a government official after all. However, I can't give up the hotspot just because the major guilds are fighting for power. The community poll results of the Muber player Ka channel, new converts joining the sect among 5 million subscribers, Gangnam or Hongdae 3.6%, Hotspot 96.4%. I've already attracted a lot of attention with everything, so I can't withdraw from the vote now. After realizing Dong-sik meant well, he made a proposal. Let me handle this troublesome situation for you. Surprised, Dong-sik turned and asked, how? Siwoo sat down calmly on the steps and replied, isn't the government struggling because the hotspot is lawless? Dong-sik, candid, told him the truth. That's right. Then he said cheerfully, when you enter a lawless zone, you just need to become more lawless than it is. After Dong-sik brought Leo and Siwoo to the site, he showed him Seo Enho's letter. With at least 2 S-rank hunters present, denying entry on safety grounds was unreasonable. The Minister of Ability Management, Seo Nho. Reading those lines, Dong-sik's face tightened. Seeing this, he said cheerfully, you're not very happy, Team Leader Kim. He sighed and said, yes, well, we'll accept it. After all, this wall is really tall. This wall is called the Ark Box, like a Noah's ship. This is the last stronghold of civilization. But are you really only going in with 2 people? What if a fight breaks out? Siwoo quickly explained to him, we will never be the ones to start a fight, I swear it, in Jen's name. Dong-sik clasped his hands earnestly and said, thank you very much. Outwardly Siwoo said that, but inwardly he chuckled. However, there's no way I can just walk away if another player provokes me, right? Dong-sik reminded them, we've arrived, this is the door. He hurriedly took out his card to open the door. In an instant, cracks gradually appeared in the wall. Finally, after Dong-sik said, please be careful, the wall collapsed right before their eyes. Before entering, Siwoo reassured Leo. Don't worry, Leo, let's go in. Dong-sik replied, yes, your holiness, esteemed Pope. Inside, dense miasma rose, but Siwoo strode in unflinchingly. He walked step by step through the dangerous place. Leo looked around and said, "Your Holiness, he hasn't finished," Siwoo interjected. "I know." He muttered to himself that he could sense the toxic miasma here. Also, the system issued a warning, miasma detected. Siwoo quickly glanced in the direction indicated by the system's warning. Outside, Dong-sik still stood there waiting for the two of them. At that moment, someone approached from behind and loudly said, "Well done, Team Leader Kim," startling him. The person who arrived was Minister Seo Nho of the Ability Management Department. Dong-sik replied respectfully, "Minister, you're here." The minister praised him. "You've worked hard for the hunters. I heard you couldn't return on time." Receiving Seo Nho's praise, Dong-sik beamed and said happily, "Not at all. Since joining the ability management, nothing has satisfied me more than this." Knowing he was flattering him, the minister smiled and said, "Flattery gets you nowhere. I heard you opposed my decision." Hearing this, he immediately took blame. "Ah, sorry, sir." Not stopping there, the minister asked Dong-sik for his reasons. "Team Leader Kim, can you tell me why you opposed it?" He honestly explained everything. "Has Siwoo told you?" Then Seo Nho spoke bluntly. In the next moment, Dong-sik stated his reasons. 5 major guilds are fighting over the hotspot. There are too many unpredictable risk factors. I believe we'll run into unnecessary trouble sending Korea's first anomaly into such a place. We've been eagerly awaiting the appearance of an anomaly. If Siwoo or his family are endangered, he understood Dong-sik's thinking and said cheerfully, "Team Leader Kim Lian." The National Hunter Men, where these major guilds are central figures, requested verification of Sanhu's anomaly rank. The war has already begun. This came so suddenly it was hard for him to believe. But the Islandji Gate and Gyuzo District Gate are already enough. Seo Nho quickly explained everything in detail. They claim possible fabrication because both places are under government control, which is due to our lack of authority. The only way to deal with illegal actions funded by major guilds is through regulation and legislation, but they've long since begun collaborating with political groups. Recently, the National Assembly started debating dissolving the Ability Management Department. Dong-sik shouted in panic, "What? Don't let him speculate wildly." Seo Nho told Dong-sik a secret. "I met the chairman of the alliance on my way here. He said that because I deceived the nation with fabrications, I should be prepared to turn myself in." Mentioning that man made him uncomfortable. He muttered about that bald old man and added that they had concluded it was all our fabrications. Dong-sik, displeased with Seo Nho's remark, protested. "But it wasn't like that." The minister actually agreed with Dong-sik. "That's why I told that old man that Siwoo will enter the hotspot today." Hearing that, he hurriedly said, "But there's a chance Siwoo will be attacked inside the hotspot." Seo Nho anticipated this and replied that it's not just a possibility but a certainty. However, an anomaly cannot be the victim of such a plot. "Aren't you curious how this will end? My old heart feels like it's going to burst with excitement." Dong-sik, worried he might be misunderstood, said, "That's true, but will the Sanhu hunter feel used when they find out?" The minister dismissed that concern cheerfully. "We've made an agreement." Dong-sik exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Finally, Seo Nho added, "No matter how it seems, I'm a businessman with a conscience." Cutscene: Siwoo recalled the unexpected meeting with Seo Nho while he was jogging in the park. Upon seeing him, Siwoo stopped and asked in surprise, "What is someone in your position doing here?" Then they both sat down on a nearby bench. Seo Nho explained everything. "There's a magic stone mine inside the hotspot and major guilds are fighting over it. I heard that from Team Leader Kim. I realized the government has less authority than I thought. It seems hunters will follow whoever pays the most." Siwoo also guessed why Seo Nho had sought him out. "So what is your proposal to me, minister?" He watched the minister's expression, and the minister was watching Siwoo. So their gazes accidentally met. Without hesitation, they spoke seriously. "For everything you obtain in the hotspot, the Ability Management Department will vouch for you. In return, can you lend us some of your power?" Quickly, Siwoo asked him. "Allow me to be frank, I will purify the hotspot for you." The minister's quick agreement to that proposal surprised Seo Nho greatly, but Siwoo had a condition. "I want ownership rights to a portion of land within the hotspot. Please please permit the construction of a Gen church temple there. Of course, I'll ensure people can freely enter and exit. Many have fond memories of that place. Besides, Gen Church will solidify its role as a timely supporter for the ability management, and unlike before, the ability management will be able to take in anomalies with power to resist the major guilds. At that point, he sincerely told him, that area is already beyond our control, essentially lawless. Whatever happens, the government cannot do anything. If you can purify that desperate land, the hotspot, no one can contest the legality of claiming a portion of land there. Deal, and with that the two shook hands. A second later, the system issued a notification. Clear hostility detected targeting you. Siwoo also sensed the danger and thought to himself that about 30 people genuinely made him feel disadvantaged. He immediately called out loudly to Leo, I wasn't informed my life would be so blatantly targeted. What do you think we should do? Leo suggested. I think it's best to try to resolve this through dialogue. Siwoo found that odd and said, it's a little strange for you to say that. However, Leo changed his attitude. Violence must always be the last resort. He looked puzzled and asked, hey, okay then, shall we try talking to them like you suggested? Friends, let's have a word, but no one answered him. So Siwoo cheerfully lifted one of his legs high. Then he stomped down hard, creating a huge blast. Finally, the smoke made it hard to breathe and everyone crawled outside. Seeing that, Siwoo excitedly said, wouldn't it be much better if you came out while I'm still speaking nicely? It's beneficial for both sides, right? Maybe you're shy, you're all wearing masks. We're only here to survey the land to build a temple. The goddess Gen loves peace. So I'd be very happy if you could make way, dear brothers. Amid the thick smoke, the masked men suddenly heard calls to stand back from behind, which startled and alarmed them. Siwoo laughed loudly. Have my calls for peace worked? Leo beside him chimed in. Are you serious, your holiness? Annoyed, one of the masked men named Cha Bil removed his mask and arrogantly said, I expected more when asked to take down a faction leader. Turns out it's just a kid. Knowing he was being mocked, Siwoo didn't get angry but squinted and replied, just a kid? Well, you must be proud since you're older, brother. He also thought to himself that the man was underestimating him. After all, a Gop Lin guild member and this guy too are SB ranks that common. Instantly, the man threatened Siwoo, I hope you can still talk like that when your limbs are chopped off. We've been ordered to do this. At that, he grew serious, adjusted his glasses and said, Your Holiness, I think. As he spoke, Leo instantly left his position, and of course Siwoo didn't stop him. He moved at incredible speed, causing them to panic and shout, Ah, what? In the next moment, Leo calmly hoisted one of them onto his shoulder. Then he twisted the man's body, making the opponent scream in pain. After punishing him, Leo gently dropped him. Seeing this, Siwoo joked, Leo, do you give chances to repent? Someone could die being folded in half, you know. Leo replied nonchalantly, I still leave their mouths intact so they can beg for mercy. Then Cha Bil angrily yelled that Leo was crazy. That was followed by the shouts of the others. Struck by a deadly blow, everyone attacked at once. At that moment, the butcher assassin Cha Bu wondered to himself where this guy had come from. While his men surged forward to attack Leo, shouting non-stop, Die, you monster, he watched and muttered inwardly. They said this group's channels were fake. Did they trick us? There's nothing about that big one in the report. That monster is at least S-rank, a high-grade one. Was he secretly trained by the government? That monster bowed to Siwoo just now, didn't he? If I capture that unguarded guy as a hostage, I could certainly come up with something. Thinking that, he immediately acted and flew toward him. His speed was comparable to Leo's. Very quickly, Siwoo saw the opponent flying in his direction. As he neared Siwoo's position, Cha Bil smiled smugly, thinking, here we go. However, moments later, blood streamed from both his eyes and mouth. Cha Bil suffered because Siwoo used a special skill, the will to destroy evil, which detected malicious intent. While he kept coughing up blood and groaning in pain, the system also reported these were Cha Bil's evil acts: murder, kidnapping, robbery, killing minors, and many other crimes, 582 offenses. Based on that information, Siwoo stepped forward to question him. How many people did you kill to become S-rank? You're worse than I thought. At that, Chabil crawled to his feet and shouted. Finally, he cried out begging, "Please spare my life." Siwoo, angry, asked Chabil, "Do you want a quick death?" "No, that's not fair. One of his skills is the will to destroy evil, which exposes all the crimes of those who enter the domain of his sacred presence. It activates when the entrant is truly a villain." Siwoo stepped on Chabil's hand, making him scream, and then forced him to confess everything. "I'll say the guild hired us and paid me to." Still furious, Siwoo scolded him. "Obviously they sent you here to test me first. You realize that too, right? If they were truly sure I'm a fraud, they'd send a real S-rank hunter, not trash like you." Not stopping there, Siwoo grabbed Chabu's hair and pulled him backward, asking, "Does it hurt?" At that the man hurriedly begged, I'm sorry, please." A second later, Chabu looked at Siwoo with a pitiful expression. But Siwoo only met him with an angry stare. Unable to restrain his anger, Siwoo grabbed Chabil's hair again, making him groan. After a while, he threw Chabil aside and said, "Forgiving you is not my job, placing you on the scales of justice before God is." The system announced, "First synchronization from the Eden dimension complete. Using user info commands to check your stats. The Earth dimension has assigned you the chaotic trait, therefore Earth removed causal limits for you. Second update is starting." Zihu belongs to the first goddess Gen. Traits: chaotic. Classes: Holy Worker, Black Pope, and 32 others. Player stats: strength level, agility level, endurance level, faith level 7, magic level 0, special stats level, evil resistance level, skill zone, passive skill, enemy of beast level, blessings of Jinn level, sacred flame level, doctrine interpretation level, active skills level, and 42 other skills. Wings of purification level. Sanctification level of the victory over evil level, and 92 other skills. This means current stats exceed system limits. Synchronization. The second sync will include the system. After skimming it, Siwoo, puzzled, said, "What? Nothing changed, it just added a panel of my attributes." Maybe removing causal limits is a good thing. He pointed at the lines, sanctification, victory over evil level, and 92 other skills. This means the current stats exceed system limits. The second sync will include. Siwoo fell into thought. This second update left him bewildered. Seeing reinforcements arriving, Leo told him, "The weak ones are here." Siwoo teased him, "You're so mean, you know, they don't look like they want to fight." When asked, "Were you sent by the government? Why are you here?" Siwoo turned back, feigning surprise. He raised an eyebrow. "The mineral vein is this way, so I don't have to search any further. With magic this strong, there's probably about 7 tons buried there." Leo continued, "For Siwoo, a magic tower typically uses about 700 kg of magic stone per year. 7 tons of high-quality magic stone would be an excellent resource." He voiced his impression. "I can sense both magic and miasma from there." Magic stone is the crystallization of the purest mana. Magic stone is like pure water, so if combined with divine power, it will turn into Godstone. Similarly, if combined with miasma, it will become Demon Stone. He looked toward it, calculating inwardly. "I sense miasma here similar to that of liches from this mineral vein. This energy belongs to an arrogant demon king. The corruption won't be brief. The 3 miasmas I felt in the hotspot are like this." "Has anyone entered this mine recently?" A few people answered, "I don't know, I'm not sure about that," while some elders warned others not to reply to him. Quickly he spotted Jun, who had just stopped people from answering, and cheerfully said, "You must be busy with power struggles, but that person is dangerous. If they lock eyes with you, you're done." Then he added that Jun probably ignored this during their infighting. "Right, I've heard there's no law here. If I defeat you, I can claim this mine, right?" Siwoo thought the man must be part of this group. Are they white shadows? Frightened, Jun bowed his head in silence. Then he took out Jen's token and smiled brightly in challenge. "I don't intend to fight. This lawless land only intrigues me. I'm just curious to see what I can actually do here." At that moment, Jen's token suddenly began to glow. Siwoo noticed the abnormal sign and grew worried. Jen's sign was reacting to the miasma. Finally, he decided to use his spiritual power. A light flashed from Jen's token placed over his chest, making those around him panic and ask, "What are you going to do?" A second later, the system announced, "You can declare a sanctuary using the Gen token." "Do you want to declare a sanctuary?" He raised it high and shouted, "I declare a sanctuary." The system confirmed it. This area is now a sanctuary. Suddenly a radiance appeared in the sky. And then white streaks of light fell downward. Someone below reached out and caught them. Meanwhile, Leo focused on praying. The entire area where they stood was bathed in multicolored magical lights. Siwoo felt satisfied with what he had just accomplished. Finally, he cheerfully told Leo, "I've decided to dedicate this land to Jen. Jen wants this land. As her servant, I cannot remain idle." The system provided information. A sanctuary has been declared using Jen's relic token. Earth's dimension system has accepted the relic from Eden's dimension as a miracle. With the sanctuary declared, the area has been cleansed of corrupted miasma. Upon learning this, Siwoo exhaled in relief. As he walked, he thought, breathing is much easier now. The miasma has been cleared. A few seconds later, Jen appeared and whispered to him, "This is a truly sad place. I never imagined such a place could exist on Earth." He softly called her name, Jen. Siwoo agreed with what Jen had just said. Yes, it is indeed sad. He also carefully watched Leo's expression. Seeing Leo so calm, Siwoo murmured to himself that it seemed only he could see Jen. Immediately after, she said sadly with concern, "I can faintly see the dreams that were buried in this land. Sagan, thank you for taking good care of the gift I sent through that BS boy." She was indirectly referring to Leo to Siwoo, and Siwoo understood Jen's meaning. He mocked Leo, nodding she was the only one who called that mad dog a child. But she replied cheerfully, "To me, he's still a child. Do you know how cute Leo was when he was small?" Siwoo wasn't very interested and indifferently said, "I'd rather set him free than keep him." The next moment, Jen took his hand and said sincerely, "Even so, I still prefer you." However, instead of being moved, he suspected she had another motive. "Come on, stop acting. Why did you appear without warning?" Quickly, Jen replied, "I wanted to personally give you a gift because you've done very well. There are things I can only do when I'm here." Hearing those 3 words, Siwoo hesitated. A gift? As soon as she finished speaking, Jen immediately cast a spell right in front of them. She gathered some stones from the nearby pool and brought them together. Seeing this, Siwoo was very puzzled, not knowing what she intended to do. After creating a gravestone, Jen gently said, "Feels warmer now, doesn't it, Siwoo?" He agreed with a single sound. Meanwhile, he thought this place couldn't be treated as an ordinary gift. He could feel Jen's love and sincerity. Siwoo stared at the gravestone before him. She added, "I only hope the remaining dreams here will have a warmer place to rest. Those who remember this place will surely see this as a miracle." He silently compared it to Eden in his mind. Jen gave Siwoo another surprise that left him completely baffled. With a miraculous spell, she created a small temple within the sanctuary. While he felt incredulous and astonished, Jen beamed and asked Siwoo, "Well, this is my real gift. So what do you think?" He immediately praised it. "Wonderful, everyone will love it." I can imagine Leo crying. Goddess Jen. After thinking things through, he said to her, "I have something to say, Jen." But she was clever enough to guess what he wanted by looking at his expression. "It seems you already know. Siwoo, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. The final demon king you defeated, Lucifer, transferred the soul fragments of the demon kings to the nearest dimension. The nearest dimension to Ian is Earth. The reason Earth's system accepted a pact with an outsider like you may be related to Lucifer." Hearing this, Siwoo fell into thoughtful silence. She was talking about karma. Jin also showed concern and said, "Because Earth is not under my administration, I can't do much. You'll have to investigate the details yourself. Siwoo, sorry for these difficult requests. Please take care of this world." Siwoo knew she would leave after saying this, so he asked, "Are you going to go now?" Without saying any further words, Jin just left, making him only able to say to himself, "Well, perhaps I should get used to that." Siwoo turned back to look at the temple and muttered to himself, "Surprising, but it seems I've accomplished all the urgent goals." The temple in his eyes was so beautiful and luxurious. One more thing made Siwoo feel incredibly satisfied. Leo is here to translate the Bible for us, and now there is a temple for followers to come and pray. After completing the mission, the system confirmed it. You have completed the main mission of expanding the church. Reward for completion. Baptism trait upgraded and you have received 500 DP. Congratulations. By creating the first temple for the church, you have taken another step toward consolidating your position as a major religion. You can now manage the temple using the temple management command. Siwoo felt proud as if he were truly accomplishing something. At the same time, the system provided other information. Through the interdimensional contract, you can purchase various facilities using divine points. A DLC facility store has been updated. To make the temple widely known to the public, they decided to create a small program for it. Just like that, Minso stood up to host a live stream with the presence of Leo and Siwoo. On the live stream, he happily said, "We are at the Heart region for a special episode. It is an honor to be the first to introduce the new Heart region to everyone. You probably already know who I am with today. Mr. Siwoo, South Korea's first anomaly and the head of the Gen Church." Very quickly, he placed his right hand on his chest, bowed to greet everyone, then smiled brightly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you all. I am Siwoo of the Gen Church. It is an honor to introduce to everyone the first temple of our church." Within just a few seconds, several netizens left comments. "I thought they were filming in the Heart region. It looks like they are on a film set. Player Ka, if you need money, at least try to scam more skillfully." Damn it, I knew it. Player Ka is so handsome, I thought he didn't scam anyone. It seems the rumors about the church are really affecting him. I'm unsubscribing. Good luck. Seeing this, Siwoo happily muttered to himself, "This is the characteristic of Ka chat." Afterward, there was another surprise, which was that Mr. Quikwich Ka donated 1,000 gun, accompanied by the comment, "Who is standing behind you? Don't tell me you hired mercenaries." Player Ka, if you were kidnapped by a cult and are being forced to film this, wave a carrot. Since he wasn't from Earth, Leo didn't understand internet slang, so he whispered into Siwoo's ear, "Your Holiness, why are they asking Mr. Minso to wave a carrot?" This question left Siwoo not knowing how to answer, only able to mutter in his heart, "That's because of you." After a while, Minso also said thank you before ending the broadcast. "Thanks to your active participation, we have built the first temple in the Heart region. Thank you, everyone." However, at this moment, negative comments from netizens appeared. "He should admit he is lying, I can't believe it. But what film set is this? It's too beautiful, I'm an expert. The Heart region is an area contaminated by demonic energy that prevents life from developing. Yet this area is full of flowers and grass, so I dare to bet the rest of my hair that this is definitely not the Heart region." Seeing this comment, Siwoo immediately prayed, "Dear Goddess, do you see that? Please take away that man's hair." Next, he held up his phone and guided everyone. From now on, anyone can use the CEO City app or register through the local community center to enter the Heart region in CEO. You can find detailed information on the Ability Management Bureau's website or through our Mito channel soon. In addition, they also controlled a flight cam to film from above. The fly cam was circling to get the best shot. And then netizens suddenly commented, "Why doesn't the player look handsome even when viewed from above? Huh, it's flying up. Are you crazy? Aren't those the walls around the Heart region? What is it, everyone? Isn't it a broadcast from KBC? Announcement. Minister CEO of the Ability Management Bureau announces that the awakened person Siwoo has successfully cleansed a part of the CEO Heart region. Link to the article. This is real." Wait, is this really the Heart region? Is it real? I am coming here on a pilgrimage. If I want to go on a pilgrimage, do we really just need to register? Please, that would be good. Please give me a girlfriend. Please let me pass the Hunter Academy exam. 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 Please let me pass this interview. Go to school, stop spamming. A moment later, someone walked over to Siwoo's spot, carrying a bouquet of flowers in their hand. And this person was Minister CEO. Just seeing him, he immediately said, "Minister, everyone has already left. Do you still have work to do here?" CEO honestly replied, "I always wanted to return here. I never thought I would be able to return. Even though I agreed with this idea, I still can't believe it." "What is that small tombstone?" Siwoo bowed his head and said, "It is to comfort those who are resting here." He reverently knelt down, gently placed the bouquet on the tombstone, and asked, "Who was able to do such a noble thing?" He just replied, "That is the person responsible for everything here. I think it is a memorial to help dispel sad feelings without forgetting the past." On the tombstone was written the line, "Where dreams rest." CEO sincerely said, "I think you have fulfilled the wish of this old man. Thank you. Even after being kidnapped to Eden, the biggest reason I couldn't hate." Thinking of this, Siwoo suddenly glanced at the person kneeling before the tombstone. because of the kindness and hope she brought to those around her. Currently in the comment section of the religious exhibition page, there is a status update. I am a sinner, views 18,345, shares 345, comments 10. I apologize for a foolish person like me spreading false rumors about holy people. I apologize for doubting you. I apologize for cursing you. I will try my best to spread the reputation of Jen. Below that were all the comments. Do you think it's him? Right, it's the guy who always called it a fake cult. Seems he deleted all his posts. Don't worry, I screenshotted everything and emailed it to the J-Man Church. Jen is watching. Please use polite language if possible. I created a new Jen exhibition room. Everyone, please enter and chat with the brothers and sisters. Has anyone seen the goddess? Is she pretty? I heard she looks like Teehee. Oh, I heard a player has already seen her. How dare you talk about the goddess like that? All of you Siwoo and the government are just playing you guys. Seriously, all of this is just the government using power to distract you. And yet you guys believe it. Old man, stop looking at those fake news. It's hilarious. Even other countries are reporting this, so stop with the conspiracy theories. It's funny. Stop typing before I erase all the moles on your body. I'm laughing to death. I think this page perfectly reflects the nature of our current situation. It seems there are still people who think I am a scammer. Minso suddenly shouted, unbelievable, how much more do we have to prove? Do they still doubt us after this beautiful scenery? Causing Siwoo to be startled and inwardly cry out, oh my god. Minso sincerely said, although I never doubted your holiness, I didn't think this place would be this beautiful. The goddess Jen is truly a miracle. This place is proof of that. He didn't reply, but inwardly he implicitly agreed with this idea of his. Right, this is what this land was supposed to become, just like what Jen wrote on the monument, where dreams rest. To follow the goddess's wish, I intend to open this space to the public and let grieving families visit their loved ones. Afterward, while taking a walk, Minso also said to Siwoo, I am sure everyone sincerely thanks you and the goddess Jen. He also agreed, I just hope I can comfort them, that is enough. Just at this moment, Siwoo seemed to suddenly think of something and was silent for a few seconds. After a while, Siwoo called out to him, Mr. Minso, I heard there are artisan guilds. Do you know of any? He happily replied, I know a few that acquaintances manage. I should talk to them, shouldn't I? A mineral mine, it seems he has some plan. Siwoo also didn't hide it from the other person at all. When eliminating the magic energy spreading from magic energy sources and nearby mineral mines, some magic stones at the epicenter absorbed holy power from Gemen and turned into divine stones. That means there is a holy stone mine inside this holy land. Siwoo decided to mine it. At this moment he turned to ask the other person, Mr. Minso, have you ever produced goods before? Causing him to reply in surprise, goods. On the other hand, the system also provided information. You can purchase sanctification facilities via the DLC store. Facility type description, use divine stones. You can craft holy relics. The Holy Land facilities will grant blessings. The higher the level of those relics, the more blessings. Price 5,000 divine points. Seeing these lines, Siwoo was incredibly satisfied, muttering to himself, perfect. With those divine stones, NZDNH can help the Jen Church have a stable income. Just at this moment, Leo arrived. Your Holiness, we have uninvited guests. Following him were 3 other people. Afterward, the person who arrived also introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Siwoo. I am Bayon Ong-soo, the Executive Director of the National Awakened Alliance. I came here to talk to Siwoo. It's an honor to meet like this. With surprise, Siwoo looked at the other person, then pondered. He ordered him, Leo, take them to the guest reception room and don't cause any trouble. Yes, Your Holiness. He asked Siwoo about Leo. Is it him? The person rumored to be able to fold people like paper. I would really like to witness that if there is a chance. But then he switched to another topic. I still clearly remember the time the National Awakened Alliance sent assassins to kill me. Why don't I send them a gift to say thank you? However, by Ung-soo, no need, I am really not interested in crafts. After finishing, I want to pray to the goddess for helping to cleanse this area. The land that we once protected. This word made him feel uncomfortable. Once protected, conducted. I don't like his choice of words. Thinking that, Siwoo frankly said, you deny sending assassins, yet now you dare to come here to cause a scene. It seems you have a thick face. So what you protected was not the heart region but the magic stone mines. I'm sure that's very nice. However, do you know they are no longer magic stones? Now they are divine stones. At first he seemed surprised by these words, but then Byung-soo also calmly replied, "Thanks for mentioning that. This is easier now. I'm sure you have information about magic stones from the Ability Management Bureau. Therefore, we determined that you entered the heart region with the intention of taking those magic stones. I am sure you know that the development of guilds in our country is proof of the country's maturity. For an alliance of guilds like us, magic stone mines are an important resource for development. It is a pity that you forcibly seized them from us." Siwoo started questioning him. "Are you trying to make it seem like I am hindering the nation's development? I am working with the Ability Management Bureau. Aren't they a state agency? Aren't you guys the ones hindering the Bureau from working? You guys say these mines belong to everyone while it is you who are profiting. I cannot believe it. I intended to talk seriously if you guys started with a sole apology, but you guys brought all this destruction to the heart region. To hire assassins, is this all you guys have to say?" As soon as he saw things getting tense, Bai took out a folder and hesitatingly said, Temporarily put everything aside. We came here to negotiate. We will ensure for the Gen Church half of the products mined from the mines, as well as allow you access to all our mining infrastructure. Additionally, we will donate a large sum of money to the church. I am sure you will be more than satisfied." However, he crumpled that paper and angrily said, "Do you really think peace negotiations can be conducted with a piece of paper? First you guys tried to kill me, and now you guys are wonderful, want to be friends. Do you guys really think this will work? Unbelievable." Immediately, Siwoo used magic to create a bolt of lightning to strike them directly, causing them to feel incredibly terrified. At the same time, his hand was moving toward Byung-soo's group. Very quickly, Siwoo choked him, making the other party feel breathless and scream, "Let me go." He used an indignant gaze to look at Byung-soo. Moreover, he increased the pressure of the choke. And then he spat blood, adding in fear, We gave you a chance. We have the power to fight you, Siwoo, if we can cooperate." Perhaps immediately after, he threw Byung-soo aside and said mockingly, "I'm so scared. Go tell those bastards that they had better come here to apologize, otherwise I will come to take the apology myself." On the other hand, the system issued a notification that the number of followers increased suddenly, so the main mission is being updated. Estimated time, 7:32. That evening, as usual, SHU was watching TV when he accidentally caught the breaking news. It has established a joint public-private investigation team and has officially requested verification of the heart region location. Hearing this, Wang-gu Gok suddenly asked, "No, what's the problem? How did you know?" "They need to calm down." Next, the announcer said, "Meanwhile, the Jin Church has attracted global attention. After their leader, the awakened Siwoo, cleansed the heart region location. However, the White Halo Church still continues." Afterward, when seeing his panda eyes, he asked in surprise, "Wang-gu Gok, you look like a zombie. Tomorrow is the launch of the Gen Church channel. You are working overtime." At the same time, Si was also present, so she asked Wang-gu Gok, "Is Brother Leo in that beautiful place? Is he not coming here anymore?" He bowed his head sadly and asked, "Yeah, that place is Leo's workplace now. Go visit him, you should go." She smiled and praised, "It looks so beautiful. Today I will sleep early and then go visit him with Brother. I don't know if Brother has time or not." On the other hand, Siwoo also spoke up first. Scene, "Ask Brother if you want to know anything." She obediently answered, "Yes, I also know some things." Brother is the Pope leading the Gen Church. Brother cleansed the heart region. Siwoo was surprised when Seo knew so much. "Does the kid know everything?" Wang-gu Gok exclaimed. "Kids are better at using phones than you. You've been there for 10 years, haven't you? You're old, you haven't even finished Seoul when you were already hit on the head by Brother." Just like that, his head swelled up into a big bump. Meanwhile, Seo quickly left and said, "Today I will sleep early. See you this weekend." Siwoo happily answered, Yeah, good night." Afterward, both brothers waved goodbye to her. At this point, he finally understood everything. "I see." Si was teasing Brother and Wang-gu Gok was praising her. Si is a good kid and she is very bright. She had no choice but to grow up from a very young age. Next, Siwoo admitted his mistake in comfort. Perhaps that is Brother's fault. Seeing that his attitude was a bit strange, he silently watched the other person. A moment later, Wang-gu Gok suddenly remembered something. "I almost forgot. Grandma called us. She said that the department is preparing a private jet to pick her up in 2 weeks. Siwoo was startled and said, "Huh, a private jet? Why?" He quickly explained to him. Grandma said something about being a family member of an anomaly. Because she can't travel freely because of brother, she said to prepare to get beaten. Siwoo knew his grandmother's temperament very well, so he was incredibly worried. "Grandma is coming back soon, I am so worried." He confusedly asked back, "Why are you worried?" "We are only launching an official channel," Siwoo answered in confusion, "because you don't know how much brother has prepared for this." Additionally, he also praised Gok. "You did well, don't worry anymore." Finally, he finished designing the channel. This official Jin channel has 43K subscribers, a video along with other sections such as subscribed, playlist, short videos, community. While watching, he muttered, "The number of subscribers after 1 hour of launching the Mube channel is 43,000. The next second, he scrolled down to see the homepage titles: short videos, playlists, community, recommended, Heart Region scammed, 200K views 1 hour ago. Along with that were comments with the number 24,325 and sorted by the latest comments. "Please let me pass the exam. Pray for me to pass the exam. Player Ka looks handsome, but the Pope looks a bit, and the big guy standing behind is too. Between the Gen Church and the White Halo Church, which one is stronger? Oh my God, there are still people who believe in these cults. Everyone, they will start demanding money, and then it will be too late. Finally, I'm here for a pilgrimage." Currently, Siwoo is watching it in his office. Gok explained to him, "There are too many comments, many people are praying for their wishes, right?" He just gently replied, "Praying for wishes is fine. Jen likes those kinds of comments, right?" Leo happily answered, "That's right, Jen will take care of those who are passionate about their dreams." Siwoo agrees with this thought of Leo. "I think that is reasonable, because we have solved many events recently. I'm sure there will be more people who believe in Jen once they understand." Gok sees that he is very excited about this and is surprised. "This is the first time you've looked like a church member." After a few seconds, the system gives Siwoo a new mission. A mission has appeared: expand the congregation, prepare DLC main type, description through creating a temple. You have created a roof for faith before. The temple will act as an important pivot point for the church's growth. Thus, the system has determined that your church has completed all necessary preparations. Your Holiness Earth is currently facing many dangers. To prepare for the upcoming catastrophe, you must develop your church. Requirement: complete 150,000 official followers. Official follower means someone who has officially applied to join via the application form. 2. 500 players under the holy system choose Jen as their faith. Achieve a total of 15 levels among the church's characteristics and facilities. Reward: 10,000 divine points. Optional achievement: you must satisfy all 3 conditions to complete the mission. Sunlight shines through the leaves. Not only him, but others also received this information, including Minso. The system confirmed. The following announcement has been sent to all players in the dimension Earth. Special conditions have been met, and restrictions on divine power have been removed from the Earth dimension. The Earth dimension system is preparing an update for the era of class. Earth players, please prepare for the following changes. The system confirms with Siwoo's choice. Receive the church expansion mission, prepare DLC main mission. Description: by building a temple, you have created a place of worship for followers. From now on, the temple will be the center for your religion. The system has confirmed that you have prepared a complete foundation for the religion Pope. Earth is currently facing many dangers. You need to develop the number of followers to prepare for upcoming dangers. Requirement: complete 150,000 official followers. Official followers are those who have officially applied to join via the form. 2. 500 players under the holy system choose Jen as their deity. 3. A total of 15 levels from church structures and characteristics. Reward: 10,000 DP. The ability to choose a mission achievement is only completed when satisfying all 3 requirements. Seeing these lines, Siwoo muttered, 500 players under the holy system must choose Jen as their deity. Hey, besides me, is there any other player using divine power? However, Gok also doesn't know about this. I haven't heard of anyone else. You intend to recruit 500 followers from Jen like Leo. Siwoo, while rubbing his nose, bowed his head to ask, so who is this holy system player? Just at this moment, the system came again. This announcement is being broadcast to all players in the Earth dimension, making anyone who sees it surprised. Even Mino knows. Parallel to it is information from the system. Due to some requirements being met, restrictions placed on divine energy will be removed from the dimension. The Earth dimension will prepare for the era of order. Earth players prepare for the era of order. Following that, the news is being updated rapidly on TV. Currently, TV is reporting breaking news this morning: the great change has been announced on Earth. News 24 hours in, and Buddhism. Many people awaken divine power. To prepare for a changing world, we have invited Professor S8 from CEA University. There have been many players in religion. We awaken thanks to the grace of the gods. With divine power now available, I'm sure you can see how important religion will become. If our country accepts the Gen Church in this chaotic time, then the government recognizing our religion as an official faith is also reasonable. A second later, Trang also dialogued directly with the Bishop of the White Shadow. How does the awakening of the White Shadow work? The Bishop of the White Shadow quickly replied, our method is nothing special. Just needing faith in the gods will save humanity from weakness. Siwoo watches and sighs, thinking to himself, holy system players from the White Shadow, so they don't use magic energy. I guess the Gyuzo Gate and the Abyss Gate in Rio Duan are filming them fighting demons and never claiming to be on their side. And did I detect any magic energy from the followers in Gyuo? No. Then there could be other organizations that are not the White Shadow but are linked to magic energy. Just as the issue hit a dead end, he called for Jen's help. So she appeared. It's been a while since I saw you this worried. He honestly told everything is manifesting in easier. Sorry for calling you suddenly. However, Jen wasn't angry with Siwoo. It's okay. Yesterday you had many followers. You worked very hard, Siwoo. Next, Siwoo told Jen the current situation. The whole country is in chaos. Now there are holy system players, even though I don't know if that is real or not. What is divine power? It is a power that not only Jen's followers can use, but the ability to create miracles by anyone who has faith. The stronger the faith, the stronger the gods, and in return, the gods can bless the followers with more power. Based on these foundations, a moment later, Jemin started explaining in great detail to him, just like the will of players linked directly to their magic ability. Divine power has a close relationship with the power of faith in followers. Awakened people in turn use power to create miracles. The value of a god depends on the level of faith they can arouse in followers. A god without followers will disappear. He still has parts he hasn't fully understood, so the era of order is talking about the gods. Then why was there no divine power on Earth before? She also honestly replied. Just like the reason why Earth was not granted mana, the system set limits on the potential of Earth people. Hearing this, Siwoo felt a bit regretful. They should have removed all restrictions a year ago along with mana. At this moment, Jin just smiled, then said in confusion, I wanted to tell you everything, Siwoo. But just as she hadn't finished speaking, he interrupted. Causality doesn't allow it, right? Jen didn't say anything but just looked at Shu with affectionate eyes. And then she started blessing Siwoo. The system also quickly confirmed this to him. Your goddess has blessed you. All characteristics have been increased by 1 level for 90 days. After performing the ritual, Jemin gently said, at least I can do that much. However, he smiled brightly and cheered because of this. Before leaving Jen, she also had a wish, make me even stronger. Siwoo, now what will my little pope do for me? He firmly replied. What do you think? I have to preach to get more followers. Can Jen call more people from Eden here? Large guilds are trying to monopolize the holy system players. She was a bit hesitant, then replied, I don't think so, let me reconsider. Siwoo smiled dangerously, then muttered in his heart, then I guess there's no other way, I have to work harder. Meanwhile, Jen showed worry when seeing this expression of his. Siwoo, why are you smiling like that? Siwoo ignored her worrying and muttered in his heart, it's okay, he can still sleep even when dead. Just like that, Jen advised again, calm down, Siwoo. Because Leo couldn't see Jen, he felt confused by Siwoo's expression at this moment. After she returned to Eden, he looked out the window and was immersed in thoughts of the church era. If that message is broadcast to all players, perhaps the Earth dimension will truly undergo major changes. What I can do right now is maintain the temple well and continue preaching, but I don't know where to go next. Just at this moment, the phone vibrated, causing Siwoo to be a bit worried. Immediately after, he read the message just sent to the emergency room. Date 0, month 5, year 28, or tribes near Pyongyang have started moving south. Warning level 2 in the old area. The Energy Bureau detected a giant space gate near Busan. Expected level A or higher. Mana Flow Analysis Bureau abnormal near Kwang City. After reading it, Siwoo remembered what happened before. The year before I disappeared, North Korea basically no longer existed as a country due to the appearance of dimensional gates. The northern part of the Korean peninsula is now a monster land that cannot be conquered, according to Y. Gugok. Afterward, he also went to find Sane and participated in a meeting with many others. Are all those damn pigs crazy? Funny, they are all coming, isn't it, Pope Kim? Meanwhile, Siwoo showed worry, muttering, this guy is standing too close. While everyone kept silent, Sane laughed out loud very naturally. Siwoo whispered to the other, see Jane, the Goblin Guild is a quite large guild, isn't it more appropriate for you to sit next to the National Awakened Alliance? Interacting with thugs is not my style. We do not belong to the National Awakened Alliance, I told you already. Immediately, Seo Zin made the cake disappear right before Siwoo's eyes, causing him to gape and shout inwardly. The snack disappeared. He laughed and said, hey Pope Kim, do you want to go for coffee with me after this meeting? I have many questions about divine power. Is that what you used to subdue me last time? I think you are the best user of it. However, the more Sejin spoke, the more anxious Siwoo felt, but since he couldn't let others know, he could only scream in his heart, wait a minute, why is he calling me Pope Kim? Can't he just stop already? Finally unable to stand it, Bai Ongzu pointed a finger at him and shouted, hey Choi, there aren't only 2 people in this room. Keep your voice down. Sejin, unafraid, threw an arm around Siwoo's shoulder and replied nonchalantly, I'm just talking to my friend, is there a problem? Meanwhile, he was thinking about him. Bai Ongzu is still bothering everyone here. Even after being hit, Bai Ongzu wouldn't stop, loudly reprimanding him. That's your problem, Choi, you don't care about social norms at all, that's why your guild keeps getting into trouble with other guilds. Sejin turned to provoke him, is that all? So what are you going to do? Bai Ongzu immediately gritted his teeth and stood up while he nervously muttered to himself, it's getting cold. After a moment, he stared straight into the other man's eyes and called him by his last name. Kang, he also replied in anger, Choi. However, as the atmosphere became tense, Sejin teased him, going on a date, those glasses look really cool. This made Siwoo jump to the point of spitting out the water he was drinking. Seeing the opponent not reply, he continued to tease, trying to look young. You look good, I'll have to ask the boss to end this meeting quickly. You have a friend waiting at the local market, don't you? Finally, Bai Ongzu had to shout, it seems you guys are having a good time, aren't you? Right then, the Minister of the Ability Management Bureau, CONHO, opened the door and walked in. Is this old man bothering you guys? Sejin smiled brightly and replied, oh, not at all, you look more refreshed. Minister CONHO replied excitedly, I've started drinking a lot of soda lately, shall I introduce you to some types? Hello. You all are busy people, so I will get straight to the point. As soon as CONHO appeared, Bai Ongzu finally sat down and remained silent. CONHO said loudly, we have gathered here today to discuss the plan to deal with the orc army that is approaching. Orcs are nocturnal creatures and live in tribes. Orcs are also hostile to each other if they belong to different tribes. But for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual throughout the history of orcs' existence on Earth. But for some reason, 7 tribes have united. This is extremely unusual throughout the history of orcs' existence on Earth. While he was speaking, Siwoo thought to himself, I guess they didn't exist on Earth. I have seen this a few times in Eden. Those born with the power to dominate everything, a monster that exists to lead the unrestrained rage of the orcs and a single objective. Next, he blurted out an overlord, CONHO replied. I suppose it is called an overlord. According to reports, this overlord has gathered over 100,000 orcs following it, so the warning level has been raised to level 1. Hearing this, the whole meeting room shouted, what, 100,000 orcs? CONHO revealed other information about tattooing orc tribes on their arms. Our intelligence agents have discovered 7 different orc tattoo types. Siwoo heard this and said, the Overlord has stats that are completely overwhelming compared to other orcs. I have fought one before. As soon as they appear, they break all tribal hierarchies. That is why orcs with different tribal tattoos are gathering together. As soon as the Overlord appears, the orcs' instincts cause them to swear loyalty to it. However, Bai opposes this idea of yours. Even as a returnee, you seem quite smug about your knowledge of monsters on Earth. Leaving this to the experts and sitting silently is the right choice, Your Holiness Siwu. Disdained by others, Siwu can't take it anymore and retorts, so you're only saying this straight to my face now, huh? Then I guess you guys must be real experts to illegally occupy a heart region managed by the state, right? Saying this, he clenches his fists. Seeing that, Seo Jin whispers into Siwu's ear, Look, Pope Kim, they're acting like bullies, aren't they? Byung-soo hears this and says angrily, Mr. Sejin, I can hear you. And Mr. Kim Siwu, they are a real threat. They destroy everything in their path, praying and flapping your wings a little won't make them disappear. The more he talks, the angrier Siwu gets. It seems that really impresses you, huh? The only reason I haven't beaten you to a pulp is because the minister is here. On the other hand, he not only doesn't stop them but even provokes them. Oh, are you guys planning to fight? Thank goodness I'm here. Seeing everyone so tense, Seo Nho clears his throat and says, This is a serious situation. Please calm down. Mr. Siwu, in that case, do you have any solutions? He speaks as if asking what's for dinner. It's simple, we just need to kill the great demon lord. We would have to sacrifice too much to confront the 100,000 Aranks. The damage to civilians would also be too great. It would be best if we could kill that great demon lord. As soon as he dies, the Urs will go crazy and start fighting each other. Their tribes are enemies of one another to begin with. However, Bai opposes, What nonsense are you spouting? That special entity is surrounded by 100,000 Aranks. Even if your deduction is correct, to get close to an army of 100,000 troops, our forces would have to break through. Is there no limit to your arrogance? That's true if it's on the ground, but is it really necessary to approach from the ground? He quickly explains, We have helicopters and fighter jets, so why the fuss? If we launch an aerial attack using helicopters through that area, why couldn't we drop bombs on them? Afterward, the representative of the Great Tiger Guild, South Korea's largest first-tier guild, loudly speaks up for him. There is no guarantee that killing that unique entity will stop the monster attack. Are we to understand that you are telling us to deploy hunters without those guarantees? It sounds like you are asking us to sacrifice ourselves for you, Pope Siwu. Siwu looks at him and gives a smile, immediately presenting an argument to refute. If you guys have no countermeasures and only want to show off to avoid losses, then shut your mouths. When did I ever ask you guys to deploy hunters? I will be the only one carrying out this campaign. I heard that the media has intentionally exaggerated or fabricated my strength. Regardless, I will take this opportunity to prove it clearly. Whoever has any complaints, speak up now. Just prepare a helicopter for me and that's enough. Siwu uses his gaze to express his determination, and moreover, he is thinking in his heart, strike first and strike hard. After the meeting, he prepares a helicopter to travel. Before leaving, someone asks Siwu, Are you really going to be okay going alone? No need to worry, I will resolve the situation in the blink of an eye. His mood is quite good because he gets to breathe fresh air for the first time. After a long time, I had ridden a GFON. Hearing this, Bitch Hun feels surprised and says, Gone, huh? Meanwhile, Dedung feels admiration and shouts. And then Siwu says to them, Although the riding experience wasn't very good, a helicopter is much better. Just like that, Bitch Hun honestly replies, Actually, I am more worried about you refusing the large anti-air cannons. Do you have something else? Siwu modestly says to him, That's right, I have a few skills. Let me touch this helicopter for a moment. A second after he uses his magic, the system issues a notification. Sanctification active skill level has been activated. A powerful blessing has been applied to the designated object for a certain period. This action of Siwu makes both of them gasp in surprise. When he finished renovating the helicopter, he gave a thumbs up, then excitedly said, The effect should be pretty good after all. No monster wants to throw themselves into death. While the two people keep cheering in admiration. Next, Shu turns to speak to Zem Mi-ung, the cameraman in the 4th Gen follower response incident. Are you ready? He replies in confusion. Yes, Pope, I will ensure to record all of your wonderful feats, Your Holiness. It's impossible to record in the heart region due to magic energy contamination, but we can record well in the Lost Lands, north of the ceasefire line, as long as we are careful with the monsters. Accumulating views through live streaming when the competition is heating up is important, and I have no reason to refuse that. Additionally, I can use fighting against 100,000 O alone, or I have ridden a helicopter into the lost lands. I can't help but use that soul view style. Right at this moment, Siwoo discovers that the other person is trembling a bit due to tension, so he asks, "Hey Zem Myung, why are you trembling? You don't need to worry, it will be over soon." And then he also honestly said, "I know that the safest place is beside you, Your Holiness. It's just that it is a great honor to carry out this mission. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am ready to trade my life for Jen." This statement makes him feel a bit awkward. Afterwards, Siwoo secretly comments about him, "Zem Myung, in his normal state right now, is this okay? I'm wondering about what Minso said, why are there so many fanatical followers?" A few seconds later, the helicopter took off. When the helicopter had been flying for a while, Siwoo panicked and said, "No way is this really possible, we avoided all of them." Additionally, Zem Myung called CONHO to report the situation. "In 5 minutes, we will reach the designated position." Just as you said, fake Siwoo, the flying monsters did not come near us. He also just looked at the screen and replied, "I am watching." Think about it, you are live streaming the aerial attack on Meet too. I might have to file an apology for this. Zem Myung knows he is in a difficult position, so he says, "Minister, if you are worried, I can turn off the broadcast right now." When he turned off the broadcast, CONHO turned to speak to Dongshik. "I wonder." He said halfway, then stopped, just looking at the plan appearing on the screen with the content. Plan A, an aerial attack will be carried out under the command of awakened person Siwoo. The unique entity Great Demon Lord will be destroyed and the monster attack will be disbanded. Plan B, in case Plan A fails, the Great Tiger Guild will establish a defensive line at the ceasefire line to prepare. They will cooperate with the 30th Reorganized Mechanized Infantry Division to prevent the monster attack. After watching with a worried mood, CONHO said, "Siwoo insisted on broadcasting live to prove himself, and due to his special position as an anomaly, he can make unreasonable demands forcefully. However, he didn't do that. Last time he even led us to the bad guys that the Ability Management Bureau was hunting, calling it a gift." Dongshik also shares the same mood as him, so he says bluntly, "But Minister, if awakened Siwoo fails in this solitary campaign, we will have to bear the consequences of broadcasting a failed campaign live. This will make the Ability Management Bureau even more." Regarding this, he is quite optimistic, so he just casually replies, "If he cannot stop it, then we cannot do anything about the monster attack either. Who cares about our utility? We are useless whether we broadcast or not. If awakened Kim Siwoo fails, the final result will be the same. In that case, isn't increasing the stakes better?" It has been a long time since the awakened forces belonging to large private guilds far exceeded the awakened forces belonging to the state. The nation has no power to control the Awakening Alliance and absolutely no power to protect itself from being controlled. Many large-scale guilds linked to the NC have been involved in illegal territories. After hearing this, Dongshik brings up another issue. Awakened SH is not linked to the Ability Management Bureau, however, you say he is also not linked to the N. Do you know why each country classifies returnees separately, especially the disaster level ones, even though they could classify them like we classify S-rank hunters? He honestly says, "No, I don't know." CONHO starts explaining in detail to Dongshik. Disaster-level returnees are those who left a remarkable legacy in their world before returning to Earth. Whether they are good or bad, they are creatures that can influence the order of a whole world. If these people return to their Earth homeland, what is the probability that they will submit to the current government? Of course, there will be individual differences, and conflict is unavoidable. That is why they are called disasters. Among the disaster-level returnees who have returned, the strength of those we can measure is at that level. Then what do you think will happen to those above that anomaly level? Conflict is unavoidable. Our mission is to navigate that conflict to suit our interests as much as possible. Dongshik gradually understands a little and says, "You mean using awakened Siwoo to control the N?" He disagrees with this way of speaking. Didn't awakened Siwoo say that he would help us and not the N? As weak as we are, we can only do our best. Do you think we have the choice to refuse? Because Conho said everything right, Dongshik was silent. And then they also watched the comments online. Is this really live? Is this a monster attack? What do we do if they go straight to the ceasefire line like that? I heard the Pazu area has prepared for the worst and started evacuating. They are not the type to make up story. It's okay. The in-heroes will handle it, nothing to worry about. Everyone have faith. The goddess Diamond will grant us all salvation. Don't be fooled by these cultists. Everyone still loves you all. We are finished. We are finished. We are finished. After reading it with a feeling of confusion, he asked team leader Kim, "Do you see? They say we are finished." Because it is a difficult question, Dongshik answers uncertainly, "Minister, we have already cast the dice. So all we can do is humbly accept the result. Whatever it is." At the same time, when he arrived, Siwoo started broadcasting again, "We have reached the helicopter's area of operation. The unique entity named Great Demon Lord is in sight. Can everyone hear me? That big guy is the Great Demon Lord. He is very dangerous and different from normal. Oh, I will go down now." And while C says these words, he is standing at the door of the helicopter and facing downward. On the other hand, while jumping down, SU can still calmly film and say, "This channel is the official YouTube channel of the Taimen Church. So please like, comment, subscribe, and click the notification bell. Thank you very much. Goodbye." Meanwhile, Zimi shouts loudly, Pope, the umbrella of Mr. Siwoo is flying in the middle of the high sky like a bright star. Very quickly, the Owers have discovered there is a strange object in the sky and feel confused in their heads. Right after that, he uses his magic to create a huge explosion. Siwoo used magic to create a huge explosion, followed by dust flying up high. Afterward, he also stepped out of that dense cloud of dust. Taking a few steps, Siwoo calls out in pain, "My knee hurts so much, maybe I'm pretending to be old while I'm still young." Immediately after, he also hears the sound of an "Oh sir" roaring. A second later, Siwoo encounters this overlord heir. "Hey, is this our first time meeting? You are bigger than I thought, you also look very familiar." Hearing this, it angrily replies, "I don't understand. In the future, I was told there was nothing about a human warrior like you. I sense disgusting energy from you, energy that opposes us." Siwoo also firmly replies, "I've heard this before. It seems that overlords like you don't appear naturally but are created through someone else's magic energy. There was a one before, along with Dapper Gainer and Lick. Now I understand all your magic energy comes from Lucifer. Last time it was the Great Demon Lord of Pride. Now it is the Great Demon Lord of Wrath. Why are the Great Demon Lords trying to come to Earth?" When asked a difficult question, the overloader shouts loudly, "I don't need to answer your questions. All that needs to happen is the chosen destiny. I will kill you here." Just as he finishes speaking, he uses the hammer in his hand to strike towards Siwoo. At this moment, he casts his eyes toward the opponent. Immediately after, Siwoo jumps up high to avoid Overlorder's attack. As for him, when he jumped up high, he thinks to himself, "It seems the destructive power of magic energy converted into physical strength is not something I can block easily." However, using lightning bolts to strike back at it. Next, Siwoo uses his fist to attack, while Overlord O uses his hammer to block. The next second, he retreats backward, then happily says, "You are pretty good at defending, huh? Better than I thought. It seems we need at least 6 S-rank hunters. He will be considered one of the stronger Ochre overlords in Eden." On the other hand, it quickly orders, "Our work has begun. We draw the bows, starting the battle. Human warriors cannot resist our destiny. Bravo warriors, follow me." Siwoo thinks about the strategy in his head. It's said that magic energy has a close connection to the desperation for survival. This might be better for me. I can handle them before they become more dangerous. Wouldn't this be perfect for Met, like getting 10 million views on shorts? Thinking that, he takes out his phone, then orders it to pose for a thumbnail. But then Overlord Air angrily shouts, "Come here, unknown human warrior. I respect your courage for standing in my way. I am the overlord of the ORs. I will handle you myself." In the glorious battle, Siwoo isn't afraid but looks straight at it and says, "Actually, I'm busy filming. I like long and epic action scenes, but that is not for today. All of you are not cool and also ugly. And above all, I don't mind being a coward because I am not a warrior." Overlorder is even angrier and shouts, "What? He doesn't bother with it anymore, just raises his magic sphere up high. The system also confirms with Siwoo, the following skill exceeds causality, so he feels satisfied and mutters to himself, I knew it. Not stopping there, the system also reports, therefore, the following skill has been adjusted according to causality for you. The active skill, Holy Spear level, has been cast. Just like that, a huge source of power from the sky was transmitted to his location. Immediately after, an explosion equivalent to the destructive power of an atomic bomb occurred. Currently, the Holy Temple has also realized this source of power at Siwoo's location. That power is striking directly at Overlord Air. Someone at the Holy Temple is watching it through the live stream on a laptop. The person watching it is Wyangu Gok. He feels surprised and says, unbelievable. At the same time, netizens also left comments on the live stream. What's going on? Is that magic crazy? Is this real? Is this fake? How can this be fake? No hunter in South Korea can do that. WTF, is this an anomaly? Isn't this hacking? Everyone will understand that everyone is equal before overwhelming power. Wyangu Gok remembers what Siwoo once said, hey, let's eat soybean paste soup today. However, he replied, we don't have potatoes. Immediately after, he threw money at Wyangu Gok and said, I have money here, go buy it, making him feel uncomfortable having to run away. And right now, Wyangu Gok is worried about Siwoo and mutters to himself, just this morning he wanted to eat soybean paste soup, throwing money at me to go buy ingredients. I forgot he is an anomaly. I never denied that he is an anomaly. My brother is not the type to lie about things like that. However, even if you bring the strongest heroes of South Korea, can they compare to him? Miracle. Why did that word suddenly appear in my head? A few seconds later, he looks at the netizens' comments. Anyone who watches this and still thinks he is a scammer needs to see a doctor. Our country really has an anomaly. What does an anomaly mean? If we don't know the limit of their power, I will register for the Gen Church. Am I the only one who feels scared? Just at this moment, all netizens see the arm of Overlord or move. Because everyone assumes it is dead, the netizens immediately comment, huh, did it just move? Is that oh sir still alive? Did he survive that blow? Wyangu Gok sees it and shouts in surprise, huh, not only them, Siwoo is also surprised that Overlord Ochre is still moving. However, just as it sits up, he uses magic to strike it on the head. Siwoo concentrates his spirit waiting for the result. Finally, when Overlord Or has completely fallen and he stands coldly and shows discomfort, Wyangu Gok mutters. He is uncomfortable because it didn't die in one blow. I know it, that is the brother I know. After returning to the Holy Temple, Siwoo angrily shouts, damn it. Who would have thought he could survive that blow? The ending is a bit disappointing. It's not cool at all, not at all. However, Minso and Seung agree in unison. That's not true, Your Holiness, you showed an incredible sight, you even showed your human side, I don't think it could be more perfect. Meanwhile, Wyangu Gok feels uncomfortable and calls their names, Seung Min. Siwoo cannot stop being angry, so he shouts at them, hey, wouldn't it be better if the first attack was? Seeing him like this, Wyangu Gok suddenly has a thought. It seems he is too concerned with looking cool. Minso takes out his phone while watching and says, after the Overlord was defeated, the remaining O's started fighting each other. The monster attack has disbanded. Thanks to you, everything seems fine. The Capacity Bureau is thanking you, and the N said nothing. However, mentioning this, Wyangu Gok takes out his phone and gives it to Siwoo, then says, brother. He quickly reads the news about himself. News of the day, politics, economy, society, life, world, etc. The giant Chaos Gate in Busan has been adjusted from B rank to A+. Encouragement for all players in the Daongnam area. The giant Gilder players in Pazu City, Musan have started moving. The first anomaly of South Korea Shu, why didn't he do anything in this situation? A few seconds later, he says in an astonished voice, did you know you even made the news? Unbelievable. Also, you made the news with the article headline, South Korea in danger, where is the leadership? Siwoo holds his head and stares at the newspaper, muttering to himself, it's not that I don't want to help, I also want to go. However, just as he thinks this, the system sends a warning. A dangerous warning. The warning has content. Due to reaching your causal limit, the use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. A sudden, extremely powerful burst of magic poured down from the sky, striking the ground and causing it to explode. Seeing the strange sight before them, everyone in the machine room was so terrified they were speechless. Even Dong Zich stammered, unable to form a sentence. What is that? Meanwhile, Conho remained fairly calm and said, so this is what they meant by the power of an abnormal, like a nuclear weapon. Still unconvinced, he asked again, is this really the power of an abnormal? After seeing Siwoo outside, Conho suddenly thought, our imagination of an abnormal's power was vague, but this video makes it clear. Siwoo aimed for this. Everyone watching the livestream must have felt it. Then when the screen displayed the line, subscribe, comment, like, and turn on notifications to really help the goddess, he suddenly gave a thumbs up and cheerfully said, Minister, about the livestream, I think we don't need an apology statement anymore. But he replied, I won the bet, but the level of destruction was far beyond expectations. Maybe my luck will be better in the coming years. While driving home, Dong Zich called Siwoo. Yes, team leader Siwoo, did you watch the live stream? Dong Zich said earnestly. Siwoo, I was shocked. I watched every second from start to finish. We played it on the main screen and all 250 staff at headquarters watched together. A while later, Siwoo made an offer. Since I've handled this, can I hand the rest over to you? I have some matters to attend to. Dong Zich happily agreed, of course. Thanks to you, we were able to stop the monster attack. Thank you so much. Right now, I'm on my way to China to negotiate about moving north. I'll get back to you after we handle the situation as best we can. Hearing this, Siwoo thought to himself, he's very busy. He quickly replied, yes, very good, I'll take care of the rest. As soon as he hung up, Siwoo muttered, he really is busy. On the other hand, he checked online news, local reports, and breaking news. A leaderless O group revealed that the awakened Siwoo was moving north, passing Old Pyongyang with the ultimate goal of China. The danger level of the chaotic gate at Grade B had been announced to all players in the Gyeongnam area. Major player groups in Pazumunnan began urgent movements. Korea's first abnormal is Siwoo. Why isn't he moving in such a dangerous situation? Reading this, Siwoo suddenly stopped and stared at the line, musing. The first abnormal fled right after promoting his religion without resolving the situation, only ending after the religious promotion. Pope Siwoo's YouTube channel is just a performance. The monk and lord meeting was all show. Just then, Wyangu Gok suddenly came over. Seeing him, Siwoo exclaimed, oh my god, you're falling for their clickbait headlines. Startled by the sudden appearance, Siwoo retorted, how could I not read it? He said that, but his hands were honest as Siwoo scrolled down to the comments. He read from newest to oldest and most liked. 1 hour ago, what a relief, the O group won't come this way. 1 hour ago, where's Kim Siwoo hiding? 15 minutes was more than enough, he was going to. 7 minutes ago, I heard those in guys were being dispatched. 5 minutes ago, who's trash-talking the person who did the most? What the hell, guys? 5 minutes ago, why don't you try it yourselves? 1 minute ago, that's him, right? The Pope is so good, I'll go right after I build the shrine. I've taken care of the biggest problem. Bastard. Once again, Wyangu Gok startled Siwoo. As he was intently reading comments, Wai pulled out some money and said, you're just a normal guy now, right? Go buy potatoes. Immediately, Siwoo warned him, raising a fist. Wyangu Gok, watch your words, it's just some limited divine power, I could still beat you. And he added, I bought potatoes yesterday, let's make potato pancakes today. At that point, Wai reluctantly agreed. While cooking, Wyangu Gok brought up those matters again. You were viciously criticized in those articles I read earlier, you'll live a long life. But Siwoo replied cheerfully, those political players need to solve their own problems in their own way. They must save face, so they'll try to do my job for me. Out of curiosity, he continued, oh, I heard the gate that the Great Tiger Guild auctioned also had a monster attack. They must be busy dealing with that. However, Siwoo was very indifferent about it. As he fed Si the potato pancakes, he replied, it's not that they did anything, at least they managed to hold them off. At that moment, Siwoo suddenly realized a positive point and thought to himself, actually, this is good, I should start preparing a shrine. The system also issued him a mission, Hidden Mission, Monster Attack Wave, Complete Monster Attack Wave, Hidden Type. Description, you protected allied forces from hundreds of thousands of OR troops on Earth. Before a threatened update, you will receive a hidden mission reward. Reward, 5,000 DP. Despite having plenty to do and everything being busy, the good news was that the hidden mission had been completed. A day had passed since the penalty, but there was still time. At the same time, the system issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causality limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Siwoo grew worried and mentally calculated. I should check the church status window. Luckily, I earned DP before the restructuring. Has anything changed? This question was answered by the system. The Gen Church worships the primordial goddess Gen from the Eden dimension. Current official followers and ownership features: Charity Level 2, Baptism Level 2, no affiliated organization, current deity points, 12,700. Seeing this, Kim Siwoo became anxious, thinking, I'm still far from the main mission target of 50,000 followers, but with skipping at 255, many followers joined while I was absent. Suddenly, Wyangu Gok shouted, Siwoo, look. Siwoo followed the cue and looked ahead. He saw Leo talking with several people. Quickly, Siwoo called out loudly, Leo. He immediately turned around and replied, Your Holiness, welcome. Many people applied to become official followers because of the monster attack. I'm very proud that we have more brothers and sisters on Earth now, Siwoo bluntly told Leo. I came because of that. A few seconds later, he stepped forward before everyone. Many people murmured, Oh, that's the Pope. Pope, I watched the live stream yesterday. You were truly extraordinary. I'm a relative of someone who was helped in the epicenter disaster. I owe Gen my life. Seeing everyone's goodwill, Siwoo pressed his hands together over his chest and said enthusiastically, Thank you for choosing us. From now on, I entrust you all. Gen will be very happy. He looked at Leo with satisfaction, thinking, Yes, Leo, this is the moment I bring you to Earth. I'm not good at teaching others, but we have someone who will become the perfect missionary. Then Siwoo introduced Leo to everyone. As you know, this is Leo, the Archbishop of the Gen sect. From now on, he will teach the doctrines to our brothers and sisters. If you don't understand something, ask him. I have great trust in Archbishop Leo. The unexpected proposal made Leo a bit flustered. Siwoo leaned in and whispered into Leo's ear, You know you have to teach them doctrine, right? Leo replied, Yes, Your Holiness, but there are so many people. Siwoo suddenly asked, So many, you'll have to teach this number 200 more times. The remark left Leo both puzzled and astonished. He began to explain to Siwoo, Your Holiness, under South Korean labor law, it's usually 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. Before Leo could finish, Siwoo interrupted with a promise. Gen said she will send more people from Eden to help teach new followers, so do your best a bit longer. At that, Leo reluctantly agreed, Yes, I hope they arrive soon. Siwoo reassured Leo, I said I'd ensure there would be aid. Do you trust me? At this, Leo could only reply, It would be great if they really come. Meanwhile, Wyangu Gok thought to himself, I think my brother really is a bad person. After they were the only two left, Wyangu Gok asked earnestly, Siwoo, aren't we short on money? More and more people are coming. With living and administrative costs for the sect, we'll need a lot of money. Medub won't be enough. However, Siwoo answered, I don't intend to profit from Medub. Wyangu Gok asked in surprise, So you plan to manage by donations like other religions? Siwoo answered honestly, I'll accept offerings at first, that's already decided. Hearing that, Wyangu Gok fell silent in thought. After a moment, he awkwardly said, Siwoo, I don't want to say this, but do you know how expensive C's tutoring fees are? Siwoo looked at Wyangu Gok's face, then leaned in and whispered into his ear. This Wyangu Gok is an absolute secret, but I'll tell you specially. Curious, he focused to listen to what Siwoo was about to say. Upon hearing it, Wyangu Gok shouted in panic, Is that allowed? Man, is that okay? That's not missionary work, that's just business. No, it's like a cult. Immediately Siwoo stopped him. Hey, you're blaspheming. I'll snap you in two if Leo finds out. Shut up. They were both standing in a very beautiful garden. Then the system displayed information. You can purchase a consecrated house in the store. Consecrated house level 1, facility type PLC. Description, using holy stones you can craft relics. The consecrated house item will bless those relics. The higher the house level, the more blessings it can grant. Cost 5,000 DP. Thus construction of the consecrated house began and the system confirmed. Constructing consecrated house, you have spent 5,000 DP. Level 1, Consecrated House. You have entered Level 1 of the Consecrated House belonging to your temple, displaying the list of relics that can currently be crafted in your consecrated house. Upon seeing it, Gu Gok exclaimed in amazement, "This is where they're made." He felt pleased and thought to himself, "The church's health bracelet." Meanwhile, Siwoo gathered the holy stones and brought them to CEO Kang XX. The CEO was very excited when he saw them. "Holy stones, I haven't seen these before. As a new mineral, we're very curious about them," the head of the production guild said. Siwoo deftly replied, "I met someone great thanks to Mins, and holy stones don't cause magical explosions like magic stones, so they're very safe." CEO Kang grew even more enthusiastic. "Excellent, so you want me to craft what you request from these stones?" "Yes, make this round design and set the stone here. Also be confident in your craftsmanship. It's as easy as turning your hand. We can produce 100-200 units per day." It's an honor for our production guild to be the first to collaborate with the famous Gen Church. I'll show you excellent results because you trusted us. Very quickly, the mining and production contract for holy stones between Siwoo and CEO Kang was successfully signed. Everything proceeded so smoothly that he laughed and said, "Things are going very well." However, Gu Gok, suspecting a scam, asked irritably, "Hey, are you really going to become a swindler?" After a while, the holy stone bracelets were released to the market. A bracelet with a holy stone set into its grooves. Depending on the grade of stone used, each bracelet grants different effects and is very useful for the wearer's natural recovery. The number of relics producible can be increased through purchases in the OLC store or by upgrading the consecrated house. As the product sold well, Kim Siwoo excitedly said, "The Gen Church's best-selling product is the holy stone bracelet. We won't have to worry about managing the sect anymore." Gu Gok, c. Made as a bracelet beneficial to the wearer's health and reasonably priced, this relic was loved by many. Do you know the mysterious Holy Stone Health Bracelet? A filial gift for parents, a love gift for lovers, extremely popular across Ian. Feel the power of the Holy Stone yourself. Buy 2 get 1 free. The Holy Stone's effects help reduce fatigue, improve circulation, relieve pain, treat hair loss, and ease menstrual pain. Buy 2 get 1 free. Furthermore, Siwoo explained to Gu Gok, although it resembles the pseudoscientific anion bracelets that were once popular in Korea, this is a bestseller in Eden. Hearing that, Gu Gok privately judged his brother. Siwoo has no marketing talent. He spoke his mind bluntly. A new religion and a health bracelet, doesn't anyone find that strange? But Siwoo stubbornly replied, "Anion bracelets are unscientific, but ours are real, with blessings that reduce fatigue and more, although priests need to bless them." Siwoo still sent Si on to any tutoring academy she wanted. Unable to persuade him, Gu Gok sighed in disappointment. The whole world is collapsing into chaos, and yet our Gen Church is gradually becoming a cult. Not stopping there, he wondered, but who will bless these items? Immediately, Siwoo fell into thought since he currently couldn't use divine power. Leo was who he considered, but Gu Gok remained uneasy. The disappointment clear on his face. "Goddess Jen, please do something about this scoundrel. What can we do when Leo is the only priest right now?" Just then, the system issued a notification. "Your chief deity has sent an oracle." Shortly after, Jen appeared looking for Siwoo. Siwoo replied joyfully in disbelief. Meanwhile, Gu Gok was puzzled. Is this goddess trying to kill Leo? But Jen casually said, "Oh, seems I arrived just in time, right, Siwoo? What I had prepared has been arranged. As I said, I will send someone from the Holy Knights using the same method as with Leo." Siwoo was surprised. Like Leo, Jen quickly explained, "Yes, the method is you purchase through the system and I will send them through a gate. You can see them right before your eyes." Immediately, a new item also appeared with system information. A new item is available for sale in the store. You can purchase a Holy Knight Commander. Additionally, the system issued a red alert. Due to reaching the causality limit, your use of divine power has been restricted for the next 24 Earth hours. Time remaining, 1 hour 45 minutes 24 seconds. The shop's inventory has been updated. You can buy the special position of Holy Knight Commander. At that moment, Siwoo realized something was off, thinking, "The Holy Knight Commander costs as much as a new facility. Good thing I got points from the hidden mission. I can't let Leo burn up. I have no choice. I'll buy it." Immediately, the system responded, "You have spent 5,000 DP to purchase the special position of Holy Knight Commander. Because you bought at a price appropriate to causality, Jen's intervention from the Eden dimension will be bypassed." To verify, Siwoo asked Jen, "Will it work?" She replied confidently, "Yes." Additionally, Siwoo made another request. Are you going to tell me the date, time, and location of the gate like last time? Last time was troublesome. Although I met Captain Choi thanks to it, that was just luck. We need to prepare in advance. Jen was silent and didn't answer. After a moment she hesitated. I've already sent them. He panicked. What? Jen quickly apologized. I felt guilty for taking too long to send aid before, so this time I sent them right away. After all, there was already a connection path. Siwoo began to think and found her explanation reasonable. The world is currently chaotic because of strange gates and dungeons. Meanwhile, Wei and Gu Gok urged him, wanting to know what they had said. Tell me, what did the goddess say? Please tell me this doesn't concern us. Next, Jen used the tablet screen to show Siwoo a hint clip. On the screen, a group of his people were surrounding Luna. Ajia told Daeun they look like members of the Jen church. I think we're doomed. Then the footage showed Luna stepping on the corpse of a monster, then turning to glance at them with a displeased look. Immediately, Dahai-Unun asked her, "Are you an enemy? Show yourself." Ajia quickly intervened. Isn't that a bit too blunt? However, they didn't wait for Luna to answer and, after a loud shout, began to attack her. Luna coldly surveyed them in turn, and immediately leapt into the melee. During the fight, the wind sent Luna's long hair flying through the air. Next, Luna nimbly jumped high. The people below stood frozen in place. Before counterattacking, she smiled and said, "You attacked first, right? Now it's my turn." Those words drained the color from the faces of the group below. Then Luna unleashed an earth-shattering counterattack, smoke and dust billowing everywhere. At that moment, comment lines popped up on the screen. "She's so beautiful. Who is she? What's going on? I didn't think she belonged to the Diho Guild. Why are the attackers running away? Hey buddy, where's your explanation? I don't know either. I think she just winked at me." Meanwhile, Siwoo panicked and said, "Wait, forget the winking. Why? Did she chase all our guild members away while winking at them?" No sooner had he finished than Siwoo angrily asked, "Jen, what is this?" Jen hurriedly replied, "My task is complete. I'm off. So much to do. Goodbye." The next second, the system issued the command, "The prophecy has ended," which maddened him into speechlessness. Worried, Siwoo began to mutter, "How are we going to handle this? Let's get out of here." Immediately after, the screen showed Luna introducing herself. "I am the third Holy Knight Commander of the Jen Church, leader of Fan M Luna's Knight Corps. Listen up, if you don't want to surrender, I suggest you." Hearing that, both Siwoo and Wei and Gu Gok were horrified, mouths agape and eyes wide, thinking only one desperate thought: we're doomed. Luna is the leader of the 3rd Holy Knight Unit, Fan M Knight Corps, and one of the strongest representatives of the church. Just as Leo is called the Mad Dog, Luna also has a similar title, the Blood-Soaked Saintess, because she carries the enemy's blood across the battlefield. It's a title that fits perfectly whenever she swings her beloved umbrella. Although Luna is skilled with all kinds of weapons, she especially loves the umbrella, which is why Siwoo was curious. Very quickly, he went to find her. Luna cheerfully said, "There's a certain joy in smashing skulls. Why don't you try it to understand the feeling? Are you free tonight? If so, maybe we could grab a drink or two." Hearing that, Siwoo reluctantly replied, "Got it." Beyond her combat ability, she also has great influence in the church. Not only a saintess and holy knight, Luna's striking looks make people turn twice, and her cool personality makes many envious. Siwoo quickly went to find Leo. Sitting in the car and hearing the story, Leo casually said, "In the terms of this world, she's basically an idol. In an age dominated by medub, someone like Luna showing up would be great for us." Siwoo shouted, "But why does she have to fight another guild?" At that, Leo didn't know what to answer and said, "Well," Siwoo then challenged Leo, "You did the same thing. What the hell is that?" Leo quickly explained, "But they attacked first." Siwoo understood him but still scolded, "I know, but even so, couldn't you have dodged the attack more gracefully? Why did you have to fight back?" He replied firmly, "Both Livton and I only followed the rules we were taught." Siwoo deliberately asked Leo, "Which idiot taught the church members that? Who did it?" Leo didn't answer, only smiling as he looked at the other. So Siwoo annoyedly asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Leo quickly looked away and said, "Nothing." At that moment, a holy stone at the Oliaden gate was glowing, and it showed signs of growing larger. At that moment, a holy stone at the Oliaden gate was glowing, and it showed signs of growing larger. Guards were preventing people from getting close. Limit the press, and operation is underway in the area. Only authorized personnel are allowed on the scene. Furthermore, many curious citizens asked, "Are you really fighting the Gen Church? Did Gen handle this gate and the monster wave from the old North Korea? Look, there's a Gen Church believer among the reporters. People need to know the truth." Amid the chaos, Leo told Siwoo, "It seems they're arguing this is a matter of honor." The Daeho Guild is one of Korea's representative guilds. Not only were they humiliated on a live broadcast, but the person who caused the scene made sure everyone knew she was a Gen Church member. Siwoo thought, what would happen if I showed up now? Top 10 controversial moments of Gen Church leaders. A surprising confession from a Gen Church believer. The truth behind Shu, that bastard. All the conspiracists online would tear me to shreds. It would destroy every good first impression. I'd disappoint Captain Kim and Minister Seo Nho. He told Leo, now go into the barrier Daeho Guild set up to block Luna and we'll quietly get her out. That's my plan. However, Leo warned Siwoo, there's no way Lifton will leave quietly. How do you plan to get past the barrier? Siwoo replied cheerfully, what other choice do we have? We'll just walk right in. At that moment, the system gave him a reminder. Maxer level passive skill Divine Protection nullified all magic. The following magical combat has accumulated massive damage, and the integrity of the barrier has been significantly reduced. Along with that, Leo said sadly, Your Holiness, I've heard there's something called a double standard. Siwoo, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Leo replied, nothing, I just said it. Cut to Luna's location. She had already defeated all those who attacked her. After entering the barrier and seeing this, Siwoo muttered inwardly, everything about Luna would have been perfect. If not for the scene she'd caused, incredible. Just then, someone else suddenly rushed in to ambush Luna. Though taken slightly by surprise, she remained unharmed after the attack. Immediately after, Luna counterattacked, and the opponent retreated backward to dodge. Seeing this, Siwoo was surprised and thought, it seems there's still an S-rank hunter standing strong. Maybe that's Daeho Guild's remaining pride. Meanwhile, Leo observed that it looks like Liv Vuitton is testing her opponent. But Siwoo retorted, Leo, most people would say she's toying with him. He can't even land a single hit. He still didn't believe it and replied, is that so? Maybe she's bored. Shortly after, Luna grew excited and prepared to launch the next strike. At the same time, Junhoo was sprinting quickly toward the opponent. As the two were about to clash, Siwoo appeared in time and pushed them apart. He spoke, we can stop here. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Junhoo was utterly surprised to see Siwoo. And Luna excitedly shouted, Your Holiness. Quickly, she turned to fix her clothes, then smiled and said, Your Holiness, it's been too long, I missed you. Siwoo awkwardly replied, It hasn't been that long, it's only been 2 months since I came to Earth. She quickly introduced herself, I am Luna, called by Goddess Jen and come to Earth to aid you, Your Holiness. Immediately, Siwoo felt guilty and hastily explained, Luna, I know it's my fault for letting you arrive late, but what should I do to handle this situation? Why did you blow this up like that? He said so because there are people lying everywhere before them. However, Luna just laughed loudly and confidently. It's all thanks to your teachings. What do you think? Hearing that, Siwoo could only panic. What this? Life doesn't always go according to plan. But sometimes unexpected things bring good. At that moment, Siwoo saw Sungmin angrily scolding Junhoo. Team leader Junhoo, what did you just say? He replied immediately, I'm saying we need to take some responsibility for this situation. However, Sungmin countered, we only followed the special law on abilities. All we did was attack a strange entity that appeared from the gate. Why apologize? Still, Junhoo held his ground. We were the attackers first, even after receiving many warnings. That's why we must apologize to the Gen Church. The entity from the gate made it clear they didn't want to fight, even speaking Korean. Despite the opportunity for dialogue, we ordered an attack. Hearing this, Siwoo became more determined and thought, this is the reason I'll use to defend us. Then Siwoo asked Luna, Luna, did you hypnotize that person or something? She replied honestly in surprise, I don't have that ability, but Siwoo still didn't believe it, really? Then why did he side with us? Luna tossed out a joke, if I had hypnotic power I'd have used it on you already. This made Siwoo snap irritably, what did you just say? She replied calmly, I think what you think. Just then Leo stepped forward to stop her, Miss Liv Von Tun, you shouldn't do that. At the sight of Leo, Luna excitedly covered her face and squealed, "Leo, oh, I'm your sister, don't call me miss anymore. See? How are you? Do you miss your sister? Oh my, what to do, you've lost so much weight." As Luna spoke, she stepped forward to touch Leo with a concerned tone. He brushed her hand away. "Please don't touch me." Standing beside them, Siwoo looked visibly annoyed and said, "You two aren't even blood-related." Luna remained unfazed. "Saints and saintesses both serve under Goddess Jen, aren't we practically siblings?" Faced with this, Siwoo reluctantly conceded, "Do as you like." Not stopping there, Luna draped her arm over Leo's shoulder, causing him to scream in panic. "Ah, please stop, Miss Liv Von, your holiness." At the same time, Sung Min continued scolding Junhoo. "What's wrong with you? Team leader, even if you're the guild leader's right hand, this is unreasonable." He bowed his head and accepted blame. "I'm not saying I'm right, I'll accept any punishment if I was wrong." But Luna cut in, "Then why?" Luna's words suddenly snapped Junhoo to clarity. He said calmly, "Ah, your name is Luna, right?" Unafraid, Luna stepped forward, propping a hand on her hip, and replied, "That's right, what about it?" He murmured, "Thank you, I think I learned a lot. Could we meet again to talk more?" Luna, amused, laughed. "You're better than I thought. If you fix a few poor sword habits, you'd be much better." He blushed and asked shyly, "Really?" Embarrassed, his eyes fixed on Luna and his voice trembling. Seeing this, Siwoo suddenly had an idea and leaned in to whisper into Junhoo's ear, "If you're interested, visit our temple. I'm sure Miss Liv Vuitton would be happy to teach you." Junhoo, thinking Siwoo was serious, asked, "Really?" He continued to plant hope. "Of course, I think you'll have a great time." Immediately, Junhoo promised, "I'll definitely visit the temple." Siwoo was pleased with the promise, thinking, "Perfect, play this right and we might even gain an S-rank follower." Luna agreed with Siwoo, "You haven't changed at all, your holiness." Meanwhile, Leo complained, "Your holiness, you're making me worried." But Siwoo made up an excuse, "This reminds me of the past." "All right, let's head home." Afterwards, a slew of news about them appeared online. Conflict between Jin Church and Deho Guild. A battle occurred at Gate C57 in Incheon. Experts claim Luna is an entity from another dimension. The Ability Ministry demands Gen Church explain and apologize to DH Guild. How much will compensation be? S-rank Hunter Junhoo, who was attacked, says he will visit Gen Church. We were prepared for the appearance of friendly entities from other dimensions. According to the official report from the Special Ability Management Department, Korea will lead a new generation. Although the video from Deho Guild was taken down, it still spread widely in a short time. The official MP channel was flooded with comments asking when Luna would debut. Even the comment sections on news reports exploded with all kinds of viewer reactions. Soon after, more news about Luna appeared with the headline, "New member of Gen Church, Luna." Along with it came a flood of netizen comments. "Why is she so beautiful? If she hit me, how far would I fly? Is she an entity from another dimension? If she stepped out of a gate, would she be like those A-types?" Her undeniable beauty and ability to stand against Deho's strongest members meant Luna was once seen as an idol in Eden. Even with little official interaction on Earth, she was sure to become even more famous. Kim Siwoo glanced subtly and thought that Deho's livestream had actually become an advantage for Gen Church, since Meet Tup is their main publicity source. An attractive figure like Luna is a big plus, though there's still one drawback he had to consider. With that in mind, he walked to the living room and happened to see Luna scrolling her phone, smiling broadly. She said cheerfully, "Earth is so much fun. If I had known, I would have come earlier." Siwoo thought to himself about Luna's flaw, her carefree, pleasure-seeking nature. Would that affect the church? While he was still thinking, Luna suddenly said, "Maybe I should review my first appearance. I should learn some new poses for next time." Luna's remark made Siwoo wonder, since when does she know to say things like that? Did Jen teach her? Not stopping there, Luna continued, "Every time I'm rejected, I think people on Earth have different beauty standards. But judging by everyone's reactions, that's not the case. Sister Jen, this is too funny." Siwoo showed displeasure seeing Luna absorbed in her phone, feeling like she was wasting time. He asked, "Since when did you learn to use a phone?" Luna sprang up from the sofa and answered honestly, "It's all thanks to Jen's blessing of use." Siwoo was startled in surprise. "Really? That's possible?" At that moment, the system announced, "Mobile skill, blessing of use exclusive to Luna. The blessed can use anything, tools, weapons, even mechanical devices, virtually limitless capability." Luna, excited, told Siwoo, probably so. He felt inwardly annoyed. I knew this skill was overpowered in Eden. I didn't expect it to work on phones on Earth too. Damn, she's insanely lucky. Suddenly, Luna asked Siwoo, really, Your Holiness, are you happy I came? He panicked and replied, huh. She misunderstood and asked again, you don't want to see me? Siwoo didn't say it aloud, but thought to himself that meeting her wasn't actually that bad. But if I keep avoiding her, she'll waste my time again. Thinking that, he cheerfully suggested, of course, why don't we visit the military base when there's a chance? I'd like to see if your blessing works on helicopters or fighter jets. Luna laughed and replied, don't be shy, you're still as cute as ever. Seeing her so excited, Siwoo quickly looked for a way to escape. Just then, Leo entered and asked, Miss Livon, any issues at the sanctuary? Luna thought for a moment and answered, we've had some incidents. Siwoo grew concerned and asked, what kind of incidents? Without beating around the bush, Luna explained quickly, since Your Holiness returned to Earth, monsters hiding in the northern continent have begun reappearing. We even heard the Demon King is somewhere in the Southern Isles. Because of that, we've been very busy. Hearing this, Siwoo began to think seriously. I thought I had wiped out all the monsters, so there's still a reason Jen has been busy lately. He suggested to Luna, if so, shouldn't you stay in Eden? Luna stated her main mission for coming to Earth, Your Holiness, our mission is to help you. You saved Eden, don't feel guilty. Siwoo thought carefully, then smiled and thanked everyone. However, being playful, Luna quickly looked for entertainment. Come on, why don't we have a drink? I'm curious what Earth's alcohol tastes like. Siwoo, worried, tried to stop her. Luna, is drinking really appropriate? You're a saintess. But Luna was nonchalant. Only those who understand alcohol can lead those who drink it. Siwoo then tried to stop Leo from going. I know Leo is the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings. That remark hurt Leo. He tearily asked, Your Holiness, what do you mean? At the same time, Sion, Siwoo's younger sister, was astonished to see Luna, such a beautiful older sister. Luna cheerfully greeted Sion, little sister, I'm very happy to meet you. Wyangu Gok, Siwoo's younger brother, even scolded him. Brother, why didn't you tell me sister Luna was coming? He scratched his head and awkwardly replied, I didn't know you wouldn't be home. Luna looked delighted to see him. Oh, this cute guy is Your Holiness's brother. I've heard so much about you. Siwoo didn't like Luna praising his brother and said, the cute one is Sion, don't call Wyangu Gok cute. Luna wasn't offended. She smiled brightly. Oh, it's adorable to see you jealous like that. But I don't want to cause conflict between siblings. Saying that, she stepped toward Si, which made Siwoo angrily shout, that ridiculous teasing is enough. Wyangu Gok found it amusing to see him teased by Luna. Sister Luna, teasing you is so funny. Luna chimed in, it's a pleasure to meet such lovely siblings. I'm Luna, call me sis if you like. I'd love to get to know everyone better. Wyangu Gok, surprised by Luna's friendliness, asked, are you sure? No hesitation. Luna replied firmly, of course, Wyangu Gok, you can call me whenever you need. I've heard a lot about you in Eden, how you're great at video editing. Wyangu Gok was even more amazed at stories of Eden, thinking, Eden has video editors too? Then Luna asked her, can I stay here a while? Politely, Exon asked, can I call you sis from now on? Luna replied excitedly, of course, see, call me sis anytime you want. Just then Leo spoke up, but if there's a 20-year gap, shouldn't it be aunt? That remark made Luna angry. She shouted, shut up, Leo. He still wasn't satisfied, wondering why he was being called uncle. Seeing everyone in the house getting along, Siwoo felt pleased, watching them playfully while muttering, I never expected the day my family on Earth would meet Leo and Luna would come. This is a wonderful moment. I hope this peace lasts a little longer. At the same time, in a dark place, a monster appeared, roaring, accept me, obey me, submit to me. Immediately its tentacles attacked everyone, causing panic screams, it's here, run. Seeing someone captured, a pitiful cry rang out, Jock, damn you, that monster. At that moment, Sealzin appeared. Charging forward to drive the monster away, he frowned and shouted, we have to retreat. I don't think any attack works on that thing. If this continues, our guild will be wiped out. I'll hold it off for a bit, get out of here now. Once safe, Sealzin told his teammates, ask for help from Pope Siwoo of Gen Church. His teammates objected, saying he couldn't face the monster alone. However, Seal shouted, move. Bringing Pope Siwoo here is the best help you could give me. A main scenario update just appeared. Who would have thought divine power would be this terrifying? You think so too, Pope Kim. Currently, the main scenario on Earth has been updated to the class era, based on the amount of mana Earthlings possess. Many think the arrival of divine power is too late. However, major religions like Christianity, Buddhism, and lesser-known faiths like the White Light Church have begun reporting players capable of using divine power. Whether they actually use it or not, in Jin Church we focused on recruiting players of divine type, those who have chosen Jin as their true deity. At that time, Leo led a group to Siwoo and said, "Your Holiness, these are players who have chosen Jin Church. With Difton's joining, I think one worry is eased." He cheerfully turned to the group. "It seems we're gradually forming a hierarchical system in society." "Well done," Luna said to the newcomers. "Although we haven't been on Earth long, I'm grateful you've chosen to follow Jin Church. I suppose I'll take responsibility for combat training." Siwoo reluctantly agreed. "Of course, but how can you both heal and support with just one staff?" A moment later, he suddenly looked toward the crowd and recognized an acquaintance, a child. Leo stepped closer to explain. "His name is Seung-hoo. He just joined the church with his father. He expressed gratitude to you for taking an interest in the gate. Also, you probably know, but it seems he was born with the fate of becoming a prophet." Siwoo didn't respond, thinking, although Jin Church's history on Earth is short, I never thought someone with such pure faith could exist in our church. He doesn't look much older than C. This made me reconsider my priorities. Leo quickly added, "Your Holiness, could you give a few words? The faithful are pleading to meet you." Upon hearing Pope Seung-hoo turned and looked at Siwoo with expectant eyes. He stepped gently over to Seung-hoo and cheerfully said as he walked, "In the past, a man once said, instead of giving a hungry person a fish, teach them how to fish. We will not make hollow promises like other churches, such as a quick path to riches." Pausing for a moment, Siwoo reached out, performing a blessing as he continued, "We will teach people the proper methods to use and develop divine power. I am not here to conjure miracles for everyone, but I am here to create miracles myself. Jen is not a goddess who will let people down. Keep your faith strong and believe in yourselves." Seeing Siwoo's solemn expression then, Luna was surprised and thought, I can't believe he can look so serious. Just then someone came running in panic and shouted, "Wait, you can't come in like this." The person bowed and added, "I'm sorry, Your Holiness, the one who arrived is Jock." Hearing the commotion, Siwoo turned and recognized the emblem of the Goblin Guild. Jock, his arm injured, knelt at Siwoo's feet and pleaded, "Your Holiness, please help us this time. Captain Sin is currently in danger at the Mana hotspot in Busan. He may already be dead. Please help us. There are 3 Mana hotspots in Korea in total, the birthplace of our temple which has been purified, Hotspot DE, and finally Busan." In the end, Siwoo decided to fly there to rescue them. On the plane, Jock recounted the whole story. 3 years ago, everyone likely knows about the outbreak gate that appeared in Busan. The hotspot in Busan is a remnant of that gate's aftermath. Although the mana contamination here is less severe than Hotspot C, it's dangerous because it's located in a major city. At the main outbreak gate, Goblin contributed the most after discovering that the hotspot connected to dungeons from another dimension. A few other gates appeared in Busan as rewards, and Goblin had the right to choose which gate to explore first. The outbreak gate incident brought us many benefits. Siwoo recalled the sudden appearance of Captain So Hitch. To reassure himself, he thought, it will take an enormous sum to deal with those gates. But then Siwoo remembered the main scenario. After the main scenario announcement, hadn't everyone realized gates were appearing across the world? Similarly, another gate has just appeared in Busan. Being used to this, people didn't pay much attention. Yet he frowned in thought. After arriving at the hotspot in Busan, problems began to arise for Goblin only about 2 days later. We received a message from Gilder Master Tell Zin sent from inside the gate's dungeon, reporting issues that even S-rank hunters struggle to handle. Meanwhile, by now Luna was completely dressed in Earth-style clothes. As soon as she got off the plane, she excitedly said, "Do Earthlings really ride those strange carts? It's not like using magic. I want to try driving one." Seeing Luna dressed like that, Siwoo asked in surprise, "Are you imitating Earth fashion?" Did you really spend your first pocket money on clothes? Luna, are you sure you're a saintess? Why are people in the church so strange? Luna shot back, you're the strangest of us all, my pope. Siwoo sighed and reluctantly said, well, I think the outfit suits you. How did you find such fitting clothes? Luna beamed and replied, I welcome more compliments from you with all my heart. Then Siwoo turned to Jock and asked, where is the gate you mentioned? He quickly said, let me lead you. This is the dungeon entrance. The moment they arrived, both Siwoo and Luna were astonished. A familiar yet new sensation welled up inside Siwoo. Now he understood why Representative Choi had requested his help. Lost in thought, Luna suddenly spoke, Your Holiness, I believe this is… Before she could finish, Siwoo interrupted, yes, you're right. Immediately, Luna cut in, this is a heretical sanctuary. Siwoo shared his impression, I can sense a very unsettling divine power coming from here. At that moment, the system hinted to Siwoo, you have discovered a chaotic dungeon, a sanctuary of fallen faith. Time remaining before the dungeon goes berserk, 11 minutes 52 seconds. He felt intrigued by this information, thinking, looks like we have a long night ahead. Let's go. Before entering, the system issued a quest to Siwoo. Chaotic dungeon, sanctuary of fallen faith, an unfamiliar form of divine power is detected from this dungeon. Eradicate the dungeon and prevent it from going berserk. Completion condition, destroy the dungeon's core. Reward 3,000 D. Do you accept? Without hesitation, he accepted the mission. He planned to do this anyway, getting reward points was a bonus. System notification, you have accepted a side quest and have entered the dungeon. Thus, the group proceeded inside into a space pitch dark with no light. Luna silently followed close behind Siwoo. Along the way, she kept observing and thought to herself that the environment here was nothing like she had imagined, neither Earth nor Eden. She told Siwoo, this place feels like an entirely different world, how fascinating. Siwoo agreed, indeed, it's as if we've stepped into a completely different dimension. Inwardly, he wondered, what would this world be like if everyone only knew how to destroy? Jock explained further, this is typical of dungeons owned by open guilds. Being a private space, the area here is much larger than one would imagine. If you can detect divine power, can you sense where the person we need to rescue might be? Siwoo then explained, the only divine power I can wield is the power born from faith in the supreme deity, Goddess Jen. Feeling worried, Siwoo thought if the divine power here is tied to Goddess Jen, it won't be hard to find the person. But since this used to be a sanctuary of another cult, we'll have to search on our own. Luna observed a while and commented, this place is like the cults in Eden. Your Holiness, any ideas? Could this be a deity from Earth? Siwoo shook his head bluntly, I don't think so. No major religion on Earth would have a temple like this. Moreover, it's been less than a month since divine power appeared on Earth. That's not enough time for a deity to be worshipped and then forgotten like this. I think it's possible this was once the sanctuary of a god from another dimension, a deity now without a name. He elaborated, divine power is a force born from the sincere faith a being holds for someone or something. Divine power cannot exist without that faith, but why can we still sense divine power here? If we apply that formula to the current situation, we can conclude, there is some being here that still believes in the god from another dimension. No sooner had he finished than the group was startled by a loud noise. Turning to look, they found a crack nearby, and suddenly a monster appeared, prompting panicked shouts, Your Holiness, why are there monsters here? Instantly, Luna shifted into warrior attire, laughing as she said, I told you so. Siwoo was startled when he saw Luna change clothes and shouted, What? They both looked toward the tower ahead where many monsters had gathered. Half joking, Luna told Siwoo, You always create the worst kinds of worries for us. It had been 3 years since I set foot in Eden. The endless battles and homesickness had begun to weigh on me. That was when I hit rock bottom. At that time, when everything had become hopeless for him, Siwoo had loudly asked whether an entity like a god could die. Right then, a sudden bolt of lightning struck and killed the flying dragon right before his eyes. And the one who produced that lightning was Jen. After hearing Siwoo's words, Jen had looked at him for a long time with surprise. She gently placed her hand on his shoulder from behind and said, Do you want to kill me, Siwoo? The question left him so flustered he couldn't find words. It seems you still resent me. Gods like us exist because of people's faith, and we vanish when we are forgotten. Siwoo asked Jen directly, so what happens when you're forgotten? She replied matter-of-factly, that's precisely when we truly become hidden. One day you'll understand what I mean. Now, recalling Jen's words, Siwoo thought, 7 years have passed since then, yet I still can't fully grasp the meaning of a god's completion. However, as Jen said, I can see that these entities failed in their completion. At that moment, all the monsters detected the illegal intrusion and began preparing to attack. Immediately, Luna donned her warrior outfit and said, "Your Holiness, in the name of Goddess Jen, I've never seen such suspicious entities in Eden. It's infuriating that they look grotesque yet possess divine power." Siwoo quickly corrected her thinking, judging a book by its cover is a bad habit. Luna retorted with his earlier words, "But you're the one who said ORs look ugly." He was momentarily at a loss for how to reply. Luna asked Siwoo, "Don't you think Jen would shake her head if she saw them?" He answered honestly, "I don't think so. Jen might be angry, but in the end she'll pity these entities. This temple has stood long enough to become ruins, but souls that should have moved on are still held here, imprisoned by the strands of divine power their God created." He still had a question: how dare they torment those who trusted them? They can no longer be called divine. Does it even make sense to call the energy they possess divine power? Luna rushed forward and shouted, "Disgusting! Clearly, if these things appeared on Earth, things would be much worse." After the shout, they saw Luna standing atop the pile of monsters, with a resolute, fearless gaze as she raised the staff in her hand high. Before striking, Luna let out a battle cry to rally herself. Immediately afterward, the OR souls began to hover in the air. Luna turned to Siwoo and asked, "All right, Your Holiness, do you allow me to purify these departed souls as I see fit?" At first he hesitated a bit, then nodded in agreement. "It seems you're already doing as you please." "Fine, I'll leave this to you. I'll go look for Captain Choi. Those with them also pledged in unison will support you in battle." But Siwoo objected, "You come with me." Luna disliked anyone interfering in her fight. Jock shouted angrily, "What?" But at that moment he heard a loud explosion from behind and immediately changed his tone. "Ah, got it." Siwoo laughed, then he said, "Let's start searching for Captain Selen. I think we'll have a chance if we go to the center of the dungeon." They went to another ruined tower, but found no OR there. Jock asked Siwoo, "Your Holiness, do you sense anything wrong?" Siwoo replied, "What's the matter?" Jock stated plainly, "There are no signs of Captain Choi after this pit, but I can sense Captain Choi's mana from this pit." Hearing that, Siwoo pondered, the battle here must have been fierce to leave such a large pit, yet the traces stop here. He sat down to inspect the pit, then used his spiritual power to scan everything. After detecting something unusual, he announced loudly, "I'll go alone from here." Jock asked in surprise, "Why do you want to fight alone when we're searching for the captain? We'll help you." But Siwoo shook his head, "I appreciate it, but I think it's better if you stay here. Regular hunters will get brainwashed if they enter this area." No sooner had he finished than he quickly cast a spell into the pit, pouring all his power into locating Choi's in. Immediately after, the system reported that the passive skill maxer had nullified the holy seal. Those present sensed the change and said, "There's a spatial barrier inside the gate." Siwoo leapt in at once, reassuring everyone, "Don't worry, I'll handle this and bring Captain Choi back." Still, they called out anxiously, "Your Holiness." As he neared the bottom of the pit, he received a notification, "You have entered the holy seal." The space was misty and ominous. "Your divine power is countering the distortion." At the same time, he discovered Jane, who was still alive there. Siwoo decided to jump into the center of the holy seal. The moment he saw him, Sane smiled and said, "You're late, Pope Kim. I was worried you'd never show up. A heroic entrance. I've always suspected you had a streak of romance. Truly, there's reason to respect you." Seeing Sane remain optimistic in this situation, Siwoo couldn't help but praise, "You're impressive. How can you smile in circumstances like this? You might have died if I had been a bit later. Also, it seems you haven't trained your members well. Those idiots looked like they wanted to kill you." Sane replied calmly, "For some members, this is their first time in a dungeon. How could I harm them and turn them into heretics who follow some god I don't know? Unless I die, If you want to be hurt like me, I advise you to treat Luna and Leo well. Siwoo smiled and said, I always try to keep them under control. But inwardly he worried. He has an astonishing will. Everyone here is brainwashed, yet he is completely normal. If he were alone, he would have easily escaped this dungeon. Thinking that, Siwoo asked, do you know who we're up against? Sane quickly answered, I heard his voice. He said things like accept me, obey me, serve me. I ignored it because it was annoying, but others couldn't. Siwoo candidly stated his condition, so you want me to help save them, but it'll cost you dearly. Sane did not hesitate and resolutely replied, I will give my entire life. Siwoo thought to himself, that's too steep. Then Sane stepped closer and said, if you need a hunting dog, I'll be your hound. Siwoo held up a hand to stop him, hesitatingly saying, but I prefer cats. Still, Sane bowed 90 degrees and pleaded, please save my teammates. Hearing that, Siwoo sighed, thinking, personally, I don't dislike people like Captain Sane. With that, he set off to exterminate the OR and said, Captain Choi, we can discuss compensation later. Hiding in this distorted space and using it as a shield, you have lost your true name as a god and embraced evil instead of holiness. Then with a loud shout, Siwoo grabbed the monster's tentacles. And the system quickly announced, the dungeon boss has been summoned by you. He shouted, master of this warped shrine. The monster screamed back, obey me. Siwoo grabbed its tentacle tightly and struck straight into its mouth. Immediately after, the monster opened its huge mouth and said, obey me. I am the one true God, the one you should pray to, the one who will save you. Obey me. It released a massive amount of dark energy. Seeing that, Siwoo angrily said, what the hell are you babbling about, you damned heretic? The monster kept repeating, I am the true God, I am the one worthy of your prayers. Obey me. By now Siwoo was even more irritated and shouted, what the hell are you rambling about, this fanaticism? How dare you brainwash people into believing you? All you want is to turn them into heretics to preserve your so-called divinity. He thought to himself, even a god on the verge of being forgotten is still a god. For those from Earth who have never experienced divine power, they would be unable to resist. At that moment, Sane spoke, Pope Kim, wait, don't kill that squid yet. If we kill it, will my teammates return to normal? I have to bring them back. Hearing this, Siwoo bowed his head, smiled, and murmured, Captain Choi truly is on another level. He explained, Captain Choi, blocking people's faith in the leaders of a cult and their god isn't that difficult. With that, Siwoo poured all his strength into fighting the monster before him. After a while, the monster was subdued by him, screaming in pain. At this point, Siwoo said to Sane, you just need to use overwhelming divine power to erase their existence. And true to his words, he quickly followed through. By now, the monster was shrieking in agony, get out, disappear, vanish. However, he did not stop and continued to wield divine power in battle. The monster could only groan in torment. At the same time, Sane used divine power to protect his people and turned to ask, Pope Kim, are you okay? Siwoo quickly replied, I'm fine. He secretly cheered himself on, just a bit more, the divine stone isn't far now. When he grabbed it, he excitedly said, found it. The symbol of divinity, the sacred relic. As soon as he took it, Siwoo raised it high. The monster grew even angrier and screamed. The system immediately provided information about the item. Saw Origin Stone, a relic originating from another dimensional plane, is a stone that holds the origin of a god, though once a powerful hope for humans that no longer exists. A relic from another dimension, the Origin Stone has been reconfigured by the system. You have found the dungeon's core, the sanctum where faith has decayed. With the Saw Origin Stone in hand, Siwoo gazed at it for a moment. Finally, he crushed it without hesitation. Seconds later, the system announced, by destroying the core, the dungeon, the sanctum where faith had decayed, has been obliterated. Dungeon mission complete, you receive mission rewards. The Pope relic entry has been updated. Details, the Pope can now use relic points. Relics have been updated. You will earn points each time you collect relics from other dimensions and can summon relics of the Gen Church with those points. However, at that moment, Siwoo noticed a change. I've never seen this status window before. Does this mean I can exchange relics from other dimensions for Gen Church relics? Next, Sejin reunited with his teammates who were being controlled. He shouted anxiously, "Wake up." Even Siwoo watched him to see whether Sejin's ability was strong enough to do this. Finally, the darkness here began to give way, and light started to appear. Cut to a scene where a little girl in tattered clothes stands before a pile of stones. After a while, the girl set a stone on top by hand and prayed, "Be happy, everyone." The girl stood there staring at the stones for a moment, then turned and ran away. But strangely, the stone she had just placed suddenly began to glow. At the same time, back with Siwoo, the system announced, "You have identified the legend hidden in the origin stone. After absorbing the legend from this relic, you have gained 1 relic point. Using 1 relic point, you can summon a relic of the Gen Church. You need 5 points to unlock the Gen Church's next relic." At that moment, he also realized the girl's prayer, which was likely the moment her god was born. Also, Sejin's men, upon waking, were terrified. One even pointed his sword at him, making Sane ask in shock, "Huh, everyone?" His man replied in confusion, "Why am I pointing my sword at everyone? Are you all okay? What did we do?" A second later, Sejin pitifully said, "Oh my god, I feel like I'm about to die." Seeing this, everyone kept asking after him, "Captain, Captain, are you okay?" Sejin ordered them, "Everyone hurry, check if anyone's hurt." A member replied in fear, "Captain." Then he ordered again, "Help me up, I'm going to die, move it." Meanwhile, Siwoo suddenly heard Luna's voice from behind. She was rushing over to hug him. But because Luna jumped up too quickly, Siwoo couldn't react in time and they both fell. She anxiously asked, "Are you okay? Do you remember me?" Still lying on the ground, he groaned, "Luna, I think you hurt me more than fighting the god. I'm just a little excited after the battle." "Have you dealt with that fallen god?" Siwoo sat up and replied, "Of course." However, the system issued a danger warning. "Warning, the dungeon will disappear in 1 hour. Evacuate immediately." Siwoo felt uneasy at the news. "I'm not very fond of how this god from another dimension was born." Saying that, he looked at the remaining fragments of the origin stone in his hand. Siwoo felt awkward. The truth that this place had once been a sanctuary full of human hopes and dreams, now ending so cruelly. That night, Siwoo went drinking with Sane, Luna, and his group. Now feeling exhilarated, he laughed loudly. "Pope Kim, up for a drink? There's nothing better than a glass after fighting for your life." Luna drank for him with Sane. She cheerfully said, "You sure know how to enjoy a drink. Captain Choi, this wine is perfect. Earth wine is pretty good too." Hearing that, Sane got even more excited. "Drink up, Luna." "Hey, you guys, go to my car and bring the VCA crate here." Sejin's men answered, "Yes." Meanwhile, Siwoo found it amusing and thought, drinking in the park after a fight were model citizens. After a while, Sane thanked him. "Thanks to you, every member of my guild escaped the gate without anyone dying. Of course we should celebrate." Siwoo replied calmly, "I was just doing my job, freeing people from that fanatic god's clutches, but you were the only one who almost died." Hearing those words, Sane asked confused, "Almost died? Who?" Siwoo decisively, "You, Captain Choi. The fact is you can still drink after all that. Most others would have died if they drank in your injured state." However, Sane explained, "Alcohol is perfect for disinfecting battlefield wounds. Do you know how much it hurt me to see my brothers in that state? Consider this medicine to heal my emotional wounds." Finally, he grabbed his head in annoyance and yelled, "Good heavens." Luna teased, "Disinfecting emotional wounds, huh?" "I agree with him. Many people drink when they're emotionally drained. You're not wrong." Siwoo angrily snapped at her, "Why are you agreeing with him?" Both ignored him, clinked their glasses, and cheerfully said to each other, "First, Luna, you should have a drink too." Sane excitedly added, "You should drink as well." Luna was quick while Siwoo calmed down. Watching the two happily, he thought, both Leo and Luna seem to have everyone from Eden getting along with Captain Choi. Seriously, I can't believe them. This is not the time to be drinking. At that moment, the system announced, "Main mission unlocked. The Age of Order has come." Mission type: The Age of Order has come. Countless gods will appear on Earth. While some will favor humanity, not all will. The mythic powers they possess will be crucial in strengthening your cult. Absorb those powers and expand your influence. Completion condition: absorb 3 relics from other dimensions. Reward: special skill Mythseeker, 10,000 DP. An evil god can be summarized as a deity harmful to humans. The main difference between them and demon lords is that even evil gods possess divine power. Divine power and demonic power cannot be combined. I was already shocked to hear that a demon lord had appeared on Earth, but I couldn't believe other gods would soon follow. I'm genuinely worried about what might happen to this planet. At that moment, a figure came running in, shouting, "Sir." He was a member of the Goblin Guild, and he reported in a panic, "I think you should see this. The members of the White Light Church have arrived." At the same time, a group outside the base was arguing. The Goblin Guild demanded, "First, explain why you invaded another guild's dungeon area without prior notice." The White Light Church quickly replied, "We'll explain when we meet your leader. Please let us see Leader Choi Sane. Although we don't know how you cleared the dungeon, if you try to attack us, we'll be forced to retaliate." Hearing the threat, a Goblin member angrily shouted, "How dare you!" Just as tensions peaked, Sane approached from afar. "Why have you come to this area at this time?" The leader of the White Light Church immediately stepped forward to greet him. "Pleasure to meet you, Leader Choi Sane." He removed his hood and introduced himself. "I'm Sim Jingle, a deputy of the White Light Church from the Busan Parish. Sorry for the disturbance, but we're here to prevent a disaster. Please lessen your hostility." Hearing him, Sane looked displeased, cracked his knuckles, and replied, "First you intrude on our operating area, and now you ask us to lessen our hostility. I don't think that's reasonable." He then glanced at Siwoo and asked, "What do you think, Pope Kim?" At that moment, Sim Jingle was briefly startled to realize there was someone else. He hadn't sensed his presence. Immediately, he raised a hand to his chest and said, "I understand. Apparently the leader of the Gen Church assisted you. Glad to see that." No sooner had he finished than someone intervened. "Don't come any closer. This is not an ordinary leader. He is the Pope." Luna, with a lethal expression, warned, "Watch your words, heretic. He's not someone you can speak to like that." Siwoo calmly put a hand up to stop her. "Luna, stand down." He looked at the White Light Church contingent before him, thinking he could sense divine power from them, and not a small amount. Each of them possessed a large amount of divine power. Considering that divine power had only recently been released into the world, it's clear they all have deep faith in their cult. So which god stands behind them? As he pondered, Jingle bowed and said, "One of our prophets sensed that a god of unclear origin tried to attack Earth. That's why our diocese ordered us to come here." As always, he spoke while sensing the oppressive atmosphere around him, this overwhelming divine power. At that moment, Seo Zin beside him spoke up. He predicted where the gate would appear, and he saw that strange god. It seems the prophets of the White Light Church are truly remarkable. Taunted, he irritably straightened up and retorted, "That's not luck, it's divine power. Leader Choi Sane, our God does not want innocent humanity to suffer. That's why he granted us the gift of foresight." Even after receiving the answer, Sane remained unconvinced. "Still, I don't think it's appropriate to bring so many of your cult members here. Why do you keep interfering with us and then disappearing?" Jingle wouldn't back down. He smiled slightly and replied, "Looking at you now, I can tell you'd have suffered an unimaginable fate if the Gen Church's Pope hadn't arrived in time. All we're doing is organizing forces to prepare for the next outbreaks." Siwoo silently watched them, assessing inwardly. They act like they came out of concern, but I wonder if they really needed to bring all those skilled divine power users here. Without Luna and me, Leader Choi and the Goblin Guild might have perished in the dungeon. If that had happened, what would they have done with the god from that other dimension? At this, Seo Zin was fully enraged. Anger flared as he snarled, "You may not know, but only guests invited by our guild are allowed into our operating area, and you are not official guests. Do you understand what I'm saying? You are all intruders." He was like a continuously erupting volcano and continued, "Do you really think I can't see the plot to seize our dungeon after we were defeated? Since you confirmed the secret dungeon was cleared, return quickly." Hearing that, Jingle had no choice but to concede and accept leaving. "It seems this is not the right time to talk. We will leave immediately." Saying that, he pulled his hood back on and glanced off in another direction. Jingle then turned to address Siwoo. "Our diocese is very interested in you, Your Holiness. Do you intend to arrange a meeting between me and your diocese?" Jingle, not understanding, asked again. "Sorry." He immediately spun around, making his stance clear. "I don't want unwanted attention. heretic. He hurriedly countered, we are worshippers of the same God, isn't there common ground between us? Our diocese wishes to meet with you as soon as possible. Time passed, and on a fine morning in a luxurious palace, someone urgently called out, Your Holiness, have you seen this article? This is news about two groups we detest. In particular, the National Awaken Alliance has just signed a contract with the newly formed White Light Church. Reporter Du Hammond. With the arrival of the Age of Order, the number of Awaken continues to rise, so the importance of those with prophetic abilities is growing, especially as the White Light Church expands. This is the White Light Church's organization. Those fools published this article claiming all they want is attention. The National Awakened Alliance also announced that players who choose the White Light Church as their destiny will receive many benefits, including points and items. Reported by news portal reporter Du Hammond. Kim Si-woo's face showed disbelief and irritation as he read the lines. I was wondering what the National Awakened Alliance would do about the growing demand for divine power, but I didn't expect them to side with the White Light Church. I don't like their cooperation at all. While Si-woo was thinking, someone suggested, surely we should cooperate since we're in the same boat. He looked helplessly at the scene before him and muttered, damn, they're so noisy. Beside the desk, Luna was advising Sane to rest after his injuries, but he confidently assured her, I'll be fine after a good meal and a sound sleep. After answering Luna, Sane announced his plan. Since I've decided to be a loyal dog protecting this temple, I think it would be a good idea to learn more about this palace. Kim Si-woo immediately refused, no need, besides I prefer cats. But Seo Jin wouldn't give up. Smiling broadly, he said, dogs are loyal animals, they never betray their owners, and aren't they just cool? Seeing him so stubborn, Si-woo felt exasperated and thought, this old man is annoying. Honestly, I never intended to form an alliance with the Goblin Guild. Last night on the way home after everything, Leader Choi drove very fast and chatted, tomorrow I'll visit the Gen Church Temple. Si-woo asked in surprise, why? Sane immediately replied, why not? We need to discuss how to optimize the alliance between the Goblin Guild and the Gen Church. Hearing that, Si-woo cried out in alarm, wait, what? Sane crossed his arms resolutely. I told you, I'll be a loyal dog protecting the temple. Si-woo felt 3 parts helpless, 7 parts amused, and blurted, why are you so obsessed with dogs? Ending the recollection, Si-woo turned to the person in front of him. Actually, I was quite surprised when you suggested allying with the Goblin Guild. Mies chuckled softly and replied, I think you could more easily access additional holy stones with the Goblin Guild's help, Your Holiness. Before he finished speaking, Sane jumped into the conversation. Allow me to properly introduce ourselves. His action made Si-woo shout while Sane laughed gleefully. After teasing, Seo Jin began the main topic. Your Holiness Kim, do you know the Seon conglomerate? Hearing him ask, Si-woo replied at once, of course, I know them, they're the country's largest conglomerate famous for electronics. Right, Seon is renowned for electronics. Although my grandfather still runs the electronics division, thanks to my brother's business talent, he's now the logistics director of Seon. So if you have a product to sell, as long as it's legal, we can look into it. Si-woo, slow to catch on, nodded slightly, then suddenly gasped, oh, so your brother is an executive at Seon, quite a history of accumulation. Wait, the Yan conglomerate, you said Yan. If I'm not mistaken, the Yan conglomerate is one of the country's top 5 conglomerates. No way. So this muscular dog is a member of the conglomerate family? While stunned, someone spoke up. Leader Choi Sane is the leader of the Goblin Guild and the 4th-generation member of the Yan family. That's why the Goblin Guild grew strong without shouting. Luna seriously remarked, he's very likely a conglomerate family member, possibly guilty of murder. Hearing that, Si-woo froze, wondering why he had been chosen for that. Immediately, Sane proclaimed passionately, I'm not saying my family didn't help, but the Goblin Guild is something my brothers and I built from the beginning. Please, I hope you don't make that mistake. Moved by those words, Si-woo agreed without much thought, I won't. Let's cooperate, whether as a guard dog or as a friend, let's maintain a good relationship. No one resists the lure of money, and of course Si-woo is no exception. The rich are amazing, I should stay close to him. Seo Jin looked at the fickle person before him and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I know I said this before, but this is really not sacred at all. After a while, Leo pushed the door and came in. Do you need me? Pope Siwoo nodded slightly. Yeah, it seems everyone is present, now that we're all gathered. Why don't we officially start the meeting? Then he straightened his expression and declared, I, as the Pope of the Gen Church, intend to declare the White Light Church an enemy. The others, shocked, exclaimed in unison, an enemy. Heretics in the true sense of the word are those whose faith opposes ours. Because Eden has many gods, the Gen Church has allied with several other churches. For they all share a common enemy, the demon lord. At that moment, Siwoo recalled his conversation with Jen. She once said that faith doesn't come from oppression or fear, it's merely submission. I do not want my followers to suffer that. Therefore, our church decided that coexistence with other churches, except for some aggressive heresies, would benefit everyone. However, heresies that harm civilians have been suppressed by the Holy See's envoys. Still, there is reason for me to reiterate this. Returning to the small meeting, Luna angrily demanded, Why didn't you tell me the headquarters of that heretical group is here? Leo and I could wipe them out ourselves. Leo calmly cautioned, Luna Livton, that statement contradicts our doctrine. Jen teaches that if you want to be respected, you must first respect others. So in the name of Jen, before he finished, Luna cut him off. You can still say that after those damned White Light Church people tried to kill the Pope and leader Choi. Her words angered Leo as well. Those demons, Pope, please declare a holy war. I, Archbishop Leo Duman, vow to dedicate myself to eradicating those heretics on the battlefield. Kim Siwoo quickly dismissed their proposal. Enough, don't embarrass me in front of leader Choi. Unexpectedly, Sane grew even more enthusiastic, cheering, Wonderful, can I join this holy war? This is our chance to eliminate those fools. Minso, somewhat exasperated, reminded him, the Gen Church is also a religious organization. Hearing Minso, Sane realized his slip. All right, but the Gen Church is a great exception. His correction pleased Minso more. Thank you. I very much look forward to cooperating with the Goblin Guild, the Gen Church, and Player K. Finally, the scene before Kim Siwoo became chaotic, one side advocating war, the other eager to assist. Yes, a holy war. All right, let me arrange the schedule. At this, Kim Siwoo, as meeting chair, just let out a few half-hearted laughs. Then he suddenly stood up and slammed the table, silencing everyone. With a cold, piercing gaze radiating terrifying power, he declared, As leader of the Gen Church, I declare the White Light Church an enemy of our organization. Does anyone oppose? Cut to a few minutes later. When everyone had calmed down, Minso asked curiously, Do you think we might be acting too hastily? We could be misunderstanding the White Light Church. Siwoo replied immediately, I understand your concerns. The White Light Church's actions are simple but suspicious. We don't have clear evidence of their crimes. However, if Luna and I hadn't been present at the Busan Gate incident, what do you think would have happened? Would the White Light Church have left just like that? I believe that to achieve their goals, they would be willing to slaughter the members of the Goblin Guild. I don't know the true nature of the White Light Church, but when I discovered they know about gods from other dimensions, my suspicions deepened. What if the god the White Light Church worships is connected to a hostile deity from another realm? Luna spoke up in support of Siwoo. Even if we're lacking concrete evidence, if the Pope deems them a threat, we will follow your lead. The Pope is the first believer of Lord Jen and his sole representative. Hearing that, Minso felt guilty and stammered, I'm sorry, I thought remaining neutral would be better for content later. I feel ashamed of my actions. Seeing this expression, Luna gently comforted him. No need to be ashamed, your caution will sooner or later be a great asset to us, brother Minso. And because you're handsome, you can get away with a lot. It's okay not to know all the doctrine, we can teach you from now on. So what is there to worry about? Seeing the scene, Kim Siwoo thought, Minso will never join lessons with these people again. He then forced himself to regain composure and returned to the meeting seriously. The White Light Church is our enemy. All contact, including trade, will be completely severed. Any organization siding with the White Light Church will suffer the same fate. That's it, remember this well. The four, Luna, Leo, Minso, and Sejin, stood solemnly after hearing his declaration and replied in unison with a clear assent. Having said that, Siwoo began calculating inwardly. The Gen Church must aggressively expand its congregation to catch up with the White Light Church. This is an opportune moment to discuss the batch of bracelets with leader Choi, since expansion will also improve the church's finances. Thinking this, he spoke up to assign a task. Leo, from the last sanctification, how many bracelets do we have left? He quickly answered 500. Upon hearing the reply, Siwoo exclaimed with satisfaction, perfect. On the second topic, a box with a glittering bracelet was immediately brought forward at the question, Your Holiness, is this what you want to sell? Leo, Luna, and Minso waited outside. Siwoo nodded slightly and replied, Yes, this is a bracelet crafted from the temple's superior sacred stone. Outwardly he was presenting it, but inwardly he murmured praise. The finished piece was far more beautiful than he'd expected. This item can help cure chronic illnesses. Additionally, Siwoo smiled brightly and revealed an unexpected use. It seems to help prevent hair loss, and for those suffering from it, faith outweighs science. Hearing this enticing pitch from him, Sane asked with interest, Oh, Pope Kim, do you mind if I try one? He readily agreed, go ahead. Zane took out a small knife and tried slicing his arm. After that, he observed the wound he had made. Just when it seemed nothing would happen, unexpectedly the wound on his arm miraculously closed by itself. Zane was astonished and exclaimed with excitement. Compared to the low-quality remedies from those fake alchemists, this ring was in a completely different class. Amazing. Zane couldn't hide his enthusiasm. Kim Siwoo quickly explained, it only amplifies the user's natural recovery ability. This credit goes to you, Leader Choi. Once its divine power is exhausted, it will revert to the form of an ordinary ring. Even so, Sane praised it with delight. Still, it's an incredible item. But immediately after, his expression turned serious. Pope Kim, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to help you distribute these rings. Hearing that, Siwoo panicked. Really? Not stopping there, Sane suggested, if you don't have specific customers, we'll buy the entire lot. This surprised Siwoo even more. What? Sane smiled broadly, studying the ring and analyzing. This is an item that can help players survive longer. Recovery like this is extremely rare, especially since players with holy attributes have only appeared for a week. Improving player survival rates is a concern for many guilds. Even if a player has potential, it means nothing if they die on the battlefield. Moreover, not only is it rare, there's unlikely to be enough quantity for many people to use. Hearing that analysis, Siwoo was still amazed. I never thought it was that important. Most people in Eden can self-heal. Thinking that, he turned to Seo Zin and asked, How many do you want? Seo Zin replied immediately, I can't accept them for free. At that, Siwoo came back to his senses, rubbing his chin in thought. For free, now that I think about it, I never priced them. What if I sell each for 1 million gold? 500 rings would be 500 million gold. That should cover expenses for a year, right? Still, I don't intend to sell them that expensively. After calculating for a while, he opened his mouth to offer, How about 1 million? But before he finished, Sane cut in, How about 100 million gun per ring? I'll pay 100 million for each ring and buy your entire stock. However, you must promise that if you produce more, you'll continue to sell them to us. It took a moment for Siwoo to process what he had heard, but we only have 500 rings. Seo Zin was unconcerned. No problem, once the contract is signed, I'll transfer the money directly to your church's account. Siwoo hesitated. You're not offering a high price just because I rescued you in the dungeon, are you? Sane raised the box. As a guild leader, I can assure you of this. These rings are worth far more than you. I'm sure countless people would pay 100 million gun if it increased their survival chances. At that assertion, Kim Siwoo could only fall silent, his mind calculating nonstop. So that's 50 billion gold. I've never seen that number in reality. Why didn't I think to sell to businesses sooner? Treasure was right in front of me and I kept looking the other way. Thinking that, he looked at Leader Choi with shining eyes and expressed, Leader Choi, thank you once again for cooperating with the Gen Church. All right, let me get my calculator. Let's further solidify our friendship. A business partnership was thus formed. Sane laughed excitedly. Perfect, I'll go gather the money. The morning passed quickly and dusk gradually descended over the shrine. Minso stood before Siwoo's desk and reported, It seems Leader Choi has left. He replied immediately. He said he'll need some time to arrange 50 billion gun. Luna looked at the ring on her hand and remarked, It seems we've unexpectedly solved our financial problem. But if this continues, making these rings will take up all our time. At that, Leo spoke up with a suggestion. Pope, we should have kept some high-grade divine stones. As long as gods from other dimensions exist, I believe keeping a reserve of quality divine stones is a wise choice. Siwoo looked at the two of them, a bit exasperated. Okay, why didn't you two calm down like this from the start? Anyway, I think it's time to find someone more financially savvy than us. The White Light Church has far outpaced us in expanding its influence. With the Alliance and N, they're our greatest threat. However, right now we still hold the advantage. We have the edge, they do not. Saying that, he turned to ask Brother Minso, how's the Gen Church's meetup channel doing? Minso immediately reported, it's truly astonishing. Since Luna appeared and confronted the Great Tiger Guild, online traffic has surged. Many people are searching for information on Luna. Receiving this report, Siwoo was delighted. Luna's debut was spectacular. She completely overwhelmed Guild DH. With Luna Lifton and Player K, we have intelligence, power, and looks. Thinking this, his face grew more determined as he declared, we won't just be more famous than the White Light Church, we'll crush them on the internet. The rest is just turning this attention into recruiting new members. Minso agreed, exactly, I'll call team leader Kim right away. Soon after, Siwoo returned to his usual tone and laid out a plan. I intend to host a live stream on the Gen Church's official channel and use it to introduce Leo and Luna. We can also post training videos, demonstrations of divine power, and combat skills. That should attract even more interest. Minso nodded in agreement. Good idea, I'll call leader Kim now. Siwoo urged excitedly, Jen, we have to strike while the growth momentum is still there. As the three were still discussing, a large explosion suddenly occurred at the second building of the Capability Bureau in the Dongsan district. Witnessing the scene, all three, Siwoo, Luna, and Leo, stood frozen, mouths agape. Luna immediately asked, that looks like magic. Do you think it's an attack? One of the two boys with them replied, are they lighting a giant bonfire in the middle of the city? Of course it's an attack. As she spoke, Luna ran forward with Kim. Siwoo, smiling and praising, being by your side is never boring. Although it was a compliment, Siwoo didn't feel happy and answered, I can't believe my luck, this is clearly a terrorist attack. Below the explosion site, people were shouting in panic, there are people inside, someone get them out. The scene cut to the rooftop of a building where someone had run up to report to a man standing there, you called for me? The mysterious man slightly curled his lips and replied, yes. It seems the situation in Busan has been handled. They must have realized the existence of those holy creatures from other dimensions. On the 38th floor of the second building of the Capability Bureau, there is someone who could become the embodiment of a demon king. We must bring him to us. Saying that, the mysterious figure turned to the person behind him. I will grant you power greater than what you currently possess. You will reach a realm you yourself have never touched. If the White Light Church has approached Kim Siwoo, shouldn't we act as well? The scene returned to the explosion in Dongsan district at the Capability Bureau's second building. On the forums, people buzzed. I just logged in, what's happening? Is this a show? Isn't that the Capability Bureau's second building in Bongsan? I'm in Dongsan and just received a government alert. An unknown terrorist organization has attacked the nearby area. All citizens should move to designated shelters immediately. Is this real? Damn, it looks real. Look at the news, they're live streaming the scene. Only 5 minutes since the live stream started. Did they know about this beforehand? Kim Siwoo looked up at the building, forced a smile, and cursed inwardly, damn, it seems I accidentally live-streamed a terrorist attack even before the broadcast began. If this isn't a coincidence, is it some cruel joke of fate? He turned and asked Minso. Does this happen often? Has the Capability Bureau ever been attacked? Minso, who was visibly shocked, gasped and replied, of course not, nothing like this has ever happened. Seeing Minso's expression, Siwoo inwardly confirmed that even Minso was stunned by the situation. He pulled out his phone, which was ringing non-stop, and half-smiled, I just wanted to make sure. As soon as the call connected, the voice on the other end reported, Kim Siwoo, the second building is currently under attack by an unidentified organization. It'll be very difficult to continue the live stream. He paid little attention to the broadcast and immediately asked, forget the stream. Captain Kim, are you okay? The voice belonged to Captain Dong Seohik, who answered hesitantly, I'm fine. He was inside the bombed building trying to assess the situation for Siwoo. It seems many high-level mages are involved in this attack. Siwoo, if you can, help evacuate nearby civilians. But Siwoo didn't agree right away and asked further, Captain Kim, where are you? Are you okay? Just as he was answering, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his head. don't worry about me. Dong Siohik's phone fell to the ground. On the other end came a startled voice, Captain. At this, Kim Siwoo grew even more tense hearing the strange noise from the phone. Saying his last words to his wife, didn't expect a romantic here, what a pity. As the other person's words ended, the phone screen showed the call had ended. Captain Dong Siohik. Siwoo looked toward the building and saw another explosion, then said, Minso, I think Captain Kim was attacked by a woman. Based on that, Minso evaluated the second blast, a false awakened of high rank using blue fire. Could it be Lee Se of Tsinghua? She is a monster who reached S rank 3 years ago. Rumor has it she destroyed an entire guild and fled to another country. Seems the rumor wasn't entirely accurate. Hearing the analysis, Luna excitedly summoned her armor. In other words, this is an extremely powerful villain. While she was pumped, Kim Siwoo wondered, am I misunderstanding something? Why do I sense magic from the Capability Bureau's second building? It's very faint, but there is mana. He lowered his head and thought of the group he'd met before. At first I thought the White Light Church was behind this, but those earlier people clearly wielded divine power, and there were clips promoting that they defeated demons. What's really going on? Could another organization be involved? At this point, Luna was ready and suggested, anyway, Leo, shouldn't we clear the way for the holy? Hearing her, Leo agreed, sounds good, Luna Lifton, I'll go first. Without waiting for orders, the two of them dashed toward the building. It's been a long time since we've fought together. I knew coming to Earth was the right decision. Kim Siwoo watched their retreating figures and smiled softly. Having Luna and Leo here really brings back memories of the early days of the Gen Order. He then turned and assigned tasks to his trusted aide. Minso, I'll be back soon. Help evacuate everyone and stay safe. Acknowledged. Minso immediately complied. Understood, Holy One. We'll finish the live stream after you return. Inside the building, the floor was now littered with corpses due to the explosion's impact. Lee Se, the perpetrator of the blast, hummed a few cheerful notes as she strode past the bodies. She approached where Dong Siohik was bound and complained, boring, this is no fun at all. You're far too boring for me. If I'd known I'd only have to deal with ordinary people, I wouldn't have bothered coming. The mastermind leading this plan promptly replied to her. The second building has more ordinary people than awakened, and even among the government's awakened, few are capable of standing against you. Our mission is to get the container out of the cell on the top floor. If anything goes wrong, he won't spare you. Despite his reminder, Si-Hai still wanted to keep playing, pointing at her comrades, though it didn't change the fact she was bored to death. Should I kill one of your people for fun, or find someone interesting to fight me like you? Seeing her like that, the leader snapped irritably, are you crazy? Si-Hai sneered, checked Dong Siohik's ID card, and mocked, crazy? Better than being weak, right, old man? All of this happened because you're too weak. She looked at the staff info on the card and asked, Kim Dong Siohik, is that your name? If you're from the Special Investigation Bureau, shouldn't you be in the main building? Isn't the Special Investigation Bureau the center of the Capability Administration? Perfect, you must know where Kang-chi is then. Hearing Si-Hai's question, Dong Siohik was a little surprised, thinking, Kang-chi, one of the last government S-rank hunters. She seems to feel inferior compared to Kang-chi, huh? He immediately lied. No, how would an ordinary government employee know the whereabouts of an S-rank hunter? Receiving the answer, Si-Hai gripped his lanyard tighter and declared, what a pity, then I'll just have to kill you. They say being burned alive is the most terrible pain a creature can endure. Tell me where Kang-chi is and I'll give you a painless death. But Dong Siohik remained resolute and replied coldly, which irritated her. Sorry, but most government staff know nothing beyond their own department. Seeing Dong Siohik stubborn, Si-Hai laughed loudly and unleashed blue flames. Interesting, then I'll kill you. He felt the heat of the blue fire surround him and clenched his teeth, enduring it. Too hot, is this the end? Just as she frenziedly fed the flames, shouting, die, die, Dong Siohik suddenly no longer felt the heat. I feel like a roasted sweet potato. Seeing his nonchalant expression, Si-Hai angrily grabbed his collar and demanded, wait, how can someone ordinary, not even A-rank, block my fire? Dong Siohik replied blankly, I don't know either. She immediately turned to the leader and requested, "Hey, I'll take this old man with me to investigate further. We've already attacked the capability administration. What's the difference in taking another government employee?" He, looking displeased, reminded, "Lai Si Hai, we don't have time." However, he eventually agreed, "Get the container out of the 39th floor immediately. Take him with you." Then he revealed information. "We just received word that Kim Siwoo is in front of the building. Finish the mission before he arrives." Hearing the familiar name, Dong Seohik inwardly cried, "Siwoo," while Si-hai, excited, immediately planned, "Oh, the one who stopped the monster wave. Isn't that even better? We can take advantage of the opportunity." At that moment, a loud clang cut in. One of the henchmen carrying Dong Seohik was slammed into a wall amid mocking laughter. "Oh, sorry about that." Luna was the one who delivered the blow, she cheerfully reported. "The Holy One said to kill anyone who resists. We're in a hurry to save our friend, Dong Seohik. So consider that you resisted." Leo stood by calmly and advised, "Luna Livton, I think we should give them a chance to surrender." She quickly retorted, "Leo, you just crushed the ones who surrendered like scraps of paper." He feigned innocence. "I didn't hear them say anything." Hearing their conversation, Si-hai, slightly incredulous, asked, "Our people were supposed to be on the other floors. Did you get past all of them? Interesting." The leader realized her intent and hurriedly warned, "Lai Si-hai, stop, don't forget our mission. Those two are Kim Siwoo's friends, they're not ordinary, don't waste time on them." But she didn't care and laughed loudly, growing more excited. "Interesting, do you think I'll lose to these fanatics? This is the perfect opportunity to test my new power." A fierce flame erupted, hot enough to melt steel. Si-hai launched the fire forward and exclaimed, "I love the screams of those burned alive. Satisfy me with your cry." Luna and Leo stood calmly in place, watching her fire rush toward them. Si-hai watched the flames engulf them and sneered arrogantly, "Don't tell me you can't even scream. How disappointing, I expected more from you." But immediately after that, a hand gently reached out from within the flames. From that hand, a mysterious beam of light blazed dazzlingly. With her light power, Luna calmly split Si-hai's flames in two. She regarded her opponent with amused eyes and smiled brightly. Seeing her attack still intact and even able to split the flames, Si-hai couldn't believe it and shouted, "How is this possible?" Before she could react, Luna immediately fired a beam of light that struck Si-hai hard, sending her crashing into the wall. Si-hai slammed into the wall behind her and slid down in pain. Luna stepped closer and mimicked her earlier words, "I'm really disappointed. You're a mage when facing a knight. Isn't the usual tactic to keep your opponent within the range where you are effective?" With that, she reached out forcefully and grabbed Si-hai by the throat. Luna watched Si-hai struggle in her grip and continued lecturing. "And another thing, didn't whoever gave you magic warn you about using it alongside divine power?" Seeing her foolishness, Luna answered while demonstrating, "Yes, magic and divine power are fundamentally incompatible." Luna's power struck directly into Si-hai's body. The burning pain made her scream. Luna beamed and praised, "I like hearing others scream, but I like it even more when beautiful people like you do it." Elsewhere, the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder. The leader of the attack led his henchmen in retreat, muttering as he ran, "Damn it. Lai Si-hai with her blessing should be stronger than most S-rank hunters. It's unbelievable that someone with her capabilities was taken down so easily." Just then, groans of pain sounded from behind him, making him startle. The leader remembered Leo and tried to run faster, thinking, "Not to mention that the big guy in the monk's robe is chasing us. My men can at least slow him down for now." After a while of fleeing, he reached a dim place, the special detention cells on the 38th floor of the second Capability Administration building. Before false awakened are moved to separate prisons, the Capability Administration temporarily detains them here for investigation. A warning on the cell door stated that only authorized personnel were allowed entry. But as an illegal intruder, the leader didn't hesitate to draw his sword and break the door. "In this situation, I must make sure to seize the container." Then they would use the teleport gate prepared on the rooftop to escape. After several continuous slashes, the door was finally destroyed. The henchman who saw him enter shouted, "Captain, you're here." He glared at them carrying another person and barked, idiots, if you already have the container, fall back immediately. What are you still doing here? A henchman hurriedly bowed and explained, sorry, the emergency cutoff system was activated. The leader, uninterested, asked, what about the container? Another man carrying Soho on his back immediately stepped forward and reported, as soon as we released him, he tried to kill the whole group, so we had to knock him out. 2 members died in the process. The leader listened, then slowly approached to assess Soho, thinking, no wonder he's the container. I can sense terrible evil and malice from him. He immediately decided, he's the container. I'll use the teleport scroll to bring him to the boss. Hearing that, a few henchmen asked in confusion, Captain, aren't we supposed to rendezvous with the girl who handles bombs? How do we get back? The leader, taking on the task of carrying Soho, paid little attention and only urged, everyone up to the roof, there's a magic array there, move. At his command, the henchmen replied in unison, understood. But the leader had another plan in mind, 3 minutes, if they can hold them off for 3 minutes, that's enough. The array on the roof was actually a self-destruct formation. Once they stepped onto it, a massive magical explosion would occur. In truth, all of them were disposable pawns except Lai Si-hai, but it seemed even she couldn't stop Kim Si-woo's lackeys. He frowned and glanced warily behind him. Clutching the scroll in his hand, as long as I return safely, the rest can be settled later. The Gen lineage is always an obstacle in our way. Therefore, we must eliminate them all for you. Just as he was about to pull the cord on the scroll, a small bolt of lightning suddenly struck, interrupting him. Kim Si-woo, who must have appeared unnoticed, calmly said, using your men as bait to escape. Even for a villain, don't you find that a bit cliché? Seeing Si-woo, the leader backed away cautiously. Kim Si-woo looked at Soho on his back and said, it seems the child you're carrying is a vessel for the Demon King, a container to summon the Demon King into this world. Now I understand why you're here. But you should have been more careful, shouldn't you? Just as Si-woo finished speaking and the leader moved to reply, Soho on his back suddenly sprang up. What the hell are you saying? He immediately bit down hard on the leader's shoulder, and in an instant the man became a delicious meal for Soho. Si-woo stood to the side watching the bloody scene, thinking to himself. Those chosen as vessels for the Demon King often gain strength by eating their own kind. At first I thought it was unlucky to be live-streaming the terrorist attack on the Capability Administration building, but perhaps this time I'm lucky to witness everything firsthand. If they had actually escaped with him, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Why was such a dangerous being imprisoned here? After dealing with the leader, Soho quickly shifted his focus and lunged towards Si-woo. Si-woo stood calmly in place, observing the boy as he charged wildly. Without hesitation, Si-woo reached out and grabbed Soho's arm, then gently tore that arm off, causing him to scream in agony. Soho's cry rang out, joining the third explosion of the building. The rebirth of the Demon King, the mortal who had nearly become a fiend, manipulated by the Demon King. He is the vessel that allows the Demon King to step into this world, to initiate the rebirth process. He must display signs of losing his humanity, one of which is cannibalism. The more crimes he commits, the stronger he becomes. Thinking that, Kim Si-woo watched Soho before him and thought, exactly just like him now. At that moment, Soho's severed arm began to twitch, blood cells appearing. And immediately after, a new arm formed. Watching this, Si-woo murmured, was it because he just ate his fill? Even not fully awakened, your regenerative ability is formidable. At this point, Soho no longer growled but could speak aloud, die die. Before he could react, Kim Si-woo grabbed his head. However, you're not yet a true demon, you haven't killed enough people. Maybe this is only the first time. Judging by your state, you don't even control your power fully. As he finished speaking, the system voice rang out. Passive skill Will of Destruction has identified the target as evil. Player back Kyo Soho's crimes were listed: assault, murder, cannibalism, leading school violence, and 17 other offenses. Hearing the system's report, Kim Si-woo calmly said, you were a bad person from the start. I wouldn't be surprised if you were sentenced to life imprisonment. He began to unleash his power, questioning the criminal before him. I wonder if you're the son of some high-ranking official in the bureau. The hand on Soho's head began to emit bolts of lightning that made him curl up. "What's wrong?" scared. Kim Siwoo gave him a deadly look and pronounced, "It seems you still have a shred of reason left. My divine power is always stronger against evil. For that reason, you should have fled while you had the chance, kid." Soho's eyes widened, revealing sharp fangs. Kim Siwoo continued casting magic on him. "That's more like it." Then he clenched his fist and took a running leap forward. Kim Siwoo leapt into the air, ready to strike Soho. "You're smarter than I thought." His punch flew forward but was blocked by a shield Soho raised. However, he still took damage from the blow. A second later, Siwoo's punch tore through the shield, blasting Soho backward. But he quickly recovered his stance. Kim Siwoo said, "It seems being a vessel for the Demon King has its advantages for you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Soho lunged to attack, raising his claws to rake at him. Yet he suddenly froze, surprised. Siwoo looked at him confidently. "Your weak claws can't even leave a scratch on my holy barrier." Immediately, Soho was numbed by his divine power. He looked at him and said, "Divine power is the bane of demonic power, not to mention the power gap between us is huge." Then he squeezed Soho's throat, channeling power that rendered his whole body immobile. Siwoo said coldly, "Maybe you need to be taught a lesson, how about that?" Suddenly, a source of purple energy gathered, forming a malleable substance like tentacles that quickly rushed towards Soho. This strange energy entered him, seeming to strip away the vessel power. Kim Siwoo was astonished. "What? Are you merely trying to strip away his ability to be a vessel?" He still squeezed his throat. "You should have chosen a worthy opponent. Haven't you learned your lesson since I beat you at Eden, the Demon King of Wrath, Satan? Wait, perhaps I should be doing this to the one who brought you into the human world instead." He concluded, "Fine, I'll end this right here." A notification appeared. With the increase in divine power, the passive skill Holy Flame has been activated. Soho gradually began to dissolve, screaming in desperation and pain. After a moment, Soho had completely vanished into nothingness. Outside the building, an extremely strong beam of light burst forth. Leo stood outside watching the building. The demon was fading. As for Kim Siwoo, he felt a trace of mana remaining. "Strange fragments of matter falling to the ground," he declared. "All those wicked will eventually bring about their own destruction." Suddenly a voice called to him, "Pope, we're looking for you." It was Leo. He approached Kim Siwoo and said, "We stopped the ones heading for the capacitor and disabled the dark magic arrays." Kim Siwoo turned and added, "Leo, you're here." Leo looked at the magic array drawn on the ground and said, "This array used a human body as a conduit to trigger a massive explosion. If it had been activated, this entire building could have collapsed." Kim Siwoo thanked him. "You did very well, Leo. You saved countless lives." Leo stared at the traces left on the ground and asked, "But Pope, who is this person?" Siwoo asked back, "Leo, do you remember the Demon King of Wrath, Satan?" He replied, "Of course, I could never forget the battle with the Demon King at Eden." Kim Siwoo looked at the ashes in his hand and said, "These ashes contain part of the Demon King's reborn soul, a means to summon Satan into this world." The reason the Capability Administration's second building was attacked was because of this, the rebirth of the Demon King. Leo said gravely, "Pope, if the Demon King's rebirth has appeared then," Siwoo interrupted, "Yes, that means there are quite a few followers of the Demon King hiding in the human world." He recalled the Soho they had just defeated. This rebirth functions like a prophet within a cult. There are 7 Demon Kings and Satan is only one of them. First it was the White Light Church, now it's followers of the Demon King. Unbelievable. In any case, we must investigate those who follow the Demon King. He continued, "So Leo, tell me the truth. How many are still alive? We need to gather intelligence from them." Leo pushed his glasses up, turned away and said, "I've captured 70% of them. The rest died because their bodies were too weak." Kim Siwoo shouted, "Did you snap them in two again?" Leo hurriedly replied, "What do you mean? They sold their souls to demons, they're just paying the price." Siwoo was at a loss. "Fine, at least some are still alive. Hopefully Luna also caught a few who are still breathing. I wonder where she is now." No sooner had he finished than a voice cut in. "Pope, Luna ran up to him, carrying a girl on her shoulder, excited. "I'm back." Then she dropped the person she was carrying to the ground. "A gift for you. Is this what you were looking for?" Siwoo looked at her and admonished, "Luna, don't toss people around like objects." He scratched his chin and looked at the person on the floor. "Anyway, is this the one I was looking for? Lai Si Hai, she seems to be a mage. Surprising you didn't kill her." He thought to himself, since Luna lost her parents to mages, if the girl were mediocre in combat, Luna would have dealt with her already. Luna stuck out her tongue and looked at the person on the ground with a dangerous gleam. "I'll spare her because she's pretty," he shouted. "Luna, you're a saint. Retract that tongue." "Anyway, good job. Are you hurt?" Siwoo looked her over and thought, a saint who likes booze and women. Luna replied excitedly, "Oh my, you worry about me? Pope, I'm so happy to hear that. Those words only mean anything if you say them with some shame. How could I face you if I were injured by those lackeys?" He shot back immediately. "Honestly, I've never worried about you, but I worry about Captain Kim and his teammates." Then he turned and asked Captain Kim, "Are you okay?" Team leader Kim replied, "Ah, yes, thank you. Even though I was attacked by Lai Si Hai, for some reason I'm still unharmed." Siwoo emitted the Pope's radiance and gently said to him, "That's good. Lord Jen truly favors you. When we last met, I bestowed a blessing upon you." Team leader Kim exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, so that's why." Then he bowed his head and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you so much." Siwoo waved him off. "No need to thank me. Without your strong faith, my blessing wouldn't have had much effect." He smiled softly. "From what I see, your faith is stronger than you think." Suddenly a shout rang out. "I knew it. I was wondering how I'm still alive." Si Hai lay sprawled on the floor, shouting with joy. "So it was all thanks to that holy barrier. There's no way a weak official like him could have blocked my attack." She widened her eyes and shouted loudly, "The weak deserve to die. The useless and incompetent should be wiped from this world. Yet you keep obstructing us, Kim Siwoo." She turned to berate Luna and those nearby, screaming wildly, "How long will you keep blocking us? Purifiers, when he arrives, you won't stand a chance." Siwoo stepped closer and asked with interest, "Purifier? The name sounds fitting for a bunch of criminals like you." No sooner had he finished than Luna kicked her several meters away. Siwoo saw Luna kicking people like soccer balls and could only shake his head. "Luna, I hadn't even asked anything yet." But she didn't care, smiling. "Pope, I just had a feeling you'd order her tossed, so I did it first. After all, this kid belongs to me." Siwoo was reminded of some silhouette. Oddly, she made him think of someone, but who? He returned to the main topic. "Anyway, you mentioned the purifiers. What is their goal?" Si Hai answered dismissively, "Ordinary citizens without abilities and even players are no different. Their goal is to eliminate them all." She lay there, propping her head with her hand, looking very nonchalant. "Why do we need those incapable people? They're weak and all need protection in the current world. They mean nothing. We'll create an oasis just for the awakened." She climbed up. "We were chosen, so we are stronger. To build a better future on this land, we must purify the world of the lowly." Hearing her, he could only remark, "Oh, so that's why you call yourselves purifiers." Si Hai continued, "Yes, we can sacrifice the unpowered to accelerate humanity's evolution." Hearing that irritated him, so he kicked her hand. Siwoo began to use magic and said, "You lot didn't even pose the slightest difficulty for Leo and Luna, so what are you boasting about? I can't believe I'm facing a demon-worshipping group with delusions of superiority. They're a headache." He turned to team leader Kim, not to mention they knew about the Demon King's rebirth. "That means," team leader Kim averted his eyes, "there's a spy in the Capability Administration. We had suspected that for some time." The prisoner on the 38th floor was back. Kyo So-ho. He awakened as a player around March last year at just 16. At that time, he attacked and killed 2 other awakened trainees. This kid had long been suspected of involvement in multiple other cases. We only took him in 2 days ago after regular facilities confirmed they couldn't detain him. The information must have been leaked then. Si Hai asked in surprise, "If that's the case, shouldn't he have been sentenced to life in the prison for the awakened? Does he have someone backing him?" Team leader Kim bowed his head. "I have no defense." Si Hai continued, "I had to act against him during the fight. Is that okay?" Team leader Kim replied, "It's fine." We plan to inform the public that the prisoner on the 38th floor was one of the victims of the attack and to release other related information about the incident. They all deserve punishment. Soho spoke up, there's no turning back now. Since becoming the vessel of the Demon King, I trust Captain Kim can handle the rest neatly. Team leader Kim replied, perhaps it's better that he died. I don't know what we'd do if things took another direction. If this kid truly becomes the Demon King, who knows what will happen. Luna crouched and played with Si-Hai's hair, asking, Pope, she's unconscious, what should I do with her? He answered, do you even have to ask? She's a valuable hostage. We'll take her back to the temple for interrogation. Switching to another development. Cyan Ho video called him, Mr. Siwoo. From what you said, you believe demons or forces influenced by them are behind this incident. He sat in his office and said thoughtfully, it sounds hard to believe, but I think so. The man continued, it's not as far-fetched as you think, Siwoo. 5 years ago, after the spatial gates opened, everything in this world became possible. We accepted that fact and kept adapting. Those who refused were left behind. I'm the same, nothing to worry about. Siwoo smiled with satisfaction, thinking he was surprised that someone without abilities like him could survive this age of change. It seems he possesses a special temperament suited to the director of the Capability Administration. He said, there are people like you, Minister, who make the terrorists' delusions of superiority look more like a joke. CONHO asked, what did you say? He replied, oh, it's nothing. He then said, our order intends to interrogate Lai Si-Hai, one of the terrorists involved in the recent attack. One of our reporters, Luna, is also working on a piece about the incident. However, Minister, I have one favor to ask. From now on, if the Capability Administration obtains any information related to demon kings or nobles, such as the rebirth of a demon king, I hope you can share that information with the Gen Order, not only domestically but abroad as well. He agreed, of course. However, other nations may request information about you in return. Siwoo scratched his chin and said, then do this. If anyone holds information about Demon King rebirths, let them know the Gen Order will be ready to assist when needed. Hearing that, CONHO suddenly grinned. He wondered, it seems he's very interested in this offer. What is he thinking? The man replied, all right, I'll do that. Once again, our government is very grateful for the assistance from the Gen Order. However, since problems could arise if we publicly accept help, we plan to find another way to handle this. I'll contact you again through Captain Kim. Siwoo quickly replied, yes, thank you. He thought of an alternative plan. Then braced himself and stood up. One task done, now I should go meet Luna. He opened his phone. Media outlets were reporting en masse. Breaking news, the Capability Administration attacked. Surveillance cameras at Building 2 captured the snap in 2 scene. Hyundai, the terrorist, broken in 2. A 4K high-quality video of fur excites netizens. Breaking news, the Capability Administration attacked. On the Awakening forum, people discussed, all we need is to fold them in 2. Instructions to meet people like fur, 1 break, 2 breaks again. Total comments, 120. Whoever keeps using that meme will be folded in half. Are you crazy? There was just a terrorist attack right in the middle of the city. You think that's funny? Thousands could have died. The person in that meme is the one who saved those thousands. Don't they deserve any support? I just watched the Gen Order's live stream and decided to join them. There are only hope. They said they'd accept you. Yeah, just apply to join. I heard they'll accept. If you go to their forum, they'll explain how to become a member. Look at this, Lord Gen. Can they really fold people in half? What the hell is N doing? Are they all dead or knocked out? At least their spines are damaged. Can someone put me on their back? I bet this will attract more people to the Gen Order. Gen isn't a cult. Gen is so beautiful. He read and thought, they've leaked the video of the snap on the way to the interrogation room. Looks like this is exactly what Minister CONHO wanted. Siwoo suddenly looked away, thinking to himself that the recent terrorist attack had killed 12 and injured 52. We're truly lucky. The broadcast continued throughout. It's remarkable they were able to limit the damage to this extent. He walked on wondering whether the Gen Order already knew about it. Siwoo closed his eyes slightly. Gen, we prevented a great disaster. Did you hear that? He paused for a moment with no response. It seemed she was busy in Eden. Cut to the interrogation room. Pope Siwoo asked those present, how's the interrogation going? Luna replied, we haven't done much. You could say we've gained a little of her trust. Although she knows how to use mana enhancement magic, she refuses to reveal any useful information. She continued, "As for the one who was with her, the man in the black mask who called himself a captain or something, have you seen him?" He spoke up. "Oh yes, he was swallowed by the Demon King's manifestation." At that, Luna gasped aloud while Si-Hai was tightly bound to a chair. Luna continued, "At least we know she can sustain mana from abroad." He asked suspiciously, "Abroad, where?" She answered she mentioned Shanghai, China. Within China's territory there's a precursor group to the purifiers. Their identities are unknown and they possess extraordinary powers. So that means she received mana from someone. Luna went on, "However, it seems even branch managers don't know much about their location. I heard China is quite close to Korea. Should we go there to deal with them?" Siwoo asked her, "Have you ever seen anyone in Eden be kind to strangers? Have you ever tried to cross the border while armed?" Luna replied innocently, "No." He continued, "The 3 East Asian countries are always wary of one another. We can't go, not because we don't want to, but because we can't." She answered casually, "Then it's the same either way." Siwoo said seriously, "Until they request it, we have no reason to act. Do you realize that anomalies are viewed like nuclear weapons? Just crossing the border would be a war. Also, if we destroy their stronghold, our image as peacekeepers would collapse, right?" Luna rubbed her head and wondered, "Why can't we just flatten everything? Live tonight, maybe we need a talk." Leo pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "A physical conversation." Leo pushed up his glasses and said seriously, "A physical conversation." Then he turned to the bound person. "Lazai, wake up, I know you're not unconscious. From now on, you'll be demoted to an ordinary civilian, no longer an awakened. Afterwards, you'll be handed over to the Capability Administration." At that, she suddenly leapt up. "What? No, you can't." Siwoo looked at her and said, "Though I could purge the demon from you, I really don't want to do that." She shouted, "Get away, I refuse to do anything." With no choice, he activated the will effect, defeat evil. The player would be properly judged upon her. Si-Hai cried out in fear, "Sir, please don't." A notification appeared, "The player has lost system privileges." Then Si-Hai coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. A notification appeared, "Thanks to the will, defeat evil. The system will not interfere with your decision and no consequences will occur." While using his power, Siwoo said, "You once said that those without abilities have no place in this world, right? So how does it feel to become one of those inferior beings?" She could only moan in pain now. A few days later at the church, the trio Siwoo, Luna, and Leo were walking together. Leo said, "First it was the White Light sect, now it's the Purifiers. I feel busier on Earth than I ever was in Eden." Siwoo replied, "I feel the same." He thought to himself that in the current state, the Gen Order would have a hard time if it kept confronting such bizarre organizations. We need to expand our influence. Siwoo told everyone, "Soon we'll have new candidates for priests and knights. By then, Luna will be in charge of training knights and Leo will guide the priests." Luna and Leo answered in unison, "All right." He scratched his chin thoughtfully. "To get more people to join the church, we need an item that boosts growth, but such items aren't easy to find. I wonder if anything can be obtained through abilities or artifacts." Suddenly he realized something. "Oh, that reminds me, we have the relic we received after defeating that god in the other dimension. I almost forgot about it." A system notification appeared, "Currently using the relic summoning command. The Gen Order can summon a random relic to Earth." He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell?" Siwoo looked at the system in confusion. "The relic is chosen at random." The system announced, "Currently using the relic summoning command. Summoning a specific relic is determined to affect causality, therefore randomness is necessary." He cursed inwardly. The system really? Stop explaining everything with notification windows. The Gen Order has countless relics. Then the system listed a bunch of items like Saint XX's dusting brush, Saintess U's back scratcher, the training dumbbells of Crusader Knight XX. He thought to himself, "I admit there are a lot of relics that make me raise an eyebrow. So that means I could get some random junk like that? I'm the Pope, can't I get a bit of luck?" A voice cut into his thoughts. "Pope, why are you frowning at the air like that?" Siwoo quickly turned to the others and said, "Everyone pray to Jay, we need to win the lottery." The other two asked blankly. "Now," he shouted, "just do as I say." Luna and Leo stood behind him and put their hands together in prayer. Siwoo touched the screen and said, "All right, I hope these prayers work." He shouted, "Summon the relic, system notification, using relic points. The Gen Order has summoned a random relic to Earth. Causality has accepted the summoning command." He prayed inwardly, "Please, please. Maybe it's the holy shield used by the first Crusader Knight or the Covenant bracelet bearing Pama's power. Either would do." Siwoo clasped his hands and pleaded with all his heart, "Just not something weird, please." System notification, relic branch of origins has been summoned. As a joke, a withered dry branch fell into his hands. Siwoo was displeased. "We're doomed." He stared at the dry branch in his hand in disbelief. There should have been plenty of rare relics in the church's storage. Luna stood to one side, unsure whether to comfort or mock him. "This toothpick, no, this stick. I have never seen it before, not even in the cathedral. I can feel a bit of holy power from it, but are you sure you actually summoned this?" Siwoo shouted, "I didn't want this at all, and yet we ended up with this." Leo inspected the branch closely, then suddenly yelled, "Unbelievable." Siwoo covered his ears because it was too piercing, then screamed. "Ta," Leo said excitedly. "Pope, am I dreaming? I never expected to see a relic like this with my own eyes." He suddenly fell to his knees, crying and shouting, "The goddess tree." Siwoo asked in confusion, "Huh, what is it?" Leo said, "Pope, this is the relic the church has been missing for 500 years. The branch of origins." Siwoo stared blankly at the dry branch in his hand. "The branch of origins? Is this the relic that went missing 500 years ago?" Leo began to tell the story. Long ago, when Gen first descended upon this land, he promised to grant blessings and prosperity to humanity in exchange for their faith. To prove that promise, Gen gave humanity an ancient tree, which later became our church's sacred tree. But then, one day 500 years ago during a holy war, the Demon King's army set the sacred tree on fire. Faced with that sudden disaster, there was nothing anyone could do but watch. Even though the tree's guardians tried to extinguish the flames, they all failed. Fortunately, a brave guardian managed to break off a living branch from the sacred tree in time. That is this branch of origins. Leo added excitedly, "The sacred tree can purify holy power in the surrounding land and make it more fertile. Near it, your recovery rate will be faster. Because of that effect, rumors say it was stolen by thieves who snuck into the sanctuary." Siwoo looked up at the notification screen and his face relaxed a little. Branch of Origins, a relic of the Gen Order from the original Eden dimension, is a branch of the sacred tree that symbolized Gen's promise. Although the sacred tree was burned by demons, its will and holy power remain within this branch. According to legend, a sacred beast guards this branch. Activation effect. If the branch is planted on land filled with holy power, it will grow into a sapling of the sacred tree. He exclaimed happily, "Wonderful, let's plant it in the garden." The three of them prepared together. Luna excitedly, "Let's dig a hole right here." Siwoo agreed, "Right, I didn't know what to do with this empty patch anyway." He gently planted the branch into the ground. When the branch was placed in the soil, a gentle breeze surrounded it. Immediately after, a source of power shot up from the earth straight toward the sky. The branch began to sprout leaves and grew up to waist height. Leo, moved, said, "Is this a sacred tree sapling?" Luna chimed in, "It's no longer a strange stick." Leo, excited, "Even as just a sapling, I can understand why it's called a holy relic." Suddenly, a source of energy appeared in the sky and condensed into a pure white cat, which gently landed in front of Siwoo. The cat let out an adorable meow. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, "A cat." Luna stepped closer, eyes wide. "Pope, this cat must be the sacred beast. So cute." Siwoo scratched his chin. "I prefer dogs. The sacred beast is a cat." At that moment, the notification screen appeared. "The sacred beast has recognized you as its master. The sacred beast will grow together with the sacred tree." As the sacred tree develops, the sacred beast will provide many beneficial effects for the church. The sacred tree will grow when the church's believers perform good deeds or complete main quests. Siwoo lifted the cat, smiling. "In other words, the sacred tree will grow along with the church." "Perfect," Leo asked excitedly. "Since when did you pick up the cat?" The cat nuzzled Siwoo. Leo added, "Why Jiao Gok and Si Yoon always wanted to keep a cat, but both are allergic. The sacred beast probably won't cause allergies, right?" He laughed. "Yeah, I think so. Besides, the sacred tree isn't far, we just need to come back here regularly." Siwoo hugged the cat, unable to hide his joy. All right, we go to the temple every day anyway. We have the sacred tree now, not what we expected, but still a wonderful addition. Luna asked eagerly, are you going to take the sacred beast home? So can we leave now? Siwoo nodded. The system notified again, there are still unused divine points and relic points. It is recommended you use them to ensure smoother progress. He turned to the other two and said, Luna, Leo, make sure everything around the shrine is stable. The two of them asked, puzzled, huh? He raised his hand to use his ability. A notification read, you have used 10,000 divine points to purchase the level 1 Crusader Knights headquarters. Novice rank for Crusader Knights has been unlocked. Immediately, a surge of energy welled up in the temple. The system notified, you have used 7,000 divine points to purchase the level 1 monastery. Novice rank for priests has been unlocked. A new building instantly rose within the temple grounds. When it was done, he said to the two of them, I told you, Luna will train the knights and Leo will guide the priests. Leo stammered, so, this starts today. Luna panicked, Pope, I like recruits, but this is. Siwoo, holding the cat, said in a very dangerous tone, we don't have time to rest, get to work. Leo asked, what about you? He replied nonchalantly, I'm off duty. Leo and Luna cried out in unison, monster. Siwoo smiled faintly and waved at them, why don't you two just become the Pope then? See you later. Suddenly his phone rang. He answered, hello Gok, what's up? Immediately after, Siwoo's expression turned serious. He stammered, what? Far off in the sky a plane streaked by. He asked softly, is she coming back to Korea? Some building in the autonomous city, especially the vehicle line. In a conference room in that building, the room was dark except for faint light from a projected screen. Minister Seo Nho was meeting privately with the president of South Korea, Seo Sin-hoo. He briefed the current emergency. A disaster-class monster appeared off Mia's coast, reported by Japan and the US. The monster is codenamed Jamatachi. They have requested that South Korea send a false awaken to assist. President Seo Sin-hoo listened intently, his face grave. A disaster-class monster, yet it appeared in foreign territory. It's odd they would request our help. I'm sure they've attached certain conditions. Minister Seo Nho continued, his expression serious. Aiden HW, also called the Savage, is one of the people the US intends to send. The Savage, Aiden HW, specializes in a two-handed axe. He returned to Earth 3 years ago after spending 20 continuous years fighting in another dimension. His most notorious nickname is the Mutant Hunter. After the mutant ranks were established, self-proclaimed mutants began to appear everywhere, and Aiden HW hunted them down one by one. Those who bragged about their power were crushed by the Savage. President Seo Sin-hoo stroked his chin, eyes thoughtful, and said quietly, the US is sending him to Japan and is also requesting Kim Siwoo. Seo Nho interrupted, voice firm, no doubt about it, they want to test South Korea's first mutant. The president immediately asked, what is your personal opinion on this? He calmly replied, I don't think my opinion matters. Seo Nho's face showed fatigue as he continued cautiously, unlike the US or China, we don't have the ability to control our mutants. I think we should ask Kim Siwoo first. If we can't control them, then negotiate. That's the method we've always used, isn't it? President Sin-hoo laughed heartily and praised bluntly, that's exactly why I like working with you, Minister Seo Nho. He rearranged the papers on his desk and said slowly, perhaps I should meet him in person and say I only want to express gratitude to the hero who protected the country. That should be a sufficient justification. Then President Seo Sin-hoo and 2 bodyguards walked toward the front door in silence. He hesitated a bit but finally resolved to speak. I also have a very personal question. Minister Seo Nho, not surprised, nodded slightly and said in a calm voice, go ahead. The president did not hesitate and immediately asked, if the Savage fought Kim Siwoo, who do you think would win? The question made Seo Nho pause. He thought for a moment, his gaze drifting into the distance. Then answered decisively, I have no doubt, Kim Siwoo will definitely win. The Savage wouldn't even be able to touch him. At that moment in Kim Siwoo's living room, he had just woken from a long sleep, hair still tousled, yawning short, long yawns, holding the TV remote. The 9 p.m. news played. Siwoo sat dazed against the sofa, eyes dreamy as the TV's sound filled the room. Yesterday, the 10th, a disaster-class monster suddenly appeared off Miyagai's coast, codenamed Yamada Nazachi, shocking the media. The Japanese government ordered evacuations in the area and requested assistance from neighboring countries. The U.S. government agreed to send the mutant Aiden HW, also known as the Savage. Experts say this move may be an attempt by the U.S. to create an opportunity to test South Korea's first mutant, Kim Siwoo. The report hit Siwoo like a thunderclap. He flinched, eyes glazing for a moment, unable to believe what he heard on TV. He blurted out, "What?" The TV continued. Aiden HW is famed as the mutant hunter. Siwoo, stunned, sweat beading on his brow, shouted, "What the hell is going on?" Just then, Wang-gu Gok walked in carrying a tray of fragrant food. Not understanding what was happening, he asked in surprise, "Huh?" The broadcast kept going while the Japanese government. Wang-gu Gok gently set the tray on the table and said optimistically, "But if Captain Kim hasn't contacted you, aren't we still fine?" Siwoo calmed down. The golden sandwiches stuffed with meat, egg, and fresh vegetables laid out before him caught his attention. He praised, "Probably did you make these? Impressive." He quickly grabbed a sandwich and without hesitation took a big bite. Suddenly a sound rang out as snow leaped down from the air. Siwoo gently stroked its head. The kitten nuzzled delightedly, let out a sound, eyes half closed in bliss. He asked it softly, "I know, Snow, did you get enough sleep?" Si-yoon, delighted to see Snow, hugged it tight and exclaimed happily, "Are we keeping this cat? And I'm not allergic at all. Amazing." At that moment, Siwoo went to the kitchen for a glass of water. Si-yoon kept chatting happily in the living room. "Can we name it Snow? Because it's a white cat like snow. Snow, from now on you'll live with us." He laughed with pleasure as he enjoyed the delicious breakfast. And so the sacred beast was named Snow. Then Siwoo returned to the living room. Seeing him, Wang-gu Gok said happily, "Seems like no one is allergic to the sacred beast, right? Even when Si-yoon and I held it, nothing happened." Chewing, Siwoo replied, "That's good. When the cult grows, Snow will grow with it." While the two brothers chatted, Snow crept toward the sandwich plate, sniffing. Siwoo suggested, "I think you and Si-yoon also need a bodyguard." Wang-gu and Gok cried out in surprise, "A bodyguard? You mean Snow?" Immediately, Snow opened its mouth wide and bit the sandwich. Wang-gu and Gok stammered on, "I can't believe what I just heard. You're going to command the cat? Look at your loyal follower, the goddess who treats animals as tools." Siwoo explained calmly, "Snow can totally handle any false awakened below mutant rank." Seeing Snow devour the sandwich, Wang-gu and Gok gaped and asked, "Dude, can cats eat sandwiches, or are sacred beasts different species entirely?" Siwoo replied indifferently, continuing his breakfast, "Let it eat. If it can't digest it, it'll either use divine power to process it or throw it up. It's a sacred beast after all." Suddenly, Siwoo remembered something and reminded Wang-gu and Gok, "Ah, right, don't forget she's coming soon." He hurriedly replied, "I'm busy today so I can't pick her up. Will you be okay going alone?" By then, Snow was full and curled up sleeping soundly on Siwoo's lap. He answered, "Who do you think I am? Also, our channel seems pretty lively." Siwoo looked at the official Gen channel on his phone. Subscriptions had reached 1.2 million. Wang-gu and Gok said excitedly, "Keep this momentum going. I'm just happy the viewership is rising. You know, we even have international viewers." Then he waved goodbye to his brother, not forgetting to say, "I have to get back to work. Take care." After Wang-gu and Gok left, Siwoo sat in silence for a while. One could say Wang-gu and Gok looks much happier since returning to Earth. His eyes have regained their vitality. He gently stroked Snow, thinking to himself, caring for Si-yoon and her alone must have been hard, and when she returns this place will be too cramped. I should start preparing to move soon. Snow stirred, flicked its tail, and let out a sound. Siwoo instructed it, "Now, Snow, watch over Wang-gu and Gok while I'm away. If he seems tired, play with him a bit, okay?" The next day the sky was clear, clouds drifting lazily, sunlight filtering between buildings, creating a peaceful, gentle atmosphere. Siwoo exclaimed with pleasure, "The weather today is perfect for flying home." As soon as he stepped downstairs, he sensed something was off. Many bodyguards stood around the building. He wondered, "What's going on? Is something wrong? Who's here?" Suddenly a loud shout, "Siwoo!" Captain Kim stepped out of the building, startling Siwoo into exclaiming, "Ah, you scared me." Dang So-hitch, flanked by bodyguards, enthusiastically offered, "If you're about to pick her up, let us help." Siwoo tightened his hand and declined. No need, it's too much trouble, I can just take a taxi. Dang So Hitch immediately gave him no chance to refuse. No, sorry for the abruptness. Please this way. Siwoo cried out in surprise. Wait, you're escorting me? Where am I being taken? Escorted another way, he became more anxious at the sight before him, eyes full of alertness. In front of Siwoo was a luxurious black car with privacy glass all around. 4 bodyguards stood escorting it. He thought to himself, there's something suspicious about this car. Siwoo approached and mumbled, it would be hilarious if the president were in here or something. The man inside, dressed formally, asked in surprise, how did you know? I personally asked Captain Kim to lower my personal security to the minimum. The man speaking was none other than the president of South Korea, Sin-Hu. He greeted politely, nice to meet you. Awakening, Siwoo, I am Sin-Hu, the current president of this country. Siwoo was stunned into silence, eyes wide, mouth agape, 1,000 thoughts racing. The president. That's the title for the holder of central power in a nation, the highest position an elected official can attain, someone most ordinary citizens only dream of meeting. So why is that person here? He quickly got into the car and sat across from the president, hands clenched, body tense. Siwoo stammered, I'm on my way to the airport to pick her up. President Sin-Hu, a wily old fox, quickly grasped his thoughts and replied politely, coincidentally, I also have to go to the airport, consider it a shared ride. Siwoo thought, sharing a car with the president, is this for real? He must have an agenda. Then he hesitantly asked, but is it okay for the president to act like this? The car sped along the main road, merging into busy traffic. President Sin-Hu explained, most of a leader's work is conducted in secret like this. The public ceremonies are just for show. As a pontiff from a world like Eden, you must understand this as well. Siwoo narrowed his eyes and thought clearly, I know, he's not here just to chat. A president without arrogance or an overbearing presence, Sin-Hu won broad support from voters thanks to his unique sense of humor. Suddenly, the president broke the awkward silence. Did you watch the news this morning? Siwoo quickly answered, yes, a monster appeared in Japan and their government requested our assistance. The president looked at him with some satisfaction and went straight to the point. Exactly. Since you're already informed, I'll be direct. The United States has requested we send you, awakening Kim Siwoo, to join the relief force. Siwoo froze for a few seconds and asked in surprise, is that why you came to see me? Couldn't you just order me to go? President Sin-Hu answered calmly, the Special Ability Act, Section B, Article 12 states that an ability user's operational scope is limited to the nation that governs them, which in this case is South Korea. He pressed his fingers into the seat and hesitated, then said, therefore you are under no obligation to assist Japan. However, Siwoo caught the implication in President Sin-Hu's words. Before he finished, Siwoo interrupted, it seems you want me to go to Japan, don't you, Mr. President? Siwoo pondered, rubbing his chin as if thinking. The ability user the U.S. sent, Eden H. Ward, is known by the title the Mutant Arbiter. If you can defeat him in combat, it will prove you're one of the strongest ability users in the world, recognized by the U.S. government and also the leader of a cult. That would surely attract attention from everywhere. He recalled what Yngu and Gok had said. Did you know we even have viewers from other countries? Siwoo squinted smiling and asked cheerfully, was the monster's appearance part of your plan? Sin-Hu's eyes narrowed and the corner of his mouth lifted in an ambiguous smile. Why should I worry about a monster when there are 2 ability users on site? What concerns me is what comes after. Then his expression grew serious as he made a request. Kim Siwoo, for the sake of our country, I want you to eliminate the savage. He looked at him calmly and said, you speak as if proposing a deal. Sin-Hu glanced out the window, his gaze distant. He spoke as if confiding, throughout history, religion and politics have gone hand in hand because both draw power from popular support. This is the relationship I want to build, a cooperation where we can support each other. Unfortunately, the South Korean government lacks that kind of power while the Gen order is growing stronger. But if the gap between us keeps widening, then it will no longer be a partnership, but will become a one-sided relationship. I'm certain that's not the future you want, nor what your order would want. Siwoo fell silent, lips pressed together, thinking over what the president had said. After a moment, Sin-Hu broke the silence. It seems I've spoken too much, especially with such a nice day today. Take some time to consider your decision. Before long, they arrived at the airport and quickly stepped out of the car. Before parting, he advised, "Whatever you decide, we will fully support you," awakening Kim Siwoo. "I plan to arrange an official visit to the shrine soon, then we can continue this conversation. It was a pleasure meeting you, Kim Siwoo." Siwoo stood watching the car drive away, thinking, Sin-Hu is an intriguing man. He then looked up at the blue sky, clouds like cotton candy mingling with warm sunlight. Siwoo thought of his dear grandmother and murmured as if speaking to her, "The weather is truly lovely today." Perfect for a reunion. After his father died, she often traveled abroad. When she heard their parents had died, she immediately returned to Korea to take care of the two of them. She's a very kind person. Here is some information about her. Her name is Go Yoon Rang, born November 11, 196X, hometown CEO. A phrase she often says is, "Our family always attracts trouble." She once pointed her finger at him and shouted, "Siwoo, whatever you do in the future, remember to protect each other, understand?" She really is a unique person. Even if the world were falling apart, she'd still insist on traveling to America. He smiled unconsciously, his gaze soft with memories. Since youth she had cared for his father and later looked after them. After his father's accident, her life was always busy. At that moment, the door opened slightly, footsteps sounded, and the person he had been waiting for appeared on the threshold. Yoon Rang dressed fashionably in a warm, oversized coat that covered most of her body, a small scarf at her neck, and large glasses that added to her presence. She pulled a suitcase and stepped out slowly. Glancing around for familiar faces, Siwoo called out, "Grandma." He sized her up from head to toe and forced a smile. Yoon Rang chimed happily, "My grandson." The two of them looked at each other and laughed loudly, the atmosphere awkwardly cheerful. Then she took off her glasses, her gaze never leaving Siwoo as she uttered a few indistinct sounds. He looked straight at her, twitching the corner of his mouth and making a teasing sound. Yoon Rang immediately ran over, jumped up and thumped Siwoo on the back affectionately. "You look so different now. Used to be I'd see you and run off, but now you look so steady. My grandson, I'm so proud of you." Siwoo cried out in mock alarm, reproachful yet fond, "Grandma, after so long shouldn't we hug first?" Yoon Rang replied cheerfully, "Who do you think I am? I knew you'd make it back, just having hands and feet is enough. You ungrateful boy." Siwoo rubbed the spot she'd hit and thought, "She's as sharp as ever." He watched her retreating figure and sighed in relief. She spoke as if she had been the one traveling. Going to another dimension did feel like a long trip after all. Although Gu and Gok and Ma Dai-ong had already returned from Drift, he should have anticipated this. Then he helped her with her suitcase and the two of them walked out side by side. They chatted happily as Yoon Rang asked with concern, "How was your trip to the other dimension?" Siwoo answered gently, It was fine, I even joined a religion." She asked brightly, "So you finally found faith?" Siwoo replied quickly, "I even built a shrine before you arrived. If you want, you can go see it right now." Yoon Rang turned to stand before him, pride in her voice. "It seems that trip helped you grow up. I heard you were behind the purification in the eastern region, right?" She gently touched Siwoo's hair and smoothed his head. He didn't react, remaining silent. Yoon Rang looked at Kim Siwoo with fond pride and said, "You really have grown into a wonderful person." Then she hugged him tightly as if to pour out years of worry. Yoon Rang murmured softly, "Let's call it even. You went missing and worried me sick all year. Thank you for coming back, my little boy." Siwoo gently returned her embrace while Yoon Rang kept talking. "When I heard you hadn't come back even after I returned, I thought you didn't want to see me." Suddenly she let him go and cheerfully changed the subject, "But the trip package was booked in advance. It's a waste to cancel." Siwoo asked helplessly, "Are you serious?" He then asked about her experience. "You flew on a private jet, right? How was it? Comfortable?" Yoon Rang replied happily, "If it were me taking a top-tier flight, they'd even send a plane to pick me up." She came with a friend from America, but a moment ago some people in black clothes seemed to take her away. Siwoo frowned in surprise, thinking, a friend. Yoon Rang put her hands in her coat pockets, walked thoughtfully, and continued. She said she wanted to meet you, not that I'm bad, so don't worry. He awkwardly asked, what do you mean by you're bad? Siwoo recalled President Sin Hu's words and added, by the way, I was planning to head to the airport as well. Let's ride together. He broke out in a sweat, wondering, wait, Grandma, who exactly did you bring along? After that, the two of them went to Kamen-gen, a lavish white temple with distinctive architecture and intricate carvings. Yoon Rang's voice echoed through the temple. I heard you all took care of my grandson while he was in the other dimension. Thank you all very much. Leo placed a hand over his chest and replied humbly, not at all, we are the ones who were blessed, we're only repaying a little. Luna cried out excitedly, oh my gosh, I thought she was his aunt, she looks so young. Siwoo was startled, mouth agape, murmuring, Aunt. Yoon Rang beamed and asked delightedly, Aunt, this pretty little girl sure knows how to flatter. Luna rode the momentum, chatting excitedly, I'm Luna Lifton, I can't believe it. We're his closest advisors, you can treat us however you like since you're our grandmother too. Yoon Rang gently squeezed her hand, smiling with pleasure. Is that so? It seems I have another grandson and granddaughter to rely on. Siwoo sighed helplessly and pretended to cough, changing the subject. Grandma, about the friend who wants to meet me. She said she'll come straight to Common Shrine, isn't she tired? Yoon Rang glanced at Siwoo and replied, I already agreed with my friend that she'd come here. I want to take the chance to meet the people you trust. She admired the statue of the goddess in the shrine and continued, and the deity in whom you place your faith. She studied the statue, then asked in surprise, looking at this statue, doesn't it have a face? Siwoo explained, sometimes what can't be seen carries more meaning. For some, it may be the face of a praying mother, for others, the image of a father. Because the image of a loved one differs for each person, we leave the statue faceless as a way to embrace them all. Thinking this, he felt sorrow. It's a pity I can't contact Jen anymore. There isn't a single statue with her face. Suddenly Yoon Rang asked him, should I pray? Siwoo quickly answered, of course, Jen loves everyone and I'm sure she'd love you even more. Yoon Rang clasped her hands and closed her eyes, preparing to pray. She laughed, remember how much you hated going to church back then? Who would have thought it'd come to this? She knelt before the goddess and prayed reverently, thank you for watching over my grandson and bringing him back safely. Though he still has much to learn to overcome the trials this tumultuous world sets before him, please guide him and lead him onto the right path. Siwoo stood silently watching her, turmoil in his heart. Leo stepped forward, bowed respectfully and reminded, a representative clergyman should bless her. Siwoo exclaimed, oh, nearly forgot, I'm the interim priest here. He quickly used his ability, blue lights shimmered in the air, and in moments Siwoo's clothes transformed into the attire of a priest. He sat before her as a radiant halo appeared around him. With hands forming seals, he bestowed a blessing, praying that Jen's protection remain with her. Yoon Rang looked at her grandson tenderly, the corners of her mouth curving into a smile. After the prayer ended, Siwoo slowly helped her to her feet. Yoon Rang gently asked, the garden near the entrance is wonderful, may this old woman take a little walk? Siwoo immediately agreed, of course, let me show you around. Yoon Rang politely declined and wanted to stroll with Luna and Leo. There are many things I want to ask those two. Siwoo said puzzled, can't I? Before he finished, she turned and teased him. A good leader should give subordinates some time to gossip behind his back. Siwoo was left speechless, thinking, she wants to drag them off to badmouth me. Before leaving, Yoon Rang reminded him, my friend really wants to meet you, do a good deed and talk with her a bit, you might learn something useful. Then she, Leo, and Luna quickly headed toward the garden. Siwoo watched the three of them walk away in a daze. He thought about it, but she was already gone, and he had no idea when her friend would arrive. Suddenly, Siwoo sensed something unusual and widened his eyes in shock. He turned his head, glancing around, thinking to himself, wait, I just sensed a source of mana somewhere far off, an extremely pure and gentle source. He suddenly recalled the earlier conversation with Captain Kim. Siwoo, I don't know if you know, but right now my grandmother is traveling with a very important person who has come to our country. He smiled faintly, finally resolving the question in his heart. The friend his grandmother brought along was the guest the President Sehu personally had to receive. Soft footsteps echoed in the temple, each step slowly approaching him. Siwoo looked at the woman before him, increasingly convinced of his conclusion. His grandmother really was hiding something from him. The woman was called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future. And she was also an important awakened individual, highly valued by the United States. The president had personally requested that awakened Kim Siwoo be the one to take care of Emma Miller. Siwoo's gaze lightly swept over the woman. She greeted him politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Siwoo. You resemble your grandmother a lot. It's no wonder Yun Rang kept mentioning you throughout the flight." He returned the courtesy. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Emma Miller." Emma warmly greeted him. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Siwoo. You look very much like your grandmother." He replied, "Mrs. Emma, I didn't expect you to speak Korean so fluently." She smiled brightly at that. "I learned from Yun Rang, though I must admit I cheated a little." At that moment, Dong Si had once told Siwoo, "I don't know if you know, but right now your grandmother is traveling with a very important figure to our country. That person is called a prophet, famous for being able to see the near future. Siwoo, you must be very careful. If Emma gets even a small scratch, it could become an international political issue." He asked confusedly, "And what does that have to do with me protecting such an important international figure?" The man immediately answered, "Emma is your grandmother's close friend. Perhaps your grandmother has already told her a lot about you. We were informed that she wanted to meet you." Siwoo couldn't imagine that an S-rank awakened from America would be his grandmother's friend. He wondered what it would feel like to possess S-rank prophetic powers. She studied his expression and could partly tell, "It seems you're curious about my secrets. Actually, there's nothing special. I came here as Yun Rang's friend." Siwoo, surprised, "Are you reading my thoughts?" Just by looking at my face, Emma could understand. "Not exactly reading, it's just the intuition of an old woman or something like that." Many questions kept arising in his mind. How do the two of them know each other? First, there's the president. I can't guess anyone's true intentions today. They really are on another level. Now he remembered, "I heard you wanted to meet me. Is that why you approached my grandmother? Did you use your prophetic power to arrange this meeting?" She explained calmly, "Don't misunderstand the relationship I built with Yun Rang. I became her friend simply because the opportunity allowed it. Still, some would call it fate." Siwoo suddenly realized, hearing those words, that he might have guessed Emma's power was related to the system. He heard her say clearly, "Just as you are a representative of Gen, I am a representative for the Earth's surveillance system. My prophetic ability was granted by the system when I was chosen as a representative. This power is limited to those who belong to the system. Outsiders cannot use it, including those not yet awakened or those with different standards like you." Siwoo immediately understood. She was referring to exceptions like him, which is why those warnings didn't show up at all. She explained, her gaze fixed on some distant place. "Although they return to Earth and operate under the same rules, the origin of their power comes from other dimensions. So even if I revealed my abilities, there would be nothing I could share with you. To be honest, calling me an observer is more accurate than prophet. I merely represent the system in observing the flow of this world and share what I see within the endless interwoven events of this world. The God you serve and the entity I represent have a certain connection. That's why I wanted to meet you, to see what kind of person you really are." Siwoo asked seriously, "So after meeting me, what do you think?" She seemed very pleased. "The temple you built is beautiful. After meeting you in person, I made my own decision. At least I can be sure that you still love this world." The stream of power spread and then vanished. He had obtained the answers to his questions. Now he understood. She may not look on me with fondness, but that doesn't mean she's hostile toward me. Siwoo chatted comfortably. "Of all the awakened I've met on Earth, you're the most interesting. Did you really come here just to meet me?" She smiled gently. "Consider it a small pleasure of this old woman." He showed interest. "Now that we've met, are you going back to America?" Emma still had many plans. "Not yet. I want to tour Korea a bit more." I promised Yun Rang I'll eat bibimbap with liver, even fried chicken with beer by the Han River. After discovering how much I like Korean food, I thought I might stay a little longer. Siwoo couldn't believe it. She came just to eat. No way, if she does that, a US-Korea war might actually break out. Finally, she bade farewell. Thank you for your time, Siwoo. I'll be leaving soon. If Yun Rang gets angry, she's terrifying. She might scold me for spending too much time with you. He wondered, ma'am, what did you do with an S-rank awaken from America? Is she really leaving? I thought she came to give some warning. Emma's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned to him and said, beings from beyond the boundary will bring darkness. Siwoo. The light that you and your God bring. We hope it will be enough to pierce that deep night. Siwoo noted in his mind, deep darkness, another thing to ask Jen about. There are countless questions I still have no answers to. He thought to himself, I wonder what our goddess is doing right now. That evening in Siwoo's building, voices could be heard. Were you happy to meet her? His sister asked. He replied, yes, she said she'll come visit us again tomorrow. Siwoo told his sister that the woman even wanted to invite her friend from America to eat, and he gave her his credit card. The little girl, folding clothes, cheerfully greeted, welcome home. He felt a bit puzzled. Why is she hanging out with a friend and I don't get to join? The girl continued her task with no other choice. Adults and children both want to spend time with friends, like me having to fold clothes even though I don't want to. But it's okay, because she promised to spend time with me, right? Finish up, then go to your room to play with Brownie, okay? Let's go, Snow. This really surprised him. Has Si-yoon really grown up? Where did she learn all of that? As soon as he entered the office, he asked, why stupid? Do you know who her friend is? His brother, busy folding clothes, didn't care. How would I know? He asked again, do you know who America's prophet is? Why stupid immediately remembered. Who doesn't know the great prophet of America, Emma, right? She often appears on the cover of Wicker magazine. Siwoo announced something important. Don't be surprised, it's her, the close friend visiting grandma from overseas. You still seem doubtful. Why stupid chided? Come on, at least try to joke with some feeling. Do you know America is 43 times the size of Korea? Do you know our grandma is an unawakened person? Surely you know the prophet is one of the most important people in America. Even the richest people in the world beg to meet her once and get refused. I thought you knew how to keep your mouth shut better than acting like a pope. Siwoo was angry his brother didn't believe him. Wait, I'm serious. I used to think these things were extraordinary. We really are friends with Emma. Unbelievable. Still, he tried to explain, why stupid? I even shared a car with the president. He personally asked me to go to Japan to help, so I'm planning a short trip to Japan. What do you think? This made his brother even more contemptuous. I can already see tomorrow's headline. The Gen cult Pope turns out to be a professional liar. A bump appeared on Why Stupid's head. They sent you to handle Yamatachi. Lately all the news has been about that. Siwoo became more confident, you know that, so what do you think I should do? His brother voiced his thoughts. If a national-level monster appears, supporting Japan is obvious. But a mutant with power comparable to a nuclear bomb might not be the wisest target. But Korea's international influence has weakened after recent Gate-related events. If you step forward, our country has a chance to regain prestige. Did you think only a few people feel national pride because you play soccer? Siwoo crossed his arms and warned, you're exaggerating, I'm not that important. Why Stupid was a bit surprised, suddenly modest, huh? That morning at the company, although he had already reported this to Captain Kim, he still intended to join the support team in Japan. After agreeing, the government immediately issued an official statement as if everything had been planned in advance. Minister CNHO formed a support team, and among the members dispatched were some of the most powerful awakened within the government bloc. The plane was ready for takeoff. Siwoo departed that very day, at 7:00 p.m. The biggest news outlet ran breaking headlines. The president held a press conference announcing the official reinforcements for Japan. Japan expressed gratitude for Korea's concentrated support. Korea-Japan relations grow closer. The decision to send more forces was praised, and the meeting between the Savage and the Black Pope sent the media into a frenzy. The Gen Church forum posted, just thinking about it makes my blood boil. But if it's the Black Pope, does he stand a chance against that savage? Countless heteromorphs have been defeated by that savage. Below, people kept debating their opinions. All the news was being discussed fervently. Siwoo sat on the plane calmly reading those comments. Right now he's on a plane provided by Japan and every news channel is fixated on whether he'll fight that savage. Isn't the outcome obvious, or is it just me? The announcer on the plane said, "We are beginning our descent into Narita International Airport. After arrival, we will move to the mission site under the guidance of Japan's Supernatural Bureau." He wondered, who is that Jin Rang person? At that moment, Captain Kim also came to check on Siwoo. "Everything all right?" Siwoo replied, "Captain Kim, everything's fine. Are you going alone?" Captain Kim asked Siwoo awkwardly. "It seems Luna and Leo want to stay at the temple to guide new believers. They're also making extra bracelets. So can I have one? I heard they help with baldness." Expecting a serious question but receiving only his humor, Siwoo laughed. "I'll definitely keep one for you, Captain Kim." He gave a bright smile, brushing off his embarrassment. "I'm just overly nervous. Thank you. I need to confirm a few things once we arrive, so rest while we wait to land." Siwoo sat back in his seat, relaxing his thoughts about his worries. He wondered if Luna was okay, but even if he wasn't there, Min would probably manage. He imagined the scene when they ran into trouble, welcoming the new believers. This would be a great opportunity for them to care for the newcomers. As soon as Luna mentioned it, Leo started complaining nonstop. "Pope, am I the only one reinforcing the temple?" She was extremely excited about it. There will be many trips to Japan, but training the first generation of believers only happens once, right? That left Leo with no choice. Thinking of that, Siwoo felt terrified. If they caused trouble abroad, he would have a hard time handling it. Lost in thought, a voice called to him, Siwoo the Awakened. He looked up, and in front of him stood a girl who introduced herself formally. "It's an honor to meet you. I'm Chi, a member of the Special Task Force under the Ministry of Defense and the leader of this reinforcement team. I wanted to meet and greet you before the mission starts." When Siwoo heard this, he understood. She was one of the few S-rank awakened still working for the government. He bowed politely. "Hello, I'm Siwoo, leader of the Gen cult." At the same time, he noticed that the terrorist, feeling toward Chi wasn't rivalry, but inferiority. He sensed a powerful mana flow distant from that terrorist. Chi suddenly raised her hand in salute. "Thank you for capturing the terrorist elements, including Lai Si Hai, and for protecting our country." Siwoo viewed her differently. Though one of the nation's strongest awakened, she humbly thanked him for his actions. She truly understood humility while exuding confidence. Thanks to her, the Bureau of Supernatural Affairs has managed to survive this past year. Chi didn't forget to act instead of merely thanking. "On this mission, I will support you fully in combat." That made him more intrigued, for Chi carried the bearing of a warrior rather than a typical awakened. "Yes, thank you. Although I've been to other dimensions, I've never been abroad," Chi asked in surprise. "Really? It's an honor to accompany you on your first overseas assignment." 3 hours later, at Narita International Airport, Japan. The crowd shouted in unison, "We don't need your help." Siwoo and Chi were both stunned. "What's going on?" An assistant stepped forward and announced, "Reinforcements from Korea have arrived. Please make way." Hearing that, the crowd began to argue back, whether from America or Korea. "Withdraw. Japanese can and will defeat Japan's monster themselves." From their behavior, Siwoo understood. It seemed they had no intention of following the plan. They shouted together, "We don't need Koreans." He saw their true faces. He hadn't expected Japan to oppose foreign intervention so strongly. Chi nodded in agreement. "They insist they can handle it themselves." Captain Kim hurriedly told Siwoo, "There must be some misunderstanding. I'll go check." He went out seriously and spoke. "I'm Captain Kim from the Korean Supernatural Bureau. I want to meet and discuss with the representative awakened of Japan." But the result was only a dismissal. "I told you, go back." Siwoo and Chi helped him back. Captain Kim awkwardly thanked them. He thought of potential risks, areas where civilians might be wounded or damaged by the monster. But even in this situation, the Japanese awakened were determined to handle it themselves. To them, even a great disaster was merely their job, or perhaps a matter of pride. I remember a similar incident at University Hospital, but I didn't expect that type of people to be everywhere. Siwoo's gaze emitted electricity as he thought, how dare they use skills on someone who has no intention to fight? Now everything is fair. This is a skill usually used on heretics or those who refuse to heed my warnings. The active deterrence skill of that level had been activated. Your divine power is overwhelming the target. They provoked his anger themselves. I will use my strength to show you why we are here. Suddenly someone shouted, wait. Captain Kim was now stopping Siwoo. I apologize for our rudeness, awakened Siwoo. This is our fault. I believe excessive nationalism blinded us to the real purpose of this visit. I sincerely apologize. He introduced himself. I am Jin Jiang from the Japanese Supernatural Bureau. Jin Jiang asked Captain Kim, are you hurt anywhere? I will ensure those responsible are properly punished. Captain Kim hesitated and replied, yes, I'm fine. Siwoo suddenly realized Jin Jiang's Korean was very good. He wondered where he was born. Jin Jiang politely said to him, AI Den and the Awakened from America have already arrived at the main camp. Let me take you there. Everyone climbed into a vehicle, chatting cheerfully as if they hadn't met in a long time. Jin Jiang said, it's good to see you again, Captain Kim. I'm glad you're okay. He seemed genuinely remorseful. Mr. Siwoo, once again I hope you'll forgive our mistake. Honestly, you don't need to hold it against us. You didn't cause this. Watching them talk, Siwoo guessed they were close with Captain Kim. Is Jin Jiang the one who appeared in recent articles? They labeled him a traitor and a troublemaker. But looking at Jin Jiang, he didn't seem irresponsible at all. Jin Jiang gratefully said, thank you for understanding. She looked out the window and asked, is your mother well? Jin Jiang replied coldly, she's fine. She's probably on Rima Island now. Since coming to Japan, she's been out there, saying she can see the Busan coastline from afar. From their conversation, Siwoo knew Chi and Jin Jiang were close enough to know each other's family affairs. While talking, Siwoo curiously asked, what are these flowers? And so the questions began, like will the sun rise? Will the sun shine on my day? This left Siwoo astonished. What the hell is this? Has this turned into a musical? What's going on? He suddenly felt like he was missing something. What if Jin Jiang had no choice but to come to Japan? He'd have to ask Captain Kim about this later. Finally they arrived. The main camp was an empty school building. Yes, we evacuated nearby residents and borrowed this facility. Jin Jiang led the way. Please, this way. We'll begin the planning meeting soon. I'll coordinate with the American team for this mission. Siwoo agreed immediately. Understood, got it. Jin Jiang added, since the meeting is mainly for reinforcements, I'll wait outside in case you need anything. Siwoo replied softly, thank you. He stepped inside. And as soon as figures were visible, someone called out, finally you're here, awakened Siwoo, awakened Chi. Everyone was already in position around the conference table. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the place was extremely quiet. I could instantly tell who the savage was. The system displayed a notice. An unnamed source of power is exerting pressure on you. Siwoo felt it clearly, not magic, not mana or divine power. It was a pure force born of will, like the power of an anomalous being representing the earth. AI Den slammed the table hard. The assistant wanted to translate, but he refused. No need. The passive blessing of tongues skill activated, and Siwoo quickly introduced himself. I am Siwoo. He heard and replied, AI Den, interesting. When you speak Korean, it sounds like English to me. Siwoo smiled warmly. That's one of the blessings my God has granted me. Sounds like it came out of a medieval movie, doesn't it? AI Den stepped closer and added, it seems your God is very generous. Siwoo's eyes shone with passion. I wonder that too, because the stranger, she isn't always gentle. A powerful aura radiated from him. Oh, I always thought the gods in your world were trash, so I killed them all. A sudden explosion rang out, forcing everyone to cover their ears. He who witnessed it had to wonder, how can the two of them remain calm under such horrific pressure? Is this the power of the annihilated? Siwoo felt intensely intrigued by this place. Fascinating. Is this some kind of trial? He seemed very pleased with what he'd done. I believe Siwoo has awakened, and with him alongside me, we're enough to carry out the code elimination mission. That, however, is something he would never accept. Thanks for proposing the idea, but this is Japan. It's natural for each nation's awaken to participate. We will do our utmost to assist. AI Den found it too risky, but I wonder if we need to sacrifice others' lives when we already have enough firepower to destroy the enemy. I don't want to carry guilt if a Japanese awaken dies unnecessarily. So he proposed another option. If the American representatives insist on this plan, I will not intervene further. Other issues can be resolved diplomatically. Proceed with your plan. He had no objection. After all, we basically already have 2 WMDs here. Sending weaker awakened into the battlefield would be a waste. You made the right decision. We can continue the meeting. He watched that figure and wondered, why did he speak for me and I didn't object? Killing an entity on the divine threshold isn't easy, especially beings like Gemin. Those who have reached a certain divine level are practically unattainable for mortals. However, like gods from other dimensions, near-divine beings can still be killed when they're on the verge of vanishing. It's likely he exterminated the gods in his own dimension. In any case, among the awakened I've encountered on Earth, he is clearly the strongest. Dawn began to break. She volunteered, I'll have them prepare the helicopters. Can you two coordinate? She turned to ask, are you sure you don't need more information on Ozachi? Siwoo replied, I think that's enough. The meeting just now provided sufficient information about the Ozachi code. It first appeared in Japan and hasn't yet been recorded in the International Monster Database. The code is named after a creature from Japanese legend. Like all national-level disaster monsters, it caused severe damage. Reports say it resembles a dragon and controls flying dragon-like monsters. 5 hours ago, the monster stopped moving and entered a dormant state. Thanks to that, we gained extra time to evacuate civilians. She offered to help further, asking, Awaken Siwoo, are you sure you don't need support? He had considered it carefully and answered, yes, please don't worry, focus on saving as many people as possible. Siwoo didn't forget to reassure them, hey, don't worry about me either. Captain Kim wailed miserably, begging, Siwoo, please don't smash the man tribe's head into the ground anymore, please. She replied, bored, I understand. The helicopters were ready for takeoff. I hear the flying monsters make movement in the surrounding airspace extremely difficult. This mission won't be easy. AI Den also praised Siwoo, you have many useful abilities. He anxiously looked outside, we'll be fine if I get into a helicopter. He suddenly remembered, also I heard some reporters want to come along to film the battle. Most of THE Chinese letter don't like revealing their fighting style to the public. You're a rare case. Mentioning that, Siwoo thought of a friendly reporter. Those reporters had expressions like Mi-Ung's when pleading for his cooperation. He's enthusiastic, I'll make sure to record your cool battle with this camera, can't miss such an opportunity. AI Den noticed his cheerful demeanor and seemed inwardly worried about something. Siwoo deliberately sneered, only the weak or insecure fear revealing their powers, right? Or are you scared? He didn't dare look him in the eye. I've just realized you're more arrogant than I thought. He warned with his gaze, it would be better if you hid that ambition. Anyway, I haven't been hiding anything, so there's no need for us to keep up outward politeness. The other man didn't dare argue. We're approaching the target, the system alarm sounded. Passive skill body support at maximum has neutralized the dense poison in the air. You are consuming a large amount of holy power. Siwoo had seen the monster up close. Now it was clear why this creature was classified as a national-level disaster, its black fire and the enormous volume of toxic gas it produced. This dense poison not only harms the awakened but will also make it difficult for ordinary people to live in the area afterward. It's very hard to purge with ordinary divine power, especially on Earth, where divine power has only recently begun to awaken. He surveyed everything directly. If I hadn't come, it would already be a catastrophe. Since the helicopters have been reinforced, the pilots should hold up for a short time. AI Den recounted his past. Once I fell into a trap set by an enemy tribe. A tribe that specialized in using poisons as weapons. I was confined in a cauldron full of lethal toxins. That happened 20 years ago. Since then, most poisons no longer affect me. This poison is like fresh air to me. Siwoo immediately burst that notion. Most people would call that psychological trauma. Your old-fashioned thinking is effective, I guess. Still the Chinese letter re Chinese letter. It seems this toxin doesn't affect him, lucky. Sitting in the helicopter, they could already see in the distance. It's awake. The monster was enraged at being awakened, and the other monsters began to converge. AI Den quickly opened the helicopter door. I'm disappointed that my world doesn't have dragons. Do dragons exist in your world? How does it compare? Siwoo replied calmly, I don't think it's something to compare. If this black smoke lizard is stronger than the true Dragon King, then I wouldn't need Eden Den at all. His laugh rang out. I knew it. The people from other worlds really are different. I'm even more eager to fight you after dealing with this one. Consider that your real intention. That's what he really meant. AI Den gripped his axe and said, look closely, the true combat force is this dinosaur chicken. Siwoo was surprised at the name, dinosaur chicken. A blinding light radiated from the helicopter. A mysterious blue light converged. The monster began to enact its scheme. A stream of blue energy surged toward the helicopter. A linked series of attacks was unleashed. AI Den quickly dashed out, I'll strike first. Now he faced it at very close range. The fury within the monster erupted. AI Den confidently gripped his weapon. Both of them wielded their own strengths. Siwoo stood above observing, assessing the situation. Good you Chinese letter, this battle is dramatic. Perhaps because the number of believers has increased, there are no status windows and causality seems not to intervene. If you think I'll jump down again like before, you're wrong. He once again used his mystical power. The active skill Holy Spear was activated. Ozachi was lying motionless below. I hope you dodge in time. Siwoo's power had completely controlled it. The monster was in pain when tortured by electricity. Its body seemed unable to endure anymore. Siwoo flicked his finger, signaling the release of his power. Everything shattered under the weight of this mysterious divine force. The sound of helicopters echoed through the sky above. Ozachi no longer showed any biological signals. The entire battle lasted only 1 minute and 12 seconds, and the National Disaster Class monster codenamed Ozachi had been annihilated. There were no casualties on the Allied side. Thanks to the skills of the Korean awakened, Kim Siwoo, the situation was brought under control. The Prime Minister of Japan stood in the distance, brimming with anxiety. Prime Minister, what exactly did we just witness? What on earth did that awaken do? Prime Minister, the battle has begun. The awakened are fighting each other. He shouted in frustration, those idiots. Siwoo snapped his fingers to trigger his move. Everything shattered, replaced by a blinding light so intense it was nearly impossible to look at. AI Den kept accusing him, you coward, how dare you use a long-range attack? Do you have absolutely no warrior's honor? Kim Siwoo stood there watching the situation with amusement. It felt like he had heard those words somewhere before. Could he be connected to the O group, warrior's honor, huh? Siwoo decided to go down and face him directly. Deep down, he couldn't understand this guy at all. Why don't you just keep using long-range attacks? Fine, you want to fight close quarters, don't you? Then why don't we settle this right now? But AI Den immediately stopped him. Wait, all I needed to do was confirm whether you are truly an anomaly or not. My orders were to verify your identity while finding a way to get closer. Now that I'm sure you really are an anomaly, we don't need to fight anymore. Siwoo thought the guy was a complete coward. I thought you were insisting on fighting me, he quickly explained. I only said that because I believed a sincere clash was the fastest way to understand each other, but that's no longer necessary. Although the gods in my world are pathetic, I can feel that the god you serve is a truly magnificent existence. Please allow me to pay my respects to your goddess. I am certain she is a genuine deity. And I, AI Den, an anomaly of the United States, hereby officially recognize you, Siwoo, an anomaly of South Korea. I am certain we will become great friends. I can already sense our potential. Siwoo listened, only finding it all very strange. Had his personality completely shifted? He looked happily at the weapon in Siwoo's hand. So, my new friend, why not put down that spear and join me for my tribe's traditional hot spring ritual? Siwoo's tone turned dangerous. Sure, let's be friends. Of course, provided you survive it. AI Den's face suddenly filled with fear as he realized the danger closing in on him. Siwoo intentionally challenged him. Come on then. The battle exploded once more. The observer watching the screen reported to the Prime Minister. The awakened have started fighting, or rather one guy is absolutely pummeling the other. Saki couldn't keep his composure after seeing this. Damned idiots, I can't believe it. Is America really trying to test someone like that, using Japan as their testing ground? In the end, only one person took part in defeating Ozachi. Not only were our own awakened unable to do anything, but Siwoo took it down in a single blow. From a certain perspective, Japan had inadvertently given Siwoo a chance to enter the international stage. Not just Japan, but the entire world witnessed this on live television. Clearly, the South Korean president had anticipated this, which was why he proposed the live broadcast. A Korean awakened who is even stronger than AI Den. The situation is dire, but at least we've seen his abilities with our own eyes. We must act quickly. He ordered everyone to call the South Korean president immediately and furthermore, to prepare the best possible conditions before Pope Siwoo arrived. Watching the fight, people couldn't stop whispering, "Is AI Den getting pulverized by the gloomy Pope? I never expected our Pope to be this strong. Lord Pope, please don't hit that barbarian too hard, he might break. I never thought there come a day I'd worry about a barbarian. If he breaks the barbarian, will it cause a diplomatic disaster?" Everyone was rooting for Siwoo. His gaze turned upward. His eyes closed as if he were sensing something. It was a truly pleasant atmosphere, as if angelic wings were descending upon this place. Even AI Den seemed to be enjoying that sensation. The helicopter continued to soar through the vast sky. Reporters had already swarmed the location from earlier. Did you spread those wings to cleanse the polluted land nearby? Is the skill you used against the monster one that belongs to the Gen Church? The mission only required eliminating the monster, so why did you decide to cleanse the surrounding area? Was this an additional request from the Japanese government? Please share some of your thoughts. Why did you suddenly decide to fight AI Den? He answered with evident enthusiasm that AI Den and Siwoo, the anomaly from South Korea, have decided to become best friends. From now on, my friend's enemies are my enemies, and I'm planning to visit Pope Kim in South Korea to build trust between us. Siwoo leaned in and whispered to him, I thought you gained your position as tribe leader through brute strength. Turns out you climbed to the top through politics, huh? AI Den signaled him, don't say that, don't misunderstand. These are just habits I've cultivated over 20 years as a leader. The reporters continued to press. Does this mean the relationship between the US and South Korea has become closer than before? Is that what you mean? In the future, how will the relationship between South Korea, the US, and Japan develop? Siwoo raised his hand to signal everyone to stop asking. Please, everyone, stay calm. I will answer all your questions at the upcoming press conference. Currently, there is something more important than international politics or personal circumstances. The Ozachi incident has caused many innocent people to lose their lives. The first thing we need to do is pray and hope for the best for them and their families. Although Ozachi has been defeated, there were lives we couldn't save. If their deaths are forgotten just because of me, it would be extremely heartbreaking and regrettable. Jen would not want that to happen. Let us pray. May Jen guide them to a warm place. And just like that, the Ozachi incident officially came to a close. The system then issued a warning. If you continue to interfere in this world, causality will punish you. You are approaching the limits permitted by causality. Kim Siwoo tried to calm himself, clearly feeling the level of danger. Perhaps because he was abroad and it was being broadcast live, he had gone a bit too far. The polluted area was also much larger than he had imagined. Captain Kim's voice rang out. Siwoo, I'm happy for you. Thank you for not sending AI Den into the ground like you did with Selen. That fight with AI Den was truly impressive. Chi-A had also realized everything. Now I understand why you didn't need any aid. Once again, on behalf of South Korea and the Management Bureau, I send my sincere gratitude for the support this time. After this event, South Korea has significantly raised its influence on the international stage. You must be very tired, get some rest, I'll be in the room. If you need anything, just call me. Siwoo nodded gently. Thank you, I'll rest for a while. Talking to Chi-A always gave him the feeling of interacting with a true soldier. Captain Kim suddenly remembered something. Ah, right, I just received news. Jin Rang and another guest will be here to see you in the next 30 minutes. While you wait, would you like some coffee? He quickly replied. Yes, definitely, extra sugar would be great. Just as Chi-A mentioned the weakening of South Korea's management bureau, Jin Rang's move to Japan, and the relationship between Chi-A and Jin Rang. Come to think of it, Jin Rang used to be a member of the bureau, right? Why is he working for Japan now? I still remember seeing news about him swearing to protect South Korea until the end, yet he left us. Even so, he doesn't seem like the type to betray us so easily. He poured the coffee and answered his unspoken question. Your intuition is absolutely right. Jin Rang is a very focused and responsible person. He would never lie just to hide the truth. Jin Rang has never once betrayed his homeland, South Korea. Jin Rang is a man who returned from a disaster-level zone. He was in another dimension called Day Not for 15 years. As a high-ranking official of a magic tower with his master's help, he studied magic to find a way back to Earth. After returning, in an interview, Jin Rang once said that in order to return to his family and friends in South Korea, he had undergone countless experiments. Hearing this, Siwoo felt even more that Jin Rang was an extraordinary human being. Interdimensional travel was not a power a normal person could possess. It also meant his master was certainly an existence that had reached the realm of divinity in that other world. Thinking about it, I also only managed to return thanks to Jen. Captain Kim continued the story. After returning, Jin Rang began working as an awakened under the government. He also trained other mages like Chi-A. Even compared to people like Sane or Chi-A, Jin Rang was a vastly superior, outstanding mage. Thanks to him, many awakened joined the government forces. Back then, Jin Rang was seen as a hero. Whenever gates opened in South Korea, the awakened would all agree under one belief: help Jin Rang. That was the golden age of the government-affiliated awakened. Jin Rang moving to Japan was not actually his choice. On June 12th, a massive chaotic gate opened in Busan. At the time, the government decided to concentrate all resources, including Jin Rang, to seal the Busan gate. However, only 2 hours after all resources were poured into Busan, a larger chaotic gate appeared in Daejeon. It was a spatial rift phenomenon. A terrifying gate equivalent to the first one. 2 chaotic gates opened simultaneously. The ruins in Daejeon and Busan today are proof of that horrifying event. Siwoo listened intently to every word, thinking, the country almost collapsed while I was still in Eden. Because the government had exhausted its key forces, including Jin Rang, for Busan, they were forced to negotiate with N to resolve the Daejeon gate. Calling it a negotiation sounds gentle, but in reality, it was a threat. In exchange for N sending their key forces to Daejeon, they demanded the South Korean government expel Jin Rang, Captain Kim continued. In the end, Jin Rang was forced to move to Japan, and only a few people know the truth behind it. N's true goal was to take down the pillar of the government's awakened force. Toppling Jin Rang meant weakening the South Korean government. He could guess their intentions, and they had accepted the condition. Captain Kim also confirmed, because at that time they thought they had no other choice. Jin Rang asked to keep everything secret and left quietly for the sake of the country, for the sake of his family. N's goal was to create a new order, a new power, a new leader. They are crazy enough to do anything just to satisfy their ambition. If I remember what N deliberately did to me, it's not all that surprising. The government at the time could only helplessly watch as what didn't succeed with you succeeded with Jin Rang at that moment. He felt a hint of regret. If only you had coordinated with the media and the press at that time. Captain Kim only shook his head. The truth means nothing when facing overwhelming power. I only share this truth with the hope that one day people will not forget that loss. You can consider this a form of confession. Siwoo, you're a pope, aren't you? I didn't think you would speak about religion so sincerely. I guess when faced with unsolvable problems, religion can become a point of support. He turned back because he heard a voice. Pope Siwoo, I am Jin Rang. Outside it was pouring rain. A voice rang out, causing Siwoo to turn his head. Pope Siwoo, it's me, Jin Rang. Japanese Prime Minister Sasaki also appeared at the door. Hello, my apologies for visiting so late. It is a pleasure to meet you, Pope Siwu. My name is Sasaki, the Prime Minister of Japan. He stood up immediately, looking the man straight in the eye. The Japanese Prime Minister is this person? Just the other day I was riding in a car with the South Korean president, and now the Japanese Prime Minister has personally come to see me. Siwu placed his hand on his chest and greeted him politely. My name is Siwu, the head of the Gen sect. I can understand Japanese comfortably, so please speak in any language you wish. He shook his hand happily, expressing praise and impressive ability. Actually, I came here to personally thank you for everything you've done. I brought Jin Rang along to support our conversation, but I'm sure he has plenty he wants to say as well. Jin Rang stepped in to remind him, Prime Minister, when it's just the two of us it's fine, but at this time. In the distance, he turned back toward him. Isn't this a private occasion? From what he saw, Jin Rang seemed closer to Prime Minister Sasaki than he had thought. Even feeling like the Prime Minister looked at him like a son. But it was also good to see the Prime Minister show so much affection for Jin Rang. He turned back cordially. Excuse me, it seems we just got carried away with personal talk. Please allow us to converse with you here. Jin Rang also spoke up, sorry for being abrupt, as he was not a difficult person either. Siwu smiled, it's all right, I have no intention of blaming you for anything. With the Prime Minister visiting in person, Captain Kim had taken the opportunity to return to his room. Prime Minister Sasaki was courteous. Arriving so suddenly like this, I apologize for bothering your rest. Siwu shook his head, it's quite all right. He bowed his head and spoke kindly, Pope Siwu, I represent Japan and wish to send our gratitude for your destruction of Ozachi. Thanks to you, we were able to take down that monster with minimal casualties. You even cleansed the polluted area. I don't know how to repay you adequately. Siwu crossed his arms, smiling faintly. No need, whether it's South Korea or Japan, I cannot stand by and watch innocent, non-awakened people get hurt for no reason. However, if I may borrow the words of President Zin, who, being the leader of a nation, means all important matters take place in the shadows. Prime Minister, you've come here to offer a proposal, haven't you? What is the real reason you've come here? He looked at the man's face, which seemed nervous since he entered the room. The cup of coffee still sat on the table untouched. I find our Pope to be very sharp. First, Jin Rang recounted what happened at the airport. The Prime Minister said, I want to apologize for that. His eyes felt a bit uncomfortable. Even though no one was hurt, the situation at that time was quite dangerous. You must have realized it at the airport. It only takes a few extreme awaken to speak up for the relationship between Japan and South Korea to deteriorate rapidly. Jin Rang moving to Japan was the starting point for everything. While I believe it's destiny between two neighboring countries, I have always wanted to maintain a good relationship with South Korea. Pope Siwu, what do you think about building a temple for the Gen sect in Japan? Hearing this, Siwu was somewhat surprised. Religion was a belief that transcended national borders. The Prime Minister continued. I believe that if the Gen sect has a temple in Japan, the cold relationship between Japan and South Korea could warm up like the spring breeze. If people with the same faith start to appear, don't you think the mutual hatred would have to fade away? It has only been a few hours since your name was announced to the Japanese public, so I thought this was the best time to make this proposal. After those remarks, Siwu understood why he had called him Pope from their first meeting, so there was an intention behind that title. Outside, there was still no sign of the rain stopping. Before leaving, Prime Minister Sasaki didn't forget to promise, tomorrow when we meet again will be our first official meeting. For now, please chat with Jin Rang and get some comfortable rest. He also replied politely, thank you, Prime Minister. That intention Siwu held firmly in his palm. He wanted him to behave as if this meeting had never happened. The room door was now closed. Jin Rang, standing behind him, spoke up, knew it, politicians are all like old foxes, you don't trust the Prime Minister, do you? Siwu looked down at him and shook his head, of course not. Jin Rang seemed curious, may I ask why? He didn't hesitate to explain, even though I'm considering expanding the sect to Japan, I'm not naive enough to believe that one religion can solve all the tension between two countries. But that isn't a problem I have to solve. I will do whatever is necessary. I think you understand what I mean. Jin Rang pondered, then gave his opinion. Using the sect to resolve conflict is entirely feasible. With the appearance of the first anomaly in East Asia, you and Japan receiving direct support during a national disaster. Additionally, the Japanese government no longer has to rely on extreme awakened. We can use reason and politics to dampen all opposition and begin rebuilding the relationship between the two countries. Prime Minister Sasaki is not a dreamer, but a born politician. Based on what I've experienced, I'm certain Pope Siwu is underestimating his current influence. He said frankly, I think that's true for others as well. Jin Rang Siwu had been observing him very closely. He could feel trust and responsibility from Jin Rang's eyes. People like him were easy to read when they lied, so it was better to force him to tell the truth from the start. He decided to get closer. May I ask directly? Actually, I heard about you getting Japanese citizenship from Captain Kim. My relationship with Organization N hasn't been very smooth either. So if I could handle everyone in N, have you ever thought about returning to South Korea? The public could easily overlook it if we provided a satisfactory explanation. Jin Rang lowered his head, looking truly sorrowful. He decided to tell this story. Even though 2 years have passed, every Monday a little Japanese girl sends me a letter. She always thanks me for saving her family and says that she wants to become like me. At first I didn't even understand what she wrote, but over time I started to understand. I also have the Prime Minister who looks at me like a son. In this place I have people who will try to keep me here if I leave. And now in South Korea I have you, Siwu. Just knowing that you know the truth is enough for me. Hearing those words, Siwu felt even more reassured. He had a clear stance. Luna would probably really like him. Siwu was curious about one thing. How old are you? He hesitated to answer. On Earth I'm 31, but in that other world, you wouldn't want to care about that. Age on Earth is fine enough. I'm 27, how about we be friends? Jin Rang was amazed to receive this offer. Friends, of course. Siwu was happy to make a new friend. If so, why don't the two of us go have a drink? This only made him more shy. In the new newspaper, they had updated the news about the relationship between South Korea and Japan. Jen would surely be happy to see Japan and South Korea gradually healing. Siwu comfortably held his phone to read the news. She always loves peace. I'll tell her when I can get in touch again. She used to stop by to check on us. Now I feel a bit sad that she visits less. Chi-A interrupted his train of thought. Awaken, Siwu, it's time to board the plane. He had returned to reality. Yes, and you and Captain Kim are staying, right? Chi-A nodded. Yes, we received orders to prepare the terms for negotiations with the Japan Awakened Bureau. We also plan to support the recovery after the Sendai disaster. Siwu felt quietly happy in his heart to see that everyone had their own work to do. He recalled the story Jin Rang had told. Chi-A and I used to be in love, but in the end, we still couldn't be together. She became a symbol of the South Korean awakened, and because we understand each other too well, we had to accept each other's choices. Siwu managed to call out to Chi before she left. I had drinks with Jin Rang recently, but it felt like he was staring at his phone the whole time. He said he hadn't gone on a date with anyone since coming to Japan, as if he were waiting for someone to call. I'm curious myself, wondering who he could be waiting for. You probably don't want to know, do you? Even though Chi was interested, she felt shy and turned away. The boarding gate is right here. He didn't forget to say goodbye. Well then, Chi, hope to see you again soon. The earlier conversation was still playing on her mind. I hope so too, thanks for telling me, Siwu. He smiled gently when he received her thanks. Siwu sat on the plane, feeling a sense of relief. I wish the two of you all the best. Jin Rang, if everything goes smoothly, you owe me a treat. 3 hours later in South Korea, at Incheon International Airport. As soon as he arrived at the airport, there were countless people waiting. Pope, look over here, long live Jen. Siwu was startled as he witnessed the scene. What, that's genuinely terrifying, my Pope, I love you. The bustling city shifted into the night. In another place, AI Den asked, "From what you've seen, do you think the Black Pope will be useful to us? Is that what you mean?" This played right into his hands. The Purifier is definitely behind the terrorist attack on the Ability Management Bureau in South Korea. It seems they have already started clashing with each other. AI Den comfortably held a glass of wine in his hand. Evil energy. Siwoo already knew about evil energy beforehand. That damn brat is the real deal. I'm being serious. I heard China has deployed a large number of troops near the Yalu River. Because the Forgotten Land might contain resources from other dimensions, including mana stones, it is highly likely the South Korean government will consider expanding their northern border. Now that South Korea has a freak of their own, their government won't let those lands go to waste. He sat in the bathtub looking annoyed. So, what is my role? AI Den go to South Korea. Hearing this, he expressed his disapproval. Are you kidding me? Until you receive further orders, I want you to continue building a positive relationship with Siwoo. I will provide more information about influential figures in South Korea. It's up to you how you use it. There will even be information related to the Purifier. AI looked at the tablet and heard the offer, becoming even angrier. You mean you want me to play spy and get cozy with Jen? Look, I am currently representing the US government. Don't you understand that whatever I do will affect the entire government? Before hanging up, the person on the other end didn't forget. Nothing is more important than diplomacy these days. Good luck. He ignored this nonsense and poured himself a drink cheerfully. Raised it to his lips and thought, in other words, everyone associated with Jen, including Shu. And he deserves it too. Just thinking about him makes me shiver. But it is true that like-minded people are easily drawn to each other. I will be your friend. At Incheon International Airport. Everyone was already waiting for Siwoo. They were all fans. Pope, look over here. Please look over here. He couldn't believe the scene unfolding before his eyes. Siwoo's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Everyone present was in awe. It was the Saintess, Leo, and Luna who had appeared. Siwoo's attitude couldn't remain calm anymore when he saw the two of them. Everyone bowed in unison to welcome the Pope back. Siwoo was still dazed. Is this really South Korea? I wouldn't be surprised if they start calling me friend of the master next, the only person who could come up with something like this. He screamed internally, "Hey Luna, what the hell is this? This is your fault, isn't it?" She enthusiastically introduced to him. Once someone becomes a member of the society serving the Pope, representing His Excellency Jen is a given. Even in Eden, it's not easy to achieve that. Siwoo didn't want to complicate things, but was it really necessary to go this far? Luna really explained a lot of things. You must have dozens of questions about what happened while you were away. But for the past 3 days, we have followed the teachings of the new saint. What do you think? Were you happy in Japan without me? What did the monster in Japan look like? Have the Japanese people been influenced by Jen's teachings? He had thousands of questions that needed answering. One of them was a personal question, right? Siwoo suddenly turned to remind them, Leo, you should have stopped her. Leo adjusted his glasses. Your Holiness, you should have anticipated this when you handed all the work over to me and her. Siwoo found this ridiculous. Are you a child? You even hired a bus to bring everyone here. Where did you learn to rent a bus? Let's go back to the temple. I'm tired. One of our followers happened to be a commercial bus driver, so back to the temple it was. Never expected returning home would be this exhausting. The president of South Korea, Shin Hu, handed him a bouquet. Congratulations on your return. Awaken Siwoo, you are the hero of South Korea. Even printing a poster just for Siwoo, the two of them happily took photos together. The president even reminded him, Pope, look at the camera. That's right, look there. Siwoo was still baffled. Why would the president himself be at the airport for this? I know politicians always try to build a good image, but this is a bit much. The person on the side is asking for a pose. Shin Hu whispered, thank you for accepting my offer. He smiled faintly and shook his head. Saving people is my duty. There was no need for any offer. The South Korean president was truly satisfied with Siwoo. I know you think it's the right thing to do, but most people wouldn't be able to act like you. Thanks to you, South Korea can make new political decisions. The changes you create will affect everyone. Pope Siwoo. I will try my best not to let you down. He didn't seem to believe these words very much. He'd have to see if the man kept his word. Shinhu asked, "Do you plan on going home to see your relatives?" Siwoo replied politely, "No, I still have urgent work to settle. I will be returning to the temple." He kept a faint smile on his lips. "Is that so? Hope to see you again soon." Siwoo turned away, still remembering his manner. He is truly a strange man, but I like his straightforwardness. Suddenly, something stopped him. The system issued a mission to expand followers in Japan. This put him in a very awkward position. Why would a mission like that appear right now? I need to focus on reorganizing the sect first. Back at the temple, there was a crowd standing with heads bowed. "Welcome back, Your Holiness." Pope Siwoo couldn't understand what these people had done. Luna behind him was extremely excited, displaying the love and compassion required in the Gen society. "All right, everyone can step aside." She held a sheet of paper in her hand, then cleared her throat. "Then let us give a quick report on the new followers. Your Holiness, the total number of people currently in training is 142. They are all being taught about the responsibilities and privileges of an awakened. And thanks to the Bible I translated, they are being taught the ideals of the church." Siwoo found this reasonable. 142 wasn't too many and wasn't too few. "I believe the number will continue to grow, but this is a very good start." Before he could be happy for long, he heard the unexpected news that the White Light Church currently had up to 190 awakened. Siwoo was shocked by this. "They have 48 more than us. Did they team up with N to recruit?" Luna maintained a confident attitude. "There will certainly be a wave of new people coming once news of your heroic actions spreads. We just need to wait and see. Since the development of the Gen Society also depends on you, the new followers will become stronger thanks to your guidance. So what do you plan to teach them?" Siwoo thought silently. Let's see. A new category in the Pope menu had been unlocked. From now on, he could use the education category. This category allowed him to control the development direction of followers, choosing between two paths, scripture and combat. Now it feels like playing a strategy game. The stat tables are even more detailed than back in Eden. Siwoo chose the option without a moment's hesitation, without even thinking. "I choose combat." Choosing scripture would make sense if this world were at peace, but that's clearly not the case. "Wait, does this mean the whole church will be full of holy knights?" Leo spoke up to reassure him. "Your Holiness, no need to worry about that. Even priests can learn many things from combat, like me, for example." His thoughts became clearer. "Come to think of it, that's true," Luna continued. "Even so, they're just a bunch of bookworms," Leo angrily retorted. "Better than some stupid shield huggers who can't even memorize Gen's commandments." Both sides started a heated argument. "Want a taste of my shield? You should remember that the Pope is also a priest. He even holds the titles of Commander of the Holy Cavalry and Holy Crusade Knights." Siwoo suddenly remembered something. "Ah, that's right. The Archbishop and the Knight Commander have never liked each other, have they? I forgot because both Leo and Luna are considered prophets, so I didn't pay attention." Their voices pulled him out of his train of thought. "Your Holiness." Both looked toward Siwoo. He really wanted to run away from this place. "I don't know anymore. I want to go home." She pulled his robe. "Where do you think you're going? You still have work to do." "Your Holiness, our church is short on funds. Even though you reached an agreement with Leader Sane, we still have to pay for the training of 140 people. And with the number of followers increasing, finance will be a big problem." Siwoo whispered fearfully. "As for that, we've already signed a contract with the Japanese side." Luna's face became even scarier when she was serious. "Nothing cleanses evil energy and monster toxins better than holy stones, right? They agreed to buy all our inventory, and Representative Choi has already started thinking about making more bracelets. He'll probably call us soon." Siwoo turned his focus to Leo. "How are the low-tier bracelets doing?" he quickly reported. "We've started working on them with the recruits. See, our finances are fine. You must be tired after everything in Japan. Everyone should get some rest." He wanted to rest for a bit too. No sooner had he finished speaking than someone announced, "Your Holiness, we have guests. They say they are important people." He turned, wondering who could it be. "I don't think I've forgotten anyone who would dare claim to be an important person." It turned out to be that guy AI Den, a friend I met outside. I came bringing gifts. Siwoo was extremely surprised. "Why is he here?" His eyes became bright. "Who would have thought there would be such a beauty here?" "You should have told me first. If I had known, I wouldn't have dressed like this," Luna asked clearly and annoyedly. "Your Holiness, who is this rude muscle pig?" AI Den was enamored by her beauty and didn't stop praising. A beautiful rose always has sharp thorns, and a hero will never let a beauty be alone. I have found the meaning of my life in South Korea. Luna switched to her murderous form. What did you just say? Siwoo joked. Luna, he can't die. Feel free to hit him as hard as you want. She didn't hesitate at all and quickly rushed in to beat him up. AI Den hadn't even had time to react. Wait, hold on. Sounds of fighting erupted throughout the temple. He lay on the ground in pain. Is it a hobby for people in the Gen society to hit people they've just met? Leo had to keep her calm. Please calm down, you've already hit him 5 times. After that fight, he rated this person very highly. He's still fine after being hit 5 times by Luna. That's not normal. His body is solid. AI Den tried to get up. Wait, Pope Siwoo, I said I brought gifts. I am here as a representative of the United States. Siwoo whispered into Luna's ear. Listen to what he has to say, but if the gift is lousy, feel free to hit him some more. He immediately complained. Can't you speak any quieter? He immediately ordered, you two go elsewhere for a while, I'll talk to him. Enough with the grandstanding, you representative of the US, talk about your gift. AI Den said in a dangerous tone, is the Gen Society actually a criminal organization? A voice called out from the outside, watch out, the gifts are all useless junk. Hearing this, he was terrified. This is what you really need, I guarantee it. Information about the purifier, who caused the terrorist attack on the South Korean Ability Bureau, was revealed. The space gate opened. Ever since the space gate opened on Earth, gods and demons from other dimensions have started coming here. But you probably knew that already, right? Ever since then, Earth entered an unprecedented era. The US has closely monitored all major changes, including organizations with suspicious behavior or those that seem to be hiding something. Among them, the organizations we are monitoring include the White Light Church, the Purifier, and the Gen Church. Siwoo was extremely puzzled. Why us? He explained the situation seriously. Because Siwoo, you are an anomaly. You saved another world called Eden from demons and returned with absurd power. You are the strongest awakened in Asia, and since divine power began appearing on Earth, your Gen Church has expanded its followers at a dizzying rate. Initially, the US was very worried because letting an anomaly intervene would be very troublesome. But it seems the Gen Church is curbing suspicious organizations, and you are the most bloodthirsty pope I've ever seen. I guarantee that. This guy was truly boring him. Are there any other popes on Earth? AI Den proudly placed a hand on his chest. I have finished the report on the Gen Church. Now the US will not suspect you anymore. Siwoo said politely, thank you. He took out an item. The US assesses that South Korea cannot control other suspicious organizations. Siwoo didn't understand why. What do you mean? AI Den gives a report from before you appeared. Don't you want to check if the gift from the US is real or fake? So this is the information the South Korean Ability Management Bureau has. He carefully read what was written in it. How conceited, but the information from the US matches quite well with what I know. Almost everything has been verified. The White Light Church, the Purifier, and the organization with suspicious ties to both sides. What I've learned so far is that the White Light Church has links with gods from other worlds and opposes the demons coming from the space gate. While the Purifier uses hosts to summon demons or demon lords, and through that, destroys the weak in the name of purifying the world. Siwoo analyzed it clearly. Data on these organizations is still very limited. Some people in power in the country are also involved with the Purifier. I guess they want me to investigate directly. I thought I'd be manipulated like always, but handing this to me was definitely Emma's wish. Why give this to me this way? He didn't forget to thank him. Good, thanks for the gift, goodbye. AI Den looked dazed, but I don't have a place to sleep here. He felt this guy was truly a funny person, but still tried to act annoyed. So what, sleep in the subway? He shouted in panic. How can you be so cold? In the evening at Siwoo's building, I'm home. I'm so tired today, why stupid? Just as he entered the house, there were fireworks. Why stupid was the one who set this up. You just turned the whole world upside down. Brother, Siwoo couldn't understand. Are you crazy? He didn't stop praising his brother. "I saw the picture you took with the president. It's no joke. Are we about to become globally famous? Reporters are coming like a swarm. The whole neighborhood is full of people. Do we need to hire bodyguards? What if we can't go out on the street like celebrities?" He forgot about this issue. "That's very possible. Little Chu Dai-cheng hasn't awakened yet. Besides, since Grandma is coming over, I have to move to a larger place. The residents in this apartment must be very annoyed. I need to move, find a safer place for the kid." Suddenly a loud voice rang out, "Siwoo." Si-in saw her brother return and quickly ran out to ask, "How was Japan?" Siwoo happily held the gift box out in front of the little girl. "It was amazing. Si-in, I bought these souvenirs and some for Snow too." "Why stupid?" interrupted. "What? Where's my gift?" He jokingly acted out. "Why stupid? You're old. What do you need gifts for? Just check your account." He immediately took out his phone to check and saw that his allowance had been transferred into the account. Why stupid was so happy his eyes lit up. "What would you like to eat tonight? Please choose from the sky, earth, or sea." Siwoo saw that attitude, that expression gave him goosebumps. "Consider it a reward for increasing the number of subscribers. I want Korean beef." He immediately obeyed. Si-in was happy too. "Brother Siwoo, Snow loves this dish." He could be more at ease now. The whole family is happy like this. It's truly great. After a sumptuous dinner, while watching TV, around 4 in the afternoon, the time when children should have been running and playing, there were children playing in the yard of the Hope Orphanage. The orphanage director, Mr. Da, had adopted the children who lost their parents after the Space Gate event 5 years ago. Ever since the Busan Gate event, support from the government had been decreasing. "I know there are many people in difficulty. I just want to take care of the children for as long as I can. I believe that is my mission." He felt very sympathetic to these cases. Looking at those children, they were probably around Si-in's age. He thought that in this day and age, helping each other was necessary. "If possible, please support the Hope Orphanage a little." Si-in couldn't hold back her tears when seeing such poor little children. Siwoo felt he was still lucky. If Grandma hadn't raised Si-in or Why Stupid, they would probably have grown up in an orphanage now. This made him feel guilty. She turned to ask her brother, "Do we have any allowance left? Can't we help them at all?" Why Stupid quickly replied, "Of course we can." Siwoo took the phone from Why Stupid's hand. "Wait." Siwoo would take responsibility. He would help that orphanage. Instead of helping once, it would be better to support long-term to have a better foundation. What do you think? In the morning at the temple, Luna and Leo also saw that news. "What do you think? Our church also has plenty of money. Helping the children is the right thing to do." Leo continued, "Not helping would be the strange thing. The goddess is always merciful to children." Siwoo had to ask everyone's opinion first. "I think it's a good idea if you two agree as well." "Minso, are you free tonight?" Both of them shouted in unison. "What about us?" He replied excitedly, "Me, I finished filming early so I have time." He suddenly suggested, "How about we go see the NC tonight?" Minso was surprised as he recalled that place. Inai, really? The evening at Inchai was truly bustling. "Medicines and herbs are really cheap here. There are so many cool things. They've got dragon claws in all sizes, repair services, and they even sell protective armor. Let's go take a look." Minso was full of joy. It had been a long time since he'd been here. Siwoo was also brimming with interest. It was nothing like the night market he had imagined. An old woman stood up to greet them. "Hey young man, need anything? I'll give you a good price." Siwoo was startled when she called him young man. "This place is nothing like the black market in my imagination. It's crowded, well lit, and seems safer than I thought." Minso explained, "Calling it a black market is a thing of the past. These days, it's considered one of the main places for players to buy gear. Mostly because of the low prices. Look over there." He looked over and it was indeed cheap. He then suggested, "If you're interested, try buying something. Those players wearing bracelets are members of the support guild. They are responsible for keeping the market secure. This type of support model is essential whenever there's a spatial gate attack. It used to be managed by the government, but 3 years ago, it was handed over to the Alliance." Siwoo heard this and found it a coincidence. 3 years ago, huh? That's when Yong went to Japan, right? Is this place managed by the National Awakened Alliance? He replied, you could say that. It's directly under the authority of the DH Guild, a major guild within the alliance. Siwoo still had a few questions, but isn't this still South Korean territory? Why doesn't the government have any authority here? Minso further explained. That very fact shows just how much the government's role has been diminished. The alliance frequently sweeps this area, catching criminals hiding out. He was surprised to hear that, but they don't catch everyone, right? I'm sure those who cooperate or are useful still get a pass. He nodded with a somber attitude. It's sad, but that's how it is. Siwoo silently observed the place, a location out of the government's reach where money flowed constantly. It was truly an ideal hideout for the sewer rats. The surge of demonic energy I feel in this market. According to intel from AI Den, the US had discovered activity related to the purifiers at this black market, and the fact that he could feel the demonic energy here proved that information was correct. Demonic energy reaction detected. The active skill to track demonic residue was automatically activated. The demonic energy reaction was intensifying and spreading. Siwoo inwardly realized the US knew about this, but because they thought South Korea was weak, they didn't bother reporting it. It seems they think we're just dead weight. Minso reported the situation immediately. Pope, from this point forward, even the guild avoids it. This is a dangerous area. I guessed you would go this far, but are you sure? He didn't mind. Don't worry, I'm not the one who will be in danger. He knew this as well. I know, but I'm still worried. Siwoo turned to Minso. Stay here. If anything happens outside, let me know immediately. Thanks for leading the way. Minso was truly worried about him inside. Please be careful. He walked very quickly, fearing he might lose his way. Damn purifiers, they really know how to hide. This time I have to figure out what they're up to as quickly as possible. Inside, the atmosphere changed completely. Someone who had just run into him asked, "Hey, you look pretty normal to be walking in here alone. Did you take a wrong turn?" That two-faced character wore a fierce expression. Or are you here on a mission? Did you have an appointment with someone to get in here? Just say what you need. Or are you here to sell something, kid? Siwoo remained silent, not saying a word, thinking there are even guides in here. Looks like business is even more booming than I thought. All right, what's that saying people use? Right then, the lackey trailing behind cut in, looking at the kid's face and laughing. This is unbelievable. The two-faced one grabbed Siwoo's shoulder tightly. If you made it all the way in here, you're definitely not a rookie. The kids usually just stick to the upper area. Siwoo's will to eradicate evil was activated. The system was retrieving the player's criminal record. Charges included murder, assault, human trafficking, and 24 other crimes. Just say it, I know your type just by looking at your face. Whatever kind of fun you want, I'll make sure you have a wonderful night. He gently pulled his mask off. A wonderful night, huh? That sounds tempting. As soon as he looked, he felt that face was somewhat familiar. Then the whole gang recognized him. The anomaly, the Dark Pope Siwoo. I didn't expect to have this much influence. I guess I'm pretty famous now, huh? Dark Pope, is it? All right, who wants to have a wonderful night with me? Two-Faced shouted angrily as he lunged forward. Get lost. But defeating Siwoo wasn't going to be easy. He quickly grabbed 3 arrows in his hand. Siwoo's hand clenched tight, then he struck like a hero. Such a rush for a first meeting. I'm actually quite looking forward to this. He was terrified and signaled to stop. Wait. It was too late. A chaotic battle ensued. Siwoo beat that two-faced thug to a pulp. Two-faced? What a ridiculous name. I should have split your face in two to match the name. He was too scared, so he pleaded, "Spare my life, I'll do whatever you want." Please don't kill me. He didn't have any evil intentions. Don't worry, I'm a follower of the Gen sect. I don't go around killing people that easily. Is there any shop around here that sells the best stuff? Take me there. It was truly dark in this place. Two-Face led him to a spot where a girl was the shop owner. That strange girl saw Siwoo and asked, "Never seen you before. Two-Faced, is he your customer?" Two-Faced, controlled by him, had to answer, "Yeah, he's a regular of mine." "Good, anything special?" He got straight to the point. "The best stuff you've got." She still had a smile on her lips. "You're in luck, we just got some fresh stock. The young and healthy kind, no illnesses, no parents." The orphanage director brought out a young boy. Siwoo witnessed this scene and couldn't help but be furious. "Have you bastards all lost your humanity?" Only then did those people realize he possessed divine power. She opened her eyes wide in fear and lunged at him aggressively. The Dark Pope Siwoo intentionally provoked them. "If you can't beat me, are you planning to go down together?" He knew exactly what it was with just a glance, using dark magic and pumping in evil energy, classic He style. Siwoo seemed to have discovered something. He lunged in to stop her, throwing her away. She was in pain from taking a critical hit, and now she couldn't get back up. Siwoo was planning to give her a few more punches. The three people standing outside couldn't help but be terrified. He spoke clearly to all of them. "Do you think you're stronger just by forcing evil energy into yourselves? That's hilarious. Are all you purifiers idiots? Now it's that guy's turn, that guy the director. Stay here with the child and ensure he's safe until I'm finished. If you dare to run, I'll turn your life into a hell 1,000 times worse than what you're afraid of now." Siwoo carefully observed everything in this place. The basement was the source of the evil energy spreading throughout the black market. Cries emerged from it. "Please don't kill me, Dad, Mom." He could hear footsteps. In that dark place, a red light was emanating, and the monsters were starting to go berserk. Siwoo calmly used his power to suppress them all. That monster became even more frantic. He saw the situation becoming increasingly complex. Did they summon demonic beasts? What on earth are they doing down there? Siwoo remembered the scene from before when Black Aiden had told him, "You know about the purifiers, right? Under the command of the purifiers are many different organizations called altars. The ones who just attacked the South Korean Management Bureau are one of them. We don't know how many altars are operating in South Korea, but perhaps that depends on you." Returning to reality, many people were being locked up and cries for help rang out. "Please save me, someone please help." The formation had trapped them and they couldn't escape. He went inside and saw the whole thing. Altar also meant a place of sacrifice, a place to offer up offerings. The B-letter 189 Duong, Yang puppet still stood there. Perhaps it was observing Siwoo. It started to unleash its magic formation. He ignored it and still looked for a way to resolve the situation. Siwoo wondered if there was any demon lord heading the altar. Are they planning to use humans as sacrifices to summon a demon lord? Furthermore, they even released fierce fire dragons. His gaze turned to a state of heightened caution. Siwoo only needed to unleash his attack and they would all die right there. Bolts of electricity emitted from that skeleton. It asked him, "I heard you're the one who destroyed the altar, looking for a host to incarnate. The demon lord's possession is the best way to maintain power when summoned. What a pity, a great loss. But the humans of this world have already taken our side. Slave of Lai Men, you've arrived too late this time." Siwoo had also realized the high priest had come from elsewhere. "That's the title they call me in Eden." It was amazed by this. "You also come from Eden. Since you suddenly appeared, we lost our foothold in Eden. If he hadn't led us here, we would have been completely wiped out. When I arrived, I realized this was your true homeland, a world full of chaos, sin, and suffering." In his eyes, this was a wonderful world. Even when they need to unite, they still point weapons at each other. Just stir up a little greed and they will voluntarily sacrifice their own kind. Siwoo felt it was truly strange. "I didn't see any demons from Eden while I was on Earth. Did something else happen in Eden? Where is that bastard you call he? Speak before I kill you." The skeleton didn't seem afraid of anything. "In any case, my role ends here. Even if we lose in Eden, this world will collapse anyway. Those idiots will never stop killing each other because of their endless greed. Even that damn goddess won't be able to save you again." Siwoo was deeply worried. He knew he couldn't reach Jen. "How can you be so confident? What do you know?" The skeleton answered calmly. "This place is not like Eden. I'm the only one trying to protect everyone here. My faith, he showed me the future. No matter how I fight, no matter how strong I am, I cannot prevent what is coming. Do you think the goddess you believe in knows nothing about the future of this place? It's too late, die in despair, helpless before the destruction. That kind of ending is deserved for someone who is all alone, isn't it? Siwoo was determined to find the truth. He still had many things he needed to ask him. He wasn't careful and got caught in the magic circle. Siwoo immediately heightened his vigilance. As he turned, he discovered the beasts were flying wildly outward. They were released and were flying toward the buildings. Siwoo watched them, feeling they were truly pathetic, voluntarily sacrificing themselves. Even though he had dealt with most of the demonic beasts, there was no way to leave in peace anymore. He could still hear the cries for help from those people. Siwoo looked inside and suddenly realized there were still survivors. First of all, I must save them. He clenched his hands tight, as if praying for something. Siwoo used his ability to peer inside the prison cell. There were 13 survivors left, nearly half of whom were young children. They had likely been kidnapped from somewhere, just like the boy from earlier. He quickly went inside to rescue them. Are you okay? I'm going to get you out of here right now. I'm sorry for being late. He looked compassionately at those pitiful children. They were certainly not okay. Seeing someone being sacrificed right before your eyes, how many people could remain sane after something like that? Siwoo reached out to comfort the little ones. It's all right, you can feel safe now. The people who had been rescued earlier were now fast asleep. Suddenly, there was the sound of rapid footsteps from outside. And those men rushed in hastily, aggressively questioning his identity. Who are you? State your identity, Siwoo replied coldly. Who knows who you think I am? He added sarcastically. You guys got here pretty fast today, probably only took about 10 minutes, right? Are you people from the Red Lotus? They shouted in unison. That's right, you've trespassed into an area under the management of the Red Lotus without permission. Don't expect to leave easily. Siwoo looked at the group with contempt. Is that so? That's a big deal. In that case, the Red Lotus will have to take full responsibility. Ranyu ordered everyone to lower their swords. Stand down, leaving everyone confused about what was happening. Moreover, he maintained a polite attitude. I apologize, I think my teammates were a bit on edge due to the code yellow. Please accept our apologies for the improper reaction. Pope Siwoo. Upon hearing that name, everyone started to feel afraid. Pope Siwoo, why did that anomaly appear here? He didn't dwell on these things. At least someone understood the situation we'd encountered before, right? I thought you would visit the temple sometime. I was a bit disappointed when you didn't come. The masked person was Junyu. He felt extremely guilty. I apologize. Due to the code yellow state, my team members seem a bit stressed. We apologize for the earlier reaction, Pope Siwoo. Siwoo still remembered Junyu. We've met before, right? I thought you'd visit the temple at least once. Honestly, I was a bit disappointed you didn't. Runyu bowed his head, still carrying guilt. You still remember me, Pope Siwoo. How could you not remember? I still remember that I was able to escape back then thanks to your help. Junyu, the S-rank hunter from the DH Guild, whom I had met at the Gun-Me Gate when Luna crossed over to Earth. At that time, he looked as confused as if he'd been mesmerized by Luna at first sight. But now he was different. Perhaps that was the difference in being an S-rank hunter. The person behind nervously reminded Runyu, team leader, code yellow situation. According to orders from above, we must eliminate all survivors. As soon as he finished speaking, he was struck and knocked to the ground. He offered a sincere apology. I apologize, Your Holiness Siwoo. The new team member is still inexperienced. I hope for your understanding. With your tolerance, Siwoo looked at the one who had been struck, who could no longer get up. Junyu, I didn't expect you to be such a strict superior, completely different from your appearance. He immediately spoke up. I was only helping that person. He answered happily. Indeed, Junyu, I really like your style. However, you will have to explain the order to shoot all survivors. Junyu dared not meet his gaze anymore. Cleverly explaining a reason, Code Yellow only applies in cases of extremely severe contamination. It is used when the enemy uses biological or chemical weapons for terrorism to stifle the spread in the worst-case scenario. Siwoo crossed his arms, curious to see how Runyu would explain. You mean the worst-case scenario? If it were me, I probably would have asked right away what happened. But you didn't ask Jun Yu. Or do you already know something? Is this an area under the management of the DH Guild? Is it possible they really know nothing at all? Jun Yu had now shifted into a state of trembling. His hands clenched tightly from nervousness. Siwoo whispered into his ear, "Jun Yu, if you didn't have that look on your face just now, maybe my attitude would have been different, so you really don't know, go back now." He patted Jun Yu on the shoulder once more, making him jump. "We will handle the cleanup here. I've already called the Ability Management Bureau." After chatting for a while, he understood this person well. He was not guilty, it was just the situation that made him look suspicious. If he were truly a villain, the will to destroy evil would have already been triggered. The reason Luna was fond of Jun Yu was perhaps because she instinctively sensed this person's kindness. Luna always had a very trusting eye when it came to judging people. Seeing a strange attitude, Siwoo turned to ask Jun Yu, you seem to be bothered by something, can I offer some advice? My invitation from before is still valid. Whenever you have time, come to the temple whenever you feel insecure. Collapse always begins from the smallest cracks. When that time comes, let's have a serious talk. Jun Yu seriously pondered these words. And before leaving, didn't forget to reply, "Thank you for the advice." Siwoo watched that distant silhouette fade away, wondering if he would act according to his own wishes. Outside the building, there was already a rescue team. I never expected a crazy thing like human sacrifice to happen right in the center of the capital region. After finishing the cleanup, Siwoo reported the situation to Captain Kim. The death toll is certainly higher than the number of people we saved today. We, the Gen Church, will pray for their souls. Captain Kim was extremely appreciative. Thank you, that helps ease the burden in my heart. A total of 12 survivors in the basement had been rescued. Siwoo was surprised. 12 people. I distinctly remember when I was there, I counted 13. The sound of someone's footsteps was nearby. It wasn't clear who it was, but that person was well covered. And that silhouette even turned back to look. I think we can no longer continue to deceive the public. Regarding all the corruption I know of within the Harvest Alliance, I intend to expose it all. I sincerely thank the person who gave me the advice and the courage to stand here. Today, the press conference of Hunter Jun Yu concluded. Siwoo had been following that news report, originally thinking Jun Yu would act sooner, never expecting it would be this fast. Switching to the next news report, just revealed, the director of an orphanage in City C sold children who lost their families after the space event to the black market in Incheon. The incident is expected to cause a wave of great outrage in South Korean society. President Shin, who has just announced that he will propose a special law for mutants involved in this incident. Luna was also surprised. I'm not sure about that special law, but this is really becoming a big problem. Siwoo agreed. From the beginning, it was a serious case. The DH organization had turned a blind eye to what was going on deep in the black market. The fact that Jun Yu denounced the internal workings of DH, one of the pillars of the Harvest Alliance, and moreover, an S-rank hunter, caused the influence to spread even further. You could say, even if unintentionally, one of the Alliance's legs had been broken. What worried Siwoo was that it seemed they were plotting something related to the altar. The last one had quietly escaped. Luna, I need you to track him down. Having just been assigned the task, she quickly complied. Yes, just leave that to me and Leo. Outside the room, there was a knock at the door. Siwoo, it's Captain Kim. He was invited in by Siwoo. Captain Kim held a paper in his hand. I have come as a representative of the Ability Management Bureau to discuss things after the event. You probably know from the news already, the existence of the altar created by the purifiers has been officially confirmed. What shocked the public even more was that the US side knew about this beforehand, while the South Korean government was completely unaware, and they only informed the Gen Society separately when the minister heard the news for the first time. This is the supplementary information that you, Siwoo, received from the awakened Aiden. It includes a list of related companies, state officials, and politicians. Minister of Ability Management Conho crumpled the paper in his hand, humiliated. Self-reproaching, ashamed, and angry. I had felt that way too, but for the minister, how heavy must that feeling be? The US side thinks that South Korea is incapable of dealing with the purifiers on its own. CONHO relayed the message. Tell them that we are truly grateful for the help of the United States. Captain Kim looked very serious now, but in truth, it was all thanks to your help, Siwoo. Everything coming to this point is because of our weakness. Siwoo immediately spoke up to comfort him when he saw him collapse. Don't say that, team leader Kim, what matters is what lies ahead. Actually, yesterday we let a purifier escape and Luna is pursuing him. Captain Kim always wanted to perform his duties well. Yes, we will try our best to support. Siwoo carefully explained further. The church will provide the government with holy artifacts capable of detecting magical energy. Please cooperate in tracking the purifiers and sharing information. The Ability Management Bureau taking over the black market alone was enough to make the situation change significantly. From now on, things will be different. He also noticed the positive change. The balance of power in South Korea had shifted markedly. Because of this incident, public opinion will strongly demand a special law for mutants, and there will be many opinions that you, Siwoo, should take on even more roles. He suddenly realized, it seems the president is determined to grant him more power. If the special law is proposed, his scope of operations will certainly expand. Society will also diversify the ways the Gen Church can contribute. However, there will certainly be controversies regarding fairness with other religions. Siwoo immediately asked Captain Kim, has the government prepared for the chain reactions when granting power to the Gen Church? He only now remembered he hadn't talked about this, of course. The president has allocated additional funds to expand the functions of the Ability Management Bureau. This surprised Siwoo even more. Additional budget? As far as I know, South Korea's current budget revenue isn't exactly plentiful. He, of course, also felt this. That's right, South Korea's financial situation is quite tight. So if it's not enough, they plan to issue government bonds. Before he could recover, there was another surprise: government bonds. He gave a statement that couldn't be argued with because it was so true. South Korea is now a mutant state. What a cunning politician. The official said he had deliberately downplayed things so Siwoo wouldn't be shocked, but that this was truly a serious matter. Siwoo only remained silent in agreement. The official continued, philosophizing that some things only change once people gain power, and that's how the world currently operates. Siwoo asked whether issuing bonds meant the president was planning something that would require a large amount of capital. He hadn't expected he'd one day have to deal with state bonds. The official confirmed that a report would be sent soon, indicating the president indeed had a plan in mind. Siwoo reflected that since Ryu Jinyoung left the Special Abilities Bureau, the government had struggled to manage the awakened. If the Bureau were granted more power, it wouldn't be bad for his Lyman Association. A series of images flashed through Siwoo's mind, showing a grand plan in motion. Eradicate internal corruption in Korea, wipe out the alliance, everything part of resetting the order. Siwoo told himself with a resolute expression that he had to reveal the identity of the purger and expose the true face of the White Light Society. He thought of the demons of Eden collaborating with the enemy and felt certain they were connected to him. Siwoo's eyes gleamed with a brilliant golden light. He knew a spatial rift had opened and it was time to act. The scene shifted to a high-rise apartment building at night, the sky full of stars. Outside the building, a girl was walking toward the entrance while numerous bodyguards and men in suits stood guard, indicating tightened security. Inside the apartment, Siwoo lay collapsed on the sofa, utterly exhausted. A voice called out, "Hey, are you alive?" Siwoo's older brother In-wook looked at his motionless younger brother and said he looked like a special person who had died from overwork. He warned Siwoo not to be complacent. Siwoo groggily sat up, complaining that this damned world wouldn't give him a single peaceful day. He repeated the incidents at the black market and the orphanage. Everything was too much to bear. In-wook, holding a cup of water, said Seon seemed to have been hurt a lot, since the children at the orphanage were about her age or even younger. In the bedroom, Seon was sound asleep. In-wook had told her to stop watching the news and go to bed. Siwoo lay on the sofa with a determined look. He was resolved to quickly capture and eliminate those culprits. He was somewhat worried about touching the alliance, but at least Snow White was here. In-wook informed Siwoo that many reporters and bodyguards were surrounding the apartment complex after the president's incident. Siwoo admitted he'd seen them and thought it might be time for them to prepare to move. In-wook anxiously asked whether Siwoo had spoken with Seon and their grandmother. He thought Seon would be very sad to leave the friends she'd made here. Siwoo remained silent. Contrary to the brothers' worries, Seon behaved unusually maturely. When she heard about it while reading, she calmly said that moving at this age was good for emotional development, and the longer they waited, the harder it would be to make new friends. In-wook relayed Seon's exact words to Siwoo. He spoke while looking at his brother in disbelief, then blurted out whether Seon was living a second life since she was far too wise for her age. In-wook continued that Seon really liked the idea of switching schools and maybe she resembled their grandmother. Siwoo laughed in agreement. In-wook suddenly revealed that their grandmother had gone to their hometown in Yeoju with Emma. Siwoo immediately worried that it was too risky for the two of them to go alone, but In-wook reassured him it was fine. To prove it, In-wook handed his phone to Siwoo to show him. On the screen was an appealing image of a pot of doenjang stew. It was a message from Iden boasting that the doenjang stew Mrs. Kim cooked was delicious and telling them not to worry about her and to just enjoy their vacation. Siwoo laughed, asking if Iden had used Google Translate, and the guy replied naively. Then Iden sent a video. Watching the video, In-wook couldn't help but gape in astonishment when he saw Iden chopping wood. He shouted, asking if Iden was some kind of savage. Siwoo explained that Emma had known Iden before. In the video, Iden's blonde hair flew as he swung an axe with great force while the grandmother and Emma sat nearby watching. In-wook could only exclaim that the guy looked really burly. Siwoo affirmed that Iden would personally protect Emma until she returned to the US, so there was no need to worry about her safety. Yet Siwoo began to wonder what exactly his grandmother did for a living. The house fell silent. Siwoo looked around and said that, in any case, they would soon have to say goodbye to this home. Siwoo added that once they moved, hosting guests would be easier. Luna and Leo could visit more comfortably. Since returning from Eden, he felt things were progressing fairly well. The camera cut to the exterior of the apartment building at night. Siwoo concluded warmly, "Wherever my family is, that is home." The scene abruptly shifted to a dark alley where gaunt, sickly people coughed, including children. Amid that scene, a mysterious red-haired woman appeared. She thought Seoul seemed much more advanced than Eden, and she'd assumed she wouldn't have to worry about making a living, but things weren't as easy as she expected. She mused that a world where everyone is equal and truly happy cannot exist. If it could, religion wouldn't even be necessary. A fleeting memory surfaced, the red-haired girl happily waving to children in a place that looked like an orphanage. In another memory, she was carefully bandaging someone's wound. Back in the present, the red-haired woman brushed aside the sudden emotions. She thought that perhaps seeing the children there had reminded her of her own childhood. She walked decisively down the dark street. The red-haired woman approached a building that resembled a church, which emanated a purple aura of doom and death. Her eyes flashed a vivid red. She thought to herself that the place looked suspicious at first glance. Suddenly, a local woman stepped forward and asked who she was. The local woman explained that an unidentified infectious disease was spreading in the area. She advised the red-haired woman to leave because it was very dangerous here. A loud noise rang out from the temporary tent camp, said to be the center of the outbreak. Contrary to the local woman's fear, the red-haired woman showed no flinch. She just stood there with a nonchalant expression, uttering, "Oh my," as if nothing were alarming. The red-haired woman's eyes glittered with a sharp, dangerous look. Instantly, a massive dark energy in the form of swarming bats or shadows burst forth from the church, engulfing the sky. She smirked. It had taken 3 days to get here, yet they had caused such a huge disaster in such a short time. Meanwhile, in a high-rise government office building, an emergency meeting was underway. Shrill screams rang out from a video being played. The video showed a man with bloodshot red eyes and a distorted face, madly roaring and violently shaking bars like a beast. An official standing before a large screen explained that the footage was recorded at a temporary isolation center in North Daejeon. A mysterious disease had broken out at a refugee facility there. Those present were horrified, wondering how perfectly healthy people could turn into that and whether it was a result of the barrier era. The official said the disease seemed to have begun spreading about 4 days ago and that the area had now been contained. Another senior official remarked that the infected looked like the undead and suggested contacting the Lyman Association. The senior official sighed, saying they would probably have to ask for Siwoo's help once again. The scene shifted to a dark, eerie place. A voice wondered what the exact connection was between the barrier era and the Lyman cult. Below, a grotesque creature with writhing tentacles convulsed on the ground. Something slimy and revolting was rising up from the darkness. A massive skeletal jaw was gradually forming. The monstrous creature opened its huge mouth and a swarm of bats poured out. Its jaws clamped down with a terrifying force. A lick-like monster appeared, its face covered in countless glowing red eyes. A voice rang out, "The lick is dead." The voice continued that although the ritual had succeeded, one of the altars had vanished, indicating that an incident had occurred. At the same time, a mission notification appeared before Siwoo. A side quest named Plague had been activated. The mission required him, as the pontiff, to drive out the plague that had invaded this land and save the suffering. The objective was to eliminate the source of the plague with a reward of 10,000 holy points. Night fell as the vehicle sped along the highway. The group was heading north toward the Ground Zero area in Daejeon, a place full of unforeseen dangers. Inside the car, Director Kim, driving, reported that a strange disease was spreading there. Hearing this, Siwoo, seated in the back, asked with a puzzled expression. He explained further that at first it resembled flu-like symptoms, but when it worsened it destroyed both mind and body. The afflicted would have bloodshot red eyes, skin turning blue, and burn-like lesions would appear. Siwoo fell into thought. He understood this was a phenomenon that could not be explained by ordinary medicine, and that was precisely why this mission had been issued. A mission notification appeared before Siwoo. This mission, titled Plague, tasked him with destroying its source. The reward was 10,000 sanctity points, a considerable sum. Luna turned to thank Siwoo for finding the purger even faster than the government. She was modest, saying it wasn't a big deal. However, she showed a trace of worry, thinking she should have found him sooner. The view outside the window revealed a desolate area bathed in a sinister purple haze. Director Kim said this place was nothing like Seoul. Adults and children were gaunt, struggling to survive, and if the disease spread here, the consequences would be catastrophic. He confirmed that what Luna had seen was the road leading to Ground Zero in Daejeon, and they were heading straight there. This place was actually a refugee settlement formed after the spatial rift event in Daejeon. Medical and living conditions there were extremely poor. Luna looked out the window, silently understanding why the town felt so mournful. Director Kim admitted that as a government official he had no excuse for the damage and delays in reconstruction and compensation for the people there. He turned to ask Siwoo how he knew the disease was related to holy power. Siwoo explained that the pastor of the pioneering church who cared for the refugees and children was a holy power user. He had appealed to the government after seeing holy power have an effect on patients. At that moment, the accompanying priest suddenly spoke up. He revealed a horrifying truth. "Your Excellency, this plague is caused by a single demon, the Gluttony Demon King." He explained further that this was a cursed disease spreading through the demon's influence. Those afflicted lost their minds, attacked others, and craved flesh and blood. It was the embodiment of gluttony. Luna was astonished. The priest continued that the infection rate was extremely high. If corruption advanced further, they would become small plague demons that spread the contagion. Luna suddenly realized that the plague demon might be marking a sacrifice for a ritual to summon the Demon King, an event similar to what they'd faced in Eden. Director Kim panicked at the mention of summoning the Demon King. Siwoo confirmed Luna's suspicion. He said it was a way to mark chosen sacrifices, and the same thing had happened to them in Eden. He recalled the horrific past when they tried to stop the plague by quarantining a city, and all the inhabitants turned into the undead. They had to fight desperately against the gluttony demon king, and the only thing that somewhat worked was holy power. Back in the present, Luna suggested that first they needed to find the plague demon that was leaving the marks. Siwoo agreed, adding that it might be hiding very carefully, disguised as a human. Luna smiled knowingly and gave a thumbs up as if to say, "See." Siwoo laughed, teasing that she was very good at pretending not to know. Luna fired back, "And who do you think I learned that from?" Director Kim just looked baffled, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. Finally, the vehicle arrived. A church appeared before them, looming tall in the silent night. Siwoo stepped out of the car and told Director Kim to wait at the entrance. He said they were the vanguard and would scout the situation first. After warning everyone to be careful, Siwoo's team began to move in. As they entered the church grounds, Siwoo noticed an unusual quiet. No sound, no people. This silence signaled ill omen, but the danger about to emerge came in a way none of them could have expected. Just inside, Siwoo was stopped by a little girl holding an iron rod. He turned to Luna and asked, "Are you sure you saw someone?" Without warning, the girl swung the rod at Siwoo and shouted, "Get away, damn you bastards!" Siwoo could only raise his hands and dodge the blow in surprise. Immediately, the accompanying priest sprang into action, grabbing the girl's collar from behind to stop her aggressive behavior. He easily lifted the struggling girl and said to Siwoo, "Your Excellency, she's just a child." Although restrained, the girl continued to scream, "Devils in disguise, you came here to infect us, didn't you?" Both Siwoo and Luna were stunned by the girl's accusation. Siwoo stayed calm and said, "Demons, harsh words to use for a priest." Luna laughed, suggesting it might be because the two of them wore black while the girl had red hair, making her suspicious. At that moment, a man came running up, calling the girl's name, Heeman. The group hurriedly explained they had come to help. The man was wary and asked who they were to appear in such an isolated place. Siwoo immediately recognized him and said, You're the pastor caring for the victims of the plague here, aren't you?" The pastor sternly demanded they release the girl. The priest accompanying Siwoo apologized and gently put Heeman down. Freed, Heeman ran over and clung to the pastor, seeking protection. The girl sobbed apologies, saying she thought they were bad people. The pastor's hand on her back glowed with a warm light. Siwoo watched closely. He realized the reason the girl remained unharmed amid the demonic plague was that she had a seed of holy power within her. However, he also sensed something strange. That seed of holy power did not originate from their faction. Their conversation was interrupted by another group arriving. They introduced themselves as members of the Lyman Order come to assist against the plague. The pastor also introduced himself. He was Pastor Seo and had been serving here for 3 years. Pastor Seo explained that this morning some infected people had broken in and nearly harmed the children. That was why Heeman was on guard against strangers. Thanks to her, everyone had remained safe. After hearing the explanation, Siwoo indicated he wanted to go inside the church to assess the situation. Pastor Seo hesitated a little. Finally, he agreed and led the group inside. Pastor Seo led them into a room where rows of children lay strewn across beds. A black, deathly aura enveloped the children. He explained sadly that these were children who had lost their parents to the plague. Due to quarantine orders, transferring them to better facilities was very difficult. The children's condition looked terrible. One child's fingertips had turned black. They had almost nothing to eat. Looking at the poor children, Siwoo clearly felt an evil demonic energy corroding their bodies from within. That was the source of their suffering. His gaze showed respect and pity as he looked at Pastor Seo. Seeing the burden the man bore alone, Siwoo asked in a low, sympathetic voice, "All these sick people, are you caring for them by yourself?" Pastor Seo replied that volunteers did stop by occasionally, but at this refugee camp the only permanent residents were him and one assistant. He added that the assistant, like Heeman, seemed immune to the disease. He spoke despairingly, saying he sometimes wondered if God had a reason for giving them such trials and wished he could do more. Siwoo stood silently, listening, his whole body emanating a holy radiance. Siwoo watched the child dozing on the bed. The room's atmosphere grew quiet and gloomy. He turned to comfort the pastor, saying he had certainly done everything he could. This was not something he could bear alone. Siwoo began to investigate, asking whether anyone new had come to the church recently or if any child had gone outside. Pastor Seo answered that a volunteer had been there for a while, but that person had not been in contact with the children. Wasting no time, Siwoo decided to act. He placed his hand on a child's forehead and a healing magic circle appeared, emitting a gentle blue light. A stream of blue holy power flowed from Siwoo's hand into the child's body, purifying the dark energy. A system notification appeared. The curse, mark of gluttony, has been removed. The black aura around the child dissipated and was replaced by sacred light. The child's face gradually flushed with color and their breathing stabilized. Witnessing the unbelievable sight, Pastor Seo shouted in amazement, "What, the boy? He's been healed." Overcome with emotion, Pastor Seo sank to the floor. He could not believe the child had been healed so easily. Tears streamed down his face as he choked out thanks to Siwoo. Siwoo and Luna stood quietly and watched, sharing a silent moment as they took in the result of their efforts. Suddenly, the room's door swung open and a voice called out, "I'm back." A woman entered. Pastor Seo joyfully cried, "Assistant, you're back." She asked about the situation and said she had brought the last fever medicine from home. The assistant smiled kindly and said she hoped it would help. When the assistant and Luna met, Luna seemed to recognize her from a previous encounter. She greeted her politely. Pastor Seo happily told the assistant that the children's condition had improved greatly. He pointed to Siwoo's group and said these people had helped them. The assistant appeared pleased and said that was wonderful. She suggested changing the children's clothes since they had probably been sweating a lot. With that, she stepped forward and approached the children's beds. She reached out to touch the child who had just been healed. At that moment, Luna moved like lightning and grabbed the assistant's wrist, stopping her. Startled by the sudden hold, the assistant turned to Luna with a panicked expression. The air suddenly froze. Luna's eyes flared a deadly red, a dangerous smile on her lips. Her hand radiated holy power as she hissed at the assistant, "Do you have something to say?" With that, holy power exploded. Luna lunged forward, swinging a luminous fist straight at the stunned assistant. Luna's attack landed. Her fist, wreathed in holy power, struck the assistant squarely. The woman was sent flying, screaming in pain. Luna stood firm, her red hair streaming behind her strike. Luna glared at the impostor with hatred, her hands still glowing with holy light. She growled, "How dare you touch them?" Knocked to the floor, the assistant began to reveal her true form. A dark demonic aura enveloped her body and her eyes flared with a devilish red. Luna sneered, "Arrogant demon." The chapter opens with Luna, furious, attacking a nun-like woman lying on the ground. She shouts that the opponent is an insolent demon. Seeing this, Siwoo spoke up, asking if Luna might be acting too violently. Luna immediately replied that the other had started the fight first. At that moment, an older pastor with neatly tied salt and pepper hair came running in, panic-stricken, calling out for an elder deacon. He rushed to the woman collapsed on the floor, trembling as he called her name, Deacon Lee Hyasun. He shouted that she had to be taken to a major hospital immediately. The pastor was horrified at the sight of his colleague's condition. His face showed utter terror. Suddenly, a burst of force hurled the pastor away, causing him to only let out a shout. He was thrown and landed flat on the ground, bewildered at what had just happened. From Lee Hyasun rose a surge of dark, demonic energy. Her body twisted grotesquely as spider-like legs sprouted from her back. The pastor called her name in panic. Luna coldly told the pastor that he was being foolish. The thing before him was no longer the person he once knew. The pastor, desperate, could not believe his eyes. He insisted that Deacon Lee Hyasun had served with him here for 3 years. How could this be happening? Lee Hyasun, now fully transformed into a demon, wore a malicious smile. She said her body was now a hybrid existence between human and plague demon. With terrifying, blazing red eyes, she went on to say that the savior she once trusted was not truly a god, and soon Siwoo would realize it as well. Facing the taunt, Siwoo simply crossed his arms and replied calmly, mocking how easily one could abandon faith like a flirtatious person. The demon's hand, now a set of sharp claws, dug into the ground, readying for an attack. The demon lunged forward in fury, screaming that they had ruined everything, the sacrifices she had planned to offer to her god. To counter, Luna raised her staff and summoned divine power. A shimmering halo spread around her. She gripped the staff tight as the holy energy within it grew stronger and stronger. Then Luna transformed. She donned radiant holy knight armor, ready for the purifying battle. Luna shot into the air, swinging her holy mace toward the demon Lee Hyasun and her minions. Luna's eyes were filled with resolve, with no hesitation left as she faced the enemy. Luna's attack struck the demon. The sacred power caused her body to begin disintegrating. Luna delivered a powerful mace blow, creating a sweeping streak of light that obliterated whatever remained of the demon. After the battle ended, Luna stood proud in her armor, the mace still humming with power. Siwoo stood behind, watching silently. Before vanishing completely, Lee Hyasun's final words were an apology for failing to gather the sacrifices. Witnessing the enemy's delirium until death, Luna could only grit her teeth in anger at the stubbornness of a soul utterly fallen. The demon's blood spattered everywhere, marking the end of a fallen creature. Siwoo gently reminded Luna that the children were sleeping and she shouldn't be too noisy. Luna laughed heartily and cheerfully apologized for being a bit loud. Meanwhile, the pastor was still shell-shocked, trembling as he looked at the remnants of what had once been his colleague. Siwoo explained the methods of the plague demons. They spread spores to infect humans, and among the infected they mark the purest souls to be used as sacrifices. Siwoo concluded that their plan was likely to use the children here as offerings. Hearing this, the pastor collapsed into despair. He questioned God, wondering if this was a trial given to the faithful, and berated himself pitifully. He turned to Luna and said that at least the way she healed the children with holy power showed that the God she believed in was still helping her. Luna bluntly interrupted, saying that if he had time to blame God, he should spend it treating the children instead. Siwoo smiled and defended Luna, explaining that although she spoke curtly, she actually had a very kind heart. Siwoo continued, revealing that they were able to find this place thanks to the effect of the holy power the pastor had spread around. The pastor was deeply grateful. He said that without Siwoo and someone named Heeman, this village would have turned into a living hell. He believed Siwoo's 2 years of solitary effort and service had finally reached God. A tear rolled down the pastor's cheek as he felt salvation. He turned away and muttered that Siwoo's group was generous, even toward those of different faiths. The pastor admitted Siwoo was right. He realized the man before him was Pope Kim Siwoo and felt ashamed for his complaints. A holy radiance emanated from Siwoo, confirming his identity. Standing before the altar, the pastor suddenly understood. His God had always watched over him, and perhaps he had sent Siwoo here for that reason. Siwoo smiled and asked the pastor if he had recognized him from the start. The pastor replied with a kind smile, saying how could any Korean not know Pope Kim Siwoo. He went on about Siwoo's absolute power and his compassion for the weak, things no one could forget, though he wondered if this really was the Pope. The pastor's words enlightened Siwoo. He realized that regardless of the deity, the power within faith would always produce miracles. The scene shifted outside the church under an ominous purple-tinged night sky. Siwoo identified a strong remaining source of demonic power behind the church. He entrusted the children's protection to the pastor and a man named Leo. After delegating, Siwoo stepped outside alone, heading toward the origin of the evil energy. As soon as he stepped out, he faced a large army of zombies, more than he had anticipated. Siwoo froze, a sickening asterisk splat rang out as a zombie's head was smashed against the wall right beside him. The culprit was none other than Luna. Her body was soaked in enemy blood, but a radiant, excited smile lit her face. She turned, swung her holy mace, and teased, "Father, you're late." At Luna's taunt, Siwoo only smiled warmly, seemingly well accustomed to her personality. Luna nonchalantly took a sip, remarking that the water tasted good. Siwoo teased that she looked more like a thug than a holy knight and bluntly asked if she was enjoying the fight. Luna smiled brightly, her face still streaked with blood, and replied, "Father, how could you say something so obvious?" Siwoo could only sigh and told her to wipe the blood from her face before speaking. Siwoo complained, wondering why the kids in his group were like this. Luna, with a mischievous look, began to sing teasingly, implying she already knew whose fault it was. Hit where it hurt, Siwoo flinched and retorted, "Don't blame me. From the moment we first met you—" His words were cut off as a memory suddenly surged up. He froze, eyes widening as the recollection of his first meeting with Luna came into sharp focus. The scene flashed back, a very different Luna, extremely shy and timid, bowed her head and timidly greeted Apostle Siwoo. She introduced herself as Luna Leventon, a holy maiden of the order. Blushing from embarrassment, the past Luna said she looked forward to working with him and would do her best to support the apostle. Siwoo recalled that it was before he became pope. Back then, Luna was extremely bashful, her face always flushed when greeting him. He pondered and realized Luna only changed into who she was now after she began traveling with him. Back in the present, Siwoo awkwardly wondered, could it really be my fault? Luna teased him, asking if he had blown away his conscience along with the heads of the demons. Luna bragged about her feat, saying that anyway, it seemed she had dealt with most of the plague demons before Siwoo stepped out. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. A horrid, giant eye surrounded by countless tentacles rose from the earth. This was the true source of the evil energy. The monster's pupil contracted, and disgusting tentacles began to pour forth from it. Facing the massive silhouette of the creature, Luna confirmed, "It's definitely it." Luna clenched her fist, eyes full of hatred. She told Siwoo she had faced this bastard in Eden. Luna's eyes ignited with the fire of vengeance, revealing a deep-seated grudge against this monster. A horrifying memory surfaced, the creature using its tentacles to devour innocent victims. In that memory, Luna cried helplessly as she tried and failed to save a boy from the monster's fangs. Luna said she hadn't expected to meet another of Gluttony's minions here. She'd taken revenge for the past, but she couldn't let them run rampant any longer. A surge of blue holy power erupted around Luna. She turned to Siwoo, eyes resolute, and requested, "Father, this time, may I lead?" The real battle was about to begin. Continuing from the previous chapter, Siwoo and Luna faced a bizarre entity, a giant eye with nauseating tentacles. Siwoo asked Luna if she'd ever seen this in Eden, and she confirmed she had. Luna explained this was a low-ranking minion of Baal, a kind of spore cluster. It's an infectious organ that disperses ma-powered spores on the wind to spread the plague. Before fully devouring humans, Baal creates these spore clusters to rapidly disseminate the source of the magical plague. Its appearance within just 4 days means the spread in this area is extremely severe, possibly extending beyond the village. Siwoo, in his vestments, grew sharp-eyed. A surge of purple mana coalesced in his palm, signaling an imminent confrontation. But contrary to his initial tension, Siwoo broke into a confident smile. It seemed he already had a way to deal with this disgusting thing. Meanwhile, Luna did not stand idle. Her mace was stained with blood, showing she'd killed a few things on the way. She silently thought of her grudge, surprised to find Gluttony's minions here. A blue halo enveloped Luna. Her eyes blazed with vengeance as she turned and asked Siwoo once more to let her take the lead. Siwoo looked a bit awkward. He knew Luna was very angry. Luna tried to restrain herself, saying it was just a reflex and she was still calm, but Siwoo disagreed, pointing out the veins bulging on her forehead. Siwoo added that, unlike other demons, these spore clusters exist as hosts for microorganisms. Therefore, there aren't many effective ways to attack them. Fortunately, we can use Holy Flame. As he spoke, Siwoo gathered power. A brilliant blue orb of pure energy enveloped him. Immediately, the holy flame sphere expanded, encircling the spore creature. The monster let out one shrill cry before being consumed by the sacred fire. Talismans imbued with holy power tightened around the creature. Siwoo taunted, asking if it even had a mouth left to scream with. However, Luna suddenly intervened. She said Siwoo didn't need to help and told him to leave the rest to her. With that, Luna channeled power into her mace, shattering Siwoo's holy flame barrier and aiming straight at the creature. She let out a powerful war cry and swung her weapon with all her hatred. A mighty blow descended. Luna's sacred power collided directly with the demonic entity. Luna's strike tore open the outer shell of the spore cluster, revealing the disgusting things inside. After the strike, Luna was slightly startled. She admitted she had been wrong. She'd thought this was the real Baal. Luna stared at the writhing monster and taunted, "Why won't you show your true filthy form?" In response to the challenge, the creature began to transform. Its tentacles convulsed as a new form rose from within. The spore cluster shattered, revealing a grotesque monster with many legs, long hair, and rows of glowing red eyes. It roared, recognizing Siwoo and Luna as Drino's killers. Its blood-red eyes flashed with hatred. It proclaimed itself the Pope of Gluttony, Baal. Siwoo only regarded the creature coldly, unfazed. Siwoo turned to ask Luna, but she had never seen it before either. Luna bluntly commented that this was just an amateur trying to mimic Baal. Thanks to the demon's words, Siwoo learned that the lick he'd faced in the black market was named Drino. That detail gave him an idea to answer the creature's arrogance. Siwoo looked at the monster with contempt and said he'd rather face the previous lick. At least it knew its place. He continued to mock it, calling it an unnamed demon of low origin. He even asked whether in Eden it was merely a lackey for Baal. Provoked by Siwoo's words, the creature roared in fury. It declared it would offer Siwoo's corpse to its master, and then it would take the name Baal for itself. Demonic hands seemed to reach out from the darkness, poised to tear Siwoo apart, displaying the threat the creature posed. But Luna stepped forward, standing between Siwoo and the monster. She coldly declared to the creature that its opponent was her. Luna's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Sacred power once again surged from her body. She charged straight at the roaring monster without hesitation. A magic circle flared up before it. Luna swung her mace, sacred power forming sharp energy arcs that struck the demon head-on. Caught by the sudden assault, the demon could only let out a pained, angry roar. Luna's attack seemed to trigger a memory within the demon. It suddenly froze and whispered, "I remember now, the red-haired woman." The demon began to recount Luna's past, that Baal had devoured her kin to seize her, the one born with the holy power of lemon. A flashback appeared, a young Luna sobbing, cradling a child amid the desolation. The demon jeered, saying she had been nothing then. In that painful past, Luna had screamed in despair, trying to shield a boy from Baal's giant tentacles. That was the root of her hatred. Back in the present, the traumatic memory turned into power. Luna raised her weapon, summoned a vast amount of holy energy, forming a brilliant sphere of light. Luna's eyes flashed with determination and rage. All her pain and loss were poured into the coming strike. The sphere of light exploded, sacred power spreading everywhere. The demon seemed unable to fathom Luna's strength. It only managed to gasp, "I don't remember," before being overwhelmed. The demon began to recall its own origin. In Eden, it had been an anonymous, mediocre fiend drifting among countless peers. Until one day it discovered a spatial rift, a gateway to another dimension. A mysterious voice echoed from the rift, calling to it to the Nameless One. That voice asked whether it wanted to borrow its power. And the voice promised that if it obeyed, it could even become the demon lord of gluttony. So it received a name, Baal, a granted name, a borrowed power. Luna looked at the demon with pity. She said it was neither human nor an incarnation, just a nameless fiend who wanted to be demon lord but ultimately was nothing. Then Luna revealed the ultimate truth, even more terrible. She asked the false demon if it remembered how Seongha, Siwoo's past name, had destroyed the real gluttony demon lord Baal. He bound him with a holy seal and burned him alive for 4 continuous days. The sacred flames were so fierce they nearly incinerated the entire elf forest. That was the true power, a level this impostor could never reach. Then Luna delivered the finishing blow. She smirked, saying the weak thing didn't even have enough greed to be called Baal. A maximal surge of holy power obliterated the demon. Immediately, a string of system notifications appeared before Siwoo. He had successfully eliminated the plague source, completed the mission, and received 10,000 holy points. With the demonic threat resolved, authorities and ambulances swiftly moved into the village to begin cleanup and relief efforts. An inspector came to report to Siwoo. He confirmed that only corpses that were completely dead had turned into zombies. He reported that about 500 undead had been found. Worse, many patients were still on the brink of turning. However, they could recover quickly if treated with holy power. Aid from other religious orders would arrive within 2 days. Until then, the Leman Order would need to provide support. Siwoo agreed, saying they would continue to help and care for patients needing monitoring after purification. A man, leading his young daughter and representing the villagers, came to thank Siwoo and the others. Siwoo thought privately that at least there were 2 kind saints at the church. Luna had changed into civilian clothes and excitedly bragged to an elderly priest, Lord Leventon, about how she'd singled out and killed the undead amid the chaos. Siwoo smiled skeptically and teased, all with words alone, implying Luna was all talk. Embarrassed, Luna immediately demanded a reward. She coquettishly asked Siwoo what he wanted, then shouted for him to buy her 50 packs of in-game items. Siwoo looked helpless and reminded her hadn't she already received the bounty. Luna began to play the victim. She put on a show, clutching her hands, eyes glistening with a pitiful look to beg. Siwoo seemed about to give in and hurriedly said he should focus on purification first. Lord Leventon went along with it. He raised a fist and said it was Egyo, a cute gesture. Siwoo panicked and shouted for him not to teach Luna such strange things. After the skit, the scene turned serious again. Siwoo took in the village steeped in mourning and disease. He reflected on what Dejian had endured, likely worse than Seoul. He knew the Leman Order couldn't just pass through, they needed to strive harder to purify and rebuild the place. Siwoo believed people could prevail if they helped one another. He clasped his hands, resolved to perform a large-scale purification ritual. A system window appeared, notifying that Siwoo was using the active skill Purifying Wings. A huge, magnificent pair of wings of light manifested on his back. Feathers of light gently fell. Luna and Lord Leventon looked up, feeling the sacred, peaceful power spreading. The purifying light enveloped a mother and her sick child. Tears streamed down her face, but this time they were tears of relief and hope. The mother's eyes brimmed with gratitude as she felt the miracle healing her child and those around them. Siwoo, with his purifying wings, stood majestic like an angel, bestowing blessings and healing on the suffering people below. He was pleased, thinking the purification would soon be over, but then 2 red warning notices abruptly appeared. The system warned that he was intervening directly in the lives of too many people, an action that could likely destabilize the system. A new notification appeared. The Earth Dimension System would conduct a karma suitability assessment. Siwoo thought briefly, this karma thing always shows up when you almost forget it. It should pass, right? But his intuition warned that something was wrong. Siwoo noticed the status window looked different this time. It emitted an unsettling red glow. His instinct was correct. A glaring red notice appeared with the harsh result. Karma suitability assessment result, failure. Siwoo couldn't believe his eyes and cried out in shock, "What?" The system explained the reason for the failure. He had intervened directly in the fates of too many mortals. This miracle exceeded the karma allowance for the current user and was inappropriate for his status. And the penalty was imposed. Because his action conflicted with karma, his system would be partially restricted for 168 hours, 1 week. Siwoo grew even more stunned. It ended with Siwoo's helpless, piercing scream. He couldn't believe that his act of saving people would result in such an absurd punishment. Kim Siwoo, our protagonist, appeared with a stunned expression. A cold sweat ran down his cheek, his eyes reflecting doubt and disbelief. Immediately after, a red system notification appeared before his eyes. The result of the causality appropriateness assessment, failure. Siwoo barely managed to exclaim, "What?" when another notification appeared explaining that the miracle he had just performed had directly interfered with the fates of countless mortals, exceeding the allowed causal limits. The system continued to render its verdict, determining the user's action was inappropriate with regard to causality. Siwoo was once again stunned. Then the punishment was declared: you will be penalized, your system will be partially restricted for 168 hours. Kim Siwoo's whole body felt the influence of an invisible force, causing him to cry out in panic, "No, wait," in despair. Bolts of electricity surrounded his body. Siwoo felt his power slowly draining away. He screamed in helplessness and anger, "No, what the hell is this?" He couldn't understand why he was being punished. Siwoo angrily questioned the system. "But I purified them in Japan too, didn't I? On what basis did I fail?" Siwoo bitterly realized that this punishment was harsher than previous causal limits. He had become an ordinary person. At that moment, Lord Levinton stepped forward to report, "Seongha, the situation seems to have stabilized a bit, so I'm reporting in." The scene widened to reveal Luna alongside Siwoo and Levinton. Levinton continued, reporting that the guild's new recruits were helping greatly with transporting and treating patients. Siwoo responded indifferently, "I understand. It's good to see they're all doing their jobs well." Luna noticed Siwoo's pallor and asked worriedly, "Seongha, you don't look well. Is something wrong? And why did you change clothes?" Siwoo answered wearily, "Well, a few things happened." Then unexpectedly, Siwoo puffed out his chest, smiled, and declared dramatically, "As you can see, now I'm just a normal person, Kim Siwoo." Siwoo's declaration left both Lord Levinton and Luna speechless. They were stunned, unable to believe what they had just heard. What followed was a brief explanation of Siwoo's current condition to his two teammates. Levinton and Luna were still in shock. Levinton muttered, "Working across dimensions is truly difficult." Luna seemed to grasp the situation, "So Seongha can be neutralized." Luna appeared to be calculating something. Levinton wondered if this might be their only chance. Luna asked in return, "Do you mean Seongha is now weaker than either me or Lord Levinton?" Hearing that, Siwoo warned coldly, "All of you will be dead in 168 hours. Luna smiled slyly as if she'd hatched a plan. She asked Siwoo, "Is that what you mean?" Suddenly, Luna blurted out something perplexing, lucidity after satisfaction. Levinton asked blankly. Seeing that, Siwoo angrily snapped, "Have you lost your mind?" The scene cut to a UBS radio news broadcast, showing footage of the network's building. The report, airing on the highway, covered the Daejeon incident. Kim Siwoo, the awakener, conducted a purification at Ground Zero in Daejeon. Several reporters on the scene witnessed it. At that moment, Siwoo was sitting in the car driven by team leader Kim. The broadcast continued. It was an event that brought hope to many people. Team leader Kim turned to Siwoo and said, "Well done, Mr. Siwoo." Team leader Kim continued commenting as he drove. This incident was on a fairly large scale. A scene of a village completely purified appeared, sparkling with magical light. He added, "It's unbelievable that an entire village, the most heavily contaminated place in Korea, was fully purified. That's a very good result." Back in the car, team leader Kim said, "If not for the people who helped the village earlier, we wouldn't have been able to do this today." Siwoo replied modestly, "I only added the final touch." Team leader Kim praised Siwoo. "We're fortunate to have an extraordinary person like you in Korea, Mr. Siwoo." Siwoo merely gave a wry smile. Team leader Kim thought to himself, "So this is how he survives among people like CEO Choi Seojin." Siwoo politely thanked team leader Kim for coming all that way to pick him up despite being busy. Team leader Kim modestly replied that escorting Siwoo was part of his duties. As the conversation grew more familiar, team leader Kim curiously asked if Siwoo planned to vacation in Yeoju alone, secretly thinking of a certain someone who was also there. Siwoo confirmed the trip and said he had a few questions that needed answering. Siwoo smiled knowingly and continued, confirming team leader Kim's suspicion. And by chance, there was someone in Yeoju who could answer them. He looked out at the clear blue sky and thought with relief, "Good thing I don't have to go all the way to America." Before long, the car stopped in front of a traditional tiled house, peacefully set behind a familiar stone fence. Siwoo stepped out of the car and stood looking at the house with a nostalgic gaze. He muttered, "It's been a while, this place too." Childhood memories flooded Siwoo's mind. When he was young, he used to come here during school breaks with In-wook and Seon. Since returning, he never once thought of coming back. The car rolled away, leaving Siwoo alone amid the tranquil rural scenery. He looked around and realized, this place hasn't changed at all. As Siwoo approached the gate, two men in black suits and sunglasses were already waiting. They bowed to him. Siwoo nodded in return, "Thanks for your trouble." Suddenly, a loud bam echoed from behind the gate as an axe came down hard on a log. Splinters flew everywhere, grazing Siwoo, who stood stunned at the gate. He was completely taken aback by the sight. Inside the yard, a Western man with long blonde hair and a muscular build was vigorously chopping wood. He cheerfully turned and shouted, "Hey, my friend." That man was Aiden. He cried out, "I've missed you so much, Siwoo. You're finally here." Siwoo gaped in shock, his only thought, a servant. Aiden exclaimed excitedly, "Yeoju is wonderful. The food here is so good." Meanwhile, Siwoo was still in shock. He was supposed to be an irregular from America. She's turned him into a complete servant. A familiar voice called from behind, teasing Siwoo, "Tusk, Tusk, you naughty kid. If you were coming, you should have told us. How can you just show up like this?" Siwoo joyfully shouted when he saw two elderly women approaching. He called out, "Grandma, Madam Emma." They were his grandmother, Madam Emma, and her friend. Siwoo beamed a bright smile, his face radiating happiness at being home. The scene shifted to the sunlit house, signaling a warm reunion about to take place. At the abundant dining table, Siwoo's grandmother carefully served Aiden. Aiden happily savored the soybean soup and praised it lavishly. The family gathered around the meal. While eating, Grandma Emma scolded Siwoo, "You hardly ever show up. Now you only appear when you need something." Siwoo hurriedly defended himself. "I haven't been anywhere I shouldn't. Why would you say that?" Grandma Emma and her friend lamented, "If we'd known you were coming, this old woman would have gone to market." Siwoo quickly said, "This is already a feast. There's even pork." Aiden proudly boasted to Siwoo, "Siwoo, I hunted that pork myself. A chieftain leading a tribe must have hunting skills to feed the clan." Siwoo couldn't help but exclaim, "Wild boar." Aiden explained further, "A wild boar wandered into the fields, so I caught one." "Haha." Siwoo tasted the meat and had to admit, "It's my first time eating wild boar, but it's really good. Grandma really can cook." Grandma Emma and her friend cheerfully urged Aiden to eat more. Aiden had no hesitation and ate heartily. Seeing this, Siwoo felt annoyed and thought to himself, "By the way, why does that guy eat at other people's house so casually?" Grandma Emma explained, "Aiden helps me chase wild boars and chop wood. The boy does a lot for me." Siwoo was left speechless, thinking that perhaps his grandmother was the only person in the world who called Aiden so affectionately. Grandma Emma turned to tease her grandson, "My grandson just sits there jealous. Tusk, Tusk, such a useless one." Her remark left Siwoo speechless and dumbfounded. At her teasing, Aiden simply laughed heartily and cheerfully declared, "Haha, your grandma is my grandma too," treating Siwoo's family as his own. Aiden enthusiastically replied, promising to protect Siwoo's family. Grandma Emma added that Aiden was far better than a grandson who never shows his face, leaving Siwoo mute. Siwoo suddenly wondered whether Grandma was training Aiden. Grandma Emma only smiled mysteriously, which made him even more suspicious. Siwoo thought to himself that an extraordinary servant who had power and could do housework was truly a perfect combination. Aiden suddenly asked about the magical plague in Daejeon. Siwoo replied that he had just returned from there and praised Aiden for being sharp. Siwoo turned to Grandma with a knowing smile. "Well, didn't Madam Emma already know I was coming?" Grandma Emma smiled kindly, answering that she couldn't foresee Siwoo's future, but she sensed he had many questions. Siwoo thought to himself that talking with Grandma Emma was always like solving a Zen riddle, deep and mysterious. Suddenly there was a smack and Siwoo cried out in pain. It turned out Grandma Emma had smacked him on the head. She scolded, "How many times have I told you not to talk shop at the dining table?" Siwoo clutched his head and groaned, "It's been so long since I felt this kind of pain." The meal ended happily. Everyone had finished eating. Her friend said she would go for a walk with Aiden and told the two of them to have a pleasant chat, giving Siwoo and Grandma some privacy. After the meal, Grandma Emma brought out a plate of apples for dessert. Siwoo addressed her seriously, "Madam Emma." The two sat on the porch. Siwoo began, "I think you already know why I came." He stated his purpose clearly. "I want to know about causality, more precisely about the system's vague standards for judging causal appropriateness." A vision of a chaotic world appeared, with monsters flying everywhere. Siwoo told himself he still couldn't use his full power on Earth. He recalled, "Causality didn't punish me when I used purification at Gyuro University Hospital and in Japan." An image of Siwoo performing a large-scale purification technique resurfaced. He compared, "In scale, the purification wings I used against Yamada no Orochi were even larger." From that, Siwoo concluded, being punished this time means there must be some standard within the system's causality. Back in reality, Grandma Emma began to explain. She said, "I hope you understand one thing first. That she could not perfectly explain the system's judgments." As she spoke, she raised her hand and a stream of magical light began to gather. Grandma Emma used her power to create a virtual space around them, preparing for her explanation. A giant justice scale, glowing brilliantly, appeared in midair, symbolizing the judgment of causality. Grandma Emma began to explain why Siwoo was punished this time. She started her explanation, her first answer striking at the core. "The reason you were punished this time is because you directly interfered with the fates of countless lives." This explanation only confused Siwoo more, as it seemed to contradict his previous experiences. He immediately raised an example in rebuttal, "But in Japan, I used purification even more than in Dijian." Grandma Emma looked straight into Siwoo's eyes, her voice echoing through the illusionary space, revealing an important truth. Intervening before an event occurs and intervening after an event has occurred are two entirely different matters. Siwoo lost his patience and demanded that Madam Emma explain the matter plainly instead of speaking in circles. Contrasting with Siwoo's tense expression, Madam Emma only smiled kindly and enigmatically. She suggested they review the people Siwoo had saved this time. Immediately, a glowing justice scale appeared before him, causing him some surprise. Madam Emma explained that without Siwoo, most of those people would have died. Their fates had been sealed when they became ill, but Siwoo had changed all those destinies. By directly saving countless lives, Siwoo had intervened in the flow of destiny. Using the skill Purification Wings, he performed a miracle that even a divine being would struggle to accomplish. And of course, the law of causality could not ignore such an absolute external force, since its purpose is to maintain the world's balance. Madam Emma added that if those people had placed their faith in Lemon themselves and Siwoo had merely acted as the miracle's executor, it might not have deviated from the law of causality. She likened it to holy power placing a mortal's faith on one scale and the god's miracle that receives that faith on the other. With enough faith, balance is achieved. But this time, Siwoo altered the fates of too many people, making the weight on the scales too great. Siwoo understood that the system wouldn't tolerate indiscriminate life-saving. Still, he felt the system was paying an excessive amount of attention to him. Madam Emma affirmed that this meant the system was becoming aware of Siwoo's existence, because his nature was precisely that kind of special existence. Siwoo sighed. The issue of the purifiers remained unresolved, and now the law of causality was set to torment him. He turned to ask Madam Emma for information about the purifiers. She revealed that they seemed connected to creatures from Eden, and their actions since the multiverse opened were highly suspicious. Madam Emma admitted she knew nothing beyond that they were a group bent on evil, but one thing she was sure of: the system did not side with them. Siwoo immediately pointed out that this didn't necessarily make the purifiers enemies of the system. Madam Emma smiled and said that as the influence of the Lemon Church expanded, the threshold of the law of causality would become more forgiving. And when that time came, she would be able to tell Siwoo much more, leaving him silent and listening. She also worried the punishment might expose Siwoo to attacks, but he confidently replied that he had a holy relic that could defend against strikes from people like Aiden for about 50 hours. Moreover, a strong person like Aiden, whom even Luna couldn't handle, had no reason to do that. Siwoo also trusted that if anyone attacked, Madame would warn him in advance. Madame Emma chuckled, remarking that Siwoo seemed to live as if there were no tomorrow. She added that she was not afraid of the coming future. She smiled enigmatically, perhaps that was why Siwoo was chosen. Then she revealed a startling truth, for now Siwoo was hearing the systems will through her, but before long he would meet it directly. This left Siwoo astonished. She explained that becoming an abnormal meant having to face such a fate. Madame Emma emphasized that among all the abnormals this fate was especially aimed at him. Her profound words left Siwoo silent and contemplative. The conversation ended. Siwoo admitted he didn't fully understand everything but thanked Madame Emma for her advice. She replied that she would continue to expect great things from him. Before Siwoo left, Madame Emma said she would stay there for a while, and he could come find her if he had any questions. After Siwoo departed, Madame Emma stood alone in the garden, her gaze distant as she sank into her own thoughts. She recalled the kindred spirit she had met by chance, Go Eunyoung. Drawn by that friend's keen intuition, she had come to Korea. And then she met her friend's grandson, Kim Siwoo, an abnormal with absolute power. She wondered whether this incredible coincidence would have happened without the system's intervention. Countless coincidences and connections interwove, forming a complex tapestry of destiny. In the endless flow of the world, the intertwining of those coincidences is what we call fate, and the god Siwoo serves and the god she serves are connected as well. Her train of thought was cut off by a voice calling her name. She turned and smiled. A brawny man with long blonde hair, Aiden, had returned. Emma asked him where Eunyoung was, and Aiden replied that she had gone ahead to prepare some side dishes for Siwoo. Aiden watched Emma's retreating figure and suddenly said, "What a warm family, huh? I'm almost jealous." Emma remarked that Aiden, an abnormal repatriate closely monitored by the state and a potential top-tier villain, could still say something like that. She said Aiden had changed a great deal and he seemed to genuinely care for Siwoo, to the point that someone who used to be an uncontrollable time bomb was now following him. Aiden just laughed and replied that it was obvious. To Aiden, Siwoo was a supreme being with compassion. That alone was reason enough for him to admire him. Emma was pleased by this positive change in Aiden. She thought she might stay a little longer for the sake of these two young people. Aiden suddenly called Emma's name with a serious expression. He said he couldn't imagine a prophet like her staying here without reason. If her home government had approved it, it meant she had seen something in the future here. Emma looked into the predictive orb in her hand, her gaze distant. She said what she saw wasn't exactly the future, but despair, variables from another world, sprouting from seeds sown by the system's administrator. And that must be why the abnormals are necessary. The scene shifted to a large building with classical architecture, likely the headquarters of the Lemon Church. Breaking news updated the Lemon Church's activities. Luna Leventon led members treating patients, while Kim Siwoo was hailed as the savior of Korea. Pastor Seo Seongshin was also mentioned as the saint of Daejeon. At the same time, Siwoo waved when he saw two acquaintances. It was Luna and Pastor Seo, who had just returned from Daejeon. Luna happily reported that they had done an excellent job with post-treatment care for the patients. On behalf of Pastor Seo, Siwoo thanked them again and praised everyone's hard work. Immediately after, he asked whether they had found any concrete evidence of the purifiers when they finished. Luna suddenly recalled and said that during treatment she had heard something very concerning from a child who had awakened. The child said a young man had visited the church just before the magical plague spread. This information stunned Siwoo. Luna continued, the person came and left so quickly that only one child witnessed it. That child's account led into a recounting of a horrific memory. The scene shifted to a churchyard under a dull orange sky. A woman was hanging laundry while children played nearby, a peaceful atmosphere before the storm. Suddenly, the woman froze while hanging clothes as black dust began to fall around, signaling ill omen. A mysterious young man in a red hoodie appeared and approached the woman. He came close and the woman seemed uneasy, not sensing the deadly danger looming. In an instant, the woman's eyes went vacant and hollow, the sign that the magical plague had consumed her. From afar, a boy clutching a soccer ball, the sole witness, had seen the entire horrifying scene. The young man in the hoodie turned and called the boy over. With a chilling smile, he asked the boy to deliver a message to someone named Seongha. He said that because Seongha had mercifully driven the Demon King and the demons out of Eden, he had been able to collect power easily. The young man pressed his hands together in a fake, satisfied gesture, concluding that all of this was thanks to the favor Seongha had granted him, revealing a dark truth about the tragedy's origin. At a majestic citadel, seemingly the headquarters of some organization, Kim Si-woo's thoughts surfaced. He suspected there was definitely someone pulling the strings behind the purifiers. Kim Si-woo looked displeased. He didn't like that man's way of speaking. Luna, a beautiful girl with red hair, agreed. She believed he was the type who would sacrifice children to summon Eden's demon king, someone beyond the pale. Aiden, the bespectacled man with a ponytail, concurred. Thinking back, Kim Si-woo realized that thanks to the information Aiden provided, they had been able to prevent the purifiers from fully summoning the Demon King. Still, he felt this was a major incident. He felt anxious because many causal punishments remained, his power was being blocked yet incidents kept occurring. He wondered what the hell was happening on Earth. Si-woo asked about the priest's training. Aiden reported that, as always, Lord Levinton and he were working hard. Luna cheerfully added that they were all starting to move past their rookie phase. Luna suggested they could soon begin practical training by entering dungeons. Si-woo agreed, saying they should start preparing for that. Just then, Luna cried out happily, announcing that they had an important guest arrival. Si-woo turned in surprise and caught Luna's beaming smile. A young man was introduced, Oh Junwoo, who would teach combat and monsters at the Lemon Order for a time. Si-woo waved and said Junwoo was already here. Junwoo modestly replied that he had nowhere else to go after leaving the Diho Guild. Luna winked playfully, saying they were short-handed and very grateful Junwoo had come. Oh Junwoo was extremely excited and determined, shouting that he would work hard. Meanwhile, Si-woo simply observed with a thoughtful expression. Si-woo ordered Luna to train Junwoo until he became useful. Luna gladly accepted, while Aiden inwardly rejoiced at being spared extra hours. Si-woo remarked that with Oh Junwoo gone, the Jeongak alliance must have lost a significant force. He asked Junwoo whether the guild had strongly opposed his departure. Junwoo smiled serenely, answering that he had been considering this since Ryu Jinyoung went to Japan. He even felt relieved. He felt as if he had finally returned to the path he wanted to follow. Meanwhile, elsewhere, an angry man slammed his fist onto the table, producing a terrifying purple surge of energy. In the conference room, that man, a high-ranking official of the Jeongak Alliance, vented his rage at his subordinates, shouting Kim Si-woo's name with contempt. He roared, calling his subordinates useless for failing to recruit a single person. A trembling subordinate explained that recruitment or negotiation was impossible because the aberration Kim Si-woo and his close associates had nearly reached rank S. They couldn't even find a weakness to exploit like they had with Ryu Jinyoung. The desperate official banged the table, shouting that they were about to lose everything because of an aberration who fell from the sky. Not just the Diho Guild, but the entire Jeongak Alliance. If they lost more strength here, recovery would be impossible. Just as he wondered how to narrow this absolute power gap, a mysterious voice sounded from behind. A stranger praised his situational awareness. The mysterious man curled his lip in a mocking, threatening tone. He said Kim Si-woo had nearly reached the limit of a mortal. He went on to belittle the official, claiming even America's awakeners couldn't match a fraction of Si-woo's power and that the official was nothing but a worm. The mysterious man grabbed the official's face and continued, "Unless you take my power." He tightened his grip and asked whether the official would agree to obey him. Under the stranger's pressure, the official was forced to kneel in submission. The mysterious man produced a small, pitch-black pill and ordered the official to swallow it. Without hesitation, he clamped the official's mouth and shoved the pill in. The official choked and coughed, horrified, shouting to know what the other had fed him. Instantly, he screamed in extreme agony as a swirling black aura enveloped his body. The black aura thickened, radiating violently. After a struggle, the official rose, his entire being exuding malice. The mysterious man, pleased, said, "Very good." He coldly warned that this would be the last chance he granted. At the same time, a system notification appeared, indicating the player's system would be partially restricted for 4 hours. The scene shifted to a morning. Siwoo's phone buzzed repeatedly with calls from his brother urging him to wake up. His younger brother Seon tossed Siwoo's blanket aside, scolding him for oversleeping when they had plans to lunch together. Siwoo groggily opened his eyes, grumbling about how dare his little brother disturb his sweet sleep. Seon paid him no mind, booted him out of bed, and urged him to stop whining and get moving. Siwoo stretched contentedly, savoring his week-long vacation. He suddenly froze with a puzzled expression, as if something was off. Seon reminded him, asking if he'd forgotten they moved house yesterday. The scene shifted to a new, luxurious, modern living room. Their sister Seon, with 2 cute braids, ran out and asked why her big brother was up so late. Siwoo cheerfully greeted Seon good morning, but she quickly corrected him that it was already afternoon. She held a white cat in her arms. Seon asked whether her brother slept well in the new house. She beamed, saying the new home was spacious and pretty, and now Leo and Luna could come stay over. She fondly asked if the cat Beexial liked the new house. Meanwhile, Siwoo noticed Beexial seemed slightly larger in size. Seon mused that if their parents saw this, they'd be happy their children bought a house in Seoul. He joked they might be disappointed there was no Han River view. Siwoo agreed that while there was no Han River view, their parents would still like it because it was their own home. Meanwhile, Seon excitedly squealed at a long-necked bird flying past the window. Siwoo smiled warmly, watching his siblings enjoy the new living space. He felt relieved everyone liked the family's new sanctuary, a peaceful place apart from the wars outside. On TV, a news report announced that the National Assembly had unanimously passed a special act for aberrations. The bill, hurriedly modeled on U.S. law, granted them judicial privileges. Lying back on the sofa, Siwoo commented that things moved fast and the president had kept his promise. Seon came closer, complaining the fridge was empty since they just moved and there was no fruit for dessert. Siwoo replied absent-mindedly that he was resting. Seon teased, saying his brother was becoming useless and he wasn't afraid of him anymore. He held up 2 50,000 won bills and urged him to go buy fruit. A smack sounded. Seon seemed to have thrown something at his brother. Siwoo rubbed his head, complaining it hurt. He muttered about national secrets leaking, wondered how the rumor of his weakening had spread everywhere, and suspected Luna might be behind it. Eventually, Siwoo gave in. He said he'd go out and asked to borrow Beexial from Seon. She happily handed over the cat. The sky was clear and blue, promising a fine day. Siwoo walked Beexial through the new neighborhood, thinking to himself that the area looked livable and much safer than before. He figured Captain Kim must have worked hard to deploy security staff around the complex. A woman recognized him and greeted him as Seongha. He returned the greeting. She cheerfully boasted that her hair had gotten thicker since attending the ceremony. The woman added that she had also received a lot of help. Siwoo replied that he was glad for her. Suddenly, a burly man in sunglasses approached, called him Pope Seongha, and asked if he could spare a moment to talk. The man said he wanted to discuss the Lemon Order's doctrine and his church. Siwoo panicked inwardly, wondering why security couldn't filter out cult members. He excused himself, saying he was a bit busy. Siwoo tried to fend him off by saying he was also a member of a sect and was busy, but the man persisted, claiming a believer's role was to guide those who had gone astray. The devotee dropped the polite act. A dagger emitting a purple aura appeared in his hand. He grinned wickedly and said, "Don't be like that, let's talk for a bit." The devotee called him by his real name, Kim Siwoo. Hearing that, Siwoo's expression immediately turned grave. He realized his identity had been exposed. The devotee's dagger shattered into pieces the moment he struck. A powerful surge of energy emanated from Siwoo, stopping the assailant's surprise attack. Siwoo's face now shone with determination and coldness, completely different from his usual demeanor. Siwoo's eyes flashed a purple light, signaling that an unavoidable battle was about to begin. Continuing from the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo faced an unexpected ambush. A volley of razor-sharp daggers flew toward him in an instant. At the dangerous moment, Kim Siwoo's eyes changed strangely. His pupils narrowed into vertical slits like a cat's. At the same time, a white cat's paw gently landed on the ground, heralding the arrival of a reliable, powerful ally. Kim Siwoo hugged Bixial tightly. Immediately, the cat released a blue energy that formed a sturdy shield to stop the incoming daggers. All the daggers were completely halted by Bixial's shield and fell stuck into the pavement, nullifying the surprise attack. The attacker, the guildmaster of Diho, revealed himself with a stunned look. He couldn't believe his ambush had been so easily thwarted. Kim Siwoo stood firm behind Bixial. The cat tensed in a battle-ready stance, its bright blue eyes radiating defiance. Contrary to the tense situation, Kim Siwoo looked visibly pleased. He clasped his hands and praised Bixial. "I didn't expect you to be this useful." The Diho guildmaster was furious and bewildered. He hadn't expected Kim Siwoo to be able to use a spirit beast and grew angrier still since he'd received no report about it. He watched Kim Siwoo from afar with regret, thinking that if he'd had the chance to get closer, he could have delivered a finishing blow and claimed victory. He bitterly admitted this was his last chance to land a killer blow on an aberration like Kim Siwoo. He'd even gone so far as to borrow that guy's strength. Meanwhile, Bixial looked incredibly smug, as if mocking the Diho guildmaster's helplessness that even he couldn't stand up to a cat. Unable to contain his temper, the Diho guildmaster roared in fury, dumping all the blame on Kim Siwoo. "Kim Siwoo, because of you we lost everything." He continued his bitter monologue, saying that since Kim Siwoo appeared, their power, honor, and everything had slipped away like sand through fingers. Kim Siwoo remained silent, listening to the enemy's accusations that he was the cause of their collapse simply because an aberration had suddenly shown up. Siwoo thought to himself that the situation had been dangerous. Without Bixial, he'd have been in deep trouble. He also realized the opponent didn't know he was weakened and had chosen the right moment to strike. After a moment of silence, Siwoo calmly faced the enemy and asked directly, "Judging by how you speak, are you the Diho guildmaster?" Their confrontation drew the attention of bystanders. Some recognized Kim Siwoo and shouted, "Pope," while the attacker was identified as the head of the Jeonggak Alliance. Siwoo began exposing the Jeonggak Alliance's crimes, from sending Ryu Jinyoung to Japan and threatening the ability administration to building power by exploiting the black market and ground zero. Hit where it hurt, the Diho guildmaster flew into rage, bellowed, "What do you know?" and lunged at Kim Siwoo in a final attempt to attack. Siwoo responded with a cold glare and a firm declaration. "If you wanted to keep your honor, you shouldn't have allied with those vile scoundrels in the first place." Right after that statement, Siwoo wasted no time. He pointed forward and ordered Bixial to attack. Obeying its master, Bixial shot forward like a streak of light, charging its tail with gathered energy and delivering a devastating blow to the Diho guildmaster. The guildmaster took the full hit and collapsed to the ground in agony, utterly defeated by Bixial's power. The fight ended swiftly. The attacker now lay helpless on the pavement. Bixial stepped forward and trampled the vanquished as a show of victory. Siwoo looked down and thought to himself, "He's far worse than Oh Junwoo." He also regretted that, were it not for his current penalty, he would have finished it himself. Following Siwoo's command, Bixial produced glittering blue energy chains to bind the powerless Diho guildmaster. Siwoo spoke up, both mocking and warning the enemy for daring to fight in a residential area. He also announced he'd called Captain Kim from the Ability Administration and that person would arrive soon. He continued his threat, saying that initially the man would be taken to a detention center, but given his crimes, his final destination would be somewhere deeper in the mountains, a much more isolated place. Confidence and authority shone on Siwoo's face as he delivered his final judgment on the fate of the one who dared challenge him. He declared loudly, "This is also the end of the Jeongak alliance." The clear blue sky returned, signaling that a new order had been established. With everything settled, Siwoo turned to pet and praise Bixial, acknowledging its strength. Bixial let out a proud cry. Siwoo sighed about the chaos and decided to wait with Bixial for Captain Kim. But suddenly, Siwoo sensed a strange, dark energy. His expression immediately tensed and he became alert. From the bound guildmaster's body, a dark purple smoke began to rise, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. The guildmaster let out a piercing scream of agony, and a small black orb unexpectedly shot from his mouth. The black orb hit the ground, emitting a powerful wave of dark magic. Siwoo was astonished because he had felt none of this energy beforehand. The black smoke slowly rose, enveloping the guildmaster and beginning the process of possessing and transforming his body. Siwoo realized this was a strange kind of sorcery, a blend of all the auras he'd faced in Eden, including the Wrath Demon King and the Pride Demon King. From within the smoke, a completely new figure gradually took shape, towering and looking down at Siwoo with an overwhelming presence. A wholly unfamiliar face appeared with pale purple hair and a smug smile. He spoke up, calling Siwoo by his real name, "A pleasure to meet you, Seongha." For a moment, Siwoo recalled the message a hooded, mysterious entity, a messenger, had sent him before. The voice was completely different from the guildmaster's. Siwoo immediately sensed something was off and warily asked, "Who are you?" The stranger calmly introduced himself. "I am Nameless of the Purifiers Group based in Beijing. It is an honor to speak with the Pope." He revealed that he'd exerted great effort and waited a long time just for this private moment to speak with the Pope. He continued, saying he had come to pay his respects and thank Seongha, because thanks to Seongha he was able to easily gather the Demon King's power. Angered by the arrogant words and what was unfolding, Siwoo grabbed the possessed guildmaster by the collar. Siwoo growled, "So you're behind the purifiers. If you've made pacts with demon kings, you're just a lackey. How dare you speak as if you're superior to them?" The one calling himself Nameless only smiled and explained that would be true if the demon king's powers were still intact as before. He revealed the horrifying truth. Because Seongha had shattered their souls, he was able to pick up and consume those fragments easily. Siwoo was stunned by this earth-shattering revelation that the man before him could be as strong as, or even stronger than, a demon king. He clenched his fist and demanded, "You nurtured the Jeongak alliance only to see it destroyed. Is this the time for pleasantries?" Nameless replied matter-of-factly that the Jeongak alliance's role ended here. Their entire purpose was simply to create this opportunity so he could speak directly with Seongha. Siwoo was speechless. He couldn't believe this man had used a powerful alliance just to have a conversation with him and discard them. Nameless continued, "I have an urgent proposal for you, Seongha." Amid the ruins, Nameless offered, "Do you want to shake hands with me?" He clarified the deal. If Siwoo cooperated, he'd provide information on another heretical group in Korea, the Bingmyeong Order, and would withdraw the entire Purifiers group from Korea. And to lend weight to the offer, he added a threat. If Siwoo refused, spreading the Lemen Order's doctrine could become very difficult. Siwoo narrowed his eyes. He clearly understood the implication behind Nameless's words. He realized he hadn't detected this source of magic until it erupted on its own. That proved Nameless could conceal his presence perfectly. Siwoo angrily challenged him, "You're showing you can launch a terror attack whenever you like. You want me to look the other way while the purifiers rampage abroad." He continued, "And if I don't negotiate, you won't leave Korea. After all, that's a threat, isn't it?" Behind Nameless, a building burned, proof of his destructive power. Nameless sneered, attempting to rationalize, "A threat isn't the enemy of my enemy, my friend. The Bingmyeong Order is far more dangerous than you think." At that moment, a system panel began counting down from 5. Siwoo coldly dismissed it. Ha, friends, an enemy is an enemy, friends are friends. With a determined gaze, Siwoo declared, don't worry, whether it's you or the Bingmyeong order, I'll crush both of you impartially. The countdown reached 3. Nameless remained intrigued and asked if Siwoo was curious about the Bingmyeong order. Siwoo admitted that he was. Number 2 appeared and Siwoo's body began to crackle with bolts of energy. He said, but our order has a doctrine. When the clock hit 0, the punishment time ended. Siwoo, wrapped in a powerful blue energy, proclaimed his doctrine loudly, never compromise with those who walk the path of demons. A system announcement rang out, punishment has ended. The system restrictions placed on you have been lifted. Siwoo's light blazed brighter than ever. Siwoo roared as he unleashed his restrained power. The system continued, max-level sacred flame skill has been activated. Contrary to expectations, Nameless burst into delighted laughter. Haha, just as expected, just as I hoped. It turned out this was his true purpose. Having achieved his goal, Nameless began to withdraw and his dark energy dissipated. He left a message, Pope Seongha, I will visit you again soon. Siwoo could only watch the last remnants of the dark energy fade into the sky. He shouted in frustration, ah, he escaped, that annoying bastard. Just then, a system ping sounded again. A large notification window appeared before him with an unexpected message. A hidden quest has appeared. Siwoo looked at the quest window and read the question awaiting his decision. Do you want to proceed with the quest The Door That Cannot Be Closed? The new quest titled The Door That Cannot Be Closed emerged, opening a whole new chapter in challenges for Siwoo. Just as Kim Siwoo's punishment ended, a familiar system notification appeared again. A new hidden quest had surfaced. Standing before the quest gate, Kim Siwoo received an invitation to undertake a special quest called The Door That Cannot Be Closed. Having barely had time to rest, Kim Siwoo was faced with another new quest. He couldn't help but feel tired and a little annoyed. The invitation to undertake The Door That Cannot Be Closed appeared again, but this time it manifested within a mystical cosmic space. Looking into the vortex of causality, Kim Siwoo wondered what the entity wanted to tell him. He felt as if he were being teased. The scene shifted to a quiet street at dusk. Kim Siwoo and the white cat Bixial watched a black shadow gradually dissolve on the ground, the trace of a plague demon that had just been destroyed. Shortly after, the wail of police sirens sounded. The Ability Administration had arrived at the scene to handle the incident. The administration's personnel quickly went to work, bringing stretchers and cordoning off the area to clear away the remnants. On a large news ticker, the running text announced a special parliamentary session on the special law for abnormals and the disturbance caused by Guildmaster Diho. A TV news report covered the incident. Thanks to Kim Siwoo's swift response as an awakener of the Lemen Order, civilian casualties had been minimized. Kim Siwoo reviewed the report on his tablet. The new special law allowed awakeners like him legal immunity when participating in crime suppression. He breathed a sigh of relief. Because of this special law, he would not be held legally responsible for using Ydarius skills in a residential area. Back at base, Leo came to see Kim Siwoo. He complained that the short respite was over. He had thought he'd be safe after returning to Earth, but it seemed there was no day of rest. Leo sternly reminded him that running a small shrine of the Lemen Order on Earth was not a path to retirement. Siwoo thought to himself that with Leo and the others around, his retirement plan was definitely ruined. Leo asked about the dungeon Siwoo had mentioned earlier. Was there a particular reason he wanted to bid on it? Siwoo affirmed it was a must-have dungeon, partly for training newcomers. Siwoo said he had consulted team leader Kim Dong-sik about it. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Leo turned to the door and announced that it seemed team leader Kim had arrived. The door to the room opened, signaling the guest's arrival. Team leader Kim Dong-sik entered and announced that Guildmaster Diho was currently being detained. Sitting down opposite Siwoo, Kim Dong-sik continued his report. Regarding Dungeon D254 that you asked about, it has already been bid on by someone else. Hearing the bad news, Kim Siwoo went numb. he could only think to himself, it's over. Kim Si-woo asked if there was any way to get the dungeon back. Meanwhile, Kim Dong-sik asked if someone else was about to arrive, but Si-woo said no. Kim Dong-sik proposed an option. If Si-woo really wanted it, they could buy back the bidding rights at a higher price. However, there was a problem. The issue was that the guild that placed the winning bid was Guild Seolhwa, a mid-tier guild affiliated with the Jeongak Alliance. Hearing that name, Kim Si-woo grimaced, sensing this would not be easy. Kim Dong-sik explained further that given the tense relationship between Kim Si-woo and the guilds of the Jeongak Alliance, negotiating to buy back the bidding rights was nearly impossible. Si-woo analyzed that buyback was almost out of the question. If he offered a high price, they'd only be more convinced that something valuable lay within the dungeon. Kim Dong-sik agreed, forcibly seizing a dungeon that has been bid on without just cause, even with the special law, would be seen as abuse of power and would harm the Lemon Order. Si-woo sighed, realizing there was no easy path. Seeing this, Kim Dong-sik offered consolation, saying he understood how hard Si-woo had worked and offered to explain the situation further. Kim Dong-sik began to present information about Guild Seolhwa, a mid-tier guild affiliated with the Jeongak Alliance, and asked Si-woo to look at the screen. Guild Seolhwa's greatest asset was their representative, Han Seolhwa. Her image appeared radiant and beautiful. The on-screen information noted that Han Seolhwa was a young representative with outstanding looks and top-tier skills, earning her fame as a public figure. Si-woo was shocked to see her MeTube channel had 9 million subscribers, more than Minsu. Most guild members were her fans, and aside from leader Seolhwa, there were no notable hunters. Watching her perform before a frenzied crowd, Si-woo thought she looked like a disguised cult leader. Kim Dong-sik continued, Seolhwa donates heavily to hospitals and charities. Because of that, they have an extremely positive public image and a solid fanbase, unlike the Jeongak Alliance. They both discussed that Guild Seolhwa had only recently joined the alliance. Si-woo noted their image was too pristine, and for that reason they couldn't be labeled villainous to give the Lemon Order a pretext to intervene. However, regardless of the reason, with a determined look, Si-woo insisted this was a dungeon they absolutely had to obtain. His gaze sharpened. This wasn't a side quest but a hidden quest. They couldn't just ignore it. Kim Dong-sik listened thoughtfully, seemingly calculating something. After a moment, Kim Dong-sik asked an important question. Is your goal to win the dungeon bid or to get inside it? Si-woo was surprised and didn't understand. Kim Dong-sik revealed a new avenue. If the Lemon Order didn't necessarily have to win the bid for this dungeon, there might be another way. He had prepared an alternative plan. He showed Si-woo the plan on a tablet which outlined two options. A was the bidding approach, and B was how to get inside if they couldn't win the bid. Si-woo was astonished by this bold option, an infiltration plan instead of direct confrontation. Kim Dong-sik modestly said this was only a draft, hastily prepared and needing many improvements. The plan was illustrated charmingly and included the idea of contacting an awakener named Kang Kie. The more Si-woo listened, the more pleased he became. Si-woo's face lit up. He cheered excitedly. This plan was perfect. He slammed the table and shouted, "Team Leader Kim," startling Kim Dong-sik. Impressed by the plan, Si-woo eagerly suggested that Kim Dong-sik join the Lemon Order immediately. He pressed his case, promising a pension and a monthly salary 4 times higher, plus full insurance and retirement benefits, insisting that a grade 5 civil servant job was nothing important. Si-woo's pitch inadvertently revived a horrifying memory for Kim Dong-sik of Leo and another female employee buried in paperwork, crying and begging to hire more people. His face went pale. Seeing Si-woo's terrifying enthusiasm, Kim Dong-sik recoiled, sweating cold. He hurriedly changed the subject. "Lately, the weather's been getting cold all of a sudden, hasn't it, Si-woo? Haha." Finishing his line, Kim Dong-sik quickly cleared his throat to bring the conversation back on track. So shall we proceed with this plan?" Si-woo beamed and asked if Kim Dong-sik had come up with a cool code name for the operation yet. Kim Dong-sik only pondered quietly. After a moment, Kim Dong-sik proposed a name for the campaign, Undercover. It sounded reasonable. Siwoo immediately approved. Perfect, like a spy movie, he was thrilled with the plan. The scene shifted to the mission site, Mount Jumasan, Gumi City, North Gyeongsang Province. Here, staff were hastily moving supplies. Someone directed them to hurry because the operation would start at 8 a.m. Amid the bustle, Siwoo approached in disguise. A man who looked like a manager turned to look at him. In his new guise, striped shirt, glasses, backpack, Siwoo appeared shy and awkward, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. Siwoo stammered that he was there to apply as a laborer. The manager regarded him with a probing look, thinking he looked like someone under interrogation. The manager asked if he was the new applicant and told him to wait while he checked. Siwoo nodded anxiously. After checking, the manager directed him to the gathering point and to wait for the person in charge. He asked for Siwoo's name. To make the role more convincing, Siwoo stammered out his alias, KK Kim In-wook. A brief flashback showed the necklace Siwoo wore, an item containing Kang Kie's illusion magic used to conceal his identity. Back in the office, Kim Dong-sik explained that this was the method their agents commonly used for infiltration. Kim Dong-sik gave a thumbs up. Perfect, Siwoo. Siwoo confidently adjusted his glasses, ready for his role. Back in the present, under the alias Kim In-wook, Siwoo smiled mysteriously. The necklace glowed faintly. The undercover mission officially began. The setting was Mount Jumasan in North Gyeongsang. In the gloomy forest, someone suddenly asked the young new laborer what his name was. The black-haired young man with glasses and a backpack looking at his phone was startled. He nervously introduced himself as Kim In-wook. In truth, this was Siwoo in disguise. He gave a secretive smile as the magical necklace on his neck flickered, concealing his real identity. The story flashed back an hour earlier near the Mount Jumasan area. A black car was moving through the night. Inside the car, Siwoo sat in the passenger seat while the driver, a middle-aged man who appeared to be from the church, drove. Siwoo looked out and asked if this was the place with the dungeon. The driver confirmed the information was correct. This operation was called Undercover. Siwoo's task was to wear the illusion-imbued necklace from Kang Kie and join Guild Seolhwa's raid on the dungeon posing as a laborer. Specifically, Siwoo would infiltrate the D-ranked Mud Golem dungeon in Gumi City that Guild Seolhwa had won, disguise himself as a laborer, and carry out the assigned tasks. Back in the car conversation, Siwoo exclaimed that without team leader Kim, he wouldn't have come up with the undercover plan. He was also surprised that Kang Kie could use illusion magic, and the man beside him said he was glad to have helped. Team leader Kim warned that while disguised, Siwoo should be careful of Guild Seolhwa's fake awakeners since they could detect a small amount of magical energy in the necklace. Siwoo replied that he understood. In a humorous cutaway, team leader Kim double-checked that Siwoo's new identity wasn't as a fake awakened, because if it were, he'd be logged. Siwoo answered that it wasn't, it's his younger brother's identity. It turned out Siwoo had borrowed his younger brother's identity, Kim In-wook. The younger brother seemed willing to let his brother use his name. Siwoo silently apologized to In-wook. After all, identity theft is still a crime. Back in the car, team leader Kim added that the treatment of temporary laborers like loaders would be far worse than Siwoo imagined. The work environment hadn't changed before or after the dimensions opened. Those doing this work were mainly weak combat players or ordinary people desperate for cash. They frequently suffered verbal abuse and cruel treatment, with employers exploiting legal loopholes. Team leader Kim also revealed that Guild Seolhwa had previous issues with temporary labor that were reported in the press. Siwoo smirked, thinking no wonder he was hired as a loader immediately without an interview. Siwoo stepped out of the car and said goodbye to team leader Kim. In response, team leader Kim wished him success and hoped he wouldn't run into any trouble. Siwoo confidently thought to himself that the trouble wouldn't happen to him but to those guys, referring to the people from Guild Seolhwa. An empty panel marked a transition in the story's timeline. The story returned to the present as Siwoo arrived at the loaders' meeting point. A man from Guild Seolhwa approached and asked if Siwoo was a newly arrived loader, requesting his name for verification. Siwoo, playing a shy role, stammered his name as Kim In-wook, while the necklace still emitted a faint magical glow. The guild man swiped his phone to confirm Kim In-wook's name on the list. After confirming, he pointed to an area and told the loaders to wait there. Staff would come to supervise later. Siwoo obediently complied. In the designated area, another group of loaders sat waiting. They looked seasoned and rough. Siwoo quietly observed, preparing to join them. As Siwoo approached, he immediately felt dagger-like stares probing him. He thought that even those in the same predicament were wary of one another just before a guild supervisor appeared. A guild Sialwa supervisor arrived, holding a detection device. He confirmed that there were 7 loaders today, fewer than expected. The supervisor introduced himself and announced he would measure everyone's magical energy to weed out spies, asking for cooperation. He began the inspection procedure, pressing the detector against each member of the loader group. After scanning, the results showed 3 ordinary people, 3 F-rank fake awakened and 1 D-rank fake awakened, the supervisor himself. The supervisor announced the first area would be cleared in 10 minutes and the loaders would be deployed immediately afterward. He warned that if they failed to meet the quota, their pay for the day would be deducted. The threat made the other loaders flinch with worry. One person in the loader group cursed angrily, since they hadn't been informed about the wage deductions. Siwoo noticed the atmosphere growing increasingly hostile. He told himself that since he'd borrowed In-wook's identity, he'd just play the part of an innocent young loader. At that moment, another loader with bleached blonde hair and an arrogant attitude stepped forward and asked if Siwoo was also a regular person. Siwoo answered yes, so what, and the blonde guy sneered and taunted back, huh, so what? Siwoo thought to himself, oh no, I'm trying to act innocent, and forced a weak laugh. Siwoo's attitude sent the blonde into a rage. He swore and swung a fist at him. The thug's punch suddenly stopped right before Siwoo's face. Remaining calm, Siwoo had secretly used his strength to halt the blow. To hide his identity, Siwoo pretended to tremble in fear. The blonde threatened him, thinking Siwoo deserved to be scared for daring to mouth off. In that moment, Siwoo's eyes flashed a golden yellow light behind his glasses, revealing his hidden power. The blonde froze, sweating, unable to understand why he couldn't land a hit. To save face, the blonde sneered and insulted the commoners as vermin. He pointed and told Siwoo to go see Mr. Park for instructions. He added arrogantly that in the dungeon the loaders would also have to carry all of their gear. Siwoo fell silent and placed a hand on his forehead to feign exhaustion. Siwoo's expression turned cold as he reflected on what had just happened. Siwoo mused that being weak didn't automatically make someone good. That was true in both Eden and Earth. He thought people couldn't be neatly classified as strong equals evil and weak equals good. But that didn't mean one should view everything in life pessimistically. Siwoo considered that if there were scumbags like that leech just now, then there were also people who showed kindness. An elderly man kindly came over to check if Siwoo was all right. He handed Siwoo a bottle of water and said he must have had a hard time climbing the mountain. After Siwoo thanked him, the man advised him not to take the blonde's words to heart since everyone is tense before entering a dungeon. He also reassured him that a D-rank dungeon wouldn't have much to carry. The man introduced himself as Park Young-soo. Siwoo, as Kim In-wook, responded with a firm handshake. Through the handshake, Siwoo sensed Park's faith in Lemon. He wondered if this was fate. Siwoo smiled and said he was truly glad to meet him, Young-soo. Afterward, all the loaders were led to the dungeon entrance, where a purple spatial rift emanated eerie energy. As Siwoo stepped into the dungeon, a system window popped up, notifying him he had met the condition, entered the mud golem dungeon. Another notification appeared, indicating the next mission had been updated. The hidden quest board that cannot close appeared. Most details were hidden, but a new condition was added: find and enter a mysterious. Siwoo looked at the quest window and found it very suspicious. He reasoned that the system surely had a clear purpose in guiding him here, especially after the talk with Madame Emma. The fact he sensed nothing unusual made him feel the situation was even more dangerous. Siwoo decided to keep pretending to be a loader and quietly slip away later. Infiltrating a guild's dungeon under the Jeongak Alliance could be controversial, but he'd deal with that afterward. Just then, the supervisor clapped and urged everyone to gather quickly. He announced the first conquest wave had ended and ordered the loaders to collect mud golem cores and the lowest grade mana stones. He also warned against unnecessary actions, implying anyone hiding mana stones would be punished. Siwoo picked up a golem core and found it quite heavy. He guessed a fist-sized core weighed about 10 kg. Siwoo thought this job must be very hard for an ordinary person. He also pretended to struggle, saying it was unbearably heavy. Another loader panted heavily, drenched in sweat from carrying the heavy load. Siwoo's eyes flicked slightly, showing observation and thought. Siwoo continued to pretend to tremble from the weight. The blonde watched him with a probing, annoyed look. The blonde jeered, "Not so easy, Ha-in-wook." Just then, Park Young-soo arrived and warned Siwoo to be careful with his back since the golem cores were much heavier than they looked. He advised making 2 trips with a moderate load each time. He continued, telling Siwoo not to be greedy and to stay as safe as possible. For people like them, their body was their greatest asset. He promised he'd come back to help after finishing his own work. Siwoo was moved by his kindness. He thought Park Young-soo didn't have to look after him so carefully. The man was good and a follower of Lemon. Seeing him restored Siwoo's faith in humanity. Siwoo silently blessed Park Young-soo. A shimmering light appeared on the man's person as he turned away. Suddenly, a loud thump rang out as someone stomped the ground right beside Siwoo. It was the blonde. He shouted, asking where Siwoo thought he was being lazy. The blonde called Siwoo an insolent brat and said he'd teach him a lesson. He ordered Siwoo to pick up his stuff and follow him. Continuing from the previous chapter, Siwoo, posing as a new porter, was carrying out a secret mission in a dungeon. He deliberately let his bag fall to the ground, pretending to be a clumsy rookie. Immediately, a stern-looking older man with blonde hair noticed him. He angrily called out, asking where the lazy new recruit was. He turned to berate Siwoo, calling him an arrogant brat and ordering him to pick up his things and come along. This was Yun Tae-hwan, a habitual bully of newcomers. A kind older man named Park hurried over to intervene. He explained to Yun Tae-hwan that Siwoo was new and still inexperienced, asking him to let it go. However, Yun Tae-hwan had no intention of stopping. He brushed Park aside and declared he would personally discipline the new recruit. Yun Tae-hwan snarled at Park, mocking that a powerless civilian could teach anything. He even boasted about previously bullying new members, showing it was a regular habit. Not content with words, Yun Tae-hwan grabbed Park by the collar to threaten him, causing the man to cry out in fear. He warned Park that he'd been holding back out of acquaintanceship but told him not to push his luck. Park could only stammer in terror. At the height of the tension, a man in a vest who looked like a supervisor approached and asked what the commotion was about. Immediately, Yun Tae-hwan changed his tune. He hurriedly released Park, smiling obsequiously at the supervisor and explaining he was merely teaching the newbie a few things. Siwoo quietly observed Yun Tae-hwan's performance. He thought the man's voice was sycophantic and figured a shameless flatterer like him would get his comeuppance sooner or later. The supervisor reminded Yun Tae-hwan that they were short-staffed today and told him not to cause more trouble, then left. Yun Tae-hwan continued his act of a diligent worker, claiming it was his 7th time working as a porter for Seolhwa Guild. After the supervisor walked away, Yun Tae-hwan turned back with a smug expression and a knowing smirk. He arrogantly boasted to Park and Siwoo that he was close with the supervisor. He warned Park to do his job properly if he didn't want his pay docked like last time, then called Siwoo over. Park looked at Siwoo with worry while Siwoo silently weighed his options. Park wondered whether the man was truly close to a guild member. Siwoo gently placed a hand on Park's shoulder, reassuring him that everything was fine. He smiled and thanked Park for his concern, saying he'd take the opportunity to learn the job properly and continue playing the obedient new recruit. Saying that, Siwoo bent down and grabbed the handle of the huge luggage bag that Yun Tae-hwan had forced him to carry. Yun Tae-hwan looked surprised. With a casual motion, Siwoo hoisted the bag up and slung it over his shoulder with ease. Yun Tihun couldn't hide his astonishment. He wondered if the bag weighed over 100 kilos. He anxiously asked if Siwoo's back was okay. Siwoo cheerfully replied that he was fine because he exercised regularly. He even eagerly urged senior Yun Tihun to begin the training. Yun Tihun was awkward and didn't know how to react. The two of them walked deeper into the dungeon area, a desolate, rocky place. Once they reached a secluded spot, Siwoo thought to himself that they were far enough from the others. Yun Tihun began to worry and stammered, suggesting they start the new recruits training there. Siwoo turned back wearing an inscrutable smile and called out, "Senior." The gentle, innocent expression he'd shown before seemed to vanish, replaced by a loaded gaze. He stepped closer, casually draped an arm over Yun Tihun's shoulder and began praising the latter's close relationship with the supervisor. Faced with this sudden change, Yun Tihun started sweating profusely, sensing something was off. Still not noticing Siwoo's shift in demeanor, Yun Tihun continued to boast. He said this was his 7th raid with Sealhwa Guild and that he knew most of the hunters here, bragging he'd soon become an official porter. He acted superior, saying it would take at least an hour to reach the next work area, plenty of time for training. He put on airs and claimed Siwoo looked sharp enough to be taught. Siwoo just snorted and replied sarcastically, "Oh really? Sounds great." Then he suddenly asked, "By the way, senior, you are pretty quick to flip sides, aren't you?" Yun Tihun still didn't understand what was happening. He even smugly nodded in admission, "Yes, I'm very quick to flip." Only when Siwoo spread his arms wide with a suggestive smile did Yun Tihun freeze, realizing something was wrong. He stammered, "What?" Siwoo slowly removed his glasses, the smile on his face growing unsettling. He said, "Phew, I thought I was about to die from anger there, senior." Blue sparks of electricity began to flicker around Siwoo. He declared, "Now, shall we begin the real training?" The guise of a weak new recruit had been completely stripped away. A powerful bolt of lightning shot straight at Yun Tihun. His agonized scream echoed through the desolate area. The scene shifted to another part of the dungeon, where a purple spatial gate was opening amid ancient ruins. Beyond the gate lay a different space, a street lined with buildings of classical architecture. A woman with blue hair stood alone in a vast hall, holding a staff, surrounded by mysterious currents of energy. This was Han Sealhwa, the representative of Sealhwa Guild. She was checking her phone and sensed that something strange was happening. She reflected on her purpose for coming here. She'd bid for this D-rank dungeon to film content for her Medube channel, to silence complaints that she only posted mundane vlogs. Besides, the Mud Golem dungeon seemed profitable. However, an inexplicable sense of unease suddenly washed over her. Sealhwa couldn't understand why an S-rank hunter like her felt lost and uneasy in a lowly D-rank dungeon. At that moment, her subordinate Yujin came running over in a panic, reporting that they had lost contact with the scout team ahead. Upon hearing this, Sealhwa immediately judged that this wasn't a simple communication failure. Something had definitely happened to the scout team. She became even more certain of her assessment when she felt a wave of dark energy approaching. Sealhwa's gaze sharpened. She was ready to fight. Without hesitation, she gathered her power, summoned a swirling blizzard, and shouted, "Who's there?" A powerful burst of icy energy spread outward, freezing everything in its path. Sharp pillars of ice surged up from the ground, yet a mysterious dark silhouette seemed unaffected by her attack. Sealhwa stared in shock as the surroundings froze over, while that grotesque thing remained completely unharmed. She wondered if it was some magic-absorbing material, something that shouldn't exist in a D-rank dungeon. She concluded, something is wrong with this dungeon. Sensing the situation was out of control, Sealhwa ordered Yujin to contact the Bingmyeong Order, an organization that handles recent strange incidents. Yujin hesitated, but Sealhwa shouted, commanding him to make the call immediately. Startled by the commander's yell, Yujin hurried to comply while Sealhwa angrily swung her staff, baffled that a subordinate would hesitate in such an emergency. No sooner had she spoken than Sealhwa felt something amiss. Her gaze sharpened. As Yujin ran off to carry out the order, Seolhwa suddenly called him back. Yujin turned back in confusion, not understanding why she had changed her mind. Unexpectedly, a massive surge of frigid energy erupted from Seolhwa. It seemed she had lost control of her power. The system announced the activation of Ice Prison Skill Level 19. Yujin screamed her name in panic as Seolhwa became encased in a gigantic sphere of ice. Yujin pounded on the ice, calling Seolhwa's name desperately, but to no avail. Inside the ice sphere, Seolhwa's eyes went vacant, showing she was not fully conscious. Her eyes suddenly glowed with an eerie blue. She was being controlled by some force, choking out her own name, Seol, HWA. Then she let out a harrowing scream as dark and icy energies burst from her body. A massive energy orb with a hexagonal pattern enveloped the area, signaling that a horrifying event was about to occur. A system notice appeared in blazing red. Warning, a fatal error has occurred in this dungeon. Hazard Code 1, Invasion from Another World. Dungeon entrance forcibly SCALED. The system continued that escape would be impossible until the source of danger was eliminated, and an unspecified passage had opened somewhere within the dungeon. The final notice confirmed you cannot leave this dungeon. Seolhwa was stunned. She had never seen an alert like this before. The situation had far exceeded all expectations. Suddenly, the dungeon ceiling began to tremble and collapse. Seolhwa jolted and looked up, seeming to come out of the trance. Seeing the devastation she had caused, she muttered, "I made a mistake. I only meant to destroy a little." At the same time, the collapse deposited Siwoo and Yun Tihun right in front of Seolhwa. Siwoo immediately resumed his act and shouted blame, "This is all your fault, senior." Yun Tihun, after receiving a harsh lesson, was now terrified beyond measure and could only clasp his hands together, stammering apologies to Siwoo. Seolhwa was completely bewildered. Amid an otherworldly invasion, where had these two porters come from and what the hell were they doing? Siwoo continued his performance, kicking the cowering Yun Tihun and scolding him. "Your guidance is useless. Was this training a joke? Keep your head down." Tihun could only obey. Siwoo turned to Seolhwa, who was still frozen, and said, "Ah." He flashed a bright smile, raised a finger, and said nonchalantly, "Oh, don't mind us, just keep doing what you're doing. We're only porters, we'll stay quiet and leave soon." Han Seolhwa, an S-rank hunter facing an invasion from another world and a sealed dungeon, could only stand dumbfounded, wondering, what are these things? A severe error warning suddenly appeared in the dungeon. The gates had been forcibly sealed due to an intrusion from another world, leaving Han Seolhwa stunned. The system kept announcing that no one could escape until the source of danger was eliminated. An unidentified passage had opened somewhere in the dungeon, and now no one could leave. Han Seolhwa was utterly shocked. This was the first time she had seen such a warning message. What on earth was happening in her dungeon? Immediately after, a loud noise shook the dungeon, as if something had just shattered. Han Seolhwa flinched toward the sound. A blue explosion of light had just occurred there. Amid the dust, a voice admitted it had made a mistake, only intending to break a little, not expecting things to turn out like this. From the dust, Kim Siwoo emerged with an annoyed expression, blaming the senior who accompanied him. Then Siwoo began his act. He loudly scolded the senior for poor guidance and even threatened to shove his head into the ground like before. The senior could only comply fearfully. Seeing Seolhwa watching, Siwoo changed his demeanor completely. He smiled and said they were just porters, telling her not to worry and that they'd leave quietly soon. Seolhwa was extremely puzzled and wary. Where had these people come from? Siwoo continued his performance, criticizing the senior's posture and berating him harshly. The senior stammered apologies and promised to change. Meanwhile, Siwoo thought to himself, he had only intended to break a bit of the wall where he sensed magic, but it collapsed completely. Team leader Kim had warned him to be careful with Seolhwa, yet he ran into her immediately. Seolhwa realized the situation. Her bad luck was indeed no joke. Well, whatever happens, deal with it. Siwoo glanced at Seolhwa with a suggestive look, praising the good relationship between her and the guild members. Right after that, one of Seolhwa's guild members was shown completely frozen. Siwoo sneered, saying it looked like they were playing a game of freeze tag. He even grew nostalgic, saying he used to play that game with his sister. Siwoo looked at Seolhwa, broke the ice, and taunted, "Haha, you're fierce. Wanna play freeze tag with me?" Seolhwa, furious, pointed her staff at him and demanded, "Who are you? Why are you running around in our guild's dungeon?" Siwoo kept smiling, continuing to play the porter Kim In-wook, presenting the trembling senior on the ground as an example of someone who listens for him to learn from. Had enough of the nonsense, Seolhwa raised her staff, ready to attack. Seeing this, Siwoo pretended, "Hey, guild master, instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about the friend frozen behind you." Siwoo finished, his eyes challenging as Seolhwa began casting a spell. Suddenly, a shout rang out as a man in black broke free from the ice that had trapped him. He was one of the search team members, but now he had been corrupted. Behind him, an entire squad of similarly transformed creatures was advancing. Another member screamed in terror upon realizing the whole search team had turned into monsters. Faced with the emergency, Seolhwa wasted no time. She flew up and launched ice spears straight at her corrupted comrades. However, the corrupted members were unharmed. They advanced toward her, repeatedly calling Seolhwa's name and demanding she become their prophet. Seolhwa froze. Her ice magic, the power she always prided herself on, was completely useless against them. At that moment, Siwoo's senior panicked and fled, shouting about demons and monsters and begging for his life. Behind him, Siwoo stood still, continuing his act. Ignoring the screams, the corrupted mob continued their grotesque calls, beckoning Seolhwa to join their grand proclamations. Seolhwa gritted her teeth and cursed. The situation had slipped beyond her control. She yelled angrily, "You idiots, wake up! What did you eat down in the dungeon?" and unleashed a wide-ranging ice attack. In response came cries of glory in serving an ancient being. Seeing that, Siwoo sneered, saying Seolhwa showed no mercy to her members either. Seolhwa immediately snapped back, "You just stand there making snide comments, want a beating." Siwoo continued to taunt, saying she was eloquent on YouTube, but her true face was completely different, far from the way a guild master would wholeheartedly defend her members. However, his expression suddenly turned serious. Though he'd had experience once, this adversary was truly formidable. He analyzed that this was a kind of dark, unsettling divine power that forcibly creates fanatics by exploiting hollow desires drawn to magic. Siwoo thought to himself that he'd hidden his identity as much as possible to complete the mission. But as expected, dealing with divine creatures from another world without holy power was extremely difficult. Meanwhile, Seolhwa was exhausted. Her ice staff began to crack. She had no strength left. In desperation, Seolhwa turned to Siwoo and offered proactively, "You need my help, don't you? I'm Han Seolhwa, guildmaster of the Seolhwa Guild." She set a condition, later, publicly declare that you were the one who requested cooperation first. She wanted to preserve her guild's reputation. Seolhwa cursed inwardly. That bastard, did he know about the weird things in this dungeon from the start when he came in? Siwoo denied it, saying he came only to complete the mission and happened to slip in because Seolhwa's guild happened to win the dungeon bid. He brushed it off, claiming it didn't matter now. Seolhwa replied coldly, "If I don't help you, you still won't be able to leave this dungeon anyway." She clenched her jaw, helplessness and anger evident on her face. Finally, Seolhwa looked Siwoo dead in the eye and dropped the pretense, "Help me, Kim Siwoo, take off that pathetic mask." Siwoo was slightly surprised, but Seolhwa had exposed everything. She knew he was the only anomaly in Korea and the only person in the world who could wield holy power. Exposed, Siwoo smiled and admitted it. He said he was almost dying of frustration from having to keep acting. Then a surge of energy began to emanate from Siwoo's hands. In the blink of an eye, Siwoo transformed. He donned the robes of a pontiff, radiant with holy aura. He smiled and asked, "Shall we hunt down your followers seriously?" Han Seolhwa was utterly stunned by Siwoo's transformation. She couldn't believe her eyes, her face flushed with shock and perhaps admiration. This was the power that could turn the tide. But then the shock turned into a strange anger. In the heat of battle, she yelled at Siwoo, "Why didn't you include this transformation in your intro video on YouTube? Are you stupid?" Siwoo blushed and replied that he was embarrassed, so he didn't. Before Siwoo acted, Seolhwa had been completely overwhelmed. The monsters screamed, stretching their deformed arms toward her. Surrounded, Seolhwa screamed, "Get away!" in despair, but all she received were invitations to join and praises for a mysterious entity. Evil greenish-blue strands of energy bound her tightly, forcing Seolhwa to utter a single cry of pain. But at that moment, Kim Siwoo in his pontiff form appeared, blocking the streams of energy that sought to engulf Seolhwa. The monsters stalled, their vacant eyes staring fixedly at the interloper. Siwoo's appearance confused them. They wondered if he was another god. Siwoo stood between them and Seolhwa, shielding her from the attack. Siwoo grabbed the strands of energy and mocked them. "Has some petty god blinded and stuffed your ears? I'm not a god, I am the pontiff." Saying that, he unleashed his holy power. Pure lightning ran through the strands of energy and struck the monsters. Determination lit Siwoo's face as the holy power in his hands grew stronger. A burst of holy energy exploded, blue bolts enveloping the entire corrupted crowd. Instantly, all the corrupted members collapsed to the floor, motionless. Seolhwa slumped to the ground, exhausted but safe. Siwoo said her members would wake soon and reminded her not to forget her promise. Seeing Siwoo about to leave alone, Seolhwa hurriedly called after him, saying she wanted to come too. She needed to see with her own eyes who had done this to her subordinates. On the way, Siwoo blurted that he'd heard rumors she abused members and porters, but it didn't seem as bad as the gossip. Seolhwa asked in surprise, "Have I done that?" She shrugged it off, saying anti-fans exist everywhere, and told him to think whatever he liked. Siwoo thought to himself that she really had the mindset of a top meduber. Cool. Siwoo pondered that his will to exterminate evil system hadn't activated on Han Seolhwa. That meant she wasn't classified as evil. He guessed that even within the Jeonggak alliance there were many different types of people. Meanwhile, Seolhwa smashed a remaining monster with her staff. Seolhwa urged Siwoo to hurry or they'd be late. He thought again that this girl had quite a unique personality. They stood amid the rubble, surrounded by purified bodies, preparing to push deeper into the dungeon. They encountered another group that lunged to attack. Seolhwa swung her staff and shouted for them to stay away. Siwoo was shocked to realize Senior Yoon, part of his earlier act, had also been brainwashed into a fanatic instantly. Siwoo said that since these oddities were appearing from the direction her search team had returned from, they should follow that way. The two ran up a staircase toward a large door where the source of the corruption seemed to originate. Before them stood a gigantic door covered in black slime and laced with pulsing blue energy lines, clearly marking it as the origin of the corruption. Standing before the door, Siwoo remarked that it looked too obvious for a boss room, as if it were inviting them in. Seolhwa tried using her magic, but it had no effect. She realized this wasn't a door that could be opened by magic and wondered how to get through. At that moment, a system notification appeared before Siwoo. The unclosable door quest had been updated. The new task required him to destroy this unclosable door. It was a gateway to another world where a corrupted holy power was trying to break through. It was the work of a divine creature from another realm reaching out. The reward remained unknown. Continuing from the previous chapter, Kim Siwoo ran while telling his teammate that the search team had encountered strange things in the direction they came from, so they should head that way. Siwoo and a long-braided blue-haired girl, his new teammate, quickly moved forward. Their target was a grotesque large door covered in black matter and blue energy veins. A close-up of the strange door showed blue energy lines spreading and twitching as if trying to break something. When they reached the door, both stopped. While the blue-haired girl remained on guard, Siwoo immediately recognized it as clearly a boss chamber. The blue-haired girl touched the door and realized the magical energy there was inert. It seemed this door couldn't be opened by magic, and she wondered how to open it now. Seeing that, Siwoo said if magic didn't work, then there was only one other way. He channeled power into his hand and a blue energy began to gather. Siwoo threw a punch at the door, the force creating a huge vortex of energy. Siwoo's punch shattered the door outright, producing a massive explosion that sent debris flying everywhere. After destroying the door, Siwoo wondered if the task had really been so easily solved. Meanwhile, the blue-haired girl was astonished. She hadn't expected them to just ram the door down like that. Immediately, a system notice appeared, announcing they had entered the final chamber, the dungeon boss room, and that an unknown energy filled the space. Entering, Siwoo immediately noticed something at the center of the room. He stepped closer to get a better look. As the scene came into view, Siwoo couldn't help but be surprised. His face showed clear astonishment at what he saw. Before them was a chaotic sight. The dungeon boss, Golmide, had been torn to pieces. Blue strands of energy emanated from a crystal at the center. The blue-haired girl realized the boss had been ripped apart, while Siwoo focused on the strange object in the middle. He wondered what it was. At the center was a bizarre spatial gateway, like a warped cosmic mirror. The blue-haired girl said that of all the monsters they'd seen, nothing resembled this. She remarked that it looked horrific and couldn't believe such trash could contain holy power. Hearing that, Siwoo suddenly realized, could this be the unclosable door mentioned in the quest? A quest notification popped up, updating the unclosable door objective. This gate connected to another world, and a rotten holy power was trying to devour their world. The completion condition was to destroy the door. A dark aura enveloped them both. Words like hollow, corrode, control, and dominate began to surface, signaling a mental influence. The blue-haired girl suddenly clutched her head. She felt voices echoing inside her skull. Siwoo turned to ask if she was okay and told her not to follow, but the girl snapped that this was not the time for that. The blue-haired girl winced in pain. She felt as if someone were speaking directly into her brain. Siwoo explained that it claimed to be a god and seemed to be imparting a divine revelation to her. The girl was shocked, unable to believe it was a god. Siwoo explained that it was a corrupt holy power, a deity from another dimension. He didn't understand why all these entities targeted Earth. The appearance of such an abnormal, disgusting god made Siwoo uneasy. He felt as if his revered goddess Lemon were being insulted. In Siwoo's mind, the image of the goddess Lemon appeared. Unlike those rotten gods, Lemon always sought to make the world a little better, warmer, and happier. At that moment, the bizarre gate began to activate. Dark energy tendrils reached out from within, preparing to strike. The gate widened, releasing an immense wave of dark energy that formed a vortex, tearing the surrounding space apart. The dark energy tendrils lunged straight at Siwoo and his companion, carrying terrifying destructive force. Seeing this, the blue-haired girl shouted for them not to come out and quickly cast her magic, creating an icy sphere. Instantly, a gigantic wall of ice rose from the ground, blocking the path of the dark tendrils. Siwoo was quite impressed by the girl's power. She said the horrors couldn't be allowed to escape and that it was fortunate she was there. The girl explained that her ice magic specialized in defense and it seemed she had found her role. Now, handling that terrible gate would be up to Siwoo, and abnormal. Siwoo agreed. He realized the system had surely summoned him to this dungeon for a reason. Siwoo stepped toward the portal with confidence, ready to face the challenge. He showed no fear of the dark power. As Siwoo approached, the dark tendrils immediately reached out to attack but were stopped by a circle of energy at his feet. Siwoo hovered in midair, enveloped by a pure blue energy that left him completely unaffected by the surrounding dark tendrils. With a determined expression, Siwoo prepared to unleash his full power to purify the gate. A vast web of blue energy formed from Siwoo, spreading throughout the room and utterly overwhelming the dark aura. Witnessing this, the blue-haired girl was astonished. She sensed something strange, a warped energy, not ordinary magical power. She realized she was struggling just to maintain the ice wall and hold her ground, while Siwoo appeared completely unaffected. She couldn't fathom what limits an abnormal like Siwoo had surpassed to gain such terrifying power. Standing before the gate, Siwoo confirmed this was the unclosable door. It wasn't a suspicious mirror but a portal connecting to another dimension. Siwoo realized this was the true final boss. At the same time, a system warning appeared. The causality of the current location has been severely distorted due to erosion from another world. The system requires you to recalibrate the area's causality. Siwoo sneered, sarcastically nodding. The system seemed more lenient when it came to other-world issues. It only called him in when needed. A detailed info panel on the unclosable door appeared. It was classified as an artifact of unknown rank with its source dimension listed as Earth. The description noted someone was watching them through this gate. This information left Siwoo incredulous. He couldn't believe what he had just read. Siwoo was stunned. This gate originated from Earth. That couldn't be. Earth had only just had its holy power restrictions lifted. He stared at the grotesque gate, unable to accept that it was an artifact from Earth itself. It was a truth too hard to swallow. The shock quickly turned to fury. Siwoo's gaze grew cold. He realized an entity was watching him and prepared to confront it. Suddenly, from within the gate, a gigantic eye slowly opened. Siwoo couldn't help but wonder what it was. The eye locked onto Siwoo with a diabolical, potent gaze that seemed to see through everything. Siwoo looked at the eye and understood everything. He knew what he had to do next. Siwoo declared that this gate would have to return to where it belonged. And that place was Earth, Siwoo's homeland, displayed in the reflected image within the giant eye. Dark hands from the portal reached out once more, trying to seize Siwoo. Siwoo was surrounded by the dark hands and assaulted fiercely. The giant eye continued to watch Siwoo as the dark forces attacked him. The eye drew closer, as if wanting a better look at the one who dared challenge it. Siwoo shouted angrily, asking where it thought it was appearing. He called it a pervert, a voyeur who only watched. Then he used his power to fight back. However, the eye's power was overwhelming, wounding Siwoo and causing him to cough up blood. Despite his injuries, Siwoo sneered. A system notification appeared, stating the second function of the passive skill Divine Impenetrability at max level had been activated. His body would reject other types of holy power. Siwoo said the pontiff was the first apostle of the Lemon Order and that he had to maintain his purity. He did this for his goddess. Lightning flashed in his eyes, showing his resolve and strength. Siwoo told the monster that, for all it might not seem so, he was a romantic. Then he unleashed an immensely powerful holy bolt. Siwoo's holy lightning engulfed the eye and the dark tendrils, purifying them with overwhelming force. The eye screamed in agony as Siwoo's power shattered it to pieces. The gate and the eye were completely destroyed, dissipating into nothingness. As the fragments fell, a voice echoed, "I will remember you." The words seemed to belong to someone else. Siwoo landed on the ground, surrounded by the wreckage of the destroyed gate. He rose to his feet, wounded but victorious. A system notification appeared before him. The unclosable door quest was completed. The main quest condition, the emergence, was updated. Siwoo received a wriggling shard as a reward. The area's causality returned to normal. The system announced a special reward, a temporary embodiment of a god. The deity assigned was his patron, Lemon, for a limited duration of 180 seconds. System message: Leader deity Lemon has manifested. Quest complete. A brilliant system notification appeared. The supreme goddess Lemon officially manifested. Amid the dazzling light, Lemon appeared with otherworldly beauty, her deep blue eyes seeming to hold the stars themselves. Han Seolwoo was stunned. She couldn't believe her eyes at the divine presence. "Pontiff, what's happening?" she cried in amazement. Kim Siwoo felt warmth envelop his body, a familiar gentleness he had longed for. As the dungeon space settled, two figures stood facing each other, the young pontiff and the god he worshipped. Lemon smiled softly. "Long time no see, Siwoo. I missed you." Siwoo smiled back, relieved to finally see that face again. Her gaze held deep concern, probing into his very soul. Lemon looked pained at the fresh wounds on Siwoo's arms. It had been a long time since she'd seen him so badly hurt. She gently touched him, and a pure divine power began to heal all his battle scars. Siwoo stood still, savoring the rare moment of peace. Looking at his hands, Siwoo remembered 10 years ago when wounds were commonplace. He smiled, thinking he could have healed himself. "Did you rush here out of worry?" Lemon asked, her eyes never leaving him. "Of course, Siwoo." Her words made Siwoo pause. Genuine concern from a god was always something special to him. The tension eased as Siwoo pouted playfully. If you were worried, why not show up once? Lemon could only fold her hands in an adorably apologetic gesture. Returning to seriousness, Siwoo demanded an explanation for her long silence. It was time he knew the truth. Lemon explained that there were matters she had to handle personally, responsibilities only a supreme deity could bear. She revealed that Siwoo had just closed a dimensional gate through which a divine entity from another world was trying to cross. Spatial erosion was occurring in many places, giving beings not native to this world opportunities to infiltrate. Most worryingly, they may have slipped through the very path Lemon created to bring Siwoo here, an unforeseen consequence of their connection. Siwoo anxiously asked if the path could be sealed completely, but Lemon's answer weighed heavily on him. If they did, the connection between them would vanish. This spatial disruption wouldn't just affect the present, it would occur more frequently in the future, threatening Earth's safety. Siwoo fell into thought. Could the demons flooding into Earth be a side effect of his link with Lemon? A sense of guilt began to rise in him. Lemon quickly reassured him, insisting this was a problem for the whole world, not Siwoo's personal fault. He didn't need to feel guilty. Her manifestation and Siwoo's ability to use divine power on Earth were permitted by causality. However, the price was the stability of the dimensions. The appearance of monsters, hunters awakening, and countless dungeons opening. None of it was random, but signs of an impending catastrophic upheaval. As spatial rifts widened, the secrets of beings calling themselves old gods began to be revealed, starting with their true origins. Lemon revealed a shocking truth: those otherworldly entities were actually creatures originating from Earth itself. They were doing everything they could to return to their old home. In ancient times, when divine power flowed abundantly, they had been gods who ruled this land. Yet after a mysterious incident, the presence of deities vanished from Earth. Buried in the harsh oblivion of time, forgotten by all, they had never truly perished. In the exiled dimension, they were quietly restoring themselves. They waited silently for countless centuries, seeking a single chance to return to the mortal realm. A giant eye watched the world from the darkness, heralding an unfathomable threat. Those who knew of these entities called them by a terrifying name: the old gods, ancient deities long forgotten. They were gods from an age before the ranks were established, when even law and causality could not touch them. They existed as the very embodiments of primordial chaos. The grotesque mirror Siwoo had just destroyed was likely a remnant left behind by the old gods. Strange green strands wrapped around it like tendrils trying to cling to reality. Even so, their rank remained divine. Lemon warned somberly, "Perhaps you haven't reached that level yet, Siwoo." She worried about his current strength against such foes. Siwoo stood silent. At last he understood the identity of those behind everything. Old gods, the name carried immense weight. Lemon bowed her head in regret. "Siwoo, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help you." Her face was sorrowful beneath the ethereal radiance. "We meet again like this, but time is too short for a proper farewell," she lamented as her manifestation began to end. Siwoo replied gently, "It's all right." The system allowing Lemon to appear, even briefly, surely had deep significance. Her authoritative, resplendent presence filled the dark dungeon. Lemon smiled softly one last time before fading, a smile that contained absolute trust for her pontiff. "I will always watch over you, Siwoo," her promise echoed as the divine figure began to fade amid sparkling light. "Thank you, see you next time, Lemon." Siwoo looked after her, his eyes filled with boundless gratitude. Lemon's form completely vanished, leaving Siwoo alone among the fallen columns of the dungeon. The space returned to its usual silence and chill. Siwoo reflected on the fact that Lemon was not Earth's supreme deity. Her power was limited to Eden. This underscored the barriers she had to overcome to help him. He quietly understood that Lemon had exerted tremendous effort just to allow him to use divine power in this world, a favor that went far beyond normal causality. For now, the information she'd provided about the old gods was more than enough. The remaining mysteries he would have to uncover himself. Siwoo's eyes revealed the resolve of a guide. Siwoo looked down at the wreckage of the slain entity, where a strange light was flickering and drawing his attention. He bent down and picked up a small glass vial containing a bizarre, wriggling creature. It was the quest reward from the system. The item was called the Wriggling Shard with a current growth rate of 0%. Useless for now, perhaps, but harboring unpredictable power in the future. After tidying up, Siwoo moved toward Han Xiaohua, who lay unconscious. "You've been through a lot, Han Xiaohua, facing another high-rank entity without knowing what's happening," he sighed sympathetically. "For now, let's just find a way out of this gloomy dungeon." Siwoo rallied himself, preparing to carry Han Xiaohua out amid the desolation, where the remnants of the fierce battle still littered the place. The crimson dusk sky spread over the forest outside the dungeon. Moans began to rise as the hunters slowly awoke from their stupor. Park Young-soo's team was clambering to their feet, stunned and bewildered by what had just occurred. The recent spiritual shock had been more than they could bear. Siwoo stepped slowly out of the cave, still carrying the fainted Han Xiaohua on his back. "Representative," Young-soo exclaimed at the familiar figure's appearance. Everyone rushed forward to help Han Xiaohua. Siwoo calmly explained that she was merely exhausted from overusing mana and would be fine after rest and some restorative medicine. Young-soo, still dazed, called the fake name, "In-wook, where have you been all this time?" Siwoo smiled in return, relieved to see the uncle safe. With an elated expression, he boasted that he'd reached the boss room and accomplished something great as a porter, even carrying the guild master out. A faint halo glowed behind him. However, Young-soo began to tremble when he noticed the solemn clerical robes on Siwoo. At that point, Siwoo decided not to hide any longer. "My name isn't Kim In-wook, it's Kim Siwoo." "Oh my god, the pontiff!" Young-soo panicked, dropping to his knees in worship. Siwoo quickly stopped him, promising to invite him to the temple soon to apologize for concealing his identity. Their reunion joy was short-lived as unfamiliar footsteps sounded. "No entry," a sharp voice rang out, blocking the dungeon's entrance. Siwoo turned, his gaze hardening as he recognized the hostile presence of the newcomers. Young-soo wore a worried expression as well. They were a group in fully hooded white cloaks, faces completely concealed. The Bingmyeong sect, the name tightened the air to an extreme tension. The scene shifted to a distant place where the crimson sunset bathed the sky, an omen of impending ill tidings. On the balcony of an opulent mansion, a young woman stood silently watching the sunset. In the darkness, a mysterious voice called her, "My good child." She turned with a cold glare as if plotting something of great consequence. The dark entity asked what she was thinking. "Kim Siwoo, I'm thinking about him." The short reply carried a special concern for the pontiff. The deity's voice sounded contemptuous. "That guy is just a fraud, not worth you worrying so much about." The sun continued to set behind her. At that moment, the dark deity revealed the true scheme. "When we return to where we belong, he will vanish like a mayfly. For now, he's merely a hunting dog we can use to eliminate traitors." "And after the hunt is over?" the woman asked again, her eyes never leaving the horizon, sinking into darkness. "We will devour the entire prey." A blood-cold declaration rang out amid the strong winds across the balcony. A massive trap was slowly closing in around Siwoo. The woman smiled faintly. Deity continued, observing that Siwoo had grown stronger than before and was gradually drawing closer to the horrifying truth of this world. "The full moon will wane again, my child. We only need to wait silently." The night sea unfolded, mysterious and menacing. Surrounded by dark claws, the woman bowed respectfully. "Everything is proceeding as you wished. I will obey, my deity." The chapter closed with an atmosphere thick with conspiracy and mystery. Steady footsteps echoed through the forest's silent expanse. The strangers advanced, bearing no friendly intent. They were members of the Bingmyeong sect. Clad in immaculate white robes with hooded faces, they exuded a pressuring, enigmatic aura that made everyone wary. At the cleared dungeon entrance, Kim Siwoo stood facing the group. The air was dense with tension, like a bomb waiting for a fuse to be lit. Kim Siwoo spoke coldly, immediately identifying them as Bingmyeong members. He knew well that such people never appeared without some shady purpose. The Bingmyeong side remained utterly nonchalant. They claimed they were here at an official request from Guild Seolhwa. Their leader turned the accusation back on Siwoo, questioning why the pontiff of the Lemon Order would intervene when the right to exploit this dungeon belonged to Guild Seolhwa. Their true objective was revealed: the mysterious item Siwoo had just collected. They demanded he hand it over, claiming it held great significance for their sect. But Siwoo was no pushover. With a challenging smile, he gave a short answer: "I won't." At that moment, Han Seolhwa appeared and clarified everything. She affirmed that she had asked for Pontiff Kim Siwoo's help, not the Bingmyeong sect's. Han Seolhwa's arrival completely shifted the balance. She didn't hesitate to criticize Bingmyeong's delay, insisting that Siwoo was the one who had rescued them all. The Bingmyeong cleric grew impatient. He leveraged the alliance between the parties to apply pressure, threatening that Seolhwa's actions would fracture long-standing trust. But Han Seolhwa went further. She declared firmly, Guild Seolhwa was officially withdrawing from the Jeon-gak alliance, a decision that shocked everyone present. Even Kim Siwoo was stunned by her bold move. He hadn't expected her to sever all ties with the old alliance just to side with him. Shock spread everywhere. Both Siwoo and the Bingmyeong cleric were left speechless at the guild mistress's abrupt about-face. Siwoo tried to urge her to calm down, warning that the decision would have grave future consequences, but Han Seolhwa was fed up with the profiteering alliance. Seeing the two argue, the Bingmyeong cleric mocked that they seemed a perfect match. His taunt only heightened the discomfort in the air. Then, a distinctive figure stepped forward from the crowd, a woman in pristine white robes, radiating an entirely different pressure from the others. She slowly removed her hood, revealing her true appearance. Each small movement emanated an authority that left onlookers breathless. She was a girl with long gray hair and mesmerizing crimson eyes. Her arrival felt like a deity descending to the mortal world. She smiled in greeting to Kim Siwoo. Though polite in words, her tone concealed an overwhelming power capable of crushing any fragile soul. Kim Siwoo immediately sensed something amiss. The pontiff's instinct told him a massive pure energy was surging within the small girl. Inwardly, Siwoo was stunned. This power matched the waves of energy he had once felt from the old gods, an existence far beyond ordinary laws. No doubt about it, this was the supreme leader of the Bingmyeong sect. Her blazing red eyes seemed to pierce straight into the depths of Siwoo's soul. She began to unleash her power, causing the surrounding reality to shatter and warp under the influence of an overwhelming ancient energy. Amid the mystical black smoke, she labeled Siwoo an irregular, one who breaks the universe's balance. The real world receded, yielding to a conceptual space where the darkest secrets were about to be revealed. The Bingmyeong Order's leader held a strange piece of black matter in her hand. She explained that almost everything had been erased, and this was all that remained after the recent event. Standing within a conceptual expanse like a galaxy, she stared at Kim Siwoo and asked if he knew anything about that gate, the portal an entity from another dimension had tried to cross. A gigantic eye appeared in the void, symbolizing powerful entities. She asserted that such a gate couldn't be closed so easily unless whoever closed it possessed power far beyond the entity trying to pass. Kim Siwoo looked at the system console displaying an image of Earth. She explained the system, the thing guiding the awakened and managing the world's balance through trials, costs, and rewards. In that illusory space, she emphasized that Siwoo's use of force to destroy that gate created an unexpected variable. Kim Siwoo appeared resplendent among the stars. She called him an irregular, an abnormality among abnormalities, an entity that had surpassed normal limits even if he himself seemed unaware. Siwoo feigned indifference, cutting through that nonsense and demanding she get to the point. He didn't want to waste time on vague philosophy. Her red eyes gleamed with mystery. She made a surprising offer: "Will you cooperate with us?" A milky white eye emerged from the deep darkness, creating a chilling atmosphere. She declared proudly, "Our God desires you." Faced with the summons of a mysterious being, Siwoo merely curled his lip in a mocking smile. To him, the proposition was laughable and meaningless. She gazed at the fragment in her hand, noting that Siwoo's holy power was clearly anomalous. She questioned the god's faith and choices. Kim Siwoo narrowed his eyes, a sharp look as if to pierce her heart. He decided to cut straight to the core. "So what exactly do your god and all of you truly want?" Siwoo's question rang out sharply within the conceptual space. A close-up of the Bingmyeong leader's red eyes. She replied that their will was to return entities to where they belonged, seeing it as the most natural thing in the world. Under canopies of crimson fallen leaves, she continued her philosophy that lowly beings are simply swept away by the grand current, and that she herself was merely an agent of the god's will. Kim Siwoo fell silent for a moment, his face cold and resolute. He declared the conversation over since the two sides had no common ground. His reason was simple and firm: because our goddess loves and pities the lowly beings, a stance completely opposed to Bingmyeong's coldness. Siwoo turned his back decisively and ordered the Bingmyeong order to vanish and stay put, no trouble and no more interference. Refused yet unfazed, she said that if Siwoo wanted to know about the purifiers, they would be glad to help. Siwoo's stance did not change. He realized they craved a new order, one he could not accept. She smiled, an enigmatic smile, asserting they could not coexist with those who sought only endless chaos. The philosophical clash reached its peak. Kim Siwoo sighed in exasperation at this messy three-way conflict. To him, it seemed they were all equally troublesome. Beneath a blazing sunset sky and withering trees, a question echoed in Siwoo's mind: why can't we just let people live peacefully as they are? Leaving the philosophical conceptual space, the scene abruptly shifted to the magnificent office of the Lemon Order. Here, Han Seolhwa confronted Siwoo directly to make a pivotal decision, making an already tense atmosphere even more unpredictable. Kim Siwoo slammed his hand on the table in anger, as if he couldn't believe his ears at her crazy proposal. He snapped, asking if she thought the Lemon Order was a bus stop to switch lines at will and absurdly transfer her guild to his side. Kim Siwoo froze at Han Seolhwa's decisiveness. He still couldn't believe she would suddenly propose joining his side so abruptly. A shocking truth was revealed. Han Seolhwa admitted she had watched the Lemon Order's lecture videos on Siwoo's Medub channel. The confession left him only able to utter dumbfounded "huh-s." In Seolhwa's mind, the image of the goddess Lemon appeared compassionate and warm. She believed the light she felt in the dungeon was the goddess's power, and she wanted to follow that guidance. Seolhwa retorted sharply, asking Siwoo what was wrong with that, or if he had lied about something on Medub. Her intensity completely put Siwoo on the back foot. Just then, Seongha, Siwoo's close subordinate, appeared with a teasing expression. She seemed excited at the prospect of another beauty joining the church. Seongha agreed that Seolhwa was both smart and beautiful. Siwoo sighed in exasperation and told her to go drink under the sacred tree to keep herself busy. Seongha jumped when Siwoo exposed the secret about the whiskey bottle buried under the sacred tree. While she panicked, Siwoo tried to return to the main conversation with Seolhwa. Han Seolhwa formally made her request. Guild Seolhwa had nowhere else to go and wanted to join the Lemon Order's side, a decision that was a matter of survival for her entire guild. Siwoo steepled his fingers in thought, asserting that the Lemon Order had no so-called factions. He wondered if she was acting out of a sense of debt after he saved her life. Seolhwa looked him straight in the eye and told Siwoo not to be naive. She knew full well how great his power and influence had become. Allies from before surfaced in her mind, from Player K and the Dakibai Guild to the Agency for Ability Management. A formidable force was inadvertently coalescing around Siwoo. Seolhwa pointed out that all these groups gathering around Siwoo were the clearest evidence of a growing faction, whether he admitted it or not. As a guild representative, Seolhwa wanted to leave the sinking ship Jeongak as soon as possible. She believed siding with Siwoo was the wisest choice from the moment he helped them. Siwoo watched her in silence. Seolhwa hurried to clarify that this wasn't his responsibility and asked him not to misunderstand her intentions. Although Seolwa's words and actions seemed harsh toward her subordinates, Siwoo recalled how she had risked herself to prevent the dungeon's collapse and the genuine concern her subordinates showed. He smiled, recognizing her good nature. Siwoo teased that she might be more shy than he thought. Seonghwa chimed in praising Seolwa as cute, which made Seolwa furious and tell him to stop making that unpleasant face. Seolwa flushed red at the teasing from the duo Siwoo and Seonghwa. The office filled with laughter and humor, a complete contrast to the earlier tension. The scene shifted to a starry night. A luxury private jet tore through the darkness heading somewhere. Inside the well-appointed cabin, a mysterious man relaxed on a sofa, exuding the aura of someone who held power. The assistant entered to report that the Bingmyeong Order's leader had approached the pontiff of the Lemon Order. The man looked surprised, as this had not been part of the original plan. Red wine was poured into a clear crystal glass. It seemed the meeting had been an unexpected development even for Bingmyeong's own side. The man raised his glass, eyes narrowed in calculation. He believed that after that meeting, Siwoo must have learned many more truths about this world. Smiling mysteriously, he said the work in Korea was finished. "We will meet again soon," a declaration that served as an omen for the storms approaching Siwoo. Suddenly, a series of radiant purple spatial cracks appeared, surrounding the private jet in the night sky. A new spatial catastrophe or the intervention of mystical forces? A dramatic cliffhanger closes the chapter here. One fine morning at the Lemon Church headquarters, a voice rang out, marking the start of an important event. The key members were present. A man in an elegant suit, CEO Choi Seojin, announced the meeting could begin now that everyone had arrived. Seated at the head, Pontiff Kim Siwoo solemnly declared the first meeting of the Lemon Alliance officially open. Player K, a rugged-looking man wearing sunglasses, cut straight to the point, asking why Siwoo had summoned everyone here. He answered his own question, guessing the purpose was to introduce a new ally. The remark made Han Seolwa, the green-haired girl, flinch. At Siwoo's invitation, Han Seolwa stood to introduce herself. She represented Seolwa Guild, and she joined because she felt the warm light of the goddess Lemon. The atmosphere suddenly turned, humorously devout. Father Leo and the red-haired girl beside him clasped their hands and began a sharing of faith, convinced the goddess would welcome them. Han Seolwa, proud and confident, announced she had decisively left the Jeonggak Alliance to come here. Her blunt statement left Leo and his companion dumbfounded. The reaction hardly resembled a faith testimony. Leo turned to gently note that her remark sounded a bit strange. Kim Siwoo merely smiled, clearly amused by her frankness. Player K was visibly intrigued. He said he'd always wondered how long a sharp person like Han Seolwa would stay with the old alliance. She replied that she never intended to stay there. Han Seolwa sighed, explaining that while her guild had influence as content creators, it lacked real combat power. CEO Choi Seojin nodded in agreement. He affirmed that Han Seolwa's soft power would be an enormous asset, as she had been the public face of the former Jeonggak Alliance. He emphasized that the biggest name from the rival faction joining the Lemon Church carried symbolic weight that no one could ignore. Praise was lavished on Pontiff Kim Siwoo. Clearly, this was an extremely clever strategic move on his part. And here was her trump card. Han Seolwa gave a thumbs up and confidently declared, "I have 9 million subscribers." The screen displayed Seolwa Guild's YouTube channel with an unbelievable number, 9.47 million followers, a colossal media force. Even Kim Siwoo was stunned. He muttered the 9 million figure, unable to believe the influence they now wielded. Immediately, Han Seolwa switched to work mode. With the experience of a top content creator, she pointed authoritatively and demanded a transformation scene be included in the Lemon Church's YouTube intro video. She eagerly insisted on finding an editor right away to train personally. CEO Choi Seojin behind her was equally enthusiastic, admitting he'd wanted to propose that for some time. Their media power was about to be unleashed. The new alliance's media strength was summarized. Han Seolwa's Seolwa Guild with 9 million subscribers and Choi Minsu's channel known as Player K with 6 million. CEO Choi Seojin smiled, adding the Lemon Church's 4 million subscribers, bringing their combined reach to 19 million, a staggering number. Kim Si-woo winked mischievously. He thought to himself that with this success, In-wook would surely be jealous enough to drool. On the table were the voting ballots, unanimous. Kim Si-woo tapped his hand lightly and declared the decision approved. He turned and officially welcomed Han Seolhwa into the alliance. She stood there, radiating a powerful presence in her new outfit. With the first item complete, Si-woo moved to the meeting's second agenda. He held up 2 fingers and announced 2 hostile forces, the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifiers. Father Leo confirmed the information. Although the 2 groups seemed similar, they were clearly restraining each other. Si-woo asserted that their goals might be unclear, but their methods were entirely different. The Bingmyeong cult was said to be connected to ancient gods, entities called the shape-shifting gods. An image of a dark, mysterious, and fearsome cult emerged. Meanwhile, the Purifiers were a group trying to exploit the power of demons and demon lords. Si-woo concluded that both were extremely troublesome enemies. The atmosphere grew tense. Si-woo reminded Choi Min-soo, Han Seolhwa, and CEO Choi Seojin that they had directly experienced the danger when ordinary dungeons suddenly mutated due to interventions by these 2 factions. He sat there with a cold gaze, summarizing the 2 main threats they were about to face, the Bingmyeong cult and the Purifiers. Strangely, both factions tried to persuade rather than confront the Lemon Church while remaining hostile to each other. The biggest question remained: what are their true objectives? The red-haired girl spoke up, stating plainly that whatever their aims, they would never bring peace to Earth. They were real threats. Si-woo proposed a course of action. He suggested setting up a communication network so members could support one another in dungeons and jointly build strength to defeat the enemy. Choi Min-soo reassured the pontiff, affirming that the alliance's infrastructure could now match the former Jeon-gak alliance. Hearing this, Si-woo nodded with relief. Kim Si-woo smiled and declared the meeting closed. He said today's gathering was mainly for introductions and everyone was free to leave. Immediately afterwards, the red-haired girl quickly bonded with the newcomer, cheerfully inviting the pretty girl to tour the temple. Han Seolhwa appeared embarrassed and disliked being called that. As people began to disperse, Choi Min-soo unexpectedly grabbed CEO Choi Seojin back. At that moment, Kim Si-woo produced a box containing holy bracelet items. He told Seojin they needed to speak privately to finalize the distribution discussion for these items. Choi Seojin replied that he had intended to discuss the bracelets as well. A more important piece of news was revealed. He had received feedback from the Useon group. He confirmed they could commercialize and establish a supply chain for holy water and holy stone bracelets. The response was so positive they even proposed an exclusive distribution contract. He had to restrain his younger brother, who was so excited he wanted to meet the pontiff immediately. It turned out the distributor belonged to the Useon group and its representative was CEO Choi Seojin's younger brother. This power connection made Kim Si-woo smile with satisfaction. This business matter had even been reported to the Useon group's board meeting. Interestingly, Choi Seojin's father, the company chairman, had personally expressed interest. The group was considering infrastructure investment projects for the Lemon Church. The news left Choi Min-soo stunned. He realized that Choi Seojin's father was none other than Chairman Choi Gil-young of the Useon Group, the 5th-ranked power player in business. Si-woo was completely shocked. Seojin laughed loudly, boasting that after years of being seen as the black sheep, he'd finally caught a big fish, earning his father's praise and fulfilling filial duty. With direct instruction from the chairman, Seojin confidently asserted that an investment on an entirely different scale was about to be made. He believed the pontiff would soon be contacted. At the word investment, Kim Si-woo's eyes lit up with a wicked smile. He thought to himself, the chairman's investment, wonderful, an expression hardly fitting for a cleric. Both realized the Lemon Church was growing too fast for Luna to manage the business side alone. Si-woo guessed the goddess Lemon would say the same. In his imagination, the goddess Lemon appeared, saying Si-woo was too busy hunting enemies to shoulder the management of a rapidly expanding church. She even teased him, bluntly saying Siwoo had never been trained in management back in Eden. The remark seemed to awaken him. Back in reality, Siwoo fell silent. He realized that, after all, they still needed more personnel to handle the work. Siwoo turned to Choi Minsu and asked him for a favor. He wanted Minsu to carry out a secret mission. Minsu looked intrigued. Siwoo smiled suggestively, saying it was something that would make Minsu drool with desire. He was sure Minsu would like it. After the meeting, Siwoo went outside holding a small glass vial containing a strange object. The system displayed the information. It was a wriggling shard, an unidentified item. The description said it was a fragment from an unclosable door emitting an unfamiliar holy wavelength. Current growth rate 0%. When it reaches 100%, he will be able to proceed with the main quest. Siwoo muttered that he needed to nurture the shard to unlock the main quest, and it was surely related to the ancient gods. He realized there were no other quests to pursue right now. Perhaps the system needed time to update. That meant cultivating the shard was far more important than he had thought. He stared at the wriggling object inside. The problem was how to raise it. The system panel coldly showed a 0% growth rate, offering no hint of the required conditions. Siwoo tried another approach. He focused holy power into his palm, producing a blazing blue flame, hopping to activate the shard. But only silence answered him. The shard in the vial showed no reaction. The experiment failed. Not giving up, Siwoo decided to go all out. The system panel flashed, activate Canticle skill, max level. A massive surge of holy power shot up into the sky. Leo, Hanseolhwa, and Luna, who were touring, looked up in horror. A colossal pillar of holy lightning descended from the heavens, creating a scene both majestic and terrifying. The three of them screamed in shock, completely stunned by the unimaginable power their pontiff had just displayed. The beam of light struck the ground. Siwoo muttered, "This isn't effective either." From afar, Luna shouted his real name, Seongha, asking if he intended to destroy the entire temple. Siwoo turned and nonchalantly replied that his holy power couldn't harm the temple. He teased Luna, saying her temperament alone would be enough to bring the temple down. He pretended everything was fine, saying he was just testing a few things. But inside he was furious. Damn it, what exactly do I have to do to make it grow? Siwoo began to reason. After all, this was a reward item tied to the system. A quest notification appeared, confirming the wriggling shard was the reward to start a new quest. He concluded that if it was bound to the system, its growth rate had to be designed according to the system's intentions. At that moment, a system alert unexpectedly popped up. He had accumulated too many holy points and was required to spend them through the shop. Current total, 45,000 points. Siwoo grinned with pleasure. Realizing he had plenty of time, he decided to follow the instruction, spend all those holy points. He opened the system shop and examined the Sanctification Workshop Level 1, a facility that allows crafting holy relics using holy stones. The scene shifted to a conversation with Luna and Hanseolhwa. Siwoo said they were about to sell a lot of items and suggested gathering priests specialized in sanctification. Luna immediately pointed out the problem. They didn't have suitable personnel to train the new recruits. She sighed, saying she missed that person. Siwoo just smiled confidently, asserting he'd anticipated it and prepared everything. Returning to the system interface, Siwoo decided to start with the Sanctification Workshop. He pressed agree and spent 5,000 points to upgrade the facility. The Sanctification Workshop was upgraded to Level 2. The efficiency of crafting holy relics and converting holy stones increased. But most importantly, from Level 2 onward, the workshop required a designated manager. Immediately, the Sanctification Workshop building emitted a brilliant light, signaling the upgrade's completion. Siwoo and Luna stood and admired the result. He grinned slyly, imagining a future where they maximized corporate capital. Luna just sighed and remarked, "Seongha really is a villain." Siwoo teased Luna, asking if she didn't also want more resources to run things. Luna grumbled, muttering that a pontiff acting like a game's CEO encouraging players to top up was annoying. But as they spoke, At that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. The wriggling shard's growth rate had increased by 3%. Inside the vial, the shard began to wriggle. The system announced that the ancient fragment quest was gradually meeting its activation conditions. A new mystery had only just begun. A peaceful morning in stark contrast to the earth-shaking battles that had just passed. After days of non-stop activity, Pontiff Kim Siwoo finally had a day off and just wanted to lie flat on the sofa. He thought to himself that he'd been working too hard lately, from subduing Yamada no Orochi, playing the role of a mover to sneak into dungeons and deal with an invasion by a suspicious god. Siwoo had always worked harder than anyone even back in Eden, so he figured Earth was a place to rest. Just then his younger brother, In-wook, walked in, surprised he hadn't seen his brother home in a while. When In-wook asked if he wasn't going to work, Siwoo put on an authoritative big brother act, declared he was off today, and ordered his brother to bring snacks immediately. In-wook was left speechless by this strange, older brother. Suddenly, a clear, youthful voice rang out as their youngest sister Seon dashed down the stairs. Unlike In-wook, Seon was overjoyed to see her brother. Siwoo happily played with his sister, admitting he'd been very busy lately. He gently asked the girl about life and the new school she'd just transferred to. Seon innocently replied that kids are the same everywhere, but maybe because they're rich, the children at the new school seemed a bit immature. Her answer made Siwoo immediately serious. He warned Seon that if anyone bullied her, she must tell him at once. But Seon surprised him with her maturity. She said that because her brother was an irregular, she had to be careful not to become a burden to him and the Ryman Church. Siwoo was stunned, wondering where his sister had learned such adult phrases. Just then, a mischievous kitten's paw pressed the remote control. The TV turned on to the 8 o'clock news. Seon explained that because her brother often appears on TV, she usually watches the news with Beexial the cat. The news began with an announcement covering the hot issues rising in South Korea. The first topic was the National Awakening Alliance, a force once suspected of trying to monopolize all awakened people in Korea, but recently rumored to be disbanding. The report continued with updates on the Daeho Guild leader's attack on Pontiff Kim Si-woo, and now rumors that Seolhwa Guild is preparing to join the Ryman Church. The whole family watched together. The broadcast also mentioned the Global Awakening Forum soon to be held in the U.S. and President Seo's visit to the Lost Lands. The words Lost Lands on the news made Siwoo freeze. He muttered the phrase to himself, his expression pensive. The broadcast continued with a map showing the area bordering China. Since the gates opened, it had remained a mysterious region that Korea at the time lacked the power to enter and investigate. In-wook added that online forums were buzzing about the president pushing for a northward advance, since the area was said to hold vast deposits of magic stone and underground resources. The TV news also reflected political turmoil, with the opposition accusing the president of unilaterally funneling benefits to a particular religion. Siwoo lay sprawled on the floor, finding the whole affair oddly entertaining. Sunlight poured into the room, signaling a peaceful afternoon. Siwoo lounged comfortably in his chair, enjoying the rare free time. He told himself he'd soon be busy again, so for now he should rest and stop thinking about work. He closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his lips. But the peace was quickly broken by a thought. Siwoo suddenly remembered the wriggling shard and wondered what to do with it. He took out the vial containing the shard and froze. A system window appeared, announcing the growth rate had reached 3%. Siwoo's exclamation startled In-wook and Seon. Both rushed over in a panic to ask what had happened, while Siwoo couldn't take his eyes off the vial. Siwoo quickly reassured his siblings that it was nothing. In-wook grumbled humorously and Seon sighed in relief that her brother was fine. He stepped outside to sort his thoughts, trying to piece the events together. He recalled that the growth rate had definitely been 0% until he fired the holy spear. The image of the sanctuary flashed in Siwoo's mind. A terrifying hypothesis struck. Could it be, it grows as the church's influence expands? If so, that would mean the system itself wants the church's power to grow. his face hardened at the thought. And to what end? To prepare for a major upheaval or even an impending war. The more he explored, the more Siwoo realized he knew nothing about the system's true purpose. He sat back down, still holding the mysterious vial. He sighed, consoling himself that Eden had always been like this too, everything a mystery. But he quickly regained his composure. At least now he had power and was no longer empty-handed. He decided to let things be and see what happened. The scene shifted abruptly. In Gimpo City, a D-rank raid gate suddenly appeared in the playground of a residential area. The gate emitted a strange blue light, drawing the attention of authorities and a man who looked like the commander. A subordinate approached the man, Chairman Choi Seojin, asking why their boss had to come personally to a D-rank gate. Seojin replied that Pontiff Kim had personally requested something from the gate owned by their guild. Choi Seojin curled his lip. He said the pontiff had emphasized how important it was and he guessed ordinary guild members wouldn't be enough. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. A gate was forming in the area. Guild members immediately reported, "Boss, something's happening." A massive stream of energy poured from the gate. Strangely, it didn't resemble ordinary magic. Choi Seojin only exclaimed, just as expected. He clenched his teeth, his heart pounding. This was exactly what Pontiff Kim had said he'd like. It had been a long time since he felt this excited. He immediately ordered everyone to fall back, saying they would not be a match for whatever was about to emerge. He declared he would be the first to greet the guest. Though terrified by the pressure of the energy, the guild members obediently followed orders. The gate erupted in a blinding flash of light. Then a steady foot stepped out from within the light. Meanwhile, in another place, another system notification appeared. The transdimensional contract has been completed perfectly. Because a suitable price was paid, karma permitted the intervention of Ryman's chief deity from the Eden dimension. At the same time, at the church training ground, Siwoo received the notification. He nodded in satisfaction, muttering that Chairman Choi Seojin was doing very well. In the distance, a chant rose up. Luna was commanding the training. She shouted, ordering the priests to shout louder. She bellowed today's slogan, "The best therapy is smashing the enemy's head first." The priests and holy knights had to carry huge stones while forcing themselves to chant that strange slogan. Luna explained her philosophy. Battlefield divine power isn't just for medical healing but also a support, recovery force by eliminating enemies. Siwoo watched with an amused smile. He called out, "Understand," and received a spirited, unanimous yes from the trainees. He turned to tease Luna, asking if she was preparing for a holy war. Luna cheerfully replied that she learned all this from him and that physical training was the foundation of everything. Luna confidently boasted not to worry since Father Leo was restoring everyone in time. But Siwoo, seeing Leo exhausted from casting spells, thought to himself, "I think Leo is the one who needs recovery more." Siwoo and Luna exchanged sly smiles. Luna said she loved the priest's never-back-down spirit. Down below, Leo could only cry quietly, "Please just let me go home." Luna proudly reported that the first batch of trainees would soon be ready for real raids. Siwoo just laughed, admitting the training program was harsher than he had imagined. She said she'd personally lead them into the gate soon. Seeing Siwoo surprised at how quickly they'd grown, Luna nodded and immediately asked about the promise. "So, what about that, Your Holiness?" Luna explained that if she began leading trainees into combat, there would be gaps in church management. As she was about to propose a solution, an excited voice called from afar, "Hey, Pontiff Kim." It was Choi Seojin. He ran up, dirtied and scratched, happily reporting, "We finally brought that person here." Siwoo was surprised, wondering, "That person?" Behind Seojin walked an elderly man with a dignified bearing. He stepped forward, praised Seojin for his effort. Chairman Diho only laughed, saying it had been a long time since he'd fought so exhilaratingly. The strange guest remarked it was fortunate that the fastest opening gate belonged to Guild Diho. Hearing that, Luna beside Siwoo was stunned, stammering, "Impossible." The shock was so great Luna dropped her hat. Father Leo behind her also gaped in astonishment. Finally, the man with silver-white hair and extraordinary presence revealed himself. He stared at Siwoo and respectfully called Master. Siwoo recognized him immediately. He recalled that if Archbishop Bayer was the face of the church in Eden, this man was the one behind the scenes, overseeing all internal matters from administration to logistics. Outwardly, he appeared kind and affable, but his nickname was completely the opposite. After people witnessed him personally execute demons and heretics in a white vestment, they gave him a terrifying nickname, the White Terror. His true identity was Lafart Sant, Grand Inquisitor of the Vatican and head of the Holy Council of the Ryman Church. And now Lafart Sant, the legendary White Terror of Eden, was slowly kneeling before Siwoo. He proclaimed himself the first apostle of Ryman, chairman of the Council of Archbishops, and had come to request an audience with the pontiff, the leader of all the faithful under heaven. Because he often personally executed demons and heretics in white vestments, people had given him the fearsome nickname, White Terror. The man was Lafart Sant, the first apostle of Ryman and chairman of the Council of Archbishops. He knelt down, respectfully petitioning to behold the Holy Father. Before him stood Kim Siwoo, the young pontiff. He smiled and welcomed Archbishop Lafart to earth. In a luxurious room, Lafart expressed how moved he was to meet the Holy Father again in his homeland. Lafart took a sip of tea and praised its superior flavor. Siwoo thought to himself that Lafart truly was Leo's master. He even sounded exactly the same. Siwoo replied cheerfully that he was also glad to meet him, since the church desperately needed an administrative manager. Behind them, the other members could only tremble. The scene shifted to an explanation. The Ryman Church was growing too fast and was suffering a severe shortage of administrative talent. So, after checking the remaining sacred points, Siwoo opened the status window and sent a request to summon Archbishop Lafart Sant. Through the system window, Lafart was urgently transferred to a D-rank gate in Gyeonggi Province as a gift for Choi Gil-young, who was craving a fierce battle. After the fight, Choi Gil-young panted but wore a satisfied look. He mumbled that it had been a long time since he'd had such a proper brawl, since Archbishop Leo had been too busy lately. As for Lafart, he also acknowledged that Earth had a formidable warrior and thought it was a very entertaining welcome. Choi Gil-young was bewildered that administrative work turned out to be a fight to the death. Siwoo only laughed and replied that he had meant administrative work, never that the man couldn't fight. Siwoo added that Archbishop Lafart was Leo's master, and rumors said he was even stronger than Leo at his peak. As expected, like teacher, like student. Hearing that, Choi Gil-young wondered why Archbishop Leo's face had gone pale. Contrary to everyone's excitement, Leo was trembling, sweating profusely. Siwoo tersely said he had PTSD and warned Leo not to act that way in front of his master. Luna spoke up, insisting she was maintaining proper decorum as always. Siwoo only smiled at them both. Lafart suddenly remembered and conveyed greetings from Archbishop Bayer. Siwoo sighed, thinking that with Leo, Luna, and even Lafart on Earth, Bayer must be struggling to lead the church alone. Siwoo inquired about the situation in Eden. Lafart reported that, aside from a few suspicious movements, there were no major problems overall. The nations on the continent were rebuilding after the war, so there was some commotion, but nothing more. Hearing this, Siwoo felt relieved. After the report, Lafart cast a sidelong glance. A grave, unreadable expression crossed his face. Just when it seemed over, Siwoo abruptly changed the subject, saying that when he first arrived, he had taken a walk around the cathedral. His face turned sly, intending to steer the conversation elsewhere. Immediately, a voice declared that there were several matters that needed to be discussed in detail with the Holy Father. On hearing this, Leo, Luna, and Choi Gil-young all went pale, while Siwoo was stunned. Without a second's hesitation, the three hurriedly sought excuses to leave. Luna and Choi Gil-young waved goodbye, saying they would inspect the surroundings and wait outside, wishing the two a pleasant time. Siwoo frantically tried to call them back, but the door slammed shut. Left alone, he heard Lafart's voice inviting him to sit down. With no escape, Siwoo meekly took the chair opposite Lafart, a gloomy atmosphere enveloping him. Lafert slammed a thick stack of documents onto the table, announcing that he had discovered not one or two issues on his way here and that they needed to begin discussing the most urgent matters. With fiery eyes, Lafert warned that Siwoo had better not plan on sleeping tonight. Facing the paperwork nightmare, Siwoo could only scream in despair. A shrill scream echoed throughout the cathedral grounds, heralding the start of a long night. Night fell, crickets chirped, many hours passed. At last, exhausted, Siwoo collapsed face first onto the desk piled with paperwork, but Lafert, still brimming with energy, sternly reminded him, "Your Holiness, you are not to lie down yet." Lafert began his speech, criticizing Siwoo's sloppy management. Why gather documents and then leave the trainees to fend for themselves with Leo and Luna? Siwoo buried his face in the desk, eyes watering, mentally lamenting that his ears would bleed after 6 hours of scolding. Lafert seemed amused by the Earth idiom, ears bleeding. Siwoo was astonished at how quickly he'd learned to use a laptop and guessed it was thanks to the blessing of knowledge. Lafert explained that the most urgent task was to reorganize the church. Since the pontiff couldn't oversee everything himself, a support system was needed. He noted that because the level of civilization between Eden and Earth differed, they would need a different kind of organization than in Eden. At that, Siwoo gave a sly smile. He thought to himself that although he felt guilty summoning someone who should be resting, that was exactly why he had called Lafert. Lafert laughed, remarking that Siwoo had become much more candid since returning to his world. He cheerfully declared his willingness to serve. Siwoo flushed with embarrassment for having spoken his thoughts aloud. Lafert said his mission even before Siwoo came to Eden had been to continually learn to make the church prosper. That was probably why the goddess Ryman had granted him the blessing of knowledge. He was visibly thrilled, saying this place possessed extremely advanced technology. Learning new things made his old heart race with excitement. Lafert closed his eyes and sincerely expressed gratitude to the grace of the goddess Ryman for sending him here. He felt truly fortunate. Seeing Lafert's contentment, Siwoo smiled with relief. His plan to find someone to shoulder the work had succeeded splendidly. Lafert recounted that upon entering the cathedral he had seen a gigantic wall erected behind the sanctuary. It led him to think Earth had endured hardships similar to Eden when the dimensional gates opened. Siwoo explained that it was the Ark, the mithril wall, the last remnant of Ground Zero. He revealed plans to dismantle it soon, since mithril was a valuable resource. Lafert agreed, saying they should tear down unnecessary walls to cultivate new strength. He affirmed that Earth was fortunate like Eden because the pontiff had returned. Lafert declared he would take this as his final mission and wholeheartedly support the pontiff's wishes. Siwoo simply replied with a sincere thank you. A glint flashed in Siwoo's eyes, as if he were calculating something profound. Back in his study, Siwoo took out a small vial. Inside was a mysterious shard glowing faintly. He checked the system window. The shard's growth rate had reached 8%. Siwoo muttered that his suspicion had been confirmed. The shard's growth rate was clearly linked to the church's reorganization and strengthening. He stared at the vial, wondering what would happen when this growth rate reached 100%. Siwoo resolved that now, with Lafert here, he must thoroughly reorganize the church. Just then, a notification popped up on the screen, a VIP invitation to the Third World Awakening Players Forum. The notice described him as the irregular who ushered in Korea's Renaissance and the pinnacle of Holy System players. It seemed this invitation had arrived later than usual. The scene shifted to a month later. As the season's first snow began to fall, the Ark, the colossal wall, started to collapse. Chunks of wall crumbled. The Ryman Church's final ark had been completely dismantled. The event instantly became breaking news worldwide. Images of the majestic Ryman Cathedral under a blanket of white snow were broadcast everywhere. A news report quoted Pope Kim Siwoo, "Now is the time for us to leave the Ark and face a new world." The Ryman Church made history once again. Their live broadcast hit a record 3 million global viewers. A wave of news erupted. Police beefed up security, corporate magnates were present, and UCN Group announced a record investment in holy stone mining. Amid that scene, Siwoo spoke solemnly. The merciful goddess Ryman will embrace everyone with open arms. And so, a new era officially began. Among petals and falling snow, Siwoo quietly looked ahead, his eyes filled with hope for a brighter future. The throng of reporters jostled, cameras flashing non-stop. They shouted for the Holy Father to speak. One reporter whispered, "It's the goddess." Siwoo looked up at the sky where petals and snow intertwined. He said, "It seems the goddess has left us a gift." The event was hailed across the papers as the December miracle, or spring in December, a symbol of revival. Another month passed. Winter had fully settled over everything. At the cathedral, two people diligently swept the snow-covered path. A hand clenched, signaling the arrival of an important figure. Siwoo stood in the snowy air, smiling as he greeted a large man with long silver hair. "Long time no see, Aiden. It's winter already. You're still doing well, huh?" Aiden replied confidently, "Of course," then asked, "My friend, have you prepared everything?" His question signaled that a major plan was underway.